and that's the ball game. So game 2 in the series, it goes to the Guardians. Now they've won both games so far, so it'll be up to the Giants tomorrow to try to get a win, as the Giants have now dropped 4 in a row.
Dwayne Kuiper on the call, and some lady screaming the entire game. Sound courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area. My ears are bleeding still from that. Whether it was the Cleveland Guardians feed, whether it was the San Francisco Giants feed, whatever, NBC Sports. Like, can we bleed that noise out, the screaming?
I'm out.
Good God, Joe. As I look at you in that beautiful, bright, pink, quarter-zip jacket that you're wearing, Miami Vice, Joe Shasky in the building. 4 straight losses now. Justin Verlander, first start in over a month. 4 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 3 earned runs, 6 Ks. He's got to walk. But it's an L for him. Another win for the Guardians as they take the series. Now the Giants will try to avoid the sweep tonight, or I should say today, with Logan Webb on the bump before a massive 3-game series, a revenge series, if you will, against the Boston Red Sox. Good morning, Joe. You look great. I love that color.
Thank you. There was a little Father's Day gift to myself. My niece said that she really liked it, and then I took it up to the pro shop and picked it up.
Father's Day gift for myself.
Exactly.
Because all dads know you're never going to get what you really want on Father's Day.
I'd rather
you got to do it yourself.
Something.
Exactly.
And that's no knock on anyone else. It's just like I want to be able to get the right size and the right color and the right thing that I like. I don't know what to make of Verlander. I don't think he's as bad as what the results have been. I also don't think that he is anywhere close to the guy that he was 3, 4, or 5 years ago. He's probably somewhere in between. He did just miss an entire month and a half.
Sure.
Coming back from a pec strain or whatever. And the first inning, when Jose Ramirez hits that base hit and knocks in a run, that is one of the things that I think has been missing from the Giants throughout this stretch is an early knock of a run in with a guy in scoring position. Yeah. They're 1 of 19 with runners in scoring position the last 2 games. And it just feels like they can't scratch across those early runs, and they're playing catch-up. I'm not ready to say that Verlander's cooked. I'm not ready to say that he's completely done. I think that's a little too premature, but I'm definitely not optimistic as I was early on. Now, his last few starts before going on the IL, he did have an under 3 ERA. He was pitching better. He didn't have the results he was looking for because the offense simultaneously was scuffling. But in the inning where he got roughed up, the defense lets a guy on base with an error right off the rip. And if Fitz isn't going to hit and not play great defense, we got a problem there.
I mean, we were talking about that for how long with Willie Adames, but we knew Willie's sticking around because why? He got paid $182 million, so he's a made man when it comes to that shortstop position. God love you, Tyler Fitzgerald. You are not a made man by any stretch. You had a great little coming out party last season when he looked like Barry freaking Bonds hitting all those home runs, but since then, you've basically looked like a rookie. And the league adjusts very quickly and is unforgiving.
Yeah.
And I don't care if it's Logan Allen. I don't care if it's Yamamoto, if it's Scooble. They have the scouting report on you, and they're going to attack you. And they're going to attack your weaknesses yesterday. And 1 for 19 with runners in scoring position, Joe, is not good enough in the last 2 days. It's just not.
Well, and neither is, you're talking about execution on multiple levels. Playing great defense is mandatory for this team to win, right? It just is. When you're not going to have the offensive proficiency that you absolutely need. Well, thank you, Carter.
Wow, look at that. You get a delivery at 6:11 a.m.
Is there a straw to go along with that?
Oh, we don't do straws anymore in the Bay Area.
Shout sea turtles.
Yeah, you get like shaved tree trunks they try to put in there, and they dissolve in 2 seconds. That's what they do.
Yeah, it's stupid. But that being said, Carter brought me a Pete's coffee, which is great. Thank you so much, buddy. Yeah. You can't groove a fastball 0-2 with runners on, and he alluded to it basically in the postgame presser, saying it was just a flat, bad pitch, and I can't do that, and that's part of being rusty. But I mean, whether it's Kyle Harrison a couple of weeks ago, whether it's Justin Verlander now, or a guy in between, you can't do that right now with this Giants team, and they're not generating offense, and we're not going to lose our minds about Devers. He looks almost over the top aggressive, and he's trying to. He's really trying to get it all back in one swing, and I think he needs to be patient. jumping on things late in the game, and there were multiple opportunities that they had late, but not enough.
No.
There's just not enough right now of offense. Jung-Hoo Lee, I think, they're all over the place with him.
Yeah.
And I've kind of come to the conclusion with Jung-Hoo Lee that they're just going to have to put him in a spot. I don't know what it is. He's not a prototype leadoff hitter because he does swing a little too much. I don't know what they need to do with him right now, but bouncing him around from the top to the bottom of the order, I just pick a spot and ride it out.
I was going to say, just a week ago, we were talking about, wow, you got Lee there, you got Willie Adames batting second, you got whoever it was at the time, Ramos, Flores, but now you got Devers, and all of a sudden you've lost 4 in a row, 2 with Rafael Devers, and all that goodwill that you've built up, it hasn't totally gone away, or maybe it has for some Giants fans. It is gone because it's nice. It feels good when you got Rafael Devers and you made a big splash and, you're right there and you're still in the mix. And listen, the sky's not falling yet. You hit a little skid. You just had a big winning streak and now you've fallen back down to earth just a little bit. It's a game of runs. It's a game of, wins and losses and streaks, this, that, or the other. But yeah, you got to win a freaking game here, especially against the Red Sox, who have been playing well for the most part as of late. You cannot get swept today, especially with Logan Webb. I'm looking at Logan Webb today to pick up where he left off against the Dodgers last week, which is an incredible start against their ace, Yamamoto, this season. So Logan Webb looking to stop the skid today. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We got Will Fleming joining us today at 8 o'clock, Joe. And Will, brother of one Dave Fleming, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider, obviously Giants broadcaster. And Will Fleming is one of the voices for the Red Sox radio network. And as Dave told us earlier in the week, he does have a relationship with one Rafael Devers because Will, as we all learned, is bilingual and fluent in Spanish. So he's chopped it up with Rafi. We want to get to know Rafi the person as well, because I do think there's been a lot made about, and we're going to kind of put a bow on, the whole Red Sox perspective, if you will, and the fallout there. I think we did a lot of that yesterday. We had Johnny Damon on, great interview there. But just kind of get to know Devers the person and the personality that he is, because he does play with a smile on his face. He seems like a happy-go-lucky guy. But is he a quote-unquote loner? Is he a guy that is going to be that face of a franchise going forward? We'll talk to Will about that at 8 o'clock.
The other sports, you can fall victim to trying too hard. Like Fred Warner discussed this with the Niners, where he signed this big deal and he went out and he was over pursuing, right? Like just all over the place. And I think that he was doing way too much in general on the field. But at the end of the day, I do believe the NFL is more of a try-hard sport, meaning the harder you try, the better the results.
Sorry, what was the name again?
Fred Warner.
Fred Warner, thank you.
I was saying that he was trying a little too hard. He was overdoing it to justify the contract. But I think in general, in the NFL, like do your job, but try hard. Like you get knocked to the ground, get back up, hustle, pursue on a play, gang tackle. I think relentless pursuit on defense is definitely something. On offense, like run every route as hard as you can, if it requires it based on the play. I think that's the thing that Debo Samuel kind of fell victim to, is not running out things and not even looking like a decoy.
Still in practice in Washington, I guess, too.
Basketball defense is very largely effort-based. Rebounding is effort-based, meaning if you try hard, you can get rebounds. Baseball's different. And the reason why I bring this up is that I do believe that sometimes you sign a big contract like Willie Adames. You land in a new spot like Rafael Devers. And the harder you try to make things happen, the worse the results. And you see this with pitchers at times, like, I'm going to throw it as hard as I can or whatever. There's a happy medium, and I call it the hammer and the nail theory. This is my baseball coaching theory here when it comes to these things. When you're swinging a hammer, if you swing it at max effort, are you really going to hit that nail on the head perfectly every single time? No, you're probably going to be erratic all over that nail. And you might end up getting your finger, and you're not going to flush that nail right through the wood.
Unless you're Thor and your hammer covers the entire surface area.
Or you've been doing it for 25 years.
Skilled
you're a
laborer.
carpenter that can do it with their eyes closed.
Shout out Joseph.
Right? And so I look at baseball. There's and golf is this way as well with the golf swing. There's a happy medium swing. and there's a happy medium effort level, and it's almost like in that 75 to 85%. And when you're swinging smooth, you're actually still swinging fast, and you're getting results.
Right.
And I think I see Rafael Devers right now as a guy at the plate and you saw it in late inning. I mean, he's going up against a funky lefty.
Yeah.
That lefty is funky, the guy in the 8th inning. And he's swinging out of his shoes.
The Heron.
First pitch, and maybe like, hey, that guy's so funky. First pitch, I see fastball. I'm going for it. I want the guy to settle in, relax. You don't need to get and justify this entire contract and the entire trade in one swing.
No.
And I think that up and down the lineup, I feel like there are a lot of guys that are kind of pressing right now. Tyler Fitzgerald's kind of pressing right now. I think Yaz is actually swinging a pretty good bat. I think Bailey was great to see him back in the lineup. I mean, he's obviously hot after having a little stint. Adames is seeing the ball much better. Ramos is kind of scuffling right now. I don't think that his at-bats have been great, although he had obviously the big swing yesterday. But I just think in general, his at-bats haven't been great. Wilmer looks tired to me right now. And then Devers, and it looks like he's trying really, really hard. And I want to see the young man just relax. 1 week, one at-bat, it's not going to make a contract. We're here for the long haul. Just settle in, grind these at-bats. It's okay. You're not going to get it all back in one swing. I don't know. It's baseball. I do believe that you see this with these big money guys. They stand up in a new spot and they want that immediate gratification, and it's difficult.
It might take some time. Hell, we're seeing with Willie Adames right now for the last few months.
Yes.
Batting 207.
Yes.
Not good enough. But again, it's an entirely, the guy used to play in a dome, whether it was with the Rays or with the Brewers. He only knew dome home games. Yeah, he played on the road outside a bunch, but listen, when you're playing on the East Coast, you're playing in a lot of domes, and it's different than playing on the West Coast with this marine layer. It's chilly at night. It's different here. It just is. And we would love your participation. If you're at the game, if you were planning to go to the game, by the way, there's a lot happening right now, just in the sports world. We have a chance that the NBA Finals ends tonight. Oklahoma City trying to take out the Indiana Pacers tonight, Game 6. We all thought it was yesterday for some reason.
If a tree falls in the forest and no one's watching, does the tree actually fall?
I think it just speaks to just the finals in general. I guess their last game, Game 5, they had less than 10 million viewers, which again is one of the least watched outside of the bubble year. They always said, excluding the bubble year, it's one of the least watched NBA Finals in the past 2+ decades. It just is what it is. It's the Thunder and Pacers. I mean, what did you guys expect? But the Thunder have the chance to close out the Indiana Pacers.
What did you guys expect?
It's true though.
For
I don't mean
a week, the NBA heads were just berating us about how
you don't know ball, you don't care, you're
missing out.
I'm not missing out on anything. I'd rather watch Caitlin Clark tonight in the Indiana Fever take on our Golden State Valkyries.
You know who's going to the game?
Who?
My mother.
No.
She's so fired up. Her and her friend. Her friend's got season
What's your mother's
tickets.
first name, please?
My mom's Noreen.
Noreen.
Yeah.
The great Noreen Shasky.
She's going to the game tonight. She's super fired up. And she thinks that Sophie Cunningham is the great teammate because she's sticking up for Caitlin Clark. And she's like, I don't understand why everyone's going at her. I go, Mom, people hate winners. She's like, that's true.
There's a lot of jealousy
across the board.
There is. And I do think there's a conversation surrounding Caitlin Clark at some point today because it is a huge story. I mean, this is one of the most box office-y type players in sports today. Definitely in America. I don't know if she's translating, obviously, in the WA translating overseas, but at least here in America, Caitlin Clark is must-see. Much like Stephen Curry is must-see. That's a conversation right there. Caitlin Clark or Steph. The fact that that's even a conversation that you want to, which one would you rather see, is crazy in and of itself. But we're having that conversation. We gave away tickets all day yesterday on our station to go see this. We have Grandy and Willard broadcasting from, Thrive City later today? That's awesome.
Is Dibs off all week?
No, he was there yesterday.
So he's off, but he's off today.
I think so, yes. I don't know.
Well, he's on that Guru schedule.
Hey, well, shout out Guru. And by the way, shout out to all of you.
Are we platooning the Dibs spot now on Willard's? The Willard show is smarter than you.
Well, shout out to
platoon.
Well, you know what? We're the only ones. We're the only ones that are working today. Here, us and KCBS, by the way, because shout out Juneteenth for all those celebrating today. It is a federal holiday, but of course, as you know, Joe, in radio, federal holidays mean nothing to us because we'll be working Christmas, Thanksgiving. It doesn't matter. So there you go. 888-957-9570. So we got that. We got Thunder Pacers, NBA Finals. We've got Indiana Fever. We've got Valkyries. We've got the Lakers. The Los Angeles Lakers and the Buss family are selling the team.
Oh, no. Shocking.
That it kind of was.
And I'm going to say this right away. As a Warrior fan, part of the beauty of their rise to prominence was that we had a venture capitalist running the team and the deepest pockets in the league, or it felt like.
Right.
And they were kind of a mom and pop shop, the Lakers.
A little bit.
And I always felt like we had deeper pockets than them when, if you step back, that sounds insane. Yeah. But because they weren't, a family that had billions and billions and billions of dollars, like they run the family business, which was the Lakers.
Yes.
And if you look at spending proportionate to what you would expect, if I said the Yankees were 7th, 8th, and 9th in spending,
right,
you would say that's unacceptable for the Yankees. Well, that's kind of what the Lakers were the last few years. And as a Warrior fan, I'm going, uh-oh. Does this mean that like now they're going to be like the Dodgers and they're going to just spend?
Well, it's funny you say that because the future owner of said Lakers is going to be the guy that owns the Dodgers right now, Mark Walter. So not only does he own the Dodgers, but he's going to own the Lakers too. And we've seen all the success he's had since he's been owning the Dodgers. He has 2 World Series. So, I mean, we'll see. Baseball, basketball, they're different operations. But when it comes to putting people in positions to succeed at an executive level, clearly the guy knows what he's doing, right? Is there going to be some overlap between both of them? I'm not sure. I know Magic Johnson's probably very happy. I don't know if Magic's still a part of the ownership group with the Dodgers, but I know there was a falling out between him, the Buss family at one point, and all of that. But it's pretty crazy because I think the Buss family are, in the NBA at least, I don't know, obviously the Steinbrenners go back. There's so many other families in baseball or whatever that go all the way back. Mark Davis with Al Davis in the NFL. There's lots of families that go way, way, way back. But in the NBA, I want to say the Buss family has been like the longest tenured since 1979. Yeah, like the longest tenured like family ownership group in the NBA in that time. And now they're going to sell. I think the only other one is whoever owns the Pacers. I have the name slipping on me right now since like the 80s. So yeah, an end of an era for sure there. And, when I think of that brand and selling it, the fact that they were valuated at $10 billion and that the Warriors, if they were to sell right now, could be worth more than that, kind of insane.
Kind of?
It's kind of insane.
It's really insane.
Right?
It's really insane. But there's also, when you do these things, and we can get into it on the other side, when you do a transaction like this, and this is a step transaction, meaning Jeannie's going to be in control, and then they're going to pay out portions, and she's done. It's like Mark Cuban. He's done. He's done with the Mavericks.
Yeah.
They might be the title of governor.
They have
That's a transitional phase thing. It's like when two companies merge, you keep on a CEO for about 2 years, and then they step down.
Right, and the Buss family will keep a minority share of the team, just over 15% for a, quote, period of time.
Yeah, it's a step transaction.
Exactly.
It's over.
It's Jover.
But part of what makes the Warriors so special is there's obviously the Steph element, but there's also the real estate, meaning the stadium that they own. Crypto is not owned by the Lakers.
Not. It's, again, why Ballmer has his own studio with the Clippers. And it was kind of like, and I know we're up against it, but you made that reference to the Yankees. It's like if they're just number 7 in payroll, it's almost kind of like, the Mets outspending the Yankees this past offseason, like how the Clippers have been doing business in comparison to the Lakers. Not to say the Lakers are cheap or the Yankees are cheap in any respect, but it's kind of crazy to see this team that's the second fiddle outspending you, right? When it comes to that stuff. So we'll get into that more on the other side. There's a lot happening in the sports landscape. Obviously, the Giants are trying to stop this skid right now. Will Fleming joining us at 8 o'clock, voice of the Boston Red Sox on the Red Sox Radio Network, brother of Dave Fleming, talk some Rafi Devers with him, plus this or that in the 9 o'clock hour. Cannot wait for that. And this segment was brought to you by Valvoline. Planning a road trip, Tahoe, Napa, down the coast, make sure your first stop is at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, be done in about 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons.
65%.
High drive. Loop for the blast. It is out of here.
Good morning, Rose. This is the Morning Rose with Joe Saboni and Joe Shasky. We'll be right back after the break.
Dwayne Kuiper on the call. NBC Sports Bay Area. Elliot Ramos. Deep bomb. 2 RBIs yesterday. Got the hit, but it's not enough. Can someone else get a home run? Can someone else get some more RBIs? 1 for 19 in the last 2 games for the Gigantes with runners in scoring position. Not good enough. Logan Webb looking to stop the bleeding today. They're on a 4-game losing streak, folks. But when you go to an ace, as we've mentioned, Joe, what do? You got to stop the bleeding. Or you got to start the new streak, right? That's what you do with an ace, all right? Robbie Ray struggles last 2 starts. Justin Verlander just got back, struggled. Roop, roughed up. This is where Logan Webb, who's been your most consistent pitcher all season long, needs to step up, and hopefully that happens today at Oracle Park. 888-957-9570 is the number. Will Fleming going to be joining us at 8 o'clock. Voice of the Boston Red Sox, who take on the Giants starting tomorrow. So we'll be talking with Will about that. The revenge series, if you will, for Rafi Devers. And trust me, tomorrow will be a lot of revenge talk in that regard. But today, there's a lot happening in sports. And we'll get back to the Giants because Justin Verlander did have some interesting thoughts after his game yesterday that actually kind of had me a little concerned about the rest of his season potentially. So we'll discuss that. But prior to the break, Joe, we were discussing probably the biggest story in sports yesterday, which was the Buss family selling the Lakers to Mark Walter for $10 billion. You get the Shams Charania update on ESPN. If you have those updates on your phones, it's like, whoa, what? Kind of out of nowhere. So within the last couple of years, we've had the Dallas Mavericks selling, as you referenced, Mark Cuban selling the majority stake. We've had...
And what exactly did they go for?
$3.5 billion, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 3.5. That was in 2023. And then you had the Boston Celtics selling to Bill Chisholm for $6.1 billion. That was 3 months ago. Mind you, the Celtics coming off a championship year, right? And then they sell them. And now we have, just 3 months later, the Lakers selling for a cool $10 billion. It's pretty crazy. And those are 3 championship franchises right there. Selling. Is that a trend you're seeing now? What do you make of that?
Well,
Why are these people selling?
Well, there's a lot of sales that are going on. So right now, John Fisher, who owns the A's,
Another one,
selling the Earthquakes. My hypothesis on why he's selling the Earthquakes is to generate revenue for whatever he's going to dump into the stadium. Now, that is just me guessing and speculating.
Vegas. Yes.
Yes. That's me speculating. I don't know. Maybe he's just done owning them. I'm not really sure. The 49ers just bought a couple of soccer teams. Fenway Sports Group, a.k.a. John Henry, and a conglomerate of other people own the Red Sox. There's a lot being made about them owning this soccer team, dumping Devers and his $300 million deal, and then signing a soccer player for $150 million. What most people will tell you is that, hey, if I own 2 businesses, let's just say 2 restaurants, and they're under different LLCs, what I do at one has no bearing on the other. And while I understand that, you also take capital that you have and you reinvest it back into your organization. And, if you're investing extra capital that you might have for one venture, maybe you have a little less to put in to another one, because not all of these are making money, right? What do I make of all these sales? What do I make of Tampa Bay just selling for 1.7 and the Lakers selling for 10 billion? Well, sports is a very big economy. That's number one. There's a very big economy. And there's a dramatic difference between what the Earthquakes are worth and what the Lakers are worth. Now, I think the Lakers would be worth more if they owned Staples.
Yes.
Okay.
They would if they own that entire land, which is a great, if you've ever been down there, it's a great little section of LA.
Yeah, sure, but it's an
nice.
Older stadium.
It is an older.
In today's day and age.
It is an older stadium. I'd still say it's pretty, it's got its cachet.
20 plus years old.
But it's 20 plus years old, yes.
Right. And look, in modern stadiums, that's you're getting You're getting to the point where it's like, hey, we're either going to renovate soon or we're going to figure out a new location. So I look at the Rams. If I said to somebody, hey, what's the biggest brand in LA? They would probably say Lakers or Dodgers.
Correct.
Right? And in whatever order, depending on who you're talking to.
Hell, then probably USC football. Continue.
It might be. It might be. You might be 100% correct. And the Rams might not be at the forefront of those discussions. Yet, if you ask me...
And it's definitely not the Chargers. Continue.
If you ask me who's the team... I don't even consider the Chargers an LA brand. But if you ask me who's probably worth the most, it might be the LA Rams because of SoFi. Because SoFi is so big. It's awesome. And SoFi is so... It generates so much money, right, for that organization. You can have 100 events a year, not included the Chargers games, which they're renting from Kroenke, and what the Rams are doing. So when you buy the Rams from Kroenke, if he ever were to put them on the market, you're also buying SoFi, which is as state-of-the-art and as awesome in LA, right near the airports. You can host Super Bowls. You can have NFL combines. So that is part of the transaction if you're acquiring them. That might be one of the biggest pieces in the mix. So now let me bring it back to like the Giants, the Niners, and the Warriors.
Right.
Well, the Niners don't own their stadium.
No,
Santa Clara
don't.
Joint, Authority does. So it's basically an entity created by the county that owns them.
God, what a horrible deal.
Right? The Giants, they own that stadium. All right?
What a great deal.
And if you were looking at acquiring the San Francisco Giants, that stadium is a big part of that transaction. It is into the property is in there in the language of what you would be acquiring. Now we get to the Warriors. And this is why they built in San Francisco. I know everybody wants to argue, but like the reality is that like real estate, you buy in St. Francis Woods or you buy in the Marina or the Presidio, it's going to be a lot more expensive than buying in Stockton.
Location.
Absolutely. And so as we start to do valuations, there's a reason why the Warriors in the recent Forbes evaluation that came out, I don't know, 6 months ago, were at about $9 billion before this transaction with the Lakers. Steph Curry, the brand itself, the success, one of the original NBA franchises, but the stadium. And then you factor in the revenue that the stadium generates for this team and the revenue that the team is creating. I mean, they're a cash cow. The Warriors are a cash cow. So if you ask me 10 years ago, would the Warriors be worth more than the Lakers? I'd have laughed at you. You asked me today, and I'm like, yeah, I would not be that surprised if the Warriors went up for sale today and they were worth more than the LA Lakers because of everything I just said to you, the revenue that they're creating, the stadium and the actual real estate footprint that you're buying, the fact that you can have venues which can host 150, 200 events. You got the Valkyries probably attached to that as well. I mean, it's crazy how much money these teams are worth.
Turn on my mic. It's insane, right? And then you see the likes of, as you've mentioned, Jed York. You're getting all these other teams, whether it's the Niners, whether it's the Raiders. You're getting all these other like venture capitalists, guys that could have an influx of immediate cash to help you out. That's why Tom Brady went in with one of his partners, right, to buy a minority stake of the Raiders. And it was such a big deal because he calls games for Fox. Is there tampering? He's going to have insider info, quote unquote. It is funny that he hired a guy named Spytech as the GM, but we won't get into that. Shout out Spygate, if you will. But I just think it's fascinating, man. All these like historic franchises that are selling. I mean,
it came out of nowhere too. The Lakers,
the Celtics and Lakers are the most iconic brands in the sport.
But think of the Grand
and
Canyon.
They just sold. That's crazy.
Think of the Grand Canyon gap between the two of them, though.
Yeah.
If you asked most NBA heads, I bet you they thought that the Celtic number before would have been closer to the Lakers. But again, the LA market is so big. And we talked about this when we was talking about the Red Sox. There are only 7 million people. 7 million people in the state of Massachusetts.
There you go.
All right. There are 7.5 million people here in the Bay Area.
Right.
All right. Now imagine how many are in Southern California.
Well, that's just like a county in Southern California, in like LA. It's like a county. Like, seriously. It's,
I know.
Yeah. So
when you're also acquiring these teams, you're acquiring whatever their revenue is, their gate, their property, and whatever their current television contract is. Right. Hence why the Dodgers are so expensive.
Right. And right now, the Giants are putting the money where their mouth is, like these other teams are right now. And I want to get back in to the orange and black here in a second. Justin Verlander has not had a win all season long. He spoke after another loss yesterday, his first start in over a month, Joe. I got to say, I'm a little concerned about this pitching staff right now. We're going to discuss why on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
listening to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yeah.
What's up, Larry? What's up, all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, or, sleeping in. You just got up early because it is a federal holiday, and happy Juneteenth to all you people out there celebrating today, doing whatever you got to do. We appreciate you joining in here, and whether you're listening on YouTube, where we are streaming all day long, Twitch, Twitter, or on the free Odyssey app, make sure you have that downloaded, because not only can you listen to us, you can also catch the Golden State Valkyries taking on the Indiana Fever tonight, Joe. Caitlin Clark is in the Bay.
Yeah.
You think Steph's going to be courtside for this one? Huh? You think there's going to be some? I think there's going to be some big timers at courtside today. I do.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like, people have it's
no.
summer.
You do not just say pods. I love pod. Come on. Pods. He's been on every single one of the games.
I guess I'll be there tonight.
Oh my god. I'm not going to say anything. Continue.
With this Lakers sale, let me ask you, what's the biggest thing that you're getting when you buy the Lakers? Like, what if you were to rank all these things? Like,
it's easy. You just said it. I'm getting the Lakers. I'm getting not the Lakers. The Los Angeles Lakers brand.
Okay,
is
more
what
so
I
than
am getting.
Okay, that you're going to rank that ahead of acquiring a team within the NBA and the revenue that kind of goes along with
LeBron James,
Over LeBron?
over all of that.
Okay.
Yes, I am getting the Laker brand in Los Angeles. As far as I'm concerned, that is the second biggest brand, maybe third. It's the top three. It's Yankees, Cowboys, and Lakers, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to brands in American sports right now.
Okay,
it is a top three brand.
I think most people would agree with you. Because part of when you buy into this is like, hey, you're buying into that league, and so you're kind of assured certain revenues based on television deals, and because you're the Lakers, you're kind of assured certain gate revenue.
Like if I was buying the Minnesota Timberwolves, like Alex Rodriguez just did, right? That's another one we didn't even talk about.
Yeah.
Like they just sold, right?
Yeah.
Like what do you think Alex Rodriguez is looking at when he's getting the Minnesota Timberwolves? It's not the Minnesota Timberwolves brand.
No,
it's not that. I got a young superstar right now, which is part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I got Anthony Edwards, right? But I'm pretty sure they own Target Center.
Well, and I'm in a league that is flourishing right now when it comes to television deals.
Correct.
So I'm guaranteed X amount of revenue off just my television deal, no matter what. Like basically,
so it's
the business model is locked in place.
I'm getting the NBA franchise.
Exactly.
The team. It's different. Yes.
I'm in the game.
There you go.
As we like to say.
Exactly.
Like right now, like if the Oakland A's went up for sale, they don't have a stadium, they don't have a home, right? Right. These are the
Athletics. Excuse me. They're not even the Oakland Athletics.
Okay, you know what I meant. All right. They don't have a home. They don't have they don't really have any, they have players in baseball people know, but there's no cachet like a LeBron or a Steph.
They're an orphan right now. Yes.
What?
They're an orphan right now.
And their brand, though the older fans would argue that their brand is strong and it's got this resume, the brand is garbage.
Yeah.
Right?
No, it's been tarnished because of the owner.
So what are you buying?
Like you're literally what I'm trying to sell. If I am what would you say if I'm okay? I'm selling the A's to you right now, Joe. It's like, all right,
you're getting into baseball.
You're getting into. That's exactly what you're doing.
That's what the sell.
No, that's exactly. You're like, I am giving you a major league franchise that you know what, you can put it wherever you want to.
Exactly.
Right. That is what I'm selling.
I'm giving you a canvas.
I'm giving you a canvas, a blank slate with some young pieces on there that you can start with.
So let's push this forward.
Jacob Wilson, by the way, baller.
If you were buying the Warriors, okay, and the Warriors were at one time, well, I don't know what they are now. The Lakers selling for $10 billion.
Yeah.
They were evaluated by Forbes at $9 billion. I would think that they're higher than the Lakers currently. If you were buying the Warriors today, what's the first asset you're buying? Like, what is the number one most important part of that portfolio?
Right now, it's actually interesting.
Is it Steph? Is it the brand? Is it the market? Is it the stadium? Is it the gate revenue?
I wanted to say the real estate first and foremost. Chase Center, that location, it is thriving. It is booming over there. Everything looks brand new. All the housing that they've built. It's been incredible just to see that whole area since the Giants moved there. The transformation that's taken place. I don't have to tell you. You're saying,
it's incredible.
You've seen the transformation your entire life. Like, it used to be nothing. It used to be a dumpster fire over there, right?
Yeah.
It was gross. It was disgusting. It felt like it was radioactive three-headed fish over there, right?
It
now it's the place to be.
Yeah.
Right? So I wanted to go real estate, but now that I'm thinking about it, the brand is pretty big. And because of one player in particular, Stephen Curry.
Okay.
They have made Golden State a global brand. Joe Lacob being a part of that, but specifically Stephen Curry. They are a brand.
You think the brand is more valuable than the real estate, than the actual stadium?
I don't know if it's more valuable, but it's definitely in the conversation.
So they're close.
They're very close.
Okay.
So it'd be, I know if it's a cop-out, sorry, but the real estate and brand for me is what I'm buying.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. No, that's interesting.
And Steph being a part of it, but Steph's getting older, man.
That's what I'm saying.
He's got like 2 years, maybe.
When
3.
you're hearing all this stuff about the Lakers, not much has been said about LeBron.
Now it's different too. With like Luka is a part of it. We didn't mention Luka Doncic.
That's actually a really good point.
Luka is 26 years old. Like,
do you think the NBA knew that they were going to do this sale?
I don't.
Before the trade deadline. I'm asking conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat. Do you think that they threw Luka over there to drive the price up as high as they could?
I don't. I have
conspiracy theory-ish.
Shout out the X-Files.
It's a joke.
No, but like the fact that they kept this so hush-hush for so long, like, and just dropped on us on a random Wednesday in June, it just has you thinking about all of it. And by the way, there are like 6 or 7 like siblings in the Buss family, I want to say, and they didn't need a majority vote from all the siblings. That was a stipulation put in from their father, Dr. Jerry Buss, obviously. Probably the greatest owner in the history of sports, I would say, in American sports anyways. Just think of all the championships that he won when he was alive. I know Joe Lacob looked up to him in a huge way when it comes to ownership. Him, Eddie DeBartolo, all those guys, right? So yeah, the timing of it is very interesting when all this stuff is going down. And I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
So if I were to put the New England Patriots up for sale, let's say 5 years ago, all right, when they had Brady and Belichick, we would all agree they would be valued more proportionate to whatever inflation and the current market prices are, more when they had Belichick and Brady than what they are today.
Of course, I would totally agree with that.
Even though they have Gillette and the Kraft family and all that. And what is their brand today?
Exactly. They're not good. The New England Patriots are one of the worst teams in the NFL. That is their brand right now. They have won a lot of Super Bowls, but those Super Bowls were tied with not the owner. I don't think a lot of us look at Robert Kraft as some, Joe Lacob type, Al Davis Maverick type. Again, as I mentioned, Dr. Jerry Buss. He won a lot, and I think he wanted a lot of that credit, as we saw in that Patriots doc recently, right? I don't think their brand is as big as a lot of people may have thought 5, 6, 7 years ago when Tom Brady was on there. But it's a brand. Don't get me wrong.
This is where I get back to the Warriors. I'm glad you're saying this because I'm not saying that this is going to happen, but I wonder, post Steph Curry, what's the brand look like? What if you got a couple of down years with the Dubs and all of a sudden, because right now, if I were to ask you the same question and you were doing the exercise with the Giants, what is the most valuable part of the portfolio of the San Francisco Giants?
That ballpark. Oh, my God.
You don't even think twice,
I don't even think twice.
And they're a 200-year-old organization.
It's a crown jewel in the sport.
So I think no matter what, I think it's that stadium for the Warriors. Them building that stadium is like the number one part of that. And I'm not knocking the brand. I'm not knocking Steph Curry at all. I'm just saying how important. And think about it. You said the ballpark for baseball. You can't hold that many events outside of baseball. Now it's 81 dates a year because the venue's so big. In a 20,000-seat arena, you can have the Valkyries, you can have comedy, you can have musical acts. You really can fill that thing up 200-plus
Hot Wheels shows for the kids.
Exactly.
Yes. Like me and your brother went to last year.
Exactly. So, I look at the Giants, and their brand fell off precipitously. Would we agree?
Oh, yeah. It felt they got an all-time low the last decade, pretty much. It felt like that. I know it wasn't because there was a lot lower in the early 90s. Are they going to move? But, it felt like that for a while. It just felt stale and all it used to be. I could just go to the ballpark and have fun, and people just weren't going to the ballpark. It was bad.
Well, I wonder now, they do these Forbes things every year. I wonder what their value is going to be now that they got Devers, now that Buster's here, now that attendance is up, and also the A's are one step closer to Las Vegas. All right, so now let's do the exercise with the Niners. The Niners do not own their own stadium, okay? And I think the San Francisco Niner brand is bigger than the Giants brand and the Warrior brand over the decades.
I do too. I think if you were buying the San Francisco 49ers, if they went up for sale today, it would be...
I think they'd get more than the Lakers.
Oh, they would. First off, it's the NFL, and the San Francisco 49ers are one of those iconic brands. And yes, they would sell based on that name alone.
And the fact that you're buying into the NFL.
What was the last team sold in the NFL? Was it
Commanders?
Commanders?
There you go.
And what was the price?
I think it was 6.7.
And they had a stadium issue in the sense that you needed a new one.
FedEx Field.
Yeah, they've been arguing like
dog
crazy.
poo.
Part of the Niner thing is you are locked into a lease with Santa Clara, which is a good thing because you're not paying on taxes. Like there are some positives to not owning your own real estate.
Right. By the way, you are. Oh, real quick before this, it says read before the legal. I saw this. I'm a good host. I saw what my producer put in the box. I'm going to read this right now. Coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on Caitlin Clark in the Indiana Fever. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Channel 5. Pre-game starts at 6:30 as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 1 hour to go. 1 hour down, I should say. 3 to go. Will Fleming joining us at 8 o'clock. Brother of Dave, voice of the Red Sox for the Red Sox Radio Network. And I want to talk some Rafi Devers because he does have some sort of a relationship with him. I mean, the guy talked to him. The guy is fluent in Spanish. They have talked. And I want to get the lowdown on the person that is Rafi Devers at 8 o'clock with one Will Fleming.
To put a bow on this whole Lakers thing is, I just, there's a couple of things. Number one, the days of a guy like LeBron James saying that I want to be an owner one day, there's just no chance in hell he'll ever be able to be a majority stake owner by himself.
Well, Michael Jordan was. You don't think LeBron could?
The cost of the Kansas City Royals sold for $96 million in 2000. $96 million, okay? This seems ridiculous now, right? The cost of doing business in the NBA, let's say you're an expansion franchise, it's going to be $2, $3, $4 billion. Like LeBron's worth a lot of money. Do you know how much of your own money you'd have to put up to be a majority stake owner and be the quote unquote governor of the team?
Well, listen, Alex Rodriguez can do it, and listen,
he borrowed a lot of money.
That's fine. That's probably what LeBron would do, and he'd probably partner with someone that
I don't
also
think
has
LeBron,
a lot of money.
LeBron will be a part of a conglomerate or a group if he ever buys some. Just like A-Rod. A-Rod is a small fraction of a bigger ownership group.
Yeah, no, but he is listed as one of the majority owners of the team. Just like if it was LeBron James to do the same thing, he would be listed as
okay.
majority.
Do you consider Tom
it's him
Brady?
And Mark
do you consider Tom Brady?
No, he's not though. He will tell you he has a minority stake within the organization. He is not a majority owner. That is a big difference. That is Mark Davis.
I'm telling you right now, LeBron, him owning an NBA franchise as the dude, I think it's out the window. The cost of doing business is too big.
He will be partnering with someone. That is what these guys do. That is what Alex Rodriguez.
No, I understand.
In partnership with Mark Laurie. I don't know if
that's who's bankrolling everything.
Yes, exactly. And that would be the similar.
That's my point.
Yes, absolutely. But he'd still be considered, like we talk about A-Rod as an owner of the team. Just like we would talk about LeBron as an owner of, I don't know, Las Vegas or whatever expansion they do, right? Say the same thing.
I think that the cost of acquiring one of these teams nowadays is unreal. And the amount of billionaires out there isn't as big as we think it is.
You know what LeBron James' net worth is?
Net worth, and then having the actual money to be able to put down. I just asked the question. I bet it's about $1 billion.
$1.2 billion US dollars.
Okay, but to buy a team, you're not using all your net worth, right? Like,
no, you're not.
That's how these transactions work.
Sure.
You have to be worth lots. I mean, Ballmer paid $2 billion cash for the Clippers, and we thought he was insane.
I know,
insane. Then he used another couple billion to buy an entire arena. Like we're talking about Play-Doh money here, dude, for some of these guys. But there's a reason why the Saudis are now involved in teams, and there's a reason why all of these other venture capitalist firms and portfolios are out there. Like the Niners selling off a stake of their team. That they want to be able to generate revenue, and so I don't know, man. Being a part of the Fenway Group and being a small little bit of money that you drop into a bigger group is the way that these guys are going to get in. But the days of being the majority dude who's putting the majority of the money up, those days are over. And I do think we're going to miss a lot of these Maverick owners. Like Joe Lacob is unique now. Look around the league. Joe Lacob is unique. A lot of these guys that are owning gals, that are owning teams, they're part of big groups. Who owns the Giants? Like Greg Johnson's like front and center. It's a board of people. It's a group of people. Right. I know Charles Johnson owns a big stake of it, but there are a lot of people that are involved in owning that team. The 49ers, the York family owning the team, like we're going to look around. There's not going to be a lot of those teams around
like legacies.
anymore.
Yeah, legacies, right? Of those, and I don't know, like that kind of sucks too,
But
right?
that's my point. Like there'll be a
sucks.
lot of little owners. There won't be the owner.
Yeah.
Like Jerry Jones is the owner when I think of Dallas. And there is something about whether you hate him, you love him, you think he's ridiculous or not. I think sports is better when you have those guys at the top of the Steinbrenners. Right? Like a family that I think of, the Busses.
Yeah.
As much as they were mom and pops, I knew that they were kind of synonymous with that brand. And so, I don't know, man. I think we're in a weird spot here in sports.
888-957-9570 is the number to join the conversation. You can call or text. If you're just joining us, yes, the Buss family, the famous, Dr. Jerry Buss and the Buss family. Obviously, Jerry passed away in 2013. Jeannie being in control, Jim, all that family. They are selling the Lakers to Mark Walter, who is the current owner, majority owner, I should say, of the Los Angeles Dollars for $10 billion. Did I say the Los Angeles Dollars? That was kind of a fruity.
Still fits though.
It does. It actually kind of does. I actually like that. So $10 billion.
A dollar dog.
Right? Lakers, $10 billion.
Cost you $20 to get a dollar dog.
No, you get the dollar dogs outside of the stadium for a couple dollars, the bacon wrapped ones. There you go. I mean, your stomach will be like in knots a couple hours later, but you know what?
That's for later.
You're not going to worry about that at the time you're eating it.
That's
right?
future use problem.
There you go. By the way, speaking of food, you know what I went to the first time in my life yesterday? A Texas Roadhouse, Joe.
Okay.
That's an experience in and of itself.
Did you get Texas toast?
I did not get Texas toast. I got the 10-ounce sirloin.
Okay.
It was delicious. Got it medium rare, of course.
Okay.
Because I'm an aristocrat.
Wait, what?
You don't remember that? You said you liked Goodfellas. That's one of like the famous.
I didn't know you were going to drop that on me right now.
He's like, yo, medium rare, an aristocrat.
Yeah, I know. I just didn't think that you were going to drop
the
that.
guy says Goodfellas.
7:06.
I dropped the Goodfellas line. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm just saying. I got that.
I was stunned.
I got a side of steak cut fries, of course, as one does, and some green beans, which had some bacon, some onions in there. I got the fried
as
pickles.
They should be.
Fried pickles as an appetizer, delicious. Gonna get the Cajun sauce with there, or ranch. And they give this, like, dude, they got these, like, bread rolls with this honey, cinnamon, butter spread.
Oh, my God.
Dude, I must have eaten, like, 10,000 calories yesterday.
Fat.
And you know what I had for, it's Texas Roadhouse. So what did I get to drink, Joe? If I'm in the South, what are you drinking?
Tea?
There you go.
I don't know.
Gotta get the sweet tea. I had like 3 of those bad boys. So just straight type 10 diabetes right into my veins right there. It was delicious. Texas Roadhouse. Highly recommend. Hi, I'm Joe Spadoni. When I think Texas Roadhouse. That's where I shop, and that's where I eat.
Gotta know your Roadhouse.
That's right.
I love it. I love it.
So there you go. That's my PSA for Texas Roadhouse. First time. I just don't go to a lot of like chains anymore, and I never did as like growing up in my family because hell, we're like right here in the Bay, right down like near the coast. Like they have so much good seafood, like local restaurant options. You don't need to, but it is fun to get out and about for a little while and see what the rest of these folks are doing around the world that live, maybe in the middle of nowhere. And Texas Roadhouse is the option for them, which I don't fault. It was pretty good. Nice steak for a chain restaurant. I was very impressed.
If the Lakers are worth $10 billion, you're bringing up Texas. The Cowboys with Jerry's World.
Oh, I thought you said what is Texas Roadhouse?
What do you think they're worth?
I thought he was going Texas Roadhouse too.
The Cowboys?
With Jerry's World, as we go Texas here. No, I'm serious. 15?
Cowboys.
It's the NFL.
Val.
It's the Star. It's the stadium.
Can you guys name the 10 most valuable franchises on the planet?
On the planet?
On the planet.
I'm sure it's
According
a bunch
to
of
Forbes.
soccer teams that I'm unaware with.
Okay, no, do it. Yeah,
I bet
I'll
it's
play this.
Manchester, Liverpool,
Manchester, which one though?
United, AC Milan.
Barcelona.
6 NFL franchises.
Okay, then let me name them.
3
All right.
NBA franchises,
Cowboys.
1 MLB.
Cowboys. All right, Niners. I'm gonna go Rams because of the real estate. I'm gonna go New York Giants. I'm gonna go
Yankees.
Yankees for sure.
Yeah.
Dodgers.
No, that was the one franchise. Only one MLB.
Oh, only one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Warriors. Lakers.
Knicks.
Knicks. Yes.
Is that it? Are we missing any? I think that's it. I think we're good.
Yeah, you're missing one.
Oh, we're missing one. Is it NFL?
What sport?
NFL. Are we thinking
Steelers.
Yeah, I was thinking Steelers. Patriots?
Not big enough.
No, not Patriots.
Chicago.
So you were missing 2, actually. Patriots is 1.
Oh, Patriots. Okay.
Patriots.
Jets.
Wow, Patriots.
Jets. There you go. New York. There you go. Yeah.
They share the stadium.
I know, but yeah. Well, that almost happened with the Raiders and the Niners. Here in the could you imagine that still? Raiders might still be here and be sharing Levi's with the Niners.
They did build 3 locker rooms.
They did build 3 of them, right?
Really quick, so you guys know the Lakers $10 billion yesterday. Do you think Texas Roadhouse is worth more or less than the $10 billion the Lakers sold for?
Oh, it's a great. Put the music back up. Put the music back up.
Repeat that question.
So the Lakers sold for $10 billion. Do you think Texas Roadhouse is valued at more or less than the $10 billion the Lakers? Less, Spinoni?
I'm going more.
$12.8 billion.
That's right,
What?
baby. I told you. It's those rolls.
I've never been in the South that much, I guess.
Dude,
that's crazy.
Well, I was
Not
in
missing
Union.
much.
I was in Union City, which I guess is basically the South at this point. So it was great, though. It was right near a Chevy.
Well, I'm kind of shocked it's worth that much.
You want to go to one?
What's In and Out worth?
On the other side.
On the other side, thank you, Sam. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. On the other side, we'll get that evaluation for you. Plus, I do want to get into what Justin Verlander had to say yesterday. Joe, I'm officially concerned about something with the Giants. But on the flip side, I'm not concerned about another thing. That just leaves an open-ended question for you. You got to think about it, gnaw on it, chew on it like a sirloin steak during this break, and we'll get to it on the other side. What's going on in the game is brought to you by Valvoline. From the ballpark to wine country, summer's better when your car's ready to roll, baby. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Spadoni, you better hit those brakes, buddy.
I've been hitting them. Let's go. Dude, we got some rock. This is a little switch up. Okay, not mad at it. Maybe it was that Texas Roadhouse conversation. This is like basically what they were playing in the restaurant all night last night. It was this kind of music. Some Chris Daughtry action. Let's go. By the way, coming up tonight, Joe, the Valkyries are taking on Caitlin Clark in the Indiana Fever. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game in the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Channel 5. Pregame starts at 6:30. So what you basically are going to do, if like you got the time, and a lot of people have the day off, right? It's a federal holiday. Happy Juneteenth to all of you. Is you go to the Giants game. It starts at 1 o'clock. See Logan Webb. Get the win right there. Stop the bleeding. End the 4-game losing streak. And then you walk right over to Chase Center to watch some Caitlin Clark take on the Valkyries and spoil Caitlin Clark's debut in the Bay with the win for the Valkyries.
What time's the Valkyries game?
7 o'clock.
That's a long time in between games.
Well, it means he's got to go to a bar or something. Texas Roadhouse. I don't know. Cafeteria. Let's go.
Mission Rock.
Actually, what you do is, you just heard it from right there. You go to Laughing Monk.
Oh, Laughing Monk, yeah.
Well, you got to make sure they're actually open today. You got to, call them. Call my guy Sam. I don't want to put anything out there.
Got to be open.
Is it got to be open? We'll see. All right, we'll see. It's a federal holiday. They might be closed. I don't know. But I would be going to Laughing Monk, hanging out, Scotts Valley, Sunnyvale, right here in San Francisco. Dude, got to get the lobster linguine, Joe. Did they name that officially after you yet? Have you checked it out?
I don't know if it's named officially after me, but I think we might go down there. It actually sounds like a really good idea.
There you go. Sounds like a great idea. Right, Carter? Thumbs up. By the way, Will Fleming, 8 o'clock. This or that coming up in the 9 o'clock hour as well. This or that. Yesterday's was fun. It was Boston related because we had Johnny Damon on, Boston Red Sox legend. If you missed any of that, it was a really good interview. If you missed any of it, it was yesterday. Find it on the free Odyssey app, as we've just referenced, or on YouTube, where you can find every single one of our segments and interviews there. All right. So we've been talking about, the Lakers selling, all these brands selling. Well, the Giants aren't selling right now. They are not sellers. They are buying. They are in the business of buying. Paid Willie Adames all that money. They paid, they're going to pay Rafael Devers after this huge trade a lot of money. Matt Chapman's locked up. Logan Webb's locked up, right? Are you going to sign Robbie Ray? Like, can you actually do that now, right? Can you sign them to an extension right now? I know he's probably not going to, but I kind of try to get the ball rolling during the season. Hey, Robbie, you want to stick around, dude? Let's get you locked up for the future, too. That'd be great. And another guy that was a big offseason acquisition is one of the greatest pitchers of all time. Now, he's a little long in the tooth. He's a little older. He's a little gray beard action. Guy wakes up with 5 o'clock shadow, I think, every single day. It's Justin Verlander. And he doesn't have a win yet. He just missed a month with the pectoral injury. Comes back yesterday, Joe. Lost just 4 2/3 of an inning. 7 hits, 3 earned runs, 6 strikeouts. He had a walk. But he just hasn't really quite looked right all season. Now, is he going to look like that guy that was the Cy Young? Did he win an MVP at one point? I think he did. Like, is he ever going to look like that?
2011.
No, he's not. But he's still throwing like mid-90s. The stuff is still there. It's not like he has a dead arm or throwing like 88 miles an hour. It's like you can see it, but it's just not translating to wins on the field. What's your concern level right now with one Justin Verlander? And quite frankly, this pitching staff, as Robbie Ray's gotten kind of roughed up a little bit the last 2 games. I know he only gave up 3 earned runs technically, but a lot of hard contact. Like, Landon Roop got destroyed over the weekend. Birdsong's been pretty consistent, but we'll see going forward. What are your thoughts on Verlander, this pitching staff going forward, Joey?
I mean, I think you have to just kind of allow this thing to continue to play out for Justin Verlander. You heard Buster Posey with the Rafael Devers conversation, and then you heard Zach Menajan on with Willard and Dibs, and both said the same thing. There's a group of guys that are the leaders on this team. It's Chapman, it's Adames, it's Wilmer, and then they threw in Verlander. They threw in other names, but they threw in Verlander. They're not just going to panic and freak out over his return in one start coming back from the IL. Has it been good this year? No. No, it hasn't. But you're hoping it's going to get better, right? And I thought that yesterday really boiled down to like one pitch. You give up that home run, and it kind of soured everything in that situation. Again, it's 0-2. You throw one right down the middle. Like, he knows better than that. He's 42 years old. He's a legend. He's an all-timer. I think he's probably more pissed off than even we are as a fan base. But I think you got to give him a couple more starts before we really start having the big-time freak out.
Daniel Schneemann with the home run.
Never heard of him.
No, you never heard of him as you go, Ben Maller. Here is Justin Verlander talking yesterday after the game, saying he didn't feel too fatigued.
Yeah, I felt okay. I think I didn't feel too fatigued at the end there. I thought my slider kind of was indicative that I was a little late mechanically, though. As the game went on, it kind of started spinning a little bit. But there's nothing like replicating a real game. So hopefully moving forward, it's like, okay, take the inconsistency and get a little sharper, and just continue to move forward and get better.
So that was Justin Verlander after the game yesterday. It's not that it's the level of fatigue. He did miss a month. Again, as I mentioned, the stuff looks fine out there. It's just the contact and giving up and serving up those meatballs at times where you just can't do it against these guys anymore. And the wear and tear of this season, as he just missed a month and is coming back, is a concern. Now, was Kyle Harrison going to take his spot? It was a conversation we were having. Like, was he going to be really battle, for that fourth, fifth slot in the rotation behind Roop? I'm not sure, but we were having the conversation, which tells me, are we married to this guy going forward and being can we rely on him first and foremost to be that starter, that fourth or fifth starter the rest of the season? Like, I'm starting to look at, we got Devers. That's great. The lineup, and Matt Chapman's going to come back at some point. That's awesome. I think you got to go after some pitching. You have got to go after. I know you're going to scoff, and everyone's going to be.
I'm not scoffing. I'm not scoffing.
Everyone wants pitching. I know. I liken it, Joe, to offensive line play in football. You could always get better. You can always add depth, right? Unless you're, I don't know, the Philadelphia Eagles, who have the best offensive line. But hell, they're a Lane Johnson injury away from, maybe we're in trouble.
You know what the modern GM now thinks when it comes to starting rotations?
What?
That you need 8 to 12 guys to make 10 or more starts for you throughout the year. That's the way that they plan their teams now.
Do the Giants even have 5 guys like that right now? That's what I would ask. That you can plan on.
Well, 10 or more starts?
Yeah.
They literally, Webb's done that already. Verlander's done that already. Roop's done that already. Like, my point is, Joe, my point is that, this thing, everyone's looking for pitching. No, literally everyone is looking for multiple starters in the entire baseball. And the Giants, yes, they still have a lot of premium. They got Lucchesi, who's in his 30s, who played for the Padres, who's in AAA. He's a little older, veteran type guy who's been pretty good at AAA. Maybe he comes up. Maybe they go with Tristan Beck and elevate back him, or they throw Sean Jelly in that role. Or they go 6-man rotation. Maybe they go to Carson Wisenhunt. I'm not losing my mind right now. I'm really not. And look at their own division. The Dodgers literally don't know who they're starting, multiple times a week, every week over the last however many, 2 months. The Padres, they're like a 2 or 3 deep rotation. That is baseball. We're not even talking about a pitcher. Literally every team in baseball is looking for multiple starters all around the league. So, yeah, your point about offensive line, I get the analogy. It has never been more difficult to find reliable starting pitching than right now. If you go back to 2010, and I just read you off the game logs, Matt Cain, Bumgarner, Lincecum, Sanchez, literally 32 starts each.
I know.
There's not a rotation in baseball that's going to have 4 or 5 guys go through 32 times in the rotation. Zito had 25 or 27 or whatever, and they put him on the IL. But that's just not the modern game. The modern game is literally hey, I've got probably 2 or 3 guys that are going to make 25 or more starts, and then I'm going to have to figure out the rest, whether it's because of Tommy Johns, whether it's because of injuries, obliques, etc., underperformance. Right now, the Giants still have the upper hand in pitching. And Verlander is the weak link right now in the rotation. I'm not here to cape up for him. He's not been great. I've wanted him to be better. But if you just take a step back and you look around baseball, I bet most people can't name more than Dylan Cease and one other guy in the Padres rotation.
No, and the Padres are losing because of it. They've lost 3 in a row, too. 39 and 34. They're the 3rd wild card right now as it stands in the National League. Giants are 2nd, Phillies 1st, and the Dodgers, they just keep winning. They had a walk-off yesterday. Will Smith, they're 8-2 in their last 10. They don't have any pitching, and all they do is win, win, win. You know why? Because they hit the long ball. And it's kind of the reverse problem, if you will. But right now, it's kind of rearing its ugly head. Like 4 runs given up feels like 10, which sucks because we got Rafi Devers now. Not that one player's the cure-all. Just ask Mike Trout with the Angels. That's not the case, right? It's a part of hopefully a greater solution for the offense, especially when Chapman comes back. And maybe Devers, it might take a few weeks here. Hell, it might take a couple months for him to get comfortable. I don't know the timetable of him and like if he's automatically going to start hitting for power here or hitting for. It was nice that he had a double in Triples Alley the other day. It was nice that he got a single in clutch moments. It was nice that he had that, but I don't know what to make of him going forward here. Now, is he going to have that extra motivation starting tomorrow, Joe, when he takes on the Red Sox? Boy, would that be nice. Boy, would it be nice for this offense to step up in a huge way against that team, right? All their media, all the other players, all the former players that are talking about Devers, they all hear it. They all know the noise. Wouldn't it be great for some of those other, the Adamises, right, of the world to break out truly? We've been waiting for like that true breakout game, right, where it's, it was nice to see Casey Schmidt have that grand slam last week against the Dodgers, right? It was really nice on that Friday, and that win he pimped it. It was great. I wanted that to be like, a shot for everyone too. Everyone can start like feeling it, and I'm still waiting for that. And if the pitching is going to be what it is as of late, yeah, I'm concerned. I'm definitely concerned right now. I know you don't feel like you're that concerned about it, but can I really rely on Landon Roop and a 42-year-old Justin Verlander? And I get what you're saying. And quite frankly, Robbie Ray, though, Joe, like, I don't know that either. Are you expecting Robbie Ray to keep up this level that he's had for half the season? I don't know. I could count on one guy for this whole year who's pitching today. I'm serious. I'm counting on Logan Webb. Outside of that, I do have a lot of question marks of the longevity of these pitchers.
And what I would say to you, and any Giants fan out there, of course you have question marks. Earth to everyone. So does every single team in baseball. Name me a 5-man rotation right now that doesn't have problems.
I do think when these guys come back for the Dodgers, they're going to have no question marks at all.
Phillies.
The Phillies are one of them, which is a contender.
I would agree with you. The Phillies are a great set, but they're like 4 deep, really. No, the Dodgers are still going to have problems because, Joe, they have guys that have arm injuries. They do. Serious arm injuries.
But they'll come back.
Tyler Glasnow's never made more than 17 starts
in a season.
Well,
He's Tyler made a
I know, but that's who you're relying on to come back, right? So, look, all I'm saying is that, yes, their pitching is hanging by a thread, and literally so does every single team in baseball. So when I hear these concerns, I kind of scoff at them because I'm like, are you paying attention to modern baseball or not? Like, if we're going to have realistic, you know what this is? This to me, you talk about offensive line. No, this is like talking about your second cornerback in football. What is every defensive team, no matter how great, it's like, we got one guy, but that second guy keeps getting picked on. Yeah, no duh. Like, that's the modern game. Like, that's where we're at. It's really difficult to play cornerback in the NFL. It's hard to have a slot guy, a lockdown guy, and your other opposite corner is really good. That's what rotations are in baseball right now currently. There's a couple of guys that you rely on, you hand them the ball, and they're Robbie Ray, they're Logan Webb. They're going to get 6-7 minimum. You expect them to be giving up 2 or 3 runs over their 6 or 7 innings that they pitch. Landon Roop, you squeeze the towel for as much as you got. Hayden Birdsong's young, so you're going to have some ups and downs. This is the biggest losing streak of Verlander in terms of not getting a win over X amount of starts in Verlander's entire 20-year run. So one of two things is going to happen. Either he's going to turn it around and he's going to play really well, or this is the beginning of the end.
Here is more from the aforementioned Justin Verlander on the mental challenge of coming back from that injury and not pitching for a month.
I wouldn't say it was a mental challenge. It is a mental challenge. This season's been a mental challenge. Just kind of like trying to find my groove, and like feeling like I was close, and then unfortunately having an injury. So kind of like, I'm hoping I'm not back at square one. But no, as far as like the mental hurdle of feeling if I was healthy, no, I felt like I was okay. So I wasn't really worried about it.
The mental challenge of the season for him, that was the interesting part to me. He's like, I'm not coming back, but it's just the season's been a mental challenge for him. And that being said, again, the Giants are second in the National League wildcard race. They're right there. No one's leaving them for dead right now. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying this little mini losing streak that they've been on after having a great win streak is got me a little concerned. That's all.
No, I think that's totally fair. And this team is like 1-10 against the AL Central. Didn't see that coming.
AL Central's not bad.
No, I know, but like heading into the year,
no one ever thinks the AL Central is good, but the Detroit Tigers are the best team in baseball. So I don't think anyone had that. They were a playoff team last year too.
No, but what I'm saying is like, forget the health of the
sure.
AL. You're going to go 1-10 against them?
Yeah, you can't do that.
Right? Like, so that's,
I understand. Yeah.
It'd be like 5-6 or something like that would be acceptable, and then we'd be right where we need to be. So, that's unforeseen, and they're going to have to figure it out. And you were kind of on it yesterday, like, hey, the Guardians kind of know Verlander.
They do. And that was his most
common opponent. It wasn't the usual suspects, too.
Yeah.
It was some random guy I'd never heard of playing second base.
Yeah, then you got the Schneemans of the world, right? And then Jose Ramirez, obviously, and
but they have alternatives, and I think that's kind of where I'm going.
Who are the alternatives?
Lucchesi, or I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right, but the kid from
Joey Lucchesi.
Yeah, he played for the Padres for a few years. He was in AAA. I believe he pitched last night in an inning or something like that. I thought I saw him last night.
He's been their long relief guy since he got called up on Sunday.
Well, so he got called up when?
Got called up Sunday he got called up during the Devers trade. Basically.
Gotcha. See,
it kind of slipped
last
through the
night was
cracks.
the first time I remember him being on the team. So, but he was in AAA. He was a starter in AAA at one point, correct?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. And anyway, I know he had started many games against the Giants when he was or not many, but a few games against the Padres when he was a Padre. So he's an alternative. I think he's like 30-something years old, older guy.
32. He's from Newark. He went to Chabot College.
There you go. Yeah. His dad or somebody in his family used to text into the station when he was out there. Yeah. You've got Tristan Beck, who could be an option at times. Now, he's been up and down. Sean Jelly, who, you like him as a long reliever. You don't love him as a starter.
I don't think he's ever made a start at the big league level until Sunday. So I don't think they see him as a starter.
No.
I would agree, but you're asking about options for now.
True, yeah.
Right? We're talking about options. I don't think Carson Whisenhunt is ready yet, but he's a name that you're going to see dangled around. But again, this is why I go back to every GM in baseball thinks that they need to have 8 to 12 starters in the Major League and AAA pipelines to be able to get through a season in the modern day. The days of 4 or 5 guys taking all 32, 33 starts, it's not happening. There's just too many injuries. There's not enough pitching. There's too many teams. It's just where we're at. And workloads aren't what they were back in the day.
Here's more from Justin Verlander after the game yesterday on wanting to get it going, and he thinks this team could go on an October run.
Yeah, I'd like to get going. I'd like to be a big part of that. So, I'm just somebody who's personally always kind of scratching and clawing and trying to find, whatever it is that's going to make it click. And I know there'll be something that will, and I'll let you know, guys. I'll let you guys know when that happens.
I love that. I love that. Is he a little? Hey, Sam, you were in those scrums. I do want to ask you this question. Obviously, Sam Lubin, Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast, tapped in all things Giants. Him and Steven Risotto, and occasionally Joe Shasky doing a hell of a job. And also the Orange and Black weekend wrap on Saturday mornings right here on 95.7 The Game, crushing it. What is Verlander like as when you're talking to the guy? Is he like quirky? Is he snarky? Is he fun? Is he chilled, laid back? Who is Justin Verlander?
One thing I'll say is he's definitely a professional when it comes to handling those scrums. We walk in and he's standing right there, good or bad outing, he's ready to roll, which is something that a lot of us kind of notice right off the bat. Not many pitchers do that. Sometimes you have to go and track these guys down. Hey, come over and talk to these guys. So there's that. There's a little bit of snark in there every now and then. I remember we were talking to him, I think it was during the A's weekend, we were talking to him about his pectoral injury, and he was very matter of fact, but I think that's another good way of saying he's very matter of fact in how he speaks. But, he was asked he said I know this injury is not related to any injury I had last year. And someone as a follow-up was like, how do you know that this injury isn't related to the one from last year? And he's just like, anatomy. Which I guess that's true. Your pec muscle is not connected to your neck muscle, as the song goes.
Oh, yeah,
but so that was kind of like he afterwards. He's like, sorry, I wasn't trying to be a jerk with that answer there, and it wasn't a bad issue or anything like that. But yeah, no, he can be very matter of fact, a little bit of snark, but yeah, at the end of the day, just a very professional interview.
All right, so that's the lowdown on Justin Verlander, because we've seen this guy for so long be one of the great pitchers in the sport. As we watched Clayton Kershaw over the weekend, not as old as Justin Verlander, but he's getting up there, right? What is Kershaw, 37, 38, something like that? And he's still He still has it. Like, the stuff is still there. I mean, that curveball will play until he's 50 years old, right? It'll be there for him. Just like, hell, he's still pitching mid-90s fastball, Verlander. So it's not like the stuff is gone, and he talked about that. I would just like to see the consistency. And I do think mentally, as we don't talk about wins mattering anymore as much, there is a mental aspect to a guy like Verlander who's pitched during an era where winning did matter. Getting that win next to your name matters tremendously.
No, winning will always matter.
Well, I know but there's just, I understand what you're saying, but like when I see the King Felixes of the world having losing records, and it's not his fault, is what I'm saying.
Well, no doubt,
teams,
but
yes.
like wins will always matter. RBIs will always matter, because those are like winning and driving in runs is how you win, and those things are always going to correlate for me. But we also don't know like the power of Verlander in that clubhouse, and there is something to be said for that, especially having a couple of young guys in that rotation and in that bullpen. Having that guy around and learning by osmosis, or just being around an individual, can be very, very beneficial. I always bring up the name Brad Penny. Brad Penny taught a lot of Giants certain things. You're going to laugh at that.
Penny.
Randy Johnson. Lincecum talked about how like watching him prepare truly helped him at points in his career. So there's more to it. You've got to be better, though. So, I'm not going to skirt the fact that they need this guy to get some wins. But, again, last night, let's say you scored 3 or 4 runs, right, early in that game. You do pitch a little different when you get some early run support. That is a fact. Being a front runner, there are certain guys that just pitch better with a lead. It would be nice to get Verlander a couple of runs early in a game and see if he can, cruise you to a victory.
Absolutely. And they're going to try to stave off getting swept in this series against Cleveland with a massive series starting tomorrow against the Boston Red Sox. Speaking of the Red Sox, we'll talk to Will Fleming. Yes, Will Fleming, brother of Dave Fleming. Younger brother? Older brother? Gotta ask.
I don't know.
I forgot. Which one?
I think it's the younger brother. Remember, he hopped on last year when we had Dave, and it's like time for baby brother to help big brother out.
There you go. I love that. It's a great point right there. So he'll be joining us at 8 o'clock, voice of the Boston Red Sox, the Red Sox Radio Network. And he interviewed Rafael Devers many a times in Spanish because he is bilingual, fluent in Espanol. So we'll talk to Will Fleming about 20 minutes about that. I did want to get into something, Joe, that we talked about on the phone yesterday. And I said something that made Sam Lubman gasp. He was like, "What? Are you serious?" And I am serious about this. This isn't me just, creating content for June 19th. This isn't me just manufacturing something and, not saying what I actually feel. I truly believe what I'm about to say. I think no matter what else happens the rest of this Giants season, it's already been a success. And I realize I'm saying this during a 4-game losing streak, Joe. I realize what I'm saying right now. People are probably shaking their heads. They're drinking their coffee. They're having their Texas Roadhouse. They're like, what the hell's going on? All right? And this is what I'm going to say. For the longest time, this market and this fan base has been dying for a bat and a star player, the caliber of which is a Rafael Devers. They have wanted a guy like this for the longest time. And now you got him. And you got him with team control for the next 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. How many years you want? You can have him for the rest of his career if you want. All right? You have him under control. You are spending. The tone of this organization, Joe, has shifted dramatically within the last 72 hours. We've had John Smoltz on these airwaves. Yesterday he was on there talking about this team being legitimate now. We've had everyone around baseball, the Mark DeRosas of the world, the ML Networks, whoever's on there, the Pedro Martinez, doesn't matter. Everyone's saying the Giants are now for real. They are a force to be reckoned with within that week. Keith Law saying he doesn't think the Dodgers are like the only team to beat in the NL West. No, you got to worry about the Giants now, which felt like if I was to ask you that a year ago, Joe, you would have laughed in my face.
Probably.
The Dodgers with Mookie Betts, Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, all still there. And we have Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, Rafael Devers, Jung-Hoo Lee, Elliot Ramos. Now, they're not the household names of those other guys, but the fact that we have a lineup now that could at least be respectable and go toe-to-toe and have the league on notice is the biggest win of this season. And going forward, there are going to be a team now that other free agents are going to be looking at in the offseason and say, yeah, they pay their players. I want to go there. Like, that's a place I want to go play for. They have leadership installed. They have a guy in Buster Posey that either I played against, played with, or look up to. And he is about that business. And he is a leader in his own right. So, yeah, I do think this season, no matter what else happens, and I know it sounds crazy if you don't even make the playoffs, which would take, I think, just given the landscape of the National League, that would suck. That wouldn't feel good. But in the totality of everything, it would be a success. Much like, I believe, even if the Lakers had missed the playoffs, the fact that they even got Luka Doncic in a trade for Anthony Davis meant the future was secure for them no matter what. Even if they fell flat on their face and it didn't work, you got your future. Rafael Devers signifies a future for the San Francisco Giants now. So no matter what happens the rest of the way, this season's a success. Do you agree? Do you disagree? 888-957-9570, Joe. Wow. Do I sound insane when I say something like that? Because I truly believe that.
No, I know you do. Look, there's something to be said for if this were last year at this exact same time, we'd be talking about Warrior transactions. Because that's what the audience would want to hear.
Yes.
If this was last year, we'd be talking about contract holdouts with the Niners.
Joe, there's a very realistic possibility because of this Devers trade now. I'm going to be talking about the San Francisco Giants when the Niners are playing football.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
That's kind of crazy.
It is. Look, I hear what you're saying about Devers. I don't want to disagree with you because I do agree. Overall, what they did with this trade is just it's a total paradigm changer. There's no other way to put it. It just changes how I view Buster, the team, this player, that guy. They actually did it. Wow.
Ownership.
But Joe, we're also there's two things here that are at play. There's that aspect of we have not gotten a real legitimate hitter forever. This is also one of the worst stretches of Giants baseball since the 70s. In the 70s, from 74 to 86, before they bounced back in 86, 10 of those 12 years, they were under 500. Right now, they've been 7 of the last 8 years 500 or worse. They have one winning season in the last 8.
I would ask you, Joe, what were your expectations to start this season? Before it started, what were your expectations?
Even before they got Devers, I wanted to be above 500 and try to go for the playoffs.
Okay, you wanted just, at the bare minimum, I think it's kind of what Stephen Curry said, right? You wanted to play meaningful baseball in September.
Joe, they've been eliminated with a month to go 2 years in a row.
Right.
Okay, so September meant nothing.
Okay, but that minimum, meaningful baseball games that felt high stakes.
Yeah, going into the final week of the season, I want to be in the mix.
There you go.
You know what I mean? I don't want to be we got to leapfrog 4 teams to maybe be the final wild card spot.
If I was to tell you December during the hot stove time that, hey, you know what? You guys aren't going to make the playoffs next year, but you get Rafael Devers and you get Willie Adames. Would you take that, Joe?
Yeah, I would. But then I would also say, you should make the playoffs with those guys, right? You get where I'm going?
Sure. I also should have made the playoffs.
What went wrong?
I should have made the playoffs with Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani, but sometimes it doesn't happen in baseball.
Yeah, but I think that this, the rest of the pitching that they have, and I get what you're saying, when you have just those two, but this team, they've got players, you've got an ace in Logan Webb, you've got a closer, you've got an elite bullpen. It's just, dude, since 2016, I was doing some of the numbers, and this includes the 107. They went 107 and 55 for crying out loud.
I know, it's crazy.
107 and 55. Since 2016, their record is 631 and 637.
Definition of mid, right?
6 games under 500.
Right.
And that's with the season where you were 50 games over 500. Right? Think about that. Think about how bad you've been. In 2021, right, that magical year, your average age of your team was older that year than what the Dodgers are right now, and they're by far and away the oldest average team at like the average age of players, they are by far and away the oldest team in baseball by almost a full year. All right. You were older than that in 2021. So that's why that didn't feel sustainable. To start this year, you were like basically right in the middle of baseball, being 29 years old. And you added a guy who's under that age in Devers, who's locked up for 8 more years. So, look, I'm optimistic. I'm fired up. 2016, they went 87-75. I was hoping you could be around that. Like, that's what I was kind of hoping. Like, and so to your point about like, oh, it's a win. It's like, now you got to go out and you got to win. Like, I want to make the playoffs. I get what you're saying. And like overall, the franchise is in such a better spot than where they were prior to Buster being here and prior to the Devers deal. Like, I get it, but I can't have Bob Melvin have the same thing happen in San Diego happen here where we got clubhouse issues. Oh, well, then I can't have Devers show up here and not perform and be a malcontent like what happened in Boston.
Sure.
Right? Like, is there a meeting? Can we meet in the middle?
Well, I think it was the move itself. And whatever takes place after this, well, we're going to see. If they fall flat on their face, there's going to be question marks around one Bob Melvin. Is he the right guy for the job going forward? Again, this is Buster Posey's first season in charge as president of baseball operations.
Joe, they've made unbelievable strides.
This is a changing. This is a facelift in the biggest way possible. This is a new era in Giants baseball, and I am so damn excited about it. If I'm a Giants fan right now, like that high, I understand. You're on a 4-game losing streak. You want to win the ball games. You want to do all that, and that's going to come in time. Again, I'm not telling you it's not going to hurt if they don't make the playoffs right now. I'm going to tell you it's more meaningful.
So the season's
This trade is more meaningful than anything else outside of a World Series or a National League pennant is worth. What took place within the last week is more meaningful there. It's not the level because of the player that Luka Doncic is, but it's Luka Doncic light for me. For what this team and franchise needed, absolutely. Listen to John Smoltz on yesterday about the Devers trade legitimizing the San Francisco Giants. Check this out. This is a Hall of Famer talking about it.
I would say they feel legitimized. I think up until this point, players are never going to admit, and I would do the same thing if I was an active player. You know where your warts are, you know where your strengths are, and you know what's coming down the road, right? Let's just say you're having an unbelievable year, but you know trends won't continue. What did they win? Like 6 straight one-run games? There are outlying years, but you can't live by that motto. You can't think you're going to win 25 to 30 one-run games and just keep winning them. But if you build that culture and you build the team and you start getting confidence in the area of your ball club that you know are strengths and the weaknesses don't eke out, then you're good. And so when you get a Devers, you can't help but think, oh, man, that just added a bat. We lost this guy, but then we gained this guy. And when Chapman comes back and when things are falling in place, you now feel like you can compete against rosters that might be a little better than you.
You use the term right there, the culture of this team. And that is what Buster Posey is bringing back here. He is bringing back a big market mindset. For the longest time,
that I agree
this felt like a small market, and it's not. I am tired of people saying this is a small market mindset. This is San Francisco. This is the Bay freaking area. It's a top 5 market when it comes to everything in my estimation, whether sports included. It's a top 5 market in America, and they should act like it when it comes to their professional sports teams. We've seen it with the Golden State Warriors. We've seen it with the San Francisco 49ers, and now finally we're seeing it with the San Francisco Giants.
Would you? I'm so conflicted on this because, like, I agree with you on the Devers part. Like, it did change the franchise. Yes. It changed everything. But you also have to like win games, and the whole point of this is like, again, it's 7 out of 8 seasons.
I'm going this year.
I know, but 7 out of 8 years we have been not in the playoffs and under 500.
Listen,
like, I get what you're saying. I'm very conflicted.
Real quick on this.
Okay.
How do you think Lakers fans felt after getting bounced in the first round?
It was probably like, hey, we've got another, 7, 8, 9, 10 years of Luka. This isn't the worst thing in the world.
There you go. And that's the Lakers who pout and cry. Like they think it's their birthright to be in finals all the time. Again, I'm not saying Luka is the same player
You know,
as
I live
Rafael
for the
Devers.
game so much.
I know
Joe.
you do. I know you
live
do.
for the winning and the losing so much.
I know you do. But
Like
this,
the
is
916
this is such a big win, though, for
I
them.
know it is.
It's such a big win
And
for
you know,
them.
baseball, I love baseball, and I love talking about baseball. And we've talked more baseball on this station, top to bottom, in the lineup of 95.7 The Game than we've had in years. And they've given us reason to. Like the 916. Joe, this is you, Spadoni. You nailed it exactly right. And that's a perfect synopsis of what the Giants are doing this season. Big picture. Yeah. How many people agree with you out there? I'm so conflicted. Because, like, you got to go out and actually do it. You got to win games. Like, I'm with you. I'm all with you. Like, I feel the momentum, the positivity, all that. But I don't spend 182 on Adames for vibes. I don't spend $300 million and take on the contract at Devers for just vibes. You actually have to go out and win games. How many people agree with Joe? No matter what happens the rest of this year, you've already had a great season.
888-957-9570. That's the same number to call or text. 888-957-9570. Sam, you got me here. You said you got a question.
Yeah, no, I got a question because, like, I'm picking up what you guys are both saying. Like Shasky, what you're saying about how the Giants, won playoff season over the last 8 years. Like, that does kind of stick with me. I want to see this team in the playoffs. And there is a part of me that thinks if this team, as constructed, if they fall short of the playoffs, that would be disappointing. But Spadoni, I do agree. Like, having a guy like Devers, it does feel like it elevates the season to a different level. And you brought up the Laker comp there with Luka. Is it different in terms of the expectations, in terms of, like, the Lakers have been consistently in the playoffs the last few years. They do have a title recently in the last 5 years, whereas the Giants don't have that. So when you kind of bring up Luka, and if the Lakers didn't make the playoffs with Luka, you would have said that's a success. Is that because, like, the Lakers have had things going pretty well for them over the last few years, whereas the Giants haven't had that kind of success?
I love that, Sam.
I'd argue a first-round exit for a Lakers fan is equivalent to the Giants just missing the playoffs. For them, it might as well be the same thing.
Okay.
And that's what it's been, to your point, Sam,
Yeah.
the last couple of years for them.
People are all over the place on this. Some people know you play to win the game. You don't spend this kind of money if you don't get results. The other one, this is the first season. This is 707. The first season in the last 8 years in which a Giants fan like myself can feel excited over the additions on the roster and as the roster going into the season year over year. 650. Good hitters go to die in SF. If Devers can buck the trend, all the free agents will come. No one says SF's a small market. It's the fact that big market teams like the Giants sometimes act like small market teams, and this bucks that trend. Wow, I think a lot of people agree with you.
Look at that, 888-957-9570.
But Carter's shaking his head no. Carter's like, you got to win.
I just think like this, what we're seeing from the Giants now, I keep saying to Sam, is what I expected last year. Like right where they are right now.
Yeah, but you
I
didn't
think
expect Devers.
Yeah.
No, I didn't expect Devers.
You didn't expect Devers.
Devers aside.
No, but I think his point is you can't put Devers
That's
aside.
the whole point.
It's all about Devers.
It's all about Rafael Devers.
We'll see how it turns out.
It's legitimacy.
Do you agree with Joe? This season is, we don't have to play another game, not like that, but like the season's already a success and everything else is gravy? Or like, are you like me? Like, no, we got to make the playoffs.
No, I'm a win-loss guy.
Listen,
I'm with you.
But you know
I'm
what?
with you.
You know what? And I know we're up against it. We got Will Fleming coming up in 5 minutes, and we'll actually kind of talk about him with that in this regard too, because there is a shifting of both of these franchises a little bit. Boston Red Sox kind of have more of a, and I think Johnny Damon said it yesterday. He used this phrase. They have a Moneyball feel to them right now.
That's crazy.
They're like Moneyball feel to them. Who obviously Johnny Damon is one of the catalysts for that entire movie and that the whole mindset of Moneyball. Him, Giambi, all that stuff. Like the Red Sox are operating like a small market team, and the Giants for once are feeling like the big market team, at least once in the last decade.
But Joe, my cousin Porter hit me. He goes, hey, you want to go to the game Friday? I'm like, yeah, I do. When I go to the game, do I want to be entertained with Devers? Of course. I want to win.
Of course
I want to win.
You want to win, but you're going to enjoy yourself at the ballpark again. The fact that you're
but
going
it's
out.
more fun with a win.
But the fact that Devers is there.
Oh,
that's a big part of it.
It gets me off my couch.
There you go. Injury report time, Carter. Is it time for that? I didn't mean to throw it. Is it good? Yep. Thumbs up. Let's do it. I swear to God, Sam, if this guy's name continues to be in the injury report, so help me. It seems as if Gerard Encarnacion will be out longer than expected. He was placed on the injured list for a strained left oblique that he suffered during batting practice on the Giants' off day this past week. Batting practice? Really? Manager Bob Melvin said it was a pretty big strain and that the timeline for his return is not clear. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. All right, so this is what we're going to do. We got Will Fleming coming up, brother of Dave, voice of the Red Sox Radio Network, talking some Rafi Devers, get into that whole situation with him, talk about expectations shifting from the Red Sox, from the Giants, all of that. And after Dave, I want to go to the phones. I want to go to the people. I'm saying right now, if the Giants do nothing else the rest of the season, it's already a success. Do you think that's blasphemous to say? 888-957-9570 is the number. Call or text. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, halfway home here on a Juneteenth on Thursday on 95.7 The Game. It really is. It really is, Phil Mo. Good morning to all you lovely people who are just waking up, because for a lot of you, you got the day off. Happy Juneteenth. It is a federal holiday. Not that like it matters here, 95 cents the game, because we're here all the time. It doesn't matter. Christmas, Thanksgiving, Juneteenth.
I got a bone to pick with some of you guys. How come whenever I wear a collared shirt,
T-bone,
there's automatically a thing of, going golfing today?
You look like you're going to golf.
Today?
Look at you.
Going golfing today?
What are you talking about? You look at you right. You're wearing a Titleist hat.
Well, that I get. But anytime I wear a collared shirt, it's he's going to court or he's going to golf.
No, it's you look like you're going to golf all the time. That's why.
You do look like you're going to go golfing today.
Because it's comfortable. I want to look nicer. I mean, I wear jerseys and T-shirts and sweatpants. Try not to wear as much sweatpants. I want to look a little more professional.
That's probably the brightest color I've ever seen you wear.
Oh, I do love me some pinks.
Well, it's a bright one. But it's a bright color for you. And the whites, we don't do well with the bright colors. We don't. If the pale complexions, it's not flattering on us. It's not. I've never worn neon in my life because it exacerbates my paleness, like I'm a vampire. So I appreciate you doing that. Look.
I like the pinks, the lavenders, those types of colors. I have no problems with them.
Oh, heck yeah.
Fair enough.
Yep.
I have no problem with Will Fleming, who's going to be joining us shortly, by the way.
Really nice pullover.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. So if you are in Scotts Valley, if you're in San Francisco, if you're in Sunnyvale, hey, you know what? Just be locked in to Laughing Monk, because where else would you want to be and get your food at? Laughing Monk is where I go. By the way, we've been talking a lot about the sell of the Lakers, about the Boston Celtics selling recently, Mavericks a couple years ago. I guess John Fisher is going to be selling the San Jose Earthquakes to pay for that stadium that may be built in Vegas. I guess we'll see. I don't know about that. But sandwiched between all of that has been the Giants and their struggles. I mean, obviously the biggest story in sports this past week outside of the Lakers selling, probably that Rafael Devers trade. Took a lot of people by surprise, but I think a lot of people in Boston were looking at that situation saying, yeah, we're not that surprised, because it got a little toxic between ownership, between the management, between whoever. It just felt like Devers was now an isolated individual, and getting him out there sooner rather than later was the operation. But I'd argue, and we talked about it last segment, and 888-957-9570 is the number as we're efforting Will Fleming, voice of the Boston Red Sox, the Red Sox Radio Network, and brother of one Dave Fleming here on the River Islands guest line. I'd argue that the fact that they won out, the Giants that is, and got Rafael Devers, and you gave up Harrison, you gave up Tibbs, you gave up Hicks, Bayo, but you got Devers, you got Willie Adames, two of those guys, $400 million allocated to those individuals on the payroll in the next 6, 7, 8 years. Changed the landscape of how we all view the Giants. John Smoltz says it. You got people in Boston saying it. We're saying it. I'm saying it. This is now a big market mindset in San Francisco. And you know what? That is the biggest win outside of a World Series you can have this year. The tone has shifted how we talk about the Giants. I love it. I love it. And that's the biggest win for me. So if they fall foul on their face, they don't make the playoffs this year, yeah, it would suck. I'm still saying it's a win. Does that sound insane? 888-957-9570.
Like the whole point of bringing these guys in is to make the playoffs.
Yeah. Right. This season, though, is a little different, right? This season, the tone shifted. You got your guy. And we got our guy right now, Joe. Let's get right to him. His name is Will Fleming, brother of Dave and Red Sox broadcaster, the Red Sox Radio Network, and obviously WEEI, our sister station out there in Boston. Will, I almost called you Dave there for a second. Will, good morning. Fun nugget we had and we learned earlier in the week when we did talk to your brother Dave was that you're fluent in Spanish and that on many occasions you have talked to one Rafael Devers. And not to say you guys are like best friends or anything, but the way Dave described it was you know him very well personally. So what are the Giants getting in one Rafael Devers, the person, first and foremost? Good morning.
Morning. Good to be with you guys. Yes, I do speak Spanish. In fact, it's crazy. You know, this thing has sort of caught everybody in Red Sox world totally off guard, and it sends you on like a time travel mission where like I can just close my eyes and remember a day in July of 2017. At that time, I was the broadcaster for the Red Sox AAA team when Rafi Devers came to AAA for the first time. And that was Pawtucket, Rhode Island, and there were not a lot of bilingual people around. This is in the era. It's amazing to think of now with the way the game has changed and the way that resources are thrown around. No one spoke Spanish but me at that time. And so when Rafi came to Pawtucket for the first time and there were 50 writers from Boston, I translated his first press conference. And I think from that moment on, Rafi, I think guys come to this country, they're trying to find their way. They're trying to learn languages and how to order food and where to go and who they can lean on. And I think that sort of started a relationship that I had for a lot of great years with Rafi. To answer your question, what are you getting? That's a complicated answer, I would have to tell you. I mean, he's a super friendly, big teddy bear kid. And I use the word kid lightly because, look, he's 28 years old. He's a grown man. He's a father of a lot of kids, and he's mature and old and developed, but he is just sort of like a big teddy bear. He is a baseball first guy, family first guy. I think the one thing that will become very interesting to me about the Devers experience in San Francisco is I appreciated so much what they did. When Rafi came here 2 days ago, they rolled out the red carpet. Bonds was there. They made him feel like the king of the world. And I think and I hope that maybe that will mend some things with Rafi and that he will be willing in a new world after being shocked by this trade to be a little bit more giving of himself because, for a couple of years running, Rafi did not do almost any media, any interviews, even after driving in 8 runs, even after hitting 8 home runs to win games. He just would not do that stuff. And that made it very hard for our fans to know him. And I'm hopeful that a new start, new town, after all the controversy, that he will do more of that stuff so that your fans can know him better than ours did.
Wow, there's so much to unpack from that answer because you obviously know him. You know him so well. There's just been a lot that comes out of Boston, and it's difficult for us to understand what's real, what's not. Is there a misnomer about him that's been put out there that you think is unfair? And if so, what would that be?
I think there are a lot of things coming out now. First of all, you have to understand that our media market is utterly unique, right? I mean, there are so many competing interests, so many people who want to get a scoop, want to tell a story. And when something of this magnitude happens, there are going to be a lot of people lined up on both sides to, come to the table and tell their side of the story. I would tell you that I think the stuff that is coming out now that I don't believe as much is actually more coming from Devers' camp. Things about how he would have played first base in Boston if they'd asked him the right way. You guys, come on. Can you ever imagine having anyone in your world tell you or say about you that you needed to ask me a little bit nicer to do something like that? I mean, that to me, there was a communication gap. There's no question the Red Sox bear responsibility for a lot of the things that happened, but the notion that they just needed to ask him nicely to do something is absolute baloney. That's just not true. And anybody who's writing that or saying that is just making things up and spinning the story in a way that's just wrong. The Red Sox went to him time and time again. Think about the fact that Alex Cora was his second manager in the big leagues and has such a good relationship with him. Alex asked him many times to get a glove again and try to play first base or consider playing third when Bregman got hurt. And the answer was just no. So I think that stuff is real, the stuff that's coming out about, his intransigence and his unwillingness to do some of those things. And I really, the only thing I can liken it to is like a broken marriage. in a way, where you just hope that it just was poisoned and it was never going to get better in that way. Just the communication and the feelings were hurt on both sides. So I just think if he comes here when he's here now, I think that it has a chance to be a great new start for him. And I don't think he's ever going to be like the face of the franchise of any franchise. He's never going to do a ton of media. He's never going to talk a lot, and that's fine. And by the way, the Red Sox acknowledged that too when they gave him $300+ million. They never asked him to do a lot of that stuff. They said, we just want you to hit. And hit he does. I mean, he's one of the great hitters in the game. And I think the Giants are going to love the production they get from him at the plate. And at the end of the day, that's all you need from a baseball player. And so I think it's just a time that he needs a fresh start, and I'm happy that he got it here.
I mean, it's pretty crazy you say, as we're talking to Will Fleming, Red Sox broadcaster, Red Sox Radio Network, WEEI, and brother of Dave Fleming, our own very Dave Fleming right here on 95.7 The Game, our Giants insider and voice of the Giants, as the Red Sox will be taking on the Giants starting tomorrow, a massive 3-game set as the Giants are looking to not get swept today, though, as Logan Webb is on the bump, taking on the Guardians. That's very interesting you said that, Will, that he'll never be the face of a franchise, which is kind of crazy considering he's going to be the highest paid player in the franchise's history now going forward. Like, how do you think that flies? Like when I pay someone that much money, if you will, are there some expectations that go along with that, with being a face? And I know there's a lot baked into that. He's a private guy. As you mentioned, he doesn't really do the interviews, but I guess I'm just asking you as just, as a fan of baseball, like what your thoughts overall on that, a player making that much and what they kind of owe to an organization in that regards going forward.
That's why he's here, right? I mean, you have to just start to kind of peel this thing back and understand that's why he's here, right? I mean, this guy for his entire career has been an elite hitter, and he's perfect for Fenway Park. The green monster in left, he doubles off of it all the time. He hits home runs everywhere the Red Sox went. He owns Garrett Cole, their number one nemesis. In the playoffs, he was elite. You ask the question, how does it play? It plays that you get traded in year 2 of an 11-year contract. That's the reality of this thing. And it's right, it's wrong. I don't need to pick sides on it. People will have their opinions of it, and as you guys say, stories are coming out, all these, exposés are happening. It plays that the owner flies to Kansas City in the middle of a season on a random Friday because the highest paid player, who's now got generational wealth for 100,000 years, is saying that the GM has a problem with him and he needs to go out and do his job and get a different first baseman. That's how it ends, and that's how it goes. Like, I have a very good relationship with Rafi. I have no problem with him, but the people who pay him did have a problem with it. And so and by the way, just to clarify, the Red Sox knew that was the guy they were giving all that money to. They never needed him to go do everything. He was never going to be Xander Bogaerts, Mookie Betts, David Ortiz. He's never going to be that person. Never. And they knew that, and they paid him anyway. But it got to a point where he would do nothing. He didn't do any of the events, no winter weekends, no fan fests, no walk-off interviews after you hit 2 home runs. You hit a walk-off homer. You're not talking to the press. You're not doing the TV interview. And they asked him and asked him and asked him. He said no. To me, in some ways, it's his right to be the most private person he wants to be. But you can imagine, if you're the guy who signs that paycheck, that it frustrates you after asking him time and time again to do that. And again, he comes now to a place with Chapman and Adames and other people who can lean into that. And he's gonna, on a baseball level, at least for the next 4 or 5 years, the $280 million, Buster made a brilliant move in that way. These guys, these alien hitters, are not available on the free market. They're not. And so Buster did a great thing for your team and your offense, which is there is a rift going on here. And I get a chance Because these contracts are just getting more and more expensive, right? I mean, Vlad Guerrero just signed for what, almost $500 million? Like, no, and they've made runs at Judge and all these other free agents. They found an opportunity to just get a guy to come here without saying he wanted to. They traded for him. The money and the hits and the production will come. It's just I don't think I'll be really fascinated from afar to watch it. I would not expect, though, that all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he becomes the most conversational, forward-facing, media-savvy person. And that's fine. The Giants don't need that. But that was a big part of what went wrong in Boston.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming to a place where we've embraced Barry Bonds and Draymond Green and, a lot of characters. You know what I mean? So,
Yes, I do.
weren't necessarily team first in terms of their outward presentation. What did you make when he showed up day one, smiling and basically saying he'll play any position, and then 30 minutes later is taking ground balls at first base?
It was an enormous middle finger to everybody with the Red Sox. It was. There's no other way to see that. And again, this notion of I'll do whatever they want, but they didn't ask me nicely enough in Boston. That to me is absolutely outrageous. And I'll just leave it at that. When I saw him, think about this, guys. So it's fine if his feelings were hurt in the offseason when they went out and got Alex Bregman. And maybe the Red Sox didn't totally communicate that perfectly to him. Craig Breslow and the ownership have said, I evaluate and I look inward about how to handle these things going forward. And I think that's to their credit. But maybe they did, wait. Bregman was doing the dance with a lot of other teams. They didn't know whether they were going to get him. But Alex Bregman won the Gold Glove at third base last year. He's a multiple World Series winner and a total stud player. And Rafi, 2 years ago, moaned and groaned about how the Red Sox did not do enough to make the roster better. He was public about that. One of the very few times he actually did talk, he complained about what the Red Sox did not do, and they didn't add to the roster. So now they go out and they get Alex Bregman, who's a much better third baseman than Devers is, and Rafi's upset about being asked to do something other than play third. Then you fast forward a few weeks. Not only does Bregman get hurt, Tristan Casas blows out his knee. One of the Red Sox big slugging hitters, he blows out his knee, and the Red Sox ask him, Rafi, to try to play first base, and he says no. Now think about that. I'm paying you $30+ million. We just lost our first baseman, and you're so upset about communication in the offseason or whatever it is that you won't pick up a glove? And think about how that plays with his teammates in that room. Like, they're dying to try to win and do everything they can. So he doesn't do that for weeks and weeks and weeks while the team flails and needs the first baseman, even though they got some guys who are doing it well enough right now. And then the first day he comes to San Francisco, not only does he say he'll do it, but he picks up a glove and goes to first base. I mean, you can only imagine how that plays in our market. It is not a good scene. People are furious with Devers for that thing. They do, they wonder what the communication could or should have been. But I mean, in some ways, which is crazy, given all of the great memories and big hits and all the things that Devers gave our fan base, right now he is public enemy number one for the way that he handled it and exactly what you're talking about. Day one here, grabbing a glove, that enrages people in Boston.
Will Fleming, Red Sox broadcaster. One last one. We're up against it. It's a pie chart of culpability when these things happen. It's never one person.
Yep.
If you were to rank them, Devers' beef, is his beef from his perspective, is it owner first, then Breslow, then Cora, or would you reorder it?
I would reorder it. I think it's probably Breslow first. I don't understand how he could have a beef with the owner, right? I mean, maybe the way that things got communicated or sold to him in the signing. I was not in that room, guys. I can't really speak to that, but my sense of it very much is that it's Breslow first, and I think that remains to be seen how that plays out, and it's certainly a big gamble and a gutsy move by both these guys on at the top of these baseball departments. But yeah, I think the two of them had a fissure, and that became very public and awkward. So yeah, I think that's where this thing soured, and it's going to be crazy. I'll tell you that. We're going to be in that ballpark tomorrow. He's going to play first base. I can feel it. I really do. And it's going to be one of the most dramatic games in the last decades for Red Sox fans.
Hey, we'll get all that anger out today at Harding and take it out on Dave and kick his butt on that golf course.
There you go.
I can't do it. He's doing the game. I'm playing with my broadcast partners. We're going to do Harding Park, and then
right.
I am going to play his club with him tomorrow. And unfortunately, he will whoop me on the golf course.
Is that O Club?
He is.
You playing the O Club?
Yeah, I'm playing. No, man, he's playing San Francisco Golf Club. We're going to go out and have a great time.
Oh, you're going to one of the most exclusive places on the planet. I mean, oh my God, I'm so jealous.
Well, you had time if you wanted to go.
I'm so jealous.
I thought it was going to be Pebble. You could go down to Spyglass.
It's the place
Cypress
of the
Point.
last duel of California where two guys shot each other. It's, oh my God, you're going to have a great time there. I'm so jealous.
Exactly. The tee box in front of that little park court. It's awesome. We're going to. I don't think we're going to duel, but it's a metaphorical duel this weekend. The Red Sox and the Giants, you know?
Breslow first is Devers.
Aaron Burr on
the
line
12th
1.
hole.
There you go. Hey, Will, great stuff,
there
man.
is some of that.
Dude, great stuff,
We really
honestly.
appreciate it this morning, man. Good
Big
stuff,
fan.
and good luck this weekend.
Hell yeah.
Pleasure. Thanks, guys.
There he goes. Will Fleming, Red Sox
We got
broadcaster.
to unpack that.
Dave, dude, that
Wow.
was inside stuff right there.
Wow.
Let's pick that up on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
This is Big Pun from South City. You are now tuned in to the Morning Roast with my boy, Original Joe, and the one and only Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Well, Big Pun. Hope he's got the day off. Happy Juneteenth to all of you. We just had a fiery Will Fleming. You're wondering, who's Will Fleming? Well, that last name sounds familiar. Well, he's the brother of Dave Fleming, Giants announcer, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider. He does what Dave does here for the Boston Red Sox. So he is their broadcaster on the Red Sox radio network, WEEI, our sister station out in Boston. And if you missed any of that interview we just had with him, we're going to play some of the cuts here. Find it on the Odyssey app. And you could also catch tonight's game between the Golden State Valkyries and Caitlin Clark in the Indiana Fever at 7 o'clock on the Odyssey app and the Valkyries channel on said app. So just download it, search Valkyries, and you can also watch the game on KPIX Channel 5. Pregame starts at 6:30. So get Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones on there, and you can do like the simulcast, if you will. Put them up, sync it with the TV, and you're good to go. Will Fleming, though, Joe, I mean, I was actually kind of surprised. I thought from what Dave told us earlier in the week that, and Will kind of explained it, the AAA affiliate that Devers came up with was what Will was doing at that time. So right when Devers came up in the AAA system, Will was also calling AAA games for the Pawtucket Sox or whatever they're called out in Rhode Island. And not only was he calling his games, he had to be the translator for Devers way back in 2017 because they didn't have anyone else. So that is a relationship in and of itself right there. And they go back that long. And for Will to say all those things that, like, yeah, don't expect him to ever be your face of the franchise, even though he's the highest paid player. He didn't do things, that was asked of him. He didn't do fan fests. He didn't do any of the winner, whatever, like they want, like interviews, post-game interview, like nothing. The guy wanted to be left alone. And in a weird way, when I hear it from a guy like Will Fleming, and not saying Will was crushing the guy or anything, I don't think he did that at all. I just think he was painting the picture of the toxicity between him and the organization. And when I hear it from a team employee like that, compared to a Jonathan Papelbon, it does hit a little different to me. It does. Did it hit you the same way?
Oh, there's no doubt. But I also understand that, like, who you are from 23 to 28 doesn't mean that's going to be who you are from 29 to 38. And like people mature, people evolve, some people devolve, that they become someone that you didn't see happening. Like, who would have foreseen Klay Thompson and maybe some of the stuff that happened with him in the end of his career? I didn't see that coming.
He likened it to a toxic marriage and two people that just need to get a divorce.
Yeah. And so there are a lot of guys in the history of sports who have changed a little over time, good and bad. There are a lot of guys over the history of sports who have switched teams and maybe they've changed their perspective and they change a little. Now, I do believe that, like, who you are at 35, 40 is kind of who you are for the rest of your life.
Right.
But sports can be different. And I think there are seminal moments in your life that will change you. I wonder if this is one that will change him, good or bad. I'm talking about Rafael Devers.
Right.
And I think the number one thing for me is like, okay, he doesn't want to be the face of the franchise. I don't think we need him to be on every commercial. I don't think you need him to be, doing every single post game with Laura Britt and Bonte Hill.
Can he do one of them?
He's already done one. He did one with Alex Pavlovich.
Right.
Okay. Like, for example, right after the presser, he did a one-on-one with him.
Okay.
All right. And I thought it was fine. And there's whatever. I mean, I can't remember many Barry Bonds post games.
Sure.
Now, Barry was Barry.
That's exactly my point. Like, for Devers to be able to get away with that, as Will was alluding to, you got to produce. And the fact that he owned Garrett Cole and he owned the New York Yankees, endeared himself to a way. It's like, okay, he's producing. It's fine, right? But then it became a problem in and of itself this past year because he wasn't being a quote-unquote team player. And the fact that immediately he came over here and said, I'll do whatever the team needs me to do, and I will be that team player that I refuse to be in Boston. Yeah, he echoed what one of the hosts over at WEI said it to us on our airwaves yesterday. Chris Cotillo, I think his name is. That's because I have some sound here from him. He was on our airwaves yesterday, and he said the same thing. It was a verbal equivalent of a middle finger to the Red Sox, that presser the other day.
It sounds to me like this was a very combative situation between two people, Craig Breslow and Rafael Devers. Again, I'm just reading between the lines on all the stuff reported.
I got Will Fleming talking about that very thing you are right here.
I want to break this down.
Here is Will Fleming talking about Craig Breslow, the president of baseball operations in Boston, who gets the most blame in this Devers situation.
I think it's probably Breslow first. I don't understand how he could have a beef with the owner, right? I mean, maybe the way that things got communicated or sold to him in the signing. I was not in that room, guys. I can't really speak to that. But my sense of it very much is that it's Breslow first.
Which is different than what a guy like Jonathan Papelbon, who obviously works for Nesson, where they stream their television games, obviously in Boston, who said he slighted the owner. And that the owner and him had a problem. So now we got Will saying, no. It was the guy calling the executive that's calling the shots there. It was Craig Breslow.
I've worked for various companies over my life, and I'm not going to pretend that I've ever had the cachet of Rafael Devers, of being the highest paid guy on the team, who's also the best.
Well, maybe in your own given profession, you might have been the Rafael Devers. Right?
Even then, he's better at what he does than what I would be at what I do, is kind of where I'm going at. within the industry, right?
Are you more of a Matt Chapman? What were you? What player equivalent?
Just not on that caliber. Okay. But where I'm going at is that I do know the feeling of when somebody screws you over or you feel that it's impossible to let it go and continue to work with them. I get it. Now, you're going to say to me, what kind of coworker are you to let your team down? This is team sports. Look, it is team sports, and there are elements of, youth sports. You got to get along with everybody. It's also the big leagues, and it's also a business, and it's professionalism. And once you realize that you and another individual cannot coexist anymore, I kind of get that. I'm not saying what he's doing is right. That's not what I'm saying.
No,
but I understand.
I am personally going through something, a divorce, separation in my own life that I have no problem talking about publicly. And it's very hard on both parties not to have a sense of pettiness.
Yes.
It's very difficult.
And it's hard. Like, this is what I always, the analogy I was told by my dad, and it's a really good one. He was like, hey, Joe, like, you could have a problem with somebody, right? And let's say everybody in your wake, that's like the pond, okay? Yeah. You're one of the fish in the pond, all right? And you got a problem with another fish.
Yeah.
Well, when you throw the rock into the pond at that other fish, it may miss that fish, right, but it reverberates and could hit someone else. And that puddle, if you will, continues to touch everyone else in that pond. And that's kind of what happened here with Devers and Breslow. Whatever beef they had with each other obviously was affecting everyone in that organization, and they needed to cut him out. And you know what? Quite frankly, it might be the best for both parties.
Hopefully it is. And hopefully none of that pettiness and that attitude, whatever he had over in Boston, which was clearly toxic, seeps over to here. Because that's the biggest question now going forward is like, all right, I don't want any of that happening here. That is the last thing that I want. And the fact that Will even said he expects him to play first base at some point this weekend as the biggest middle finger to the team is... you just have to laugh at the absurdity of it. Yeah.
There's another element which I don't think enough people are actually bringing up, and I heard Willard, and I just come out and say it. What if Craig Breslow's a moron?
Maybe.
What if Craig Breslow just doesn't have any human skills whatsoever to be able to connect with them?
He's Nico Harrison?
What if he's not Nico? What if he's Trent Baalke? Pretty good at identifying talent, but just have zero social skills.
Possible. I haven't heard him like speak really in front of like media.
Well, no, but all we're hearing is like, hey, this guy Rafael Devers is a jerk, right? That's kind of what that's basically reading between the lines.
Everyone's saying it, right? From the Boston perspective. Okay. Hell, Will was
both could be true though, right?
Yeah.
Rafael could be kind of a jerk, and he did some really bad things in terms of teammate stuff. But also Craig Breslow could be a dummy too,
right?
And just lack emotional intelligence. Could that not be it?
That absolutely could be it. Here's more from Will Fleming, again, voice of the Red Sox radio network, who joined us last segment, talking about Devers right after the press conference, immediately taking ground balls at first base and what that signified to the Red Sox organization.
It was an enormous middle finger to everybody with the Red Sox. It was. There's no other way to see that. And again, this notion of I'll do whatever they want, but they didn't ask me nicely enough in Boston. That to me is absolutely outrageous.
And that's after Chris Cotillo, who's a Red Sox beat writer for MassLive.com, said this yesterday on our airwaves.
It was the verbal equivalent of a middle finger to the Red Sox yesterday. I don't think there's any other way you can possibly imagine that or interpret it. I don't think it's exaggeration to say that. I think people back home were absolutely stunned. And I think even those who were like on the Devers side of things, Red Sox fans, I think he lost a lot of them by saying they're the men in charge. I'll do whatever it takes.
This whole, they were done with each other. And I'm gonna defend Devers here.
Flipping the bird.
I'm gonna defend a good middle finger that you give to someone can be some of the most effective.
That's great.
Oh, it's one of my favorite things in life. Roll up on somebody in the car and they're looking at you and you just smile back and you give them the big bird. You guys know exactly what I'm talking. Do not pretend like you've never given one and you knew it was a satisfying middle finger.
I mean, it's like how guys say hello and goodbye to each other sometimes.
Well, it's mainly driving for me. You've always driven past someone that was either going way too slow, who was being a jerk, whatever. You finally get past them. You're side by side. And what do? I hope I'm off camera right here. You do that right there. That's what you do.
So let me give you an example in real life. I got fired and was kind of leaving this company way back in the day. This is one of the many meat shops that I work for. And the boss gave me something like this of like a one-on-one, right? We were talking and he said something to the effect like, well, when are you going to leave? You know, like, because I had put in my 2 weeks or whatever it was. And I was like, well, I guess I'm leaving right now. And I took off my apron and I rolled it up into my hand and I fired it into his face. Right. Okay. That was the equivalent of giving the middle finger to that individual. Extremely disrespectful. Yeah. Now, I was a young man who was out of control at the time in my life. And I am ashamed by admitting that story out loud. And it was like one of those things I regretted so much because the world is a small place and I would run into this individual over and over and over again. And I would feel very inclined every time that I would run into them. Like, I'm really sorry about that. You know, it happened in the past. You were a young guy. And so like, name me somebody who doesn't have some regrets from some situations that they handled poorly. And then after reflection and stepping back and having a little more perspective, realizing that you might've been wrong. Name me somebody. You know, yet he who has not sinned cast the first stone. That's just the way I look at it. Now, I'm not saying what Devers did is all the way right. I'm not saying it's all the way wrong. But I do believe in these situations, the truth is somewhere in between. I think Breslow has some culpability. Devers clearly has some culpability. And all I care about as a Giants fan is that he shows up, plays first bases, and rubs it in their face by going 3 for 4 on Friday night.
What's the ugliest sports breakup in your mind? What's been like the ugliest that you can remember in your lifetime?
I mean, Charles Haley is like one of them.
That's one of them.
The Clay breakup wasn't great.
Okay, here in the Babel stick first.
I agree with that one. That one was
Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Butler, yes.
Yeah, but that wasn't with us.
No, but you were a part of it.
T.O.
You were a part of it, for
T.O.
sure.
Yeah, I was about to say the T.O. one.
T.O. was bad.
What about Jerry leaving to the Niners going to the Raiders?
It was more sad.
Okay.
More sad.
Was it very ugly?
No, we all rooted for him. It was more sad. I think he was bitter.
Harbaugh?
Harbaugh sucked. Harbaugh was awful.
Was pretty ugly.
The Niners leaving the city and leaving Harbaugh. Yeah, those were bad. We're down bad.
Okay.
Sherman wasn't great.
888. Oh, by the way, speaking of Richard Sherman, yikes. We're not going to get into that.
Sherman on the way out the door wasn't great.
Earl Thomas was worse.
No, I know, but that was for Seattle. KD on the way out the door wasn't great.
No, that's, again.
JP on the way out the door wasn't great.
Ugliest sports breakups. 888-957-9570.
The future Draymond Warriors breakup.
Oh, God. Oof.
Maybe I'm putting the cart before the horse on that one.
I mean, he might coach the team one day.
He's a Warrior lifer. Stop. He's never getting rid of that guy. You're not. Jonathan Kuminga maybe this summer.
Well, that'll be a fun breakup.
We'll see. Although, if you ask Joe Lacob, I don't know. He was on with Tim Kawakami earlier in the week. So
I mean, Joe Montana and Dwight Clark. That was
Joe.
One of the all-time. With Dwight having to trade away Joe Montana. I mean, my dad was never over that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, to this day, I can hear him in the back of my head. 92 playoff game with Joe on the sidelines, championship game against Dallas. Hey, Joe would have won this game. Put Joe in. Joe would have won this game. It's like, Daddy's the reigning MVP. Talking about Steve Young.
Let's see any other East Bay ones I could really think of. Sports breakups. I mean, the Raiders.
I mean,
Bruce
Bruce Bochy and the Giants.
Was that ugly?
Well, Bochy was way too classy to admit that it was ugly, but it was.
All right, fair enough. Anything else in orange and black that you could think of? That was Jeff Kent leaving ugly at all?
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
I mean, well, you got to remember, it wasn't just Jeff Kent. It was also Dusty Baker. And the way Dusty Baker was outed out the door, where his tax returns were released publicly, and Jeff Kent.
Oh, my God.
What?
Just the tax return thing.
And that happened.
I know. It's ridiculous.
Well, if we're going to talk ugly breakups, one of the most famous ones in Bay Area history was Al Davis and Lane Kiffin and the projector.
Lane!
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin.
Getting fired on the tarmac.
Oh, my God.
I heard from
wasn't that USC?
Yeah.
I think, USC.
There's a lot of different Lane Kiffin firings, so it's understandable to get them mixed up.
I actually heard from a pretty good source.
Oh.
And I'll just
Streets are talking.
Hold on. Did we even say it? Kevin Durant leaving the Thunder.
Well, not leaving the Thunder.
No,
I
but
said
that was like how Thunder fans feel about Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant leaving anywhere.
But that no. But the Thunder aspect of it, they hate Kevin Durant. Listen, if the Thunder win tonight and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander wins the championship, they're all going to look at Shai as the greatest Thunder player of all time. Not Kevin Durant, not Russell Westbrook. It's Shai, which is honestly kind of insane to me.
So the Red Sox deal that I heard, okay, this is the way I heard it went down, whether this is real or not. Red Sox planes on the tarmac, ready to go off, in position. They're firing up the engines.
Red Sox, you said?
The Red Sox.
Okay.
And they're like, oh, got to turn this thing around. Devers got traded. Get off our plane.
That happened?
Yeah, apparently.
Who, according to who?
It went right back to the gate. Just people that I know.
Oh,
Streets are talking.
Okay. Wow, that's actually insane. Turn it around. Hey, Devers, you got to get off the plane.
Got to get off. You didn't get a rose.
Did they do the slide, the emergency slide down there? Slide on out of here.
I mean, Steiny's in the other room, so every time we bring up these bad breakups, I think of PJ Carlissimo and Latrell Sprewell. I mean, like, come on.
Carter just brought that up back here. Yeah.
That's a good one. Who else? I mean, I guess you can call it a split, but he retired. Not really. Like Michael Jordan, the Bulls. It's kind of like it was. I know it was the last dance and they went out on top, so it wasn't ugly. But that whole, when I watched back on that doc, like, God, Krause and Jordan just
Lincecum leaving the Giants hurt me tremendously.
Yeah.
Him going to the Angels, I didn't like that. I thought he had earned the right to be a Giant for life.
I don't think it ended well with Bumgarner, quite frankly. That was not, he was not happy about how that all went down.
Brian Wilson.
Yeah.
Brian Wilson screaming and yelling at Larry Bear.
Very awkward breakup.
888-957-9570. Worst sports breakups we're talking about right now. Call in, text in, hit us up on the chat. If you see anything on the chat, Sam, feel free to chime in.
A's in the city of Oakland?
No, I was going to say like the Raiders and the A's leaving. Like Oakland and just in sports in general. It's been toxic and it's been bad. It's not been good.
You guys were all probably way too young, but Mariucci flirting with other teams, and then the Yorks like Denise and Dr. Jean like, yeah, you can go.
Well, that's
people were pissed.
It's happening now, right? With like Jason Kidd like flirting with the Knicks job as he's coaching like the Mavericks.
Jason's been on so many teams, I can't even keep.
Well, I mean, the Gruden Al Davis split. We were talking Al Davis split.
Yeah,
that one. I brought up Lane Kiffin and buried the lead on Gruden. That was happening the same time as Mariucci.
Traded him for a first.
Well, Antonio Brown. Now that we're
Oh my God.
Antonio Brown's breakup with reality is uglier than anything else.
CTESP. Is he still on the run? By the way,
I don't know.
Is
but
he
he's
still
tweeting.
on the
He's
run?
tweeting away.
He's tweeting out of the Middle East the other day.
Middle East?
No, he was
which is
not.
Crazy.
I don't
isn't it?
believe
Worst place to be.
Does he know what's going on there? I mean, good Lord.
Not a chance.
Oh God. Shaq and Kobe, from the text line, obviously. Like that's probably that's like the that when you think of the breakup, it's probably that one, right? In sports.
Tom Thibodeau this year, I think, too. He made the Eastern Conference Finals. They hadn't done anything in years.
But he didn't make it messy.
I would agree.
He was classy about it,
I agree.
which I will say about Tom throughout that whole thing. Like, and he'll get a job. Someone should hire him. Like, the proof is in the pudding. That guy will get you to the playoffs. I think a team like the Pelicans would probably be better off getting a guy like that. Although, Zion Williamson playing for Tom Thibodeau, would he actually try on defense at that point? Would he make him try? Why are you looking at me in that?
I mean, just Zion, man. It's just, I got a feeling it's never going to happen for that guy.
Never. I'm getting LeBron in Cleveland, LeBron in Miami, LeBron Cleveland again.
Oh, the ring chaser?
The ring chaser? Oh, yeah. We can get into that at some point if you want
I mean,
to.
when Dion left, I was pretty pissed.
Dwight Howard, people forget, Dwight Howard in that Stan Van Gundy situation was toxic. They were going back. They were speaking through the media at that point. Ray Allen quietly quitting the Celtics to join Miami in 2012.
That was a smart move.
That was smart.
That was a really smart move.
Yeah, Westbrook.
I mean, Don Nelson retiring on the Warriors. You guys probably
I did.
You know, let me trade away everyone, and then I'm done. And then I'm gonna go coach the Mavs real quick. It's like, Nelly, I thought you were done.
Tom Brady, Bill Belichick were getting, obviously that was
ugly.
But that, the writing was on the wall there forever.
Jimmy G and Kyle Shanahan.
Damn, Tom Brady and his own family, someone texted him. Jesus, that's pretty harsh. But he won another title, so it was okay, right? Lionel Messi in Barcelona.
She was with that karate guy so quick.
Excuse me, jiu-jitsu. Much classier
You're
than
right,
karate.
jiu-jitsu.
All right, there you go.
Man,
Giselle.
Giselle was with the jiu-jitsu guy so quick.
Very quickly. Yeah, it's tough. Well,
makes you think.
Well, Tom pivoted pretty quickly in his own right? Wasn't he hanging out with Kim Kardashian at one point?
I think Tom is like only into himself. It's like the J-Lo thing. Like, I think he loves himself so much. I think it's very
Tom
difficult
likes
to love others.
win. That's what he does. All right. He's got a commitment to excellence under his belt right now. All right, going forward. So he's going to do some great things in Las Vegas. That much I do know. You know what? You brought it up. Let's get into the ring culture here in a second. I do want to play this Will Fleming sound as we're talking about sports breakups. And why we're talking about this is Rafael Devers breaking up with the city of Boston, per se, as they trade him away. He did say something that kind of caught me, that he'll never be the face of a franchise, Rafael Devers. And he is the highest paid player on the team. And is that acceptable to be the highest paid player and not be the face of your franchise? Take a listen. Will Fleming talking about that.
That stuff is real. The stuff that's coming out about, his intransigence and his unwillingness to do some of those things. The only thing I can liken it to is like a broken marriage in a way, where you just hope that it just was poisoned and it was never going to get better in that way. Just the communication and the feelings were hurt on both sides. So I just think if he comes here when he's here now, I think that it has a chance to be a great new start for him. And I don't think he's ever going to be like the face of the franchise, of any franchise. He's never going to do a ton of media. He's never going to talk a lot, and that's fine. And by the way, the Red Sox acknowledged that too when they gave him $300+ million. They never asked him to do a lot of that stuff. They said, we just want you to hit. And hit he does.
He does.
So I don't understand, like, because there is a little, almost like he's contradicting himself. Hey, we don't expect you to do any of the media stuff. Hey, but why aren't you doing any of the media stuff? Right?
I guess when the likes of Mookie Betts finally leave and Xander Bogaerts finally leaves, and you're left with that contract and that player, and he is kind of like the last remnant of a World Series title, I do think that leads to expectations. Like, whether that's fair or not, like, at one point, Brandon Crawford was looked at as one of the leaders on this team. Was he the best player? No, but the fact that he was like that kind of last remnant of a World Series team, there were certain expectations when it came to availability. Now, it's different. He's a Bay Area guy. He's built into it. Like, I'm not saying it's the same thing, but I'm just trying to, throw it out there. Like, the fact that he was like the last remaining remnant of a World Series team, I think meant something to the fans. They wanted to hear from him, especially as they're making all that money. But when I hear him say, he's not expected to be the face of a franchise, and, don't worry, you got Matt Chapman, you got Willie Adames there. I was like, sure, but also I would like to hear from that guy occasionally, right? And if it just felt like at some point he just cut all ties of communication. And that I don't think is going to happen first and foremost early on here. But like, let's say we're a year into this, Joe, or two, and then you don't hear from this guy at all.
Is he balling?
No. How about that?
Well, if he's not balling, maybe you don't want to hear from him. I don't know. Like,
you wanted to hear from Debo last year when he was not balling.
Well, he was also podcasting and talking, and all right. So like, you can't have it both ways. That's that kind of my thing, and that's why I get frustrated. And I'm going to go cross-sport analogy here. That's why I get so frustrated with Rory McIlroy. Right? Rory McIlroy wants to show up on the Carson Daly show and do this podcast and that podcast, but then media availability after a tournament, no, I've earned the right to not have to do any of that. Well, wait a minute, dude. Like, you can't have it both ways. This guy clearly doesn't want it both ways. He just, hey, I want to play baseball.
888-957-9570. Do you agree that you don't have to be the highest paid player and be the face of a franchise? Will Fleming says, hey, on the Red Sox, he was kind of the face, whether he wanted to be or not. Fans bestowed that upon him.
Is Purdy, like right now, like, and he will talk to the media.
He will.
I don't consider Purdy the face of the 49ers.
No, I don't either. I actually think it's Kyle Shanahan, quite frankly.
Okay, but Shanahan, Kittle, Bosa, Warner, it's not Purdy yet.
It's not Purdy.
Maybe one day it will be.
Was Jimmy ever the face?
I think for a small period, yeah.
I think he was a pretty face. He was a nice guy to look at. I think people like
Jimmy Mania was pretty real.
Mania for a second, and then he got hurt.
They also didn't have Fred at this level where he's at now, and Kittle's level of fame is way bigger than it was back then. Bosa wasn't even on the team by then.
Right.
I just think the dynamic of the roster was totally different.
Who is the face currently of the San Francisco Giants, you would say, right now? As of today.
I mean, is it a joke? I'm not even joking, but is it like a jarring if I still say Krug and Kipe?
Wow. The broadcast duo.
I mean, they're so iconic. It's like
kind of.
I think that's more a reflection on them than the Giants.
Yeah, no,
that's
speaks
kind
to
of like
them.
Vin Scully. Like Vin Scully was the face for so long.
Yeah, but he was like a face of baseball, right? Almost in a sense where it was just so he cast such a large shadow.
Okay, that's probably not the right answer. Maybe it's Posey. I guess I don't know.
No, but like let's just stick to the players then. Like if you had to pick a player on this team that was the face. Because, like, Willie Adam, I don't think Willie is that guy.
Logan Webb.
Right? I'm forcing you to pick a player, and, like, you still don't want to is kind of my answer here. So, whether we like it or not.
I think it's Chapman Adames.
Okay.
Still.
All right, Chapman still, and it sucks because Chapman's not
I don't think
there,
either one of them is the singular face. I think it's Chapman or Adames.
Okay. Fair enough. 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, we do have something huge happening tonight at Chase Center. 7 o'clock, be there or be square. We'll be locked in. Valkyries taking on Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Channel 5. Pre-game starts at 6:30. Mark Willard and Mark Grandy going to be broadcasting their show live out there at Chase Center. So go say hi.
So this like face of the franchise thing, I think it makes great fodder to talk about. I don't think this is how teams, like, not all of them, I don't think this is how teams construct themselves. Right now, reigning Super Bowl champs. It's the face of the Eagles right now.
Ooh, good question. Saquon.
Over Howie Roseman?
I think, but Saquon's on the cover of Madden.
Oh, okay, I'm asking.
And
over
he's a
Howie,
podcast, I think, right, too?
Over his coach?
Over Sirianni, yeah. I think Saquon's a god in Philadelphia right now.
No doubt. I'm talking
I think it's
nationally.
him or Jalen, to be quite frankly.
Talking nationally.
Nationally, dude, I still think it's Saquon Barkley. Dude's getting drafted number 1 overall in fantasy
I
leagues.
don't know.
His stock right now is sky high.
I think when I think of the Eagles, I think of Howie first. Maybe you and I just look at it different.
I think so. And that's fine. You can take your guy Howie Roseman as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We have Anthony in San Rafael that wants to join this face of the franchise conversation. He has a potential face of the franchise for the Giants. Anthony, good morning.
Yeah,
You're almost Bedoni and Shasky.
Hey, good morning, guys. So I think Logan Webb needs a little bit more respect. He has a good shot at Cy Young this year, and I think he's absolutely the face of the franchise. Just look at what he did to the Dodgers last time he started.
Yeah, but you think it's as simple as that? Just your starts against, because I kind of agree with Joe that I liken Logan a little bit personality-wise, more with like a Matt Cain. His style of pitching, it's not as sexy as, let's say, a Tim Lincecum.
Kind of like Brock Purdy.
Yeah, a little bit. But that's fine.
Almost understated.
What is your criteria for a face? I'll ask Anthony.
Well, I think it's the best player on the team, and I think Logan Webb's the best player on the team.
Okay, hey, fair enough. That's a great answer. You know what? I don't think it always has to be the best player on the team to be the face, as we're talking about right now. It could be a franchise, executive, quite frankly. Hell, it could be an owner. Jerry Jones is the face of the Dallas Cowboys.
100%.
It could be an owner. Hell,
or it could be Dak, and Dak's not their best player.
No, exactly. It could just be the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. Like, was Troy Aikman ever their best player on the
No.
Cowboys? No. He was he was like the face, though. Like, it's synonymous with them, or was Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin. I mean, they had so many players.
I know.
I mean, they were stacked.
Well, and
right?
Jimmy Johnson was the face.
Right?
Jimmy Johnson was the face that I associate with the early 90s.
There you go. So
more than Jerry, even.
Anthony's saying Logan Webb is the best player. By the way, we got this or that coming up, this or that, 888-957-9570. It's the fastest growing segment in sports radio history and here on 95.7 The Game. It's going to be a question. It can be sports related, it can be non-sports related. It's going to be one or the other, and that segment is about you, the people. Sam Lemon, you got something?
Yeah, no, just we're talking about, the factors that determine what a face of the franchise is. Do you put more weight in a guy being a homegrown player becoming a face of the franchise, or do you believe that, it can be a free agent coming in and assuming that title?
It matters. I go immediately, as you say that, to Kevin Durant, Stephen Curry. That's exactly what I think.
Well, was Steph still the face at that time, or was it KD?
No, it was Steph, but KD was their best player.
Well, yeah, but Steph was the face, and he was homegrown, though. So that's the thing.
That's what
do you
I'm
want
saying.
to be a homegrown player? So I think that's kind of why, with Anthony's point with Logan Webb, like Logan Webb is the homegrown guy of the core right now. So do Giants fans kind of gravitate more towards Logan Webb as the face? Because recall, the Giants' entire history, the face of the franchise has always been a homegrown player, other than Barry Bonds, who grew up in the Giants clubhouse, which is a different kind of homegrown. So I just don't know if the homegrown aspect, does that matter in a face of the franchise? Or, because like with the Dodgers, I think we could say their face is probably Shohei Ohtani, who was not a homegrown player.
Steve Young was not a guy drafted to the team.
No. And he was their face of the franchise for many years. Even though Jerry was the best player on the team.
Right. So
it's crazy to think
it's a
about
great
now.
question. No, it's a great question.
Steve Young was huge.
But to Sam's point, we do view it differently when you are getting traded over here and you weren't drafted here. I think the Bay Area in particular, we are very, very leery of letting go of our guys that we drafted.
Yeah, and I hear
you.
you,
Do not like it.
But there's been
Look at
there's
Klay
been
Thompson. Yeah.
No, I know, but there has been seminal moments where those people have been. So, like, for example, David Lee, when he got traded over here, David Lee was the face of the Warriors for quite some time. Now, you can argue that's not good enough,
right?
Which I would agree with, but he was the face.
Okay,
more so than Monte.
Okay, and I will go back to that Kevin Durant, Stephen Curry thing because I think that is the greatest example of this. Kevin Durant, whether you agree or not, whether you thought he was too sensitive or not, but he never felt truly loved by the majority of the fan base. He just didn't feel that. Now, is that in his own mind that he wanted the same love as Steph? He was never going to get that. Like, so that just, you were never going to get that same love of a guy that was drafted there, that won a championship there, that brought so much joy and enthusiasm, changed the game, quote unquote, right? Like, you were never going to get that. But I do kind of feel him on like, hey guys, like I am the best player on this team. And I did win back-to-back finals MVPs. And I am the reason. I did come here to join this team. Like, maybe I do feel like I deserve a little bit more love than I'm getting right now. Is that...
He got love. Did
he, though?
Yes, he did.
People were kicking his ass on the way out and said, you know what?
Who, the internet?
Nope. Callers, the internet, doesn't matter. Fans I knew texted me, this is Warriors basketball when he was out. This is real Warriors basketball.
And how old were those people? 23?
They were fans. Doesn't matter how old they are.
Anyone who has a little bit of perspective would have been like, the Kevin Durant era was one of the greatest eras that ever happened. And it's the most surreal thing of all time. If anything, it's like, thank you, Kevin, for everything. Like, I think it was a very loud, small segment of individuals who didn't like Kevin Durant. And they think they're weirdos, and I don't think they're real Warrior fans.
Well, they are the fans. I know they are, and they just felt some type of way about the guy. By the way, he's having a hard time finding like a trade partner, I guess, one Kevon Durant. Huh.
That's a shame.
Eggs on like egg avatars on the internet are not real people. When you go to the game,
they have blue check marks though now.
Body bots.
When you go to the games, Kevin Durant was beloved. Okay, like it's just because you get a lot of phone calls doesn't mean that's how everyone feels.
We were talking about sports breakups. How do we not mention the elephant in the room, Jordan Poole? And the Golden State
I think we mentioned that.
I brought him up.
You did? Okay, but I think we glossed over it then. Yeah. Sorry, I apologize. That's probably the most recent example, like nasty example.
I think the Nick Wrights of the world and the Chris Broussards and the Skip Baylesses and the Kendrick Perkins diluted the reality of the local fan base adored Kevin Durant. I just completely push back on all that.
God, Joe, we have a we're talking about all this, and it's coming to a head tomorrow between the Red Sox and the Giants. Like, I did not anticipate June 20th being a revenge series pertaining to the Boston Red Sox, an American League team, but here we are in a span of a week. Like, it's kind of crazy how all this has came out. A week ago, we were talking about this team coming off a high, trying to go for a sweep against the Rockies, right? Going into a massive series against the Dodgers. In a week later, you got Rafael Devers, and now we're looking at this series like, no, you got to be. Going into the series now, I'm looking at the Red Sox like I look at the Dodgers. You want to kick their ass for Rafi, right? If you're a fan.
I think they're going to throw at him.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
First
There's not
pitch?
a doubt in my mind. Do you listen to the Will Fleming is the broadcaster. I mean, it's as if Rafi did this to him.
Want to talk here? Will Fleming here.
Come on.
On Rafi Devers just taking ground balls at first.
It was an enormous middle finger to everybody with the Red Sox. It was. There's no other way to see that. And again, this notion of I'll do whatever they want, but they didn't ask me nicely enough in Boston. That to me is absolutely outrageous.
I kind of feel him on that. Like, but again, when you get toxic relationships, the pettiness comes out. You get extremely petty, and it's very difficult to not go back into that little brother, big brother mentality of knowing how to push each other's buttons. It's very difficult not to go into that mode. And clearly, Rafael Devers wanted to go into that mode. And you know what? He's here. And what you're going to do as soon as you see your ex, right? You're going to go up to your current significant other. And what are you going to do with him? You're going to make out with him right in front of him, right? And that's what he's going to try to do this weekend with a home run, a triple, whatever. Whatever the equivalent of that is this weekend, Joe, Rafi Devers is going to try to do that. And I guess for them, it was taking ground balls at first base was like making love right in front of your ex for them. And they were just disgusted with him. I'm just laughing at the absurdity of all this.
I love how angry Boston is. This is so much fun. Finally. I mean, and John Damon alluded to it. There's not one individual who has ever left Boston on a high note.
Ever. He didn't. He said it was very difficult to leave them.
No one. And you know why? Because Boston is so insular and they're so insecure. How would you not want to be here where we're the smartest, the greatest, and the best?
Is there any like beloved Red Sox and Yankee? There's probably an obvious one I can't think of right now that played for both that's
Babe
equally
Ruth?
loved. But he's not equally loved by the Red Sox.
What do you mean? What?
Red Sox fans don't love Babe Ruth.
Well, I mean,
What?
he had like 100 wins.
I think they more regret his departure. than
Yeah,
anything else.
exactly.
Yeah, but they don't view him as like
Wade
this-
Boggs is not necessarily beloved by the Yankees. Roger Clemens is a good one,
Okay.
actually, but Roger was hated for a long time for joining the Yankees.
I mean, the fact you have to go back to Babe Ruth to find a beloved Red Sox and Yankee, kind of, there
I
you
think
go.
Rogers like a good litmus test for that because he was really good there, right? Like he was sensational. He was there.
You're talking about with Boston?
Yes.
Yeah, but he lost in the playoffs some big games.
I know.
Big games.
Dave Stewart against him.
Yeah,
multiple times,
and then
yeah.
he left and went to Toronto. Like there's the Roger thing is very complicated.
Fair enough.
And
Yep.
I think they despised Wade Boggs until they won their championships that he had joined the Yankees.
Do you know what's not complicated? It's this segment that we have called This or That. It's actually really simple. And we make it simple so the fans can join us in these conversations because we want to hear from the fans during This or That. And we do it every single day. And it could be sports related. It could be non-sports related. And we go to the crack staff in the back, the brain trust that is the producer studio. Sam Lubman, what is today's This or That?
Yeah, we got a little help from the boss on this one today, too. So the three of us cooked something up. So we got two pretty big games today. Giants fighting off a sweep against the Guardians, and, of course, the Valkyries hosting the Indiana Fever and Caitlin Clark. So if I offered you behind-the-plate tickets for today's Giants game or courtside for tonight's Valkyries game, which would you take? Behind the plate for the Giants, Logan Webb on the hill against the Guardians, Jose Ramirez and all them, or courtside at the Valkyries game to see Caitlin Clark.
Am I allowed to do an amendment to this? Can
Depends
I make
what your
it
amendment is.
This or that?
No, can I make it tomorrow's Red Sox Giants game instead? It's way sexier of a matchup. I'm sorry. It just is.
All right, so you're taking Caitlin Clark.
I'm taking Caitlin Clark.
Okay.
In this.
I think we're going to keep it to today's.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. And Big Boss is probably mad.
Joe's
at me.
going to jump
You
up
can't,
and
no,
high five Sophie Cunningham.
That'd be nice.
It's an interesting. I know. Let's
break up a fight between Kate Martin
sit
and
next
Caitlin Clark.
to. I'm gonna go Draymond Green and try to grab it. Oh my god! Speaking of which, who do you think the most famous person is going to be courtside today? Is Steph going to be there courtside? Can I sit next to Stephen Curry?
This is like 5 this or that. I think there's only one.
Okay, so this or that. Would you rather have courtside?
I want Rafi Devers courtside after he hits the game-winning home run, high-fiving Caitlin Clark tonight.
And pods.
No, Valkyries. You don't have high-fiving Caitlin Clark.
I didn't say she won. I just want to see him high-fiving her.
This or that. Courtside, Valkyries, Indiana Fever tonight.
I
Caitlin
wonder
Clark,
what people are thinking.
Or you behind home plate today for Logan Webb on the bump.
You're Marlin man, basically.
There you go. And it's brought to you by Frontier Ford. Frontier Ford is bringing the heat this summer with employee pricing for all. You pay what Ford employees pay through July 7th. F-150s, Broncos, Explorers, Escapes, Mavericks, even the Mustang Mach-E. So get to Stevens Creek Boulevard in Santa Clara or 24/7 at frontierford.com.
wasted hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
We back. This show has flown by today. It's flown by. One more segment before handing off to Steiny and E-Dog in for Goo today, as Goo is down in Texas. You know what he's eating down there? Probably some nice, good old brisket, barbecue.
Texas Roadhouse.
I wasn't going to say it, Sammy, but you just led me right to it. It's some Texas Roadhouse, for sure. They don't
$12
have
billion franchise.
But they don't have Laughing Monk down there, sadly, because Laughing Monk is exclusive to us here in the Bay Area, because they got Scotts Valley, they got Sunnyvale, they got right here in San Francisco, and that's where you should be checking out all your food and watching games and doing whatever. Get the brewskis there, Joe. They got it all. What's wrong? What are you shaking your head? You're struggling over there
because I'm getting nonstop like calls from spams, and I have it on Do Not Disturb. Just give me a second because this is really annoying me.
It's really important. Yeah, the Joe's spam risk calls. I will give him a second.
It's a butcher's beef here.
It is. By the way, coming up tonight, as we've been alluding to, it's part of our this or that. I'm going to give the question out again, give out the phone number. Coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, Valkyries taking on Caitlin Clark in the Indiana Fever. Hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Channel 5. Pre-game starts at 6:30. It's this, it's that. Do we have the open? Are we going to hit the open? Let's do it, Carter. When you got the chance, this or that.
Oh, heck yes.
All right, there it is. You heard it. This or that. The question of the day. Would you rather go courtside tonight? You can only pick one of them. It's this or that. Courtside to tonight's game between the Fever and Valkyries to watch some Caitlin Clark, or home plate for today's Giants-Guardians game with Logan Webb on the bump, Joe. Which one are you taking? 888-957-9570. You can call or text. Remember, this segment is about you, the people. We want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Which one are you taking?
I mean, it's like there's very few people that you have to make a pilgrimage to go see. Tiger Woods is one of them. I had to go see him in the U.S. Open. Saw him twice.
Tiger Woods, y'all.
Had to see him live.
Steph Curry.
Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying.
Well, no, but we have to say it. This is a radio station. So Tiger Woods, Stephen Curry. Joe, we're the home of the Warriors.
I know, but if we were in another market,
you can't say Stephen Curry enough, okay? So I'm saying it. Stephen Curry must.
Caitlin is one of them.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would go with Caitlin. As much as I love the Guardian history, going back to when they were the Spiders, I would say that you're not missing much if you're watching, ancient Carlos Santana, unless it's a perfect game. Because if it's a perfect game, then we got something different.
Right.
But I'm going with Caitlin Clark.
Okay, 888-957-9570. I think I'm also leaning Caitlin Clark as well. And I'm a sucker for the celebrities too, and the gravitas and like the whole pomp and circumstance of everything. Kind of like the Rafael Devers press conference the other day, just everyone there. I think it's going to be similar to tonight's game. Like everyone in the Bay, that's anyone, is going to be, I think E40 is going to show up to the game tonight courtside. I think the King himself.
Caitlin.
The Bonte Hill is going to be courtside for this, right? With the King's not going to miss
Bonte might bump Kevin Dana out of the booth and start calling the game.
Goodness. Oh, baby?
I mean,
he's going to hit an baby there courtside?
It's me courtside with baby Ches.
Honestly, George Kittle's probably a lock for this one, too.
Oh, of course, Iowa.
Unless he's in Nashville. I don't know.
Just like training?
You guys got to remember, it is also the summer, right? So we don't know who's in town.
Steph Curry? Is he going to be showing up with Aisha maybe?
I don't know.
Steve Kerr? We'll see. Durant.
Here's what I would say to you. I want to know more than any. You're talking about all these. Who's sitting next to Lacob? If I'm Lacob, the person I'm inviting to this game is Rafael Devers. That's who I'm inviting.
You think Rafael Devers is locked in on Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever?
It doesn't matter. It's just the full court press of the venture capitalist. I want to see it.
So after a 4-hour game, he's going to like, all right, come on over here to
why not?
Chase Center. Because he just got here. He probably wants to rest and relax and get ready mentally for the Red Sox revenge game tomorrow.
I'm
Joe.
assuming that he's staying somewhere near the ballpark in a nice, beautiful suite somewhere. I don't know where, but I'm assuming the Giants have him set up pretty nice. And we're talking about like walking over, hanging out. He looks like he likes to eat a little and, have a little food at Chase Center and enjoy some action. I think he'll be there.
It's this or that, 888-957-9570.
Also, have you been to a game yet?
No, I have not yet.
I haven't either. Have you been to a game yet? Valkyries? No. Okay. How about Sam? I think this matters.
No.
I have not gone yet.
It's literally like we're the flagship. It's very hard to get tickets. I've been asking. I want to go.
My mom's going.
Your mom's going.
And she had heard from her friend who has season tickets for both Valkyries and Warriors that the crowds are very different. And I go, what do you mean by that? She's like, I don't know. That's just what she said. So I go, okay, well, tonight I want you to, because my mom's going to be at the game, report back why it's different. So this is what her friend said.
I'm going tonight.
Well, I want my mom to report back, and I'll allow you to report back, too.
I want my mom to report back.
I'll have a different opinion.
Carter. 888-957-9570.
Carter is sitting next to Lakem tonight.
This or that. Courtside tickets to tonight's game between the Valkyries and Fever to watch Caitlin Clark, or a pair of home plate tickets to see Logan Webb and the Giants take on the Guardians. Which one are you taking? Call or text 888-957-9570. I want to go to the phone lines.
Oh, yeah, we have full phone lines. I want to give the WNBA credit.
Yeah.
The partnerships that they've made, for whatever reason, because I'm a sports fanatic, I have YouTube, and on YouTube TV, it just pops up. And now you can do multi-view, multiple WNBA games. So when the Valkyries were playing and the Fever were on at the same time the other day, I was multi-viewing. My son loves watching basketball on television. Like, loves it. You don't understand.
No, it's the sport you want to take him to a game to.
He loves it.
Because it's fast-paced.
Well, he can follow the ball.
Well, that's the thing. The baseball is very difficult. He's not going to pay attention. He's going to want to walk around. Football's too slow. Basketball is for the short attention spans for the kids. It's back and forth, back and forth.
We might go to the Giants game today. So that's we're thinking about it. But that's my point is I think they've done a great job using their broadcast partners to be able to jump to the front of the algorithm. I've watched more WNBA in the last month than my whole life combined.
There you go. Durand is in Union City. He wants to join the conversation. Durand.
What's up, Durand?
Are you going to the Valkyries game courtside, or are you going to the Giants game behind home plate? You can only pick one.
Hey, Spadoni, Chasky, what's up, fellas?
What's up, dog? What's up, buddy?
I'm going courtside. Caitlin Clark, Valkyries, give me a bucket of popcorn, a nice steak sandwich, Dad's old-fashioned medium root beer. Yeah, Valkyries, Caitlin Clark. I'm absolutely going courtside.
I do love a good root beer.
Wait, do they serve steak sandwiches courtside at Chase Center?
I don't know. That would be a Bonte Hill King question.
Yeah, we got to ask him tomorrow when Bonte Hill joins us in studio, as he does each and every Friday at 9 o'clock, courtesy of River Islands. 888-957-9570. We're playing this or that. We can only offer you one pair to either of these games. You have to just pick one, though. You going courtside to see Caitlin Clark tonight take on the Valkyries, or you going behind home plate to watch Logan Webb against the Cleveland Guardians.
What if it was Friday night against the Sox?
I think I'm taking the Sox.
Why?
Because I want to see Rafael Devers go deep in his first at-bat against that team. Or watch him get hit. I want dugouts to clear tomorrow. It's going to happen at some point this weekend.
Just put Craig Breslow on the mound and let him throw at Devers.
And I want to hear the competing calls between Will Fleming and Dave Fleming and how they sound. And let's break it down.
Oh, I want to hear those 2 home run calls on Friday.
Right? And how they sound. Filmo Mike wants to join the conversation. Filmo, which game you going to if I gave you the choice? Good morning.
What's up, Spadoni? What's up, Shasky?
What's up, dog?
If I had the choice, I'm going to see Kaylin Chin. Shout out to Kaylin Chin, my boy Justin and Jason Quintal. They got some jerseys. They cut Kaylin Chin, but you feel me? They brought her back. So I'm going to see Kaylin Clark and Kaylin Chin. So shout out to my people, man.
Nice.
Real talk. And Spadoni, we don't gotta mention Curry, man. Get off Curry, man.
Whoa,
You talking that Laker talk, Spadoni. You talking that Laker talk, man.
Hey,
come on, man. I got to get up. Hey, Spadoni, you part of the roast, right? Well, guess what? I got to roast your ass. Hey, stop talking. Nobody care about. We know we got to see Curry, Barnes, who else? Ricky Henderson, Jerry Rice. Come on, bro, the slant. Come on, bud, but you can't be giving them little Laker takes, bro. I know what you be doing.
No. Filmo. He's 38 years old, Steph. He's going on 38. He still must watch. That's what I'm saying, okay? Enjoy it while it's here. Ricky Henderson, God love the guy. He's passed away. He's gone. Jerry Rice isn't getting on the field anymore. He's gone. Enjoy Steph right now. He's still box office at this age. And yeah, I'm going to keep saying it because you know what? You guys all take him for granted. You do. The Filmos,
we take
the Joe
him for granted.
Shaskys. You guys all take him for
Is
granted.
Filmo still there?
I don't. No, he's gone. He's gone. You didn't want. You didn't want
Taking
the smoke.
Steph for granted. That's a
He didn't
bold
want
statement.
the smoke, huh?
You guys are taking him for granted. You are. I'm calling you out on it. I'm not. I'm still saying he's must see. You guys just, you guys take him for granted. It's fine.
I think that's a bold statement there.
It is a bold statement.
Filmo Mike is just hilarious.
I do love Filmo.
I love when he comes
by
at
the way,
anyone.
he
He comes at me, comes at you.
He comes at everyone.
Comes at Guru.
Evan, doesn't
Steiny.
matter. Caitlin, he comes at Sam Lemon.
Hey, I'm Ludman. I'm going to be at Freeman's and Pike's this Saturday with Mark Grandy.
It's all
He
Tom.
sounds
man.
just like
one
me,
of my
actually.
favorite drops
I actually thought
in the
that-
history of the station.
I thought that was Sam
I swear to
talking.
God.
It's playing a cut of me. It's playing off his Filmo.
You know what it reminds me of? Like when Dave Chappelle used to do the white guy voice, and he'd be
Chuck
all,
Taylor.
Oh
That was his
God,
name, Chuck
it's
Taylor.
So
Yeah.
good. Give it to me one more time.
Right here, I got it.
Hey, I'm Ludman. I'm going to be at Freeman's and Pike's this Saturday with Mark Grandy.
It's the Freeman's Appliances.
He does the Chuck Taylor from the racial draft and Dave Chappelle.
Oh.
Don't hustle me, Darnell. Yeah, I'm the ultimate. There you go.
Oh my God, I love him so much.
So we got 2 for Caitlin Clark. It's the Valkyries.
I'll say
courtside.
this about Filmo Mike: he makes a great anti-hero, doesn't he?
He's just a hero. Why anti?
Well, because he's counterculture. He has to be.
What do you mean he's counterculture? He's Bay Area now, man.
No, I know that's what I'm saying, but like, no, he's not mainstream. Like he's independent, like a Bay Area artist should be.
But he's got those podcasts. He's doing his thing.
Oh, he marches to his own beat, dude.
Dude, I love me. And
I
he's-
love Filmo Mike.
He's got a new business venture he's doing too. I follow him on social. Filmo's the best. And he was shouting out Caitlin Chen, obviously, of Princeton, of UConn, who got drafted by the Valkyries, got cut, as he mentioned, and now brought back. So they're all rooting for Caitlin Chen. So there you go. Let's root for Caitlin Chen. And we're not rooting for Caitlin Clark tonight, Joe. We're not doing that. Like, I feel like this energy, there's a lot of people
Why
saying,
can't we root for the show? Just the show overall.
That's fine. Are you rooting for the show that is LeBron James when he comes up?
No,
here?
that's different.
No, you got to
LeBron-
have that energy. All right. Caitlin's this is the opposition here, people.
This is the
all right.
come up. I mean, what are we talking about? This is one of the phenoms of the sport. Like, you just want to see excellence.
Great. Mike Trout was a phenom, and I still want to beat him.
Yeah, and when I
Okay?
watched him hit 3 home runs in 3 games against the Giants, I was like, yeah, this is why you tune in.
I mean, Shohei Ohtani, if he comes up to pitch at Oracle Park this year, I mean, this is just, you got to just go watch it. I mean, you just got to appreciate the
That
greatness.
9 ERA that he has.
There you go.
Speaking of LeBron, I mean, I know we're still doing this or that, but like, we got to play that sound at some point.
Which sound?
The sound about him about ring culture, and now like he's crying and whining because he's not going to get to 6. That I don't know why it's all about rings. What are you talking about, dude? You created ring culture.
You just want to play the sound?
Just play the sound. I'm going to go off.
This is on the podcast with Steve Nash. I'll get the exact name here in a second. But here's LeBron James, the latest on ring culture.
I don't know why it's discussed so much in our sport and why it's the A-all, B-all of everything. Like, okay, you weren't a great player if you never won a championship. It's like, or if you won one, then you
Not
can't
enough.
be in the same conversation with this person. It's like,
But that's a great point because what you're saying is like, no matter what you have, you need more. No matter what.
Right.
No matter what. Like, it never ends.
yeah, it's I don't know, man. It's just like you sit here and you tell me, Allen Iverson and Charles Barkley and Steve Nash, it wasn't unbelievable. Like, oh, they can't be talked about or discussed with these guys is because this guy won 1 ring or won 2 rings or won, like, it's just weird to me. It's like saying Peyton Manning can't be in the same room with Brady or Mahomes because he only has 1 ring. They don't never discuss that in their sport.
Right.
Or telling me that Dan Marino is not the greatest slinger of all time, or he can't be in the room with those guys because he didn't win a championship. they don't discuss those things.
So that's from Mind the Game, and we have to a quick correction for LeBron on his behalf. 2 rings for Peyton Manning. He has 2. He did win one. In his final year.
And Peyton is not in the room with Tom Brady. No, like what is he? LeBron. This is the problem with LeBron. The more he talks, the less I think that he even thinks out what he's saying. And this is where podcast-itis is a thing. LeBron, you created ring culture. You left Cleveland to join Miami. Why?
Because he felt pressure from society to go do that.
Okay.
From the media.
Okay.
From the media that was covering him since he was 16 years old.
And who said that he won the most special ring of them all? Who said that?
Probably him.
He did.
Yeah.
Who said that the bubble ring was the hardest ring of them all?
Steve Kerr said that too. Head coach of the Golden State Warriors. Just letting you know.
Dan Marino was a great player. Who is arguing that he's not great? We're talking about when you're measuring the greatest of all time. Yeah, rings are a factor. No one is saying whoever has said in the last 20 years that Allen Iverson wasn't any good. Everybody thinks he's good. Like, who doesn't think he's good?
Well, he's talking about it in the sense that we never talk about him with the greatest of all time because he didn't win a ring. There are people that do that. They said, oh, Charles Barkley. Yeah,
when you
but
are
Charles didn't win.
measuring the greatest of all time in that sport where there's only 5 guys on the court, yeah, rings are going to be a part of the pie when we're breaking down
I guess that's
what
his
makes
problem,
the ingredients of the greatest ever.
That's his problem, though.
What's his problem?
Why is
that
it,
he didn't win enough?
Well, why is it in that sport he's looked at different?
He's literally the definition of chasing and going from spot to spot, absorbing every resource, trading every future asset to win a ring right now in real time, and then leaving them high and dry. No other player in sports history has taken over a franchise and bounced around more and traded more assets and played with more Hall of Famers outside of those 60s Celtics than LeBron.
And
name another player in another sport.
Well, that's what makes him so special. He won 3 Finals MVPs with 3 different locations.
Everyone thinks he's great. Everyone thinks he's great. Yeah. He's not the GOAT. That's okay. And when we're separating the GOATs, rings are a factor. You know who we just celebrated losing a year ago, yesterday? Was Willie Mays. You know what no one brought up with Willie Mays? The fact he only won 1 ring. Yeah. You know why? Because we recognize greatness. It's the same thing with Allen Iverson. We know Allen Iverson's great.
LeBron
he's not on Kobe's level.
LeBron literally said that, Joe. He says, why do we talk about Barry Bonds differently?
Because he did it. Because he did it. He discussed rings at every turn.
No,
at every turn.
We don't do that in baseball when it comes to rings. We don't. Mike Trout could be a top 10 player of all time and never win a ring. It's how we discuss the sports is what LeBron's talking about. We talk about the sports different. Like, why is it in basketball if someone doesn't
because
win a
there's
ring,
only 5 guys on the floor.
So that's
okay.
Why. Then that's what.
That's why.
The
I don't think his acumen on other sports is accurate. Number 1 and number 2, that is how this sport is judged. Yes, and he is a big part, as well as the media around him, is a big part of why it's discussed that way.
The fact that he went to 10 straight finals in and of itself
was incredible.
Is incredible, but we don't give him the credit for that. We talk about him losing the finals.
LeBron, I don't ever want to hear about LeBron not getting credit. He has built an entire media entity around supporting his every move. Joe, come on.
Joe,
saying, come on.
Why are you so angry about it?
Because LeBron is annoying.
You're the one that brought up the sound first and foremost.
Because we're all sick of hearing him twist himself in a pretzel to justify whatever his opinion is at that moment.
I think he was just sticking up for all the people in ring culture in general. Like, just because Steph has won fewer than Magic, does that make him, in the grand scheme of things, oh, well, he never got to Magic's level, so I guess he's not better than Magic because he didn't win. He had 1 fewer ring. That's what I'm getting at here. Like, I think that's absurd. Should absolutely be. If someone wants to say
that is not where LeBron's going with this conversation.
No, but
LeBron is going with this conversation. LeBron is sitting here on the couch going, I'm never going to get to the 6 that I thought I was going to get to. All right? Did Joe Shasky jump on stage and say, not 5, not 6, not 7? That was LeBron.
He did.
Well, that was LeBron.
Not 6, not 7.
That was him.
Yeah.
Okay? He's the one who set these parameters up, unfortunately. Look, nobody listens to Kendrick Perkins and Skip Bayless. I know LeBron does. I know LeBron does.
I listened to him in high school. I think Sam did. I think Carter did.
I think there are people out there who listen to
And then what happened? You grew up and you had a little perspective.
Yeah, but
I think there's a lot of people out there who have not grown up.
Their impact on how we talk about sports now shifted everything to where what LeBron's saying
that's
is true.
at the kiddie table.
No,
if you're going to come to the adult table of
you're
sports
asking
talk,
the
you're
question.
not going, well, Kendrick Perkins said, if you are, I immediately stop listening.
That's fine. You say that. It's literally, they're all their highest rated shows, and that's why they talk about it all the time, because people are watching it on ESPN, on Get Up, on First Take. That is what they do still. Okay. That is what they talk about.
If you're going to discuss sports at a higher level than that, and you want to be at the adult table, you're not bringing up the Kendrick Perkins point of view. You're just not.
I think
you're just not.
I do think there's a difference between what Skip and Stephen A were able to do, what they were able to talk about, and how it shifted the sports landscape and how we discuss it, than what Kendrick Perkins is doing right now. I do think the pre and post game analysis of Kendrick Perkins is wildly different than what Skip Bayless and Stephen A. Smith for all those years for First Take, what they were doing, what they were discussing. It turned into rings. And I do think that is, when we talk about and compare players, it becomes a little flawed.
When we are talking about the greatest of all time at the quarterback position and in the NBA, rings are a part of the ingredients of how you are broken down of who is the greatest of all time. We're not talking about good players.
But we pick
We're not
and
talking about
choose.
just great players. We're talking about the greatest of all time.
But we pick and choose. There were people.
What do you mean we pick and choose?
There were people here on our airwaves saying, and maybe even us, if Mahomes won 3 straight, people were saying he's already better than Brady because Brady never did that. That was a conversation during Super Bowl week. And he wasn't even going to touch Brady when it came to the amount of rings he's had. But people were legitimately making that argument, and we were here for it.
Who is not in the argument? Who's not in the argument? Dan Marino, right? And Dan Marino was great. Dan Marino was great.
Joe Montana last year said Dan Marino's the greatest quarterback he's ever seen.
Yeah, and Joe Montana says a lot of wild things that I don't agree with.
You don't think he's more qualified to say that than you are?
No, actually I don't, because Joe is actually got on certain things when it comes to the history of the game, there are some big holes in Joe's repertoire. He's got some haterade, all right? All right?
I mean, is it haterade to say that Dan Marino, Dan Marino's
great.
still ask someone
who thinks Dan Marino wasn't great? We're talking about the greatest of all time, though.
People that grow up now look at Dan Marino and say never won a ring, and I don't think he's great. That's what people are saying.
And again,
now.
and you know what I'd say to you, Joe? That's a kiddie table conversation.
That's what LeBron's
This is an adult table
about,
conversation.
But that's what LeBron's literally
if you are
talking
coming
about.
to the adult table to discuss sports and you go, Marino, he stinks. Well, I mean, come on. I should not even acknowledge how ridiculous your opinion is.
We have to acknowledge it because, unfortunately, that's how people discuss sports now. I'm not saying you do, Joe.
I refuse to engage that way.
That's
I refuse
fine.
to engage
That's
that
good.
way.
I'm glad. Big Smooth in Oakland
I
wants to talk
refuse
about
to engage
it.
it. We've got to have perspective. We've got to have respect for the OGs. This is why I get mad at not just you, but everybody of the young guys who refuse to have perspective. The thing I saw last night is the greatest thing I've ever seen. No, come on. Take a deep breath. It's like for example, your Mike Trout opinions. Mike Trout's better than Willie Mays, and I'm not ripping you here. And Mickey Mantle.
I never
and
said
this
he
guy.
was better
I know,
than
but when I see people say it's like, all right, Mike Trout is amazing.
I think I said he was in the conversation with those guys.
Those guys played for 20 years. He did it for 8. He did it for 8. All I'm saying is, can we get to year 15? Like where Steph is now, where we're having these conversations. Allow the legacies to play out a little before we start saying who's the greatest of all time. We got to allow that. Let's get to the adult table. Those are kiddie table. That's teenager talk. We're adults.
I do think it's laughable that I've been watching a guy since I've been in 4th grade in LeBron James. 4th grade. I'm 32. I've been watching LeBron since I've been in 4th grade. Yeah, he's amazing. And then you say, yeah, but he'll never be Jordan. I went to 10 straight finals. Guys playing.
Jordan was first team defense 10 years in a row, led the league in scoring 10 years in a row. I'd be like, look, Jordan, you're not going to knock me off on this one.
That's
LeBron
fine.
is amazing.
That's fine. He could be in the conversation. I think that's what LeBron's getting at.
No one's saying he can't. Michael Jordan.
You're kind of all right now.
You need to watch Jordan. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You didn't watch him. This is like me trying to argue about Jack Nicklaus with my dad when it comes to Tiger Woods. Like, I had to step back and go, there's some things I don't know. It's okay. And that's where it's incumbent on me to do the research and watch.
Well, see, I'm going to push back on that a little bit, Shasky. I know that we were all in kindergarten or whatever when Michael Jordan was wrapping up his career, but it is not that hard to go back and see what he's done in the past and actually educate ourselves and learn about how great Michael Jordan was, and then take what we learned from that experience and apply it to this conversation.
You guys are making it out like I'm saying that LeBron sucks. And that's not this. Again, we're at the adult table. Okay. Wilt Chamberlain should be in this conversation. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar should be in this conversation. We never put him in the conversation. Ever.
No.
Ever.
Nope.
All right? Bill Russell should be in this conversation. Is he ever in it? No. You know what it comes down to? It's Jordan, it's Kobe, it's Duncan, it's LeBron. It's whatever I just watched in the last 30 years with zero perspective of what happened before cable television. And it drives me insane. You know who we never discuss when we talk about the GOATs when it comes to football? We never bring up Terry Bradshaw winning 4, right? Ever.
Yeah,
Ever.
Because we all know he wasn't the main reason.
He was a great player.
He was.
He was a great
So was
player.
Steel Curtain.
All I'm saying is I'm tired of having kiddie table conversations regarding sports where we just disregard prior eras. It honestly, it blows my top off.
Big Smooth in Oakland wants to join in the conversation. Big Smoothie, how we feel about LeBron's comments on ring culture?
I think there's a couple of things we're talking about here because I'm now, mind you, LeBron is very savvy. He knows what's going on everywhere. And he says LeBron is already setting up. He knows his end is coming near. So LeBron did that, but I happen to agree with LeBron, even though I never agree with LeBron. So here's what I'm saying. So, okay, he's not going to catch Jordan in that. So he's like, hey, why are we making this all about rings? And the question, and to me, I'm like, why are we making it all about rings? Because, for example, Barry Lamar Bonds does not have a ring.
Agreed.
If you use that against him as being the greatest, you are an idiot. Because steroids, to me, I watched that Pirates team. Barry was going to the Hall of Fame anyway. And I don't even want to get into that because it's hard to factor in steroids. Whatever. He was already a great one to me. But nonetheless. Now listen, how come Bill Russell, if it's all about rings, how come nobody brings Bill Russell's not even on Mount Rushmore? He has more rings than anybody.
Thank you.
But what I'm saying is LeBron is also disingenuous because he's hedging the fact that he's not going to catch Jordan.
Exactly.
In terms of, and I'm gonna tell you what burns LeBron's butt is the fact that he never won one Defensive Player of the Year. He knows it. Trust me, because I heard him lament that one year when he thought he should have won it.
I think
he should have.
He should have.
He probably should have.
Over that.
He probably should have.
And you know what else he laments? You know what else he laments over? He's never had a flu game. You guys don't think that means anything to LeBron? He's never had a flu game. He's never won Defensive Player of the Year.
I hadn't thought of
He's
the
chasing Jordan. We get it, but he is right at the same time. It shouldn't be about this. You guys created this ring thing. Let me tell you why. Because who was it that said Stephen Curry needed to win a Finals MVP? It wasn't the common fan. It was the media. That was baloney. He did not need to win it, but I bet he felt like he did because on airwaves like today, that's what people were talking about. Well, he's never won. He can't be considered. And we got this Mount Rushmore. This thing would messes us up too. Blow up Mount Rushmore,
I'm
man.
with
We can
you there.
appreciate these
I'm
players.
with you.
And there's way more than four.
But
How
Big
you gonna-
Smooth,
We're not
will you
gonna
meet me
blow
here?
up
Will you
Mount
meet me here? Anybody, like, it's a seminal moment in his career. But if
Thank
you
you, Big
needed Steph Curry to do that for you to finally acknowledge that he was good, this is the difference between the kiddie table and the adult table, right? And this sort of like Dirk Nowitzki's a great example. One of the crowning achievements of his career was winning that title. Okay, it was the cherry on the top.
It was the crowning moment in his career.
Okay.
Yes.
Anybody who thought he sucked or wasn't good, like, what are we talking about? What are we really talking about? Like Peyton Manning, he's got the 2 rings. The final one, he was like the 14th best player on the Denver Broncos. Doesn't take anything away. Peyton's one of the greatest players the game's ever seen. But when we're discussing who are the GOATs, part of that is his playoff shortcomings. And we do break that down in that sport at that position, rings and what you do in the playoffs when the chips are stacked against you and you have to have moments. And that's why Montana is still referenced to this day in that category because of what he did in the 81 championship game, because of what he did in 84 against Dan Marino, dismantling him and looking like the better quarterback.
Sure.
What he did in 1988 in the 2-minute drive against the Cincinnati Bengals. What he did to go into Soldier Stadium and smash one of the all-time great defenses to go through Lawrence Taylor.
But using that same thing, and he's talking about in the broad spectrum of sports, like, who's got a better career overall? Is it Madison Bumgarner or is it Clayton Kershaw?
I mean, like,
it's Clayton Kershaw.
Clayton
He's a better
Kershaw.
pitcher. But we don't talk about it like that sometimes because Bumgarner won multiple World Series, 2014. He did it when it mattered most, quote unquote. But the totality of what Clayton did in the regular season.
I think that's a straw man argument, especially now that he's got multiple rings.
But it's kind of what it is, though.
I don't.
He's got multiple rings now, but people don't look at him like that. Like, there are, the way we discuss it, and I understand what you're saying, the kiddie table and the adult conversation. I do think that's why LeBron's talking about it.
We're talking about Stephen A. We're talking about one person who has changed your pre-games for the NBA, and we all reject him. Everyone rejects him. He got algorithm to death last week because he was playing solitaire during the finals. Why are we allowing
he did do that.
But Joe, aren't we smart enough to be able to not allow one dumb talker on television to ruin how we discuss sports?
You just said something right there, and unfortunately I've been asking that myself that like last decade. Are we smart enough?
No.
No, we're not. We're smart enough for Fast Five, though.
Look at
God, he's 40 years old and he's still giving us all this content this summer.
I'm going to ask you guys around the room.
Braun.
When was the last time any of your friends texted you with, did you see what Stephen A. Smith said about XYZ sports? When was the last time? I don't think it's happened in the last decade.
Well, it's Guru sending it.
But see, don't ever send me that crap. Any of your
friends, not coworkers.
Diehard sports fans that are your friends.
Friend?
Not one. Because we have adult table sports conversations.
I do think though Stephen A. Smith and
Skip
and Skip had serious credibility back in the day. Like just saying it. People love that show.
At the height of LeBron.
See, you guys were all so young. We saw them as characters.
Yeah.
They kind of transformed how we talk about sports.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
You guys are all, how old are you?
32.
Okay, how old are you?
32.
How old are you, Sam?
32.
Exactly. I got 10
Well, no,
years
that's
on
not
you.
fair. Well,
Yeah, what is that?
Oh, so what, we're 10 years younger, so we don't have the ability to pick it apart because we're not smart enough to understand their characters?
No,
don't use the age against us.
I am going to because
don't use the age against us. We're capable of thinking better than that. That's the weak argument, Joe. Come on.
When First Take was getting its ball bearings, you guys were teenagers. That was your formative years of sports
My brother,
talk.
who is the same age as you, Sam Spadoni, was literally watching it religiously every single day.
Well, then I would say your brother needs to get some better habits.
No, everyone was doing it. It was appointment television, the Tebow Mania stuff.
Joe, at 23, I was smart enough to
it.
understand that they were just characters playing a game.
Yes.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
Give us more credit than that.
All right.
Hey, Sam, I'm giving you credit. How about that, buddy? Hey, what's your final thought, Sam?
My final thought, I actually have a bit of a PSA that I want to give out to everybody. So I was doing my vehicle registration renewal yesterday through DMV, and out of nowhere, I realized I was on a scam website, which looked just like the DMV website. And I didn't realize.
Yeah, real quick, there's an app that you can download for California DMV. You can use all that stuff, and it's official. Do that going forward.
Oh, that's a good point. But no, I didn't realize it because I'm starting to go to pay for it, and there's like $70 worth of fees, which is not how registration rules are supposed to go. That's kind of what tipped me off. But the website looked very similar to the DMV website. When you Google www.dmv.ca.gov, it's the first thing that pops up on Google. But you look at the URL, it actually says carregistration.com, which, no, I don't want that. So I was able to catch it in time, luckily. So everyone out there, if you're doing your vehicle registrations, double check that you're on the correct website and not this scam website, because this one was a very realistic looking DMV website.
That's his one thing on this Juneteenth. Joe, what's your final thought? What do you got?
No, I'm not. What does Stephen A. Smith think? Because that's going to influence my final thought. What did he say today, guys?
Who cares?
That's exactly my setting for the last 15 years.
Are the Thunder going to win tonight, you think?
I don't care.
I do think we agree on you. Like the last 15 years, I don't really care what he has to say. But back then, people did care.
When you were 11 and 12 and 13 years old.
No, when we were in college.
We were in college, like 20, 21.
I was 20.
Yeah.
Like
you were sipping Kool-Aid from Stephen A. Smith at 20-something years old?
We weren't sipping Kool-Aid, just we looked at him as a more legitimate media figure than he is right now.
You remember when Mark Cuban clapped back in the NBA Finals with the Heat and the Thunder, and he clapped at Skip Bayless and all them? Like, that was the formative years and all the conversation around ring talk and all of it. Like,
Guys, at the same time of you guys watching that, I was watching two credible journalists in Wilbon and Kornheiser. That's what those guys were.
When's the last time anyone said, "Hey, did you see what Wilbon said?"
No, I agree with you.
There was a point, though, Joe.
They also didn't discuss sports the way Stephen A. does.
Well, back then, though, I will say I do think Stephen A., when he talked about the sport of basketball in like 2011, 12, there was still credibility there. There was. I do think he's lost a lot the last 5 or 6 years, but during that era, for sure, there was some still credibility. When it came to the sport of basketball, football, I don't know, but basketball talk, for sure. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and his co-host for today are next. Hey, it's Evan Giddings. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Maybe they'll talk about rings.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
Are you going to start every show like that
Till they
this
win. Giants lose 4-2.
No. Okay, you're in a mood today, and I need to know why. Right off the bat, you were rude to Steven Risotto. You were rude to the boss. What's going on today? Is it because it's a holiday? Happy Juneteenth, by the way. But it's because it's a holiday and there's no one else here?
I don't know what it is. I'm in a really good mood today. And so, the boss comes in. And let me tell you a little something about the boss. He prides himself that he can get anybody in an interview. The man virtually makes love to his Rolodex. He just absolutely loves it. And he likes to get great guests. So he walks in today, and I can tell he's feeling a little chipper. And I simply said to him, hey, big boy with a Rolodex, what do you say we get Caitlin Clark on today? She's in town. They play the Valkyries.
You said I'll take her 1:30.
1:30. Caitlin Clark.
She's not coming on.
We'll see if he can come through, the big guy.
And he looked at you and said, why the hell would you expect Caitlin Clark on a day like today? It's game day, Steiny.
Listen, she's good enough. She can skip her nap for Steiny Guru and Evan Giddings. No, that's one of the reasons we got action in the city today. We got Giants this afternoon. We got Caitlin Clark coming in to Chase Center. It's going to be a fun day. I know we got our good friend Stephen Langford at KCBS is doing the double dip. He's going to both. So, great day in the city. Looks like it's going to be a nice day out there, too. So, I'm in a good mood. Why not? Why not? Life's too short, Evan. Too short.
Well, first of all, San Francisco is a buzz today because I feel like with the Red Sox coming into town tomorrow, I know the Giants lost again, but people are still riding high on the trade buzz of Devers. Caitlin Clark's in town, and I got to tell you, like, I'm excited for the game tonight. Like, I'm excited for the game at Chase Center tonight because it's something that I haven't seen before. And that's what I love about sports. It's why I wanted to go to the first game where Devers was in a Giants uniform, because you might see something you haven't seen. And though Devers has played and he's been a champion and all the rest, it's like it's something new. It's something fresh. And maybe it is because I grew up a Warriors fan, Steiny, where a lot of the games are going to watch the other team. But I think there can be something about when a star walks into a building and everybody just has to kind of respect the gravitas of that individual. And I think that Caitlin Clark has that. And not a lot of people do.
Well, she's clearly got something because, I just went on Ticketmaster, and you can get a seat tonight courtside. It costs you about $4,000.
Only?
Yeah, $4,500, something like that. But no, I went. They play the Fever tonight, and then over the weekend they play the Connecticut Sun, and I just did a price comparison. It's unbelievable. I mean, it's unbelievable. You can get a second level seat for the Sun game for $20, and tonight it looks like the cheapest remaining ticket is like $100. So she's got something going on, and there is something about the first time somebody comes to a building, and she is, boy, like she's LeBron right now in the WNBA, no doubt about it.
Well, she's box office. I mean, I think that's, we've been discussing the Giants the last couple of days, and it's been about, like, what have they been missing? It feels like they haven't really had a box office individual. And even though he went 0 for 3 last night and just got a walk, it's like, that's kind of why you go to games, I think, as an average fan. Like, we're sitting here, we're going to dissect games and talk about it for 4 hours a day. But if you're an average fan, I got to imagine you're going to see somebody. It's not like the ballpark's great, Chase Center is an awesome venue, but the performers, the entertainers are the ones that matter. And right now, it's, the Bay Area, especially with the Warriors being done, the Niners upcoming, it's I don't know, to me, Steiny, that's what's been so fun about this week is it feels like there's now like an emergence of more things this summer that are going to demand our attention. And if you're a fan going to these games, it's like, Yeah, that's why I would pay $100 to go see a game tonight.
Yeah, and as it relates to the Giants, this trade for Devers, I mean, the least it's going to do is keep this team interesting till through July. Let's put it that way, or up until the trading deadline. Obviously, how many games they win is going to be a factor into how much interest there is, but there's no doubt that the interest in the Giants right now is as high as it's been for a while. And I don't know if 2021 was better than this or not as much, but this feels a little bit different. But just real quick with the Giants. I remember when we were talking about if they needed a bat, and everybody agreed they needed a bat. But then every once in a while, someone would throw in, they probably need more than one bat. And I get it. They just got Devers, but they haven't been scoring runs. You look at their last 4 games again, they essentially have 9 runs if you take away Schmidt's homer against a position player. So they still are challenged to score runs. I think they're going to score more with Devers, but without Chapman and with a lot of outs in that lineup, they can still be handled.
Well, even with Chapman, Chapman's he's fine. It's not like you're getting Ralph Kiner back in your lineup. Like, you're not getting a guy that's going to give you 50 home runs a year. And yeah, I know that tickles you because you know who he is. The Giants lineup is still not that powerful. It just was so depleted and devoid of anything that was consistent, honestly, that Devers felt like this massive boost. But I remember, I think it might have been the afternoon show. Grant and I were talking about this. You look at the Dodgers lineup. That lineup's incredible. And you look at even like a Padres lineup. That's a really good lineup. The Diamondbacks lineup is a pretty good lineup. Now, the Giants might be better teams than the Padres or the Diamondbacks by the end of the season. But as far as offense is concerned, you still have it. Just because you get Devers doesn't mean that Tyler Fitzgerald is going to hit better. It doesn't mean that Patrick Bailey's not going to be swinging a broomstick, though he had a couple hits last night. It doesn't mean that Yaz, though he's been hitting better, isn't still a 240 hitter. He can impact the Adames. I think he can help the middle of that order. But I'm looking up and down at guys that aren't named Casey Schmidt or Smith or Flores, like fill-ins or platoon options. I'm looking at guys that play every day. Tyler Fitzgerald and Patrick Bailey play every day for your team. And they are walking 1 for 4s or 0 for 3s. That isn't going to change by you going out and get a Rafael Devers.
No, it's absolutely not. And they've got other guys who are struggling right now, too. Adames is one of them. Jung-Hoo Lee is one of them. But you're right. I mean, you look at that lineup, and I asked you I'll tell the listeners what I asked you before the show. And it was, why is Casey Schmidt batting 5th? Casey Schmidt. And you had a couple practical responses. But Casey Schmidt hits 5th on this team right now. What are we doing? So, yes, you're right. Devers can camouflage some things, but not everything. We got to also get into, the guy we got to talk about is Schneeman.
You know his first name?
I could care less. I have no idea. I just know he took Verlander deep. He left it out over the plate, Risotto.
Well, that's the guy we really got to talk about. No, not Schneeman.
Oh.
It's Verlander.
Oh, okay. We can do that. He left that one out over the plate. There's no way he wanted to put it there 0-2, Evan. No chance. Got away from him a little bit.
Well, he's 42 years old.
Okay.
He's no longer a Hall of Famer. And a guy named Schneeman 10 years ago is in the dugout on that pitch.
Schneeman. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Fun day coming up today. We got the Giants finishing up their series against the Guardians. Caitlin Clark in town. Let me ask Bay Area sports fans, You feeling this kind of day? What's Caitlin Clark in town? Is that registering with people? The Giants still captivating your imagination, even though they're struggling a little bit? Hey, coming up tonight, 7 o'clock. That's right, the Valkyries take on Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game. And also, you can hear it on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones, they're on the call. You can always watch the games on KPIX Plus with the pregame starting at 6:30. You planning a road trip? Tahoe, Napa, down the coast? Make your first stop Valvoline Instant Oil Change. All you got to do, drive in, stay in your car. You're done in 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before the snacks are even packed. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And big day in the Bay. Big day. Giants, Guardians. And then after that, we got Valkyries, Indiana Fever with Caitlin Clark in the house. And that's a hot ticket, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you just how hot in about 5 or 10 minutes. But talking about the Giants right now, you wanted to start off the segment with a little Justin Verlander talk. Gave up 4 runs last night, 3 earned. Making his return after injury. And Schneemann got him.
It actually, it amazes me how you find one player on every baseball team the Giants play who you know nothing about.
Please.
And come in the next day and you've fallen in love with. What is it about Schneemann you like, Stein?
Well, first of all, he didn't give in down 0-2 to Verlander.
No, he didn't.
And here's the other thing. I mean, he had backspin on that. I think everybody saw that. You get backspin on that ball, hitting it the other way, it can go a long way. I didn't think it was going to go that far, though. When it came off the bat, I didn't think it was a home run. But
give it hard. Hit it hard, give it a chance. No,
it was.
Well, all right. Verlander is someone that I texted you guys this last night. I actually don't think he really cares about pitching in June. I really don't. It's his first start back off an injury. But the issue is more Steiny, he's your third starter now. He's your third best starter. And the Giants, yes, they needed a bat. They were able to trade from a position of strength, which is their pitching. But you got to give something to get something. I'm not saying that the Devers deal isn't one that you don't make, but it's kind of like the Butler deal. There are some consequences to it. You make the Jimmy Butler deal 100 times out of 100, but you lose a little something defensively. All right, the Giants go out and make the move for Devers. You do that 100 times out of 100. You lose a little starting pitching depth. And now you're almost more reliant on Justin Verlander than before. And he's coming back off injury. He's 42 years old. His fastball is 93.5 miles per hour. It used to be triple digits. You're not getting the Justin Verlander of 2023 or 22. And I just feel like it puts so much more pressure on someone like Logan Webb, who's throwing today. You have to win those games because your offense is still not exactly where you need it to be in order to win just by your bats. Make no mistake about it. I said at the moment that they traded for Devers, I'd still believe it. The strength of this team is its pitching. And they have to throw well if they're going to be in games. They haven't pitched particularly great. They didn't pitch particularly great yesterday. The starter was fine. But the moment you gave up that 3-run home run to Schneemann, it's like, this game might be over.
And that's kind of the way I felt. I felt after and I went back and watched it, but I was, listening to it. And he hits that home run, Schneemann does, and it felt like the ballpark got a little dead. And then there were a lot of routine fly ball outs last night. I just thought, yes, after the Schneemann homer, and then they went, obviously Ramos homers to make it 4-2, but after that they didn't make a ton of noise. It did kind of feel like that stretch where they couldn't score a lot of runs. Like last night I was kind of watching the offense saying I don't know if they can come back in this game. You're right. And that kind of was a little bit similar to before Devers got here. I mean, we know that it's not going to do a 180 overnight. But yeah, they have some guys in that lineup that right now don't put any fear into the opposition. There are outs up and down that lineup.
Well, and the other part about it too is, and I know we're going to talk a bit about Devers because the Red Sox are coming into town tomorrow. Will Fleming was on with the Morning Roast, had some interesting things to say. But, Devers, there's also so much more pressure on him to produce in the at-bats that he does have. Like, if Devers doesn't do anything, especially with Chapman being out, Steiny, it's going to be really hard for them to string together big innings. Like, if you look at the lineup that Devers was hitting in Boston compared to the lineup that he's hitting in now in San Francisco, like, he has to be the man. And I think he's a great hitter. But in Boston, you're hitting with Jarren Duran, Trevor Story, now Roman Anthony. Like, there's other bats that demand respect in their lineup, even though Boston doesn't have as good of a record as the Giants. Now, if Devers, like last night, I think his third at bat, he swung at a first pitch curveball, popped up, easy out. Like, those are at bats that kill you now, as opposed to before where there's about 3 or 4 guys in the lineup he used to hit in that he doesn't have to put as much pressure on himself.
Well, yeah. Now, you're right. Without Chapman, he is the lone bat. And you'd like to think that when Chapman gets back, then all 3 of them will be a little bit better off. But it was funny because we were getting ready for the show, and Sam Lubman, the great, comes out, and he always likes to spring these questions on me out of nowhere. And he goes, Steiny, Giant season a success? And I said, what do you mean, like right now? He said, yeah, is it a success right now? And I said, yeah, it's a success because if the season were to end today, they'd be a playoff team. And he said, yeah, I agree. And he said, but what, he said, do you think they're going to make the playoffs? And I said, I'm a little worried if their starting pitching is going to hold up. Like you're right. That's where Harrison comes in. Not that he was, a stopper by any sense, but there was more depth that he gave you. And now you're walking a little bit tighter rope with Roop and Birdsong, who you're relying upon for the first time to go pitch late into the season. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you got Verlander, who's 42, who we got to find out if he can pitch late into the season. So that to me, like when you say pitching, I'm more worried about the starters, obviously, than the relievers.
Yeah, but when we talked about this yesterday, your concern revolved around, like, Robbie Ray.
Yeah, and the reason I think Webb's great. Webb's fine. Robbie Ray has to keep pitching like he pitched in the first half. And I'm not sure that he can do that. He's a great pitcher when he's healthy. The last couple outings, he looks a little bit more hittable. And the problem is Robbie Ray's got to be really good. Like, he's got to be their second best pitcher from here on out. And, his history's a little bit checkered in that area.
Well, no, I mean, I think he's...
when he's healthy, you usually know what to expect.
Yeah, but that's the issue. It's like... So, like, when you're putting together a staff, like, you have 2 spots for, let's say, your catcher, right? You have your starting catcher and your backup catcher. If your starter goes down, you have your backup step in. Like, when you remove Harrison and to some extent Hicks, like, everybody moves up a slot. And that's a lot of different pitchers. Like, you need 8 to 9 guys throughout a season that are going to pitch for your team, that are going to make starts, because guys are going to get hurt, guys are going to miss time, guys are going to go through ups and downs, they're going to be ineffective. And so, again, it's not that the Devers trade wasn't, I think, a smart deal for Posey to make, but I don't think that people ask themselves the question of what was the consequence of that when you did it. Like, it wasn't just a risk-free move. Everyone was elated when it happened, and I totally get it. I think that's fair. You should be excited. But there are consequences to trading from your position of strength to get something that you don't have yet. And, like, the Giants, I actually think their starting pitching they tricked us a little bit in the month of May. They were really, really good. I'm not saying they're bullpen. Like, their starting pitching tricked us a bit in May because they had like a 2.3 ERA or something like that. They were unbelievable. But you're not going to get those kinds of starts every single month. And so far through the month of June, they've actually been closer to the starting pitching staff. They've been in April. And it's why I think they're going to have a lot of these sort of seesaw types of series or homestands because they're not really that consistent. Like, they have great frontline pitching. I'm actually not as worried about Ray as you are. I think Webb and Ray are both solid. But now 3 through 5, Birdsong I really like. Roop I have my questions about. And Verlander to me is the biggest question because not only is he not as good as he used to be, but he's also injury prone. And after that, you're talking about a bunch of river cats that are going to have to come pitch for the Giants.
Yeah, when I think about the guys after Webb and Ray, that's you're right. That's where they're going to need innings out of Verlander too in the second half of the season. But yeah, I absolutely think, and this is what I was thinking the whole time. When they went through the 16-game stretch where they only scored 32 runs, they went 7-9 in that stretch. And depending on how you look at it, you could feel good about it because you didn't score any runs. By the same token, you could feel bad about it because you pitched so well and you still didn't win half your games. But I think it's unrealistic to think this starting pitching from this point on is going to be as good as it was in the first half of the season. So they may need Devers just to kind of break even in that regard, if you know what I mean.
Well, I'll throw this at you. Like, how much better do you think that they got by acquiring Devers?
I think they went from a fringe wild card team to one that should make the postseason. You know what I mean? I think they've solidified. They've greater solidified second place in the NL West, if you know what I mean. They've gone from like a third wild card battle to they should be entrenched as the first or second wild card.
Yeah, I think they definitely became more legitimate. I think it's interesting, like listening to the comments from a lot of baseball people the last few days, Smoltz, Bowden, guys that have been on the morning show, and Willard Dibs as well. It's like, I've heard a lot of people say that they got better,
right,
but no one is putting them, no one's putting them in the, at least from what I've heard, like realistically in a position to challenge the Dodgers. Like, the Dodgers are going to win the division, but the Giants are now, I think, in a much better spot to acquire a wild card. Like, if you look at the top 4 teams in the NL, like it's the Dodgers, the Cubs, the Mets, the Phillies. I think what this trade did is move the Giants into clearly the second tier of teams, which is good enough to get a wild card. And to me, that has always been the goal this season. But I wonder if people like, Goo was saying it was to make the playoffs and now it's to win a round. I mean, for me, I do think that there's pressure to make the playoffs this year, but doing much more than that, I don't know if this team is that good.
Well, let me ask you this, just how you view the playoffs in, let's say, basketball versus baseball. Okay, and here you can use the Butler comparison. So the Warriors were a 500 team, and they didn't have Jimmy Butler. So what were they looking at? Well, they were looking at being a 9 or 10 seed, a play-in. Very similar to, let's just call it the sixth place, the third wild card team, the sixth best team in baseball, in the National League. So then Butler comes, and they're clearly better. Okay, so then we start saying, well, maybe they're better than a play-in team. They look like a playoff team, and now they can win a round. It's kind of defined like that in basketball. Can they win another round? They might be able to win 2. They're not going to the final. I look at baseball different. Like, I don't give the Giants necessarily a better chance to win the World Series because of Devers, but I give them much better odds and a much better chance to get into the postseason. And then, in baseball, you take your chances. And then once you get into the postseason, maybe what you find out is that Devers can carry you in a series or 2, and Webb and Ray can carry you in another series if you need it. And the next thing you know, you're in the World Series. But for me, in baseball, it's really hard to see an acquisition or a loss and then put somebody into World Series contender or not. I mean, it's still about making the playoffs. And in baseball, if you can make the playoffs, that's the first step.
Yeah, but I do think that there are clearly teams that, like if the Giants made the World Series, I think that would be a surprise.
I agree.
If the Dodgers don't make the World Series, that would be falling short of expectation for them. Like it just would be.
Yeah.
But that's why I think that there are tiers to this. Like the Giants were, to me, like a fringe. They were a third, maybe a second tier, borderline team before. Devers makes them legitimate. Like that's a second tier team in the National League, and I think that's a pretty good place to be considering it's Posey's first season at the helm. Like last year, really the last 3 years, you've been 500. Like you haven't been bad, you haven't been very good. This year there is a bit more sustainability to them. I just don't necessarily know like the most sustainable part about them was their pitching. And now It's starting to feel like they took a bit of that, a place of depth, and they tried to shift it towards their offense, which really stunk. And Devers can't mask all of their deficiencies. He just can't. The bottom third of that order, for the most part, is not very good. Like, you asked why Jung-Hoo Lee's hitting 7th?
Yeah.
Because he's hitting 160 in his last 9 games. He has not been able to hit the ball very well. And so we need to put Ramos, who's been tearing the cover off the ball, at the top of the order because we got to get him more at-bats. Like, it's not so much about Schmidt hitting 5th or 6th. It's about that the guys who you are expecting to be dudes, for example, Jung-Hoo Lee, haven't really been that lately. And so Melvin's trying to take some pressure off.
To me, though, it's also about the future. And, again, I'm going to make a comparison between the Warriors. I don't have a ton of confidence in the Warriors moving forward. How come, Steiny? Because they're old. Okay. What about the Giants? This, to me, is the fundamental difference. If the Giants don't make the postseason, all right, or they fall short of their goals, however you want to define it, I'm sorry, but it's fine. It's fine because they have 3 guys who are going to be on the team next year and the year after that and the year after that, and you feel like they're cornerstone pieces. And so all the Giants have to do is, it's going to sound easy, but get better around those guys. You know what I mean? Because they have their offensive foundation now. Doesn't mean they wouldn't want to add maybe somebody every bit as good as Devers. But the reality is they're building something here, whether you like it or not. And if something doesn't click this year, maybe they're a starting pitcher short or one more hitter short, and they don't get it done, then they go out and get it in the offseason, and hopefully you continue to ascend.
But I do think if they don't make the playoffs, there's going to be disappointment.
Yes, no doubt.
Because I think people, even before the Devers deal, thought that that's a real possibility. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I look at it now, it's so funny. I just look at the starting pitching just a little differently since Devers has gotten here, and now I'm starting to think, just like the Warriors, you know what? If they hadn't traded for Devers and they were, were going to go forward that way, it was going to be a long shot, maybe. That's the way I feel now to make the third wild card. They could, but it was going to be a struggle. Now you're right. If they don't make the postseason, it is an absolute disappointment. But I will say this: I think we're going to know exactly why if they don't make the postseason. Either their starting pitching will falter and they can address that, or they're going to need more hitting. They can address that. But I look at these moves that Posey made as he's just starting this foundation. But yes, it would be a disappointment, especially now after they made this trade, and there is a lot of optimism.
Yeah, but that's not a bad thing to have expectation. That also means that you're legit. Again, you're a player. I mean, when teams in this town spend a lot of money, people expect things, and I think I also don't think Posey really minds that. I think Posey he enjoys both as a player and now obviously as an executive being a part of teams that are expected to do something. Like winning is what he's a part of. The Giants now have to they have to deliver. They just do. When you invest that amount of money in a player, I do think that there's a weight that comes with it. But to your point about kind of the, I would call it like the clarity. Like there is more clarity about what the Giants need now, whereas before it was, well, they need everything. Like
right.
They just need some hitters. They need big bats. They need a little more starting pitching, maybe, or they need another arm. Like now, I do think that watching a game like last night, you can clearly see where holes are in their team. And I would hope that it makes it easier to address, whether it's at the trade deadline. Like, all right, they need starting pitching help. Okay, well, there are guys out there you can go get. There are guys at the deadline that are available that are not going to be ridiculously expensive, that can help you fill in what you're missing with a Harrison or, I don't know, maybe a Hicks, so to speak. Like, there are players like that out there. You also might need to find a second baseman. You also might need to find a right fielder, like, or a left fielder, someone who can give you some sort of pop in the middle of your order. Like, right now, I think, watching last night, it's very clear their lineup still has holes. And it's been clear the last couple of nights, even though Devers has been in the middle of it.
No, you're right. I mean, they're still not an offensive juggernaut for sure. And again, you look at a game like last night, and what'd you think of the play in the first inning with Yaz? Kind of got it caught in the sun. Would have been a great catch. It ended up being a double. They ended up scoring the run. It was real early in the game. Maybe you didn't see it.
No, I did. Yeah, he lost it in the sun.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like those little plays, they hurt you. You know, when you're not scoring a ton of runs, like the Schmidt getting thrown, like the Schmidt. Yeah, I don't like the Schmidt right now. I was going to tell him, don't you think it's funny that Chapman gets hurt and Schmidt is a key figure in like 4 of the next 7 games?
I think he's going to be the key figure in more than 4 of 7.
And that could be a problem.
Well, but it's not just him. It's like,
no, I know.
It's Schmidt and Fitz and Bailey and potentially Encarnacion and maybe Flores. Flores last night, like ground ball that got hit off his chest. That's a tough play. But he hasn't played a lot of first base. There's no chance I expect him to make that play. Oh, save me.
You got it? All right. Yeah, it was his 5th game at first base last night.
Yeah, that was a hard hit ball. He's not making that play. And again, it's like you're looking around and you see, all right, Chapman really masks some of their defensive issues. They don't have, Yaz, I would just chalk that up to bad luck. Like, I think he's a good defensive outfielder. But
yeah. No, it wasn't an error or anything like that. It's just the fine line sometimes between making a play and not making a play. When you're a team like this, they're going to have to again, that was a great catch, but they're not going to be able to make some of the mistakes they're making, particularly on the base path, and not pay for it.
And you would hope that Verlander might be able to pick you up by not giving up a hit to the next guy.
It's a very valid point. 888-957-9570 is the number. I got to ask you, and I maybe even call Risotto in on this one. I got to ask you about a player on the Giants that somebody's going to need to explain to me. All right? I'm going to need you to explain this player to me and what is going on this year. That's coming up on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also sponsored by Honda of Vallejo.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Hey.
Hey, Goo. Goo's in Texas. Family reunion.
You think he's listening?
I could see Guru with the Odyssey app downloaded, with his family around him, and him saying, well, let's keep listening. They might be talking about me.
Dude, it's like 90 degrees in Texas right now. Probably humid.
What's going on, Goo? How you doing?
Yeah, I hope he's doing all right.
Yeah, we know you're listening. I got a question to ask you about a player that I'm not too fond of.
It's not Schneeman. Please
No.
tell me it's not Schneeman.
What's going on with this guy? He's driving me nuts.
Schmidt?
I don't like my second baseman running out to left field to catch a pop-up. That's what Tyler Fitzgerald did 2 nights ago. Anyway, you know the play I'm talking about. Anyway, so last year this guy hits 15 home runs in 300 and some at-bats.
Hit 10 of them in like 1 month.
Yes. He's got 2 homers this year. Tyler Fitzgerald, please explain.
Yeah, he's not very good. Well, look, he's really fast. That's what everyone keeps telling me. He had 1 great month of baseball last year, but he swings and misses a lot. He doesn't walk a ton. And defensively, for as great of an athlete as he is supposed to be, he's not all that great. I think he kind of represents to me what the Giants have been associated with the last couple of years, which is a player that is a mile wide and an inch deep. He does a ton of different things, but he doesn't really do any of them very well. Like, he's not horrible, but he's not very good. And that's why, second base is a position that I think isn't often noticed, just because the players usually don't make a ton of mistakes. They're not involved in a bunch of, big situations, but it is an important position, and the Giants have really gotten nothing from second base. To me, the fact that we haven't discussed Tyler Fitzgerald to this point has been because what they've had at first base has been so bad that he's almost just been let off the hook.
Yeah, 2 homers this year, and that's when I look at this lineup, and right now I see Fitzgerald, Bailey, Schmidt, and here's the problem. I'm still throwing Adames in there. I mean, he's still not hitting. So there are too many holes in that lineup. But Fitzgerald's a guy that Fitzgerald and Schmidt, are they good enough?
No, they're not.
And in fairness, Schmidt should be a super utility guy when everybody's healthy.
No, but Fitz is 8 for 53 in his last 17 games. Like you said, in $150 for the last, 3/4 of a month. That's not going to help you win very many games. And it's funny. Like, I'm looking at some of the game notes from the Giants for today. The amount of players. So they have a little tab for hit streak, right?
All right.
Like Yaz been tearing the cover off the ball. He's got an 8-game hit streak.
All right.
Good for him. There are more guys in the Giants' game notes, their lineup right now, that have a negative next to hit streak than guys with a hit streak. For example, Wilmer Flores has a -4 in his hit streak column. That means it's been 4 straight games without a hit.
Yeah, he pitched it 2 nights ago.
Sure, he's 0 for his last 10.
Line drive.
0 for his last 10.
Sure.
You need guys that actually can hit to hit, because you have Fitzgerald, you have Bailey, you right now have Schmidt by virtue of Chapman's injury. All of those guys, that's 3 outs. That's a third of your lineup, Steiny.
Yeah. It's almost like they needed more than 1 bat.
Yeah. Well, but didn't we know that, though?
Yeah, I think we did. But again,
it shouldn't take away from how big of an acquisition Devers was. But again, he can't hit for all of these other players. Adames, I still have to kind of wait and see, because he's the one guy that I actually do think should benefit the most from Devers. I think their relationship is really important. I think that where Adames has been hitting in the lineup right in front of Devers should get him better pitches to hit. So I still need a little more time to see what the kind of the impact on Willie is from Rafi.
Gotcha. All right. Speaking of Rafael Devers, I want to talk a little bit more about him. On the morning roast today, Shasky and Spadoni had Will Fleming on. He's the Boston Red Sox play-by-play man, and he's Dave Fleming's brother. But he knows the organization inside and out. And those guys were asking him about Devers, his personality, what he's like. This is Will Fleming talking about this guy's stature in a clubhouse and what he means to an organization.
That stuff is real, the stuff that's coming out about, his intransigence and his unwillingness to do some of those things. The only thing I can liken it to is like a broken marriage in a way, where you just hope that it just was poisoned and it was never going to get better in that way. Just the communication and the feelings were hurt on both sides. So I just think if he comes here when he's here now, I think that it has a chance to be a great new start for him. And I don't think he's ever going to be like the face of the franchise of any franchise. He's never going to do a ton of media. He's never going to talk a lot, and that's fine. And by the way, the Red Sox acknowledged that too when they gave him $300+ million. They never asked him to do a lot of that stuff. They said, we just want you to hit. And hit he does.
That was Will Fleming. A couple things I want to get into there that he said. The whole thing about being a face of a franchise. Does that matter to fans? If he's not. And it sounds to me like he's clearly not. It feels to me he's more like a cross between Andrew Wiggins and Jimmy Butler. I'm going to take everybody's word for it that he doesn't want to be Steph Curry.
Well, Jimmy's been the face of a franchise.
Yeah, I just mean like the reluctance. And Jimmy's not a big media guy. Jimmy Butler.
No, but this is, I think the jury's still out. And the reason's this. Devers has never had to be the face of a franchise. When he came into the league, Mookie Betts was the face of the Red Sox.
All right.
When Mookie left, to some extent, Xander Bogaerts was still the face of the Red Sox when they were competing, when they were really good. Like, he's always had a couple of big brothers, so to speak, that have had that mantle. He's never needed to assume it. Now, I don't think that, from Fleming and from other people as well, like, maybe the media availability, the community efforts, being out in San Francisco, that's probably not something that I expect from Devers. But I do wonder if this is an opportunity for him, still aged 28, 29 in his career, almost 10 years in, to take the next step forward as becoming a leader. Like, he was never used to being that guy.
Right.
But that's the clubhouse he grew up in Boston. He's in a different clubhouse now. And Adames is a leader in that clubhouse. It's his first season. Chapman's obviously a leader among the position players. Webb is probably the face, or has been the face for them. I do think there's an opportunity for Devers to be maybe not a public face, but certainly a private one. And that would be the next, I guess, I don't know, maybe step in his career.
Yeah, it sounds to me like he kind of just wants to play and not get into a lot of the pomp and circumstance. So Adames is absolutely a leader, and Chapman does it in his way. So you're right. I don't think Devers talks enough to be the face of a franchise. And he just doesn't talk a lot. And there's a language issue. But I do think he seems to be the kind of guy, I'm with you with Adames and just being in that clubhouse. But it sounds to me like if there's leaders in a clubhouse, he'll be fine. Then, because he just wants to come in and play all the time. Just play, keep his mouth shut, and go home. And so he doesn't have to be a leader here if those other guys are going to do it. Or, quite frankly, if Posey can put together a clubhouse, and maybe he is already, that resembles those Giant championship years where there were quiet leaders and then everybody else just fell into place.
No, but being a leader is not a requirement of an athlete, but I do think that it's what separates the stars, right? And let me ask you this. Is it an issue? Devers their best player, right? Let's just say that. Devers their best player. Do you have an issue with him also not being a leader? I think it's a bit different in baseball than it is in other sports. Like Bonds wasn't a leader. He led by example.
No, I don't think it's a deal breaker at all. But I do think leadership's important. Like certain guy, if Devers were a leader, that would be great. But you know what? I look at Posey in his playing career. You know, was he a leader? To me, you could answer it two different ways, yes or no.
I think Posey was.
He was, but he was the last thing from a vocal leader. He clearly led by example, and he set a tone in the clubhouse that he had enough respect that everybody followed it. And he also had great teammates that were aligned with him, whether it was, Crawford or Belt or Pence or whoever. So if Chapman and Adames and Webb are going to occupy that role in this clubhouse, then Devers is fine just to be a part of it. He doesn't have to be a leader. I mean, it's great if your best player is a leader, but if they've got and I think you're right. Baseball, it doesn't have to necessarily be your leading scorer, as it were in basketball, your best player, because there are more players to kind of pick you up. Like there's less of a burden.
I mean, in my mind, the way that Rafael Devers becomes a leader or assumes leadership, it's really only one path for him. Hit. That's the only way, because that's all he knows.
Right.
Rafi Devers speaks one language, baseball. And I hate to break it to people, but he ain't playing the field anytime soon. So the only way that he's going to speak the language that he knows and has displayed at a very high level for a long time is he got to hit. And the moment he starts hitting, I do think people will start to look at him as maybe not the traditional kind, but a leadership type role.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I don't really care if he's not a leader on this particular team right now, right here. One of the reasons is he's still only 28 and he's in a brand new environment. I liken it a little bit to when Wiggins came to the Warriors. So when Wiggins came to the Warriors, his reputation wasn't as elite as Devers as a player. But over the course of 3 or 4 years, Wiggins became entrenched. We got to know him more. He was part of a championship team. And by the end of it, I think that the fans respected him and really liked him, even though he wasn't the most vocal guy. It's just going to take Devers a little bit of time and for him to start putting his stamp on this team. But I kind of feel like he'll kind of fall into the Wiggins category of he just wants to play, he kind of wants to be left alone. And as long as he's doing what he did in Boston here, he'll be fine.
Yeah, but what he did in Boston got him in trouble.
I don't think you're talking about not playing certain positions. And
no, I also think that when the Red Sox, from what I can tell, just from reading, talking to June Lee yesterday, I think I gleaned this. And maybe it was unfair for the Red Sox to just assume that he was going to do this. But I do think when they paid him $300+ million, they expected him to be more of a leader. They expected him to be more of a veteran presence for those young guys. I think they expected him to take on more of, again, it's like kind of the big Papi role. And that's unfair. I think Papi's one of the greatest hitters of all time, but Devers is certainly on that track, and He's been beloved up until this season, but Rafi Devers clearly did not want that limelight that all of the other greats that have come through Boston, at least in the public eye, were concerned with.
Well, and this to me with him in Boston must have been a chicken and the egg type of thing, because had they handled it right, maybe he wouldn't have grown disillusioned. Or if he had handled it differently, the Red Sox would have felt differently about Devers. But he doesn't need to be the face of this franchise, at least not right now. And I don't think you can be it overnight when nobody knows who you are, and everybody's just getting to know this guy. But that's the other thing that I look at as a positive is Chapman, Adames, Webb, Devers, Ramos, Jung-Hoo Lee. In an ideal world, like they're all going to they're going to be the core for the next 3 to 5 years. And I look at it more like a leadership group, if you will, rather than one guy is the leader of this team.
Yeah, the one thing about Wiggins, though, it's like he never had to be that player. I think they wanted him to be before in Minnesota, but when he got to Golden State, he was never going to be that guy. So he was allowed to be himself. You know, how the Giants, I do think the other effect that Posey has is I'm not sure anybody is going to be able to assume the face of the franchise position while Posey is running things. Because that's your face. Like Posey was it as a player. He's now that as an executive. And it kind of takes some pressure off of your stars because everyone's just going to look to Buster. And I know he's not playing anymore, but in a way, I kind of think it's like, yeah, you don't have to worry about that. Like, we already got that guy.
I think he can set a tone from the front office. There's got to be, first of all, if Eldridge comes up and is the real deal, he'll become the face of the franchise. Like, you don't think anybody can, like, you think Buster Posey is going to outshine some of the players on a successful team?
Well, not if he's a megastar, but you're assuming that Eldridge is going to come up and hit 40 homers a year.
Right, I am. But what about if Devers, his next 8 years are like his previous 8 years?
But I still
will he be the face of the San Francisco Giants?
I don't.
In 5 years.
I don't, because
and it's because he's not good enough. Personality.
It's because who brought him here? Like Posey's directly responsible for him being on the team.
Huh.
That's how
I just never thought about it that way.
Well, that's how I read it. I also think it's hard to assume. I don't know, unless you're someone that really resonates with, your fan base, and to me makes an effort to become entrenched in the community, which I have no reason to assume that Devers is going to do. Not that that's a bad thing. It just doesn't seem like it's who he is. I think it's hard for a player that's not homegrown to do that.
I do too.
Like look at any sport. It's all the players that have been traded to a different locale that have become the stars or the faces, the representative for their teams, are, I think, generally out in the community. Like they make an effort to, like Hunter Pence.
Okay.
Like Hunter Pence was a trade acquisition, but I associate him more with the Giants than I do even the Astros, who I think he played most of his career with. And it's because he made an effort to really connect with the Bay Area. Like, he's from Texas, and you would never know it.
Right.
Because of how much he resonates with this fan base and with this area.
The guy that came to mind for me and was Kevin Durant. And so I thought, okay, Kevin Durant played for another team, and then he came to the Warriors. I know how it ended, but I think for the most part, the Bay Area, the Warrior fans embraced Durant. And he wasn't a leader. I think we can all agree with that. But he didn't have to be here. Now, his stature may be a little higher than Devers in terms of their playing ability, but I thought Kevin Durant, for the most part, was appreciated here. I know there was a smaller contingent that didn't like that he was signing the 1-year deals and his some of his characteristics or whatever. But I thought for the most part, he was a star. He came to the Bay, played for the Warriors. Everybody really liked him, helped him win, and then he left. Like, I think Devers could basically be that for the Giants over a longer period of time.
Well, then
now, he wasn't the face of the Warriors, but could he have been had he stayed here 6 years?
No.
Never?
No chance.
Okay. Well,
it's just
the Giants don't have a Curry.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But it's like, but even Durant was, I mean, look, didn't he build like a basketball court in Oakland?
He probably did, yeah.
I mean, he donated a lot of money. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know that Durant isn't maybe as well liked now as he was back then when he was with the Warriors, but he did do a lot in the community here, and he might not get credit for it. But again, like, Devers doesn't strike me as the kind of person that we're going to see parading down Market Street. Like, he's just not, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I do think there has to be some form of effort, and we're still getting to know him. Maybe he does turn into this guy, but right now he doesn't appear to me to be, Steiny, like the kind of guy that is going to just suddenly become the fan favorite because he's making the effort.
Right. God, he sounds like a few guys that have come through here. You know who else he sounds a little bit like, a little before your time?
Who?
Sounds a little like Latrell Sprewell. Another guy, just wanted to play, not really be bothered, talk to the media a little, but only because he had to. He wasn't a jerk to the media, but it wasn't his most favorite thing to do. Definitely did not want to be a leader. Absolutely just wanted to come to the gym, play, and go home and not be bothered. But I'm actually more interested in your thought about Posey, that as long as Posey's here, assuming a megastar isn't acquired, that Posey's going to be the face of this franchise for the foreseeable future.
I do.
Huh.
I think it's because he set such a high bar as a player, and so far he's, I think, done a really good job as an executive. Like, in a way, for a player to become more of a face than Buster Posey, they're going to have to accomplish something similar to what he did as a player. And I know for people that forget, Posey wasn't just a champion. Posey was a most valuable player. Posey is a Hall of Fame baseball player. He might be a first ballot catcher. Like, Buster Posey was a bad dude. And that's just a really high bar for me to clear.
Yeah, I wonder, I think it's going to have a lot to do with how things play out. But I do want to I want to talk a little bit more of that, more about that. The Buster Posey factor, and will a Giants player be able to break through and be the face of the franchise, or the next star that comes out of San Francisco, or is this all about Buster Posey right now? 888-957-9570. And not that necessarily is a bad thing. Hey, you know what's coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. The Valkyries take on Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7 and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones, they're on the call, and you can watch the games on KPIX Plus. Pregame starts at 6:30. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And that segment also brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Giddings in for Guru.
What the hell is this? Pasta. DJ Pasta.
I like it.
Romeo.
Who is it? Coolio?
Lil Romeo?
I like Coolio.
It's Dare by the Gorillas.
Oh.
All right.
Let me guess, they spell gorillas with a Z on the end. Kids trying to be so cool these days. Use the S!
I actually think they're pretty old. Well, I'm not going to go there.
Evan Giddings has made a very bold, provocative statement. It's impossible for the Giants to have a face of the franchise as long as Buster Posey's running the show. All right.
He's got to be someone that's better than Buster Posey. Like that. Okay, so I just looked at great players that became executives.
All right. In all sports or just baseball?
All sports.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with a few of them.
I can tell you about all of them.
No, you can't. All right, so there are, in baseball, only a few people that have become executives for the teams that they played for.
Nolan Ryan.
Yes. Well,
right.
Played for like every team, but sure. Texas Rangers.
Okay. Let me hold on.
He also was an executive for the Houston Astros.
Right.
When they were awful.
But they had a strategy when they were the Lastros.
Yeah, to pluck every single member of the St. Louis Cardinals analytics department.
Nevertheless, it was a plan. It was more than a concept of a plan.
They are the reason that people think tanking works, when really there's a lot more to it, but that's a deep diver. The only person that I can actually think of, I think the best comparison to this would be John Elway. John Elway became the general manager or president of the Denver Broncos, a team that he helped bring 2 Super Bowls towards, was a complete legacy player, played there forever. Until they got Peyton Manning, John Elway was the face of the Broncos. And it's only because Peyton Manning is as good or better of a player than John Elway that he became the face of their franchise. Now, if John Elway hadn't stepped down with the Broncos, he might still be the face of that organization.
What about a guy like Ozzie Newsome in Baltimore?
Newsome was a great tight end, a Hall of Fame tight end. You know who got in his first draft as running the Baltimore Ravens? His first draft.
No.
Ray Lewis.
Great pick.
Jonathan Ogden. 2 Hall of Famers. So those Hall of Fame players have the ability to become faces of their franchises. But unless you're telling me that Rafi Devers is going to be a Hall of Famer or Bryce Eldridge is going to be a Hall of Famer, I don't see anybody right now that has the ability to usurp Buster Posey for that title.
Who are some of the other names on there, if you don't mind me asking?
Jerry West. But
he got
Shaq and Kobe.
Okay. All right.
Who else is on that list who is great?
Magic and Bird, right?
Was Jerry West the general manager of?
West coached for a short period of time and knew he couldn't do it, and then he went to the front office. I think Larry Bird coached for 3 years and then I think was a GM at some point.
George Brett
But
is
they had
another.
Reggie Miller, who was like a homegrown guy, and I hear what you're saying.
A Hall of Famer. George Brett is another one who, he's been the EVP technically of the Royals for like 25 years. But that's one that, like Salvador Perez is probably the face, but until they were good enough to win a World Series, you probably associate the Royals with just George Brett, like the legacy guy.
All right, here's the way I would look at it. From 10 to 15, 2010 to 2015, who was the face of the Giants?
From 10 to 15?
Yeah.
Posey.
And I would counter that they had a bunch of them. Like, I think when you win that much, just like the Warriors, everybody is a part of it. So when I think of the Giants in their run, I don't necessarily think of Posey. I think of Posey, Lincecum, Bumgarner, Pence, Belt, Crawford. like all Kane. I don't think necessarily of Buster as the face. So what I think would be within the realm of possibility is if Buster Posey's running the Giants and over the next 3 to 5 years, they're very successful. Does it mean winning a World Series? I don't know. Maybe it might, Evan. But I think if this team starts to experience success and eventually wins a World Series, we're going to be saying Devers, Adames, Chapman, Webb, Duvall. And it'll kind of be the same thing. And I do think under that scenario, Posey fades more into the background.
If they win.
Yeah.
Then you got to win. But you also, I mean, Posey was the constant for all three, though. Like, Crawford was there for 2 of them. Lincecum was basically done by the 3rd one. I think Kane might have been hurt for one of them. I'm not sure. But my point is, like, the guy who was at the front of all of them was Buster Posey. That's your face. That's the leader. That's the Hall of Famer.
There's something else about Posey's demeanor which will prevent him from being the face of the franchise. You know what I mean? Like, you can... I hear all what you're saying, but he's incredible at deflecting. Like, he won't take credit for anything. And because he's that type of a person, it's more likely or more possible that the players will get more recognition or appreciation because Posey's not going to take it.
No, but I think that's actually why he's so beloved. I think that's why everyone really, really likes
one
Buster
of the
Posey.
reasons.
And
sure.
I mean, people have different definitions of faces and stuff, but to me, it's who do you most closely associate an organization with? And in fact, like, one of the reasons why I think the Giants were in such a bad place the last few years, really, 5 to 6 years, is because the guy who you most closely associated the Giants with was Farhan Zaidi. Like, that's not a place you want to be.
Does every team? Well, so the Giants right now, you would. In your book, does everybody have a face of a franchise?
Does everyone?
Yeah.
Probably not. I mean, like...
Or you could say some teams do, but the face isn't very big or whatever.
Yeah, it's a reflection of the state of your franchise.
Who's the face of the 49ers?
Brock Purdy.
Not Kyle Shanahan?
Nope. Not for me. When I think, like...
See, I think it's Shanahan and Purdy.
Like when you say Niners,
emerging.
When you say Niners, I think Purdy.
When you say Niners, I still think Shanahan.
That's fair.
But it's because, in 3 years, it'll probably be Purdy. Like, Purdy to me is emerging as that guy.
Possibly.
And it's especially if he continues to have success like he's having. And I don't think he needs to win a Super Bowl. I think it's a little different. I think it's different in football. Like, Jeff Garcia never won a Super Bowl, but he was probably as much of a face of their franchise as...
yeah, but he never got to one.
No, he didn't. But during that time, 49ers, I can't remember who he played with, but it was either him or Patrick Willis or...
Gore.
Like that. Yeah, Frank Gore.
T.O.
Yeah, I guess. But anyway, what we're talking about is Rafael Devers and, what kind of guy he is and how he's going to fit into this clubhouse. He apparently doesn't want to be a leader. He wants to just play baseball. Can you believe it? And that's the other thing. Just hearing that, it almost sounds negative. Well, he really doesn't want to get involved with anything. He just wants to come to the ballpark and bat 4 or 5 times a night and go home. Like, that just doesn't, there's almost a negative connotation that comes with that. And I do kind of think that's unfair. It's not dissimilar from, and let me give you an example. It's not dissimilar from when 2/12 rolls around. And it's time for me to go home because I like to punch the clock. But Willard always wants to make me stay later for whatever reason, maybe to mollify his huge ego. I don't know. But he wants me to stay later, and that's not who I am. It's just not. And that doesn't make me a bad guy because I'm not willing to share the stage with him till 2:26.
And
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
And that's why it'd be hard for me to call you the face of 95.7 The Game. You know what I mean?
No,
like,
and I'm
or the voice. I don't know, whatever.
No, I'm super duper okay with that. We need a young, vibrant face. Hey,
now Steiny. Oh, in his mind, he is the thing about it though. And like, okay, but how much does money factor into this though? Like, if Devers is now your highest paid player, aren't there expectations that come with that?
Well,
or is it just purely baseball?
I think the expectation is this guy is professional. He's responsible. I don't care if he's not out in the community, but, you know, he's got to show up to photo day. And, you know, so these guys usually are contractually obligated to 2 or 3 appearances over the course of a year. He's got to do those. You know, he's got to get to the ballpark on time. But that's all he's got to do. That's all he's got to do for me and Ray.
Just punch the clock. That's all you need.
Yeah. I mean, if again, like, how about this? I don't know. I just learned more about Devers in the last week about his personality than in 8 years. And I'm telling you right now, if he has, and what's he, 7? He's been in the league 7 or 8 years, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm telling you right now, if Devers puts up the exact same numbers the next 8 years as he did the first 8 years, then yes, that's all he needs to do. And I think people will be ecstatic, even if he were Steve Carlton, who didn't talk to the media at all. I still think Devers would be hugely elevated, and Giants fans would love him.
Oh, I think so. If you're telling me he's going to hit 280 with 30 home runs a year, 30 doubles, and a 900 OPS for the next 8 years, I'm with you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But there's more pressure to do that now than when there was in Boston. He's the guy. Did you see the game last night?
Do you know the two cities, though, and how they feel about sports?
Did you see who was hitting around Rafi Devers yesterday?
Well, I can only assume
his job
he's got as much protection as
so
Crow
much harder
Armstrong
now.
in Chicago.
Okay, you got to get off PCA. I need you to understand one thing. When you hit fourth in a lineup, you're the protection. You're not protected. Okay, there's one thing. Secondly, dude, Devers' job is so much harder in the middle of the Giants order right now. I mean, Posey might go get a bat. Eldridge might come up. He might be a great hitter. All the rest. His job is so hard right now. Like, if he pops out on the first pitch like he did in the third at-bat of it was maybe in the 6th inning yesterday, that inning is not going to bear fruit. You know what I mean? Like, Devers in Boston could afford to have a few bad games. If he has a bad game here, they might not win.
I was looking at it more as pressure from a fan base that's more demanding than the Giants, mostly.
Well, out here, they're just going to forget about you if you don't play well, which might be more disrespectful than yelling at you.
That's true. Let's go to Pete. Pete's in San Ramon. Hey, Pete, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, I'm doing great. Good morning, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Evan, I got to take issue with you.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Well, I'm really curious if you can find any audio clip between 2010 and 2015 where any player, coach, feed writer, anybody refers to Buster as face of the franchise. I think you're looking back 10 years later and saying why you say what you're saying. But I don't have any recollection of anything like that from 10 years ago.
That's fair, Pete. Would you give me by 2012, like after his 3rd year in the league?
No. I mean, like Steiny listed all those players, Mad Bum, Lincecum, plenty of other guys contributed as much I'll leave it at that. As much.
Okay,
that's fair. Hey,
Buster.
That's fair.
I like Buster too. Don't take me wrong there. I'm fine with Buster.
I
love the trade.
I got you.
Thanks,
got you,
Pete.
Pete.
I'd be interested to hear what other Giants fans think of that.
All right, Steiny.
I mean, face of a franchise can be defined how anybody wants to define it. So there's no wrong answer here.
Maybe it's not that for Pete, but a player that in their first 3 seasons wins Rookie of the Year, a World Series, their first full season, gets injured their second season, so doesn't even really get to play. And so in their second full year, in 2 full years, is Rookie of the Year, Most Valuable Player, and is a 2-time World Series champion. I don't really know what else you got to do. Like, that's a hell of a resume right there.
If you want to really get into this, I think it could be a pretty fun conversation. Because to me, part of being a face of a franchise is you have to want to be the face of a franchise. And I don't think Posey ever wanted to be the face of a franchise. And we can talk about his leadership, leading by example. Yes, absolutely. But the other thing that happened during those Giants championship years, for whatever reason, and maybe part of it was because maybe Posey left Posey. Let's give Posey was their superstar. Well, he left a void as a superstar in terms of the media and charisma and being totally accessible and being a great quote and all those things. In the meantime, the Giants organization, they start promoting the hell out of stuff like Brandon Belt and the Giraffe and Pablo Sandoval, the Panda, and they build up Bumgarner's image as a cowboy, and Tim Lincecum. Everybody loved his free spirit. And that's why I would tend to agree with Pete about, I didn't really think of Posey as the face of the franchise as much as, yeah, he was the mainstay there and probably their best player during that time. But again, it's a gray area.
No, again, and maybe it's just my definition of it. Like, being the face of a franchise isn't just about someone saying that you are or you calling attention to yourself. It's about association with your team, in my opinion. Still to this day, I see 28s walking all around 3rd and King. I see number 28s out on the street. The most jerseys sold of that group were of Buster Posey. It's because he was their leader, whether he wanted to be or not. It's because I associate that era of Giants baseball with him most closely, whether he wanted the attention or not. And he was the best player on 3 World Series teams. Like, again, he's one of the greatest catchers of all time. And that's why I think now with what he's become as an executive, and he's still got a long ways to go, that's just a really high bar for me to ask someone to step into and clear. Like, and it's not, I'm sure he didn't care.
Well,
like, he'll bring in somebody tomorrow that's better than him if he could. But that's kind of a part of his greatness, is that he also didn't want the limelight. Like, he's not pimping home runs. He takes Aaron Harang deep, first home run of his career, puts his head down, runs to first base. Like, but that's who he is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I got you. I just feel like, and I also think there might be something to, okay, the Giants had never won it. Posey's the best player on a team that wins it for the first time. So there's just something about that's going to elevate him in a natural way. Now this team hasn't had success, let's just say for 10 years. Posey comes back and starts reassembling a team. It starts to ascend, and he makes an acquisition of Rafael Devers. And again, this is an assumption. If the Giants are better and they go on a deep run and they happen to win a title this year, I think Devers, regardless of whether he's a big personality or not, he becomes like maybe not the face of the franchise, but he's going to be revered around here. Like revered, but he'll never be the face because of a variety of reasons. And one is he came here halfway through his career. 2 is he doesn't really want to be it. And 3, he's probably not a great one at it if he wanted to be. So, but in terms of being remembered, all these guys are going to get remembered if they win a title, just like like that's the thing about when you win it. I mean, we still talk about Marco Scudero and Michael Morse and who's the average guy who got the hit off the Phillies guy, Cody Ross. You know what I mean? Like all those guys get to go down in Giants lore because they won it all, and there's enough credit to go around. And Devers will get the bulk of it if they win because he's their best player.
Not if he swings like A-Rod in the postseason.
Not
if he swings like Judge in October. But that's just how it goes. Like
it's baseball, Aaron. Why did I call you Aaron?
Oh my God, that's probably the most disrespectful thing you've said to me today.
You know what? Are you like Shaq with names? You ever see that Shaq and Barkley one?
Shaq's awful with names.
No, Shaq hates to be called by the wrong name because Barkley called him Shrek once, and he went nuts.
Well, that's just an insult.
No, but if you go up to Shaq and go, "Hey Billy," he'll punch you. And if somebody comes up to me and they've done it a million times, "Hey Mark," that's Matt.
I'm a little. No, I'm just. That's honestly what my English teacher called me all of freshman year. Called me Aaron, and then my English teacher sophomore year called me Ethan for the whole year. Because there was 2 of each in both class. Evan's not that hard of a name, Steiny.
Hey, are you traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at San Francisco International Airport. With the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, live performances, and tasty food, why settle for less? Fly from SFO, where your best journeys begin. Visit flysfo.com. And that segment also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson, and if you blinked and missed it, Giants have lost 5 of 6.
Steiny, why is that what you got to focus on today?
Well, because
they've actually lost 4 in a row
for the first time this year. So it's getting to the time when you got to start asking, can Devers win the big one?
Well, he's got to win one today. You don't want to get swept.
No, you don't.
When was the last time they got swept?
Who'd they play before the Padres?
Miami?
No. Who'd they play before Miami?
Oh, Detroit.
Yeah, Detroit swept them, didn't they?
It was Miami, but Detroit was before Miami. Yeah, they got swept in Detroit.
That's right. It's a good young ball club there they got in the Motor City.
It's the best team in baseball.
We're talking about Devers, the Giants, etc., and Buster Posey. Mentioning a lot of Giants names. Here's how I want to get into this segment. We're just talking about whether anybody can supplant Buster Posey. If you think that Buster Posey's the face of the Giants right now, what could change that? What has to happen for that to change, for it to be a player? Or do you think it is Logan Webb or whoever? But this is what I want to hear from Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area. He was talking about Posey and his relationship with the front office. And I don't know. I just feel like it ties in. Take a listen.
Buster is part of the ownership group. He's part of the board. It's just different. Like, it's a different level, I think, of trust. And I also think this is maybe a little corny, but like, it's got to be pretty hard to the ownership group who have seen him help him win 3 titles here. It's basically mostly the same people to say no if he comes to you in June and says, we can get Rafael Devers. I know we just signed Chapman long-term and Lee long-term and Adames long-term. I know you didn't expect to spend this much in 2025, but here's the guy and we're going to pick up $255 million. I think it's a little bit tougher to say that to someone with Buster's stature and also someone who, everyone up and down in the organization trusts his commitment to winning. And if he says this is the best way to win in San Francisco, I think that's really easy for everyone to get on board with.
Okay. The way Pavlovich described it is the way that I actually think it is. When Posey took the job, he had to have some parameters. And one of the parameters is, I need your financial commitment if we get to a point where there's a deal out there that we like. And they had to say to Buster to get him to take the job, I'm sure, no, we're going to, it's going to be your show. And the bottom line is, you said it, who's going to say no to Buster Posey? I don't know that there is anybody in the ownership group. Like they hired him to do the things that he's doing, or they wouldn't have hired him. You know what I mean? They wouldn't have said to him or given him the okay to spend this money when he took the job. So I feel like when he came to them with this possibility, they had to know, well, we knew this was hopefully coming at some point because we knew we wanted to get more talent in here.
Well, he's also on the board. So he automatically, he has a built-in, I would assume, trust of the rest of the owners. And that means when he says, I would like to invest $500 million into this lineup, they're like, yeah, all right, I think we'll find a way to make that happen. And also, too, it's like he hasn't given you a reason to not trust him. Again, at every stage of his career, as both a player and now an executive / owner or a board member, hasn't really failed. Like, he hasn't done anything to lead you astray, so to speak. So I think like Posey still, again, he's still on the stage right now where when he does something, he gets the benefit of the doubt. And until proven otherwise, that's kind of the path you have to continue to go down. And I think it's like, dude, if Curry retires and becomes a part of the board or, sure, Warriors ownership, it's going to be pretty pricey after yesterday, but it's still Curry's team. Like, if you have a player has to come in and be at that same level, like, to just assume that Devers is going to, I don't know, like, become the face of this team, to me, like, there's a lot more that goes into it than that. And the most important thing is winning. And like, I'm sorry, I think the Giants are a good team right now, but I don't see them winning a World Series this year. And so that's a question that we're going to need a lot more time to figure out how to answer.
Right. But I do think, and I'm with you, do I think they're going to win the World Series this year? No. But they're at the beginning of this. That's the other thing. You talk about the benefit of the doubt with Posey. I think there's a real sense of Giants fans had a sense before Buster Posey was here that this team was doing nothing but treading water. They were doing nothing but middling around 500 and making moves around the edges, and they weren't a big boy player when it came to free agents. And Buster Posey's been here for less than a year, and all that seemed to have changed. And, maybe it was a case of Farhan Zaidi never even entertained moves like these. Well, why? Well, maybe he thought ownership would never clear that kind of move with him as the GM, but with Posey, they did. Like, I don't know anything about those dynamics, but it felt to me like the pursuit of Judge, for example, that was more the organization kind of making Zaidi do it. Not that he wouldn't have taken Judge, but he probably knew it might have been a fool's errand anyway.
Look, to win, you got to spend money. And I think that's what Posey might, I don't want to say understand more than Zaidi did, but I think he's looking at the landscape and he's saying, all right, if we're going to compete in this division, the Dodgers spend more money than anybody. The Padres have a top 10 payroll. Even the Diamondbacks, again, just invested $200+ million into a pitcher this offseason. Unless you sit at the blackjack table and push your chips in, you're going to be treading water for 5 to 10 years. That's just the state of things. I mean, the one team in Major League Baseball this year that has bucked that trend, and it's by virtue of their age, is the Detroit Tigers. They're the best team in baseball. They have the 17th largest payroll, but a lot of those guys that are moving towards contract years, they're either going to have to decide whether they don't want to pay him or their payroll is going to explode. I think that's why Posey is like, if we are going to develop players, we want to have homegrown talent, we're in the memory-making business, all the rest. But if you want to expedite that process, you have to spend. Like, you can't just sit here and every single year just hope that you'll find something in the draft. Your draft should be to supplement what you already have on your roster. That's what prospects are for. And maybe you hit on one, maybe you don't. But waiting 5 to 10 years like it looked the Giants were willing to do to see if they had a star, like, dude, we don't know if Eldridge is going to be good. Eldridge could be he could be a Hall of Fame player. He might be a league average player. You do not know. Now, all signs point to him being a pretty good bat, but the point is, if you're going to find, like, Devers is a proven commodity, that's going to cost you $300 million. Matt Chapman is a proven commodity at the big league level. That's going to cost you $150 million. This offseason, if you want another bat, or we're talking about a pitcher, or whatever you feel like is the biggest Giants need, that's probably going to cost you a lot of money. And that's just the price of doing business in 2025 in baseball.
Yes. But one thing I'm intrigued by is what I've learned now. What would you say to this? The Giants have always been willing to spend money. Like, I believe if Aaron Judge would have said, I want to come to San Francisco just pay me $1 more than the Yankees, I think they would have paid him $1 more than the Yankees. Do you? Even with Farhan Zaidi.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I'm looking at this move now and thinking, and maybe it's just semantics, they actually were pushing all their chips into the middle for Harper and for Judge and for Ohtani. But they just didn't have a good enough hand. So Posey recognizing, you know what, we might not be able to get free agents here. We have a chance to trade for a guy, but we owe $250 to $3 million. We'll owe $250 to $3. Good. We'll do it. Like, it's just our way to acquire a free agent. We just have to do it through a trade. So the idea of spending this money for Chapman and Adames and Devers, I could love to nail down whether there was just a change in ownership feeling, or there was no change in the way Zaidi dealt with ownership, or there was a confidence that Posey has, knowing he can get anything done he wants, and maybe Farhan had a tiptoe. But they are spending money. They're just not doing it in free agency.
Well,
for the most part.
They've spent money. Like they're paid again. Last year they paid a luxury tax. Like they paid a lot of money for last year's roster, but the overall commitments over time is to me where it changes. Like when you see these, like Willie Adames is a 7-year investment. The tail end of that deal is probably not going to age very well. Rafi Devers, if you get three years of high level elite batting out of Devers, then the rest is gravy. But odds are, at age 35, 36, 37, which his deal runs through, that as just a hitter, he's probably not going to be that great. But Posey is willing to play by the rules, I think, more than the previous regime. Similar to the Dodgers or the Padres, or to some extent the Diamondbacks, but really those two teams in Southern California, that let's just eat the last 4 years. Like we just got to eat the last couple of years because that's how we're going to get dudes in here. And, you know, like Snell, I don't know if the Giants last year would have been willing to give him a 5-year deal, but they gave him a 1-1 and he opted out. You know, Rodon the year before, they gave him a 1-1. He opts out. I think Posey is kind of the school of, at least from what it appears to me, that if I have a chance to acquire a Carlos Rodon or a Blake Snell or like one of these star talented players, I got to get them in here for longer than just a year or two and try and piece together every single roster. I want to know what my roster is going to look like in 2030. Or maybe not 2030, but 2028.
All right.
Because then I get multiple cracks. I don't have to like jigsaw this thing together every single season because I know what my lineup's going to look like 3 years from now.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. You know, you mentioned this earlier, and I think it is a significant part of it. So Posey is on the ownership group. So
well, that's what Pavlovich just said.
Yeah, let's talk about the Warriors for a second. So Joe Lacob runs the Warriors like Johnson runs the Giants. And then they have, let's just say, a dozen. You know, it's Lacob, it's Goober, and then 10 other people that own minority stakes, let's just say. One of those 10 owners, or one of those 10 minority owners is Steph Curry after he retires.
Yeah.
And now Curry becomes the GM. Like, Curry goes into that room as an equal. He is an owner. Like, he has a vested interest. It's some of his money. And now I'm just envisioning Farhan Zaidi taking the job. He doesn't know any of these people in the ownership group. He's not a part of the ownership group, and he has absolutely no history virtually with the team itself. Like, the dynamic has clearly changed, and it almost feels like, I get it, he's not Mark Cuban, Buster Posey, but he can operate like he's Mark Cuban because he's got clout and people are going to follow his lead because he's Buster Posey.
I mean, he's got less to prove. And yeah, I think, look, I haven't been in those rooms myself, but I imagine that if you're part owner or minority owner, you're on the board and you also run the team, it's probably going to be easier to get things done. Like it just is, because you have a direct line to the guys who are responsible for the money that you are having to spend on an individual. So, would Farhan have pulled the Devers deal off? I have my doubts. His track record says no. And I think part of that is, yeah, he might have to jump through some more hurdles, and he might have to, do a lot more convincing, as opposed to Posey just sends a text to, hey, you think this might be a good idea? And then boom, 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 4 months or 4 weeks later, it happens. Like, I mean, I do think that matters. And this offseason, I feel confident, or maybe not confident, more confident that he could go out and acquire a big name free agent.
I'm more thinking about, would Zaidi, let's say Zaidi were here and he's got an opportunity to do the Devers deal exactly as it is. Does he dread going to the ownership group, or does he not even pursue something like that because he doesn't want to have to deal with going to the ownership group and saying we got to take on Devers' salary? Like, if this trade would not have been made under Farhan Zaidi, my question would be, why? Why would you think? And I'm not saying you're wrong.
My guess is because a model will tell you that Devers, by the end of his deal, is going to be a sunk cost. That's the reason why.
Farhan Zaidi would probably balk at it.
Yeah, because you're probably going to get 2 years, hopefully 3, of an elite bat in the middle of your order. But then the last 4 years of the deal or 5 years of the deal, probably he's going to start to tail off, and he's not going to be able to play the field anymore, or certainly as well as he once did. And again, I think that it's a deal that if you have an opportunity to make, you have to make. And that's why I would hope that if Farhan was still the president of baseball operations, that he would have still done this deal. But if you're asking me why he wouldn't have, I think it's just like math says, it's not going to age well. It just isn't.
And that's another thing. I think Posey's got no concern about his next job, or there's just a confidence about him where he's going to do what he's got to do, and the chips are going to fall, and whatever he'll either be here for a long time, or after 6 years he'll be gone. But like a guy like Zaidi, who's trying to stay in the game.
Well, he's still in the game.
No, I know he's still in the game. But
I actually don't think that Zaidi had to worry about a job at all.
Well, I think Buster Posey's got to worry about it far. Like, I think Buster Posey, this is the job he's taking, and it'll be the last job he ever takes. Like, that's what I think.
I don't think he had to take the job.
No, he didn't. He didn't. And that's kind of what I mean. He didn't have to take the job. He's a franchise hero. And so he can come into this and say, everything I do is going to be my way. Whatever move I want to make, if it's risky, I'll do it. If it's not, I'm going to do every move that I think is right, we're going to do. Zaidi, I think, was the type of person that also has to factor in, what if it doesn't work? You know what I mean? Like Posey, I don't think factors that in as much. Posey probably says, well, if it doesn't work, then they'll just fire me in 5 years.
I think it's just more about who they are as opposed to like what they're like. Posey's trying to win right now. Like, he wants to win now. He's always been a winner. That's in his blood. Farhan Zaidi is about building something and creating something. And he probably has more of an eye on the future than the present. And right now, the president is Steiny. The Giants have lost 4 in a row. They've lost 5 of 6.
Yep.
They haven't won a game yet with the bat that they went on and got. And while Posey has done a great job, I think, so far in his first calendar year, or less than, of getting guys or maintaining guys, he still has work to do. And I know it's been 2 games, but I think that from the first 75, essentially, that we've seen, today will be 75, this roster is still not yet in a place. I think that Posey wants it. Like, I don't think that he's done.
I completely
Devers
agree.
to me is the tip of the ice. As big of a piece as he is, Devers to me, with the kind of person I believe Posey is, the kind of winner, competitor that he is, to me, Devers is the tip of the iceberg this season.
Yes.
Like, this is where it starts.
I would imagine they'll make, this won't be their only move before the deadline. And that's where I agree with you. Like, I do think Buster Posey looks at it in a simple way at times and just says, we got to get a better second baseman in here. We got to get a better second baseman in here. You know, we've got to get Chapman back. We can live with Chapman. You know, we got to figure out first base. Okay, we got Devers. Can he play there? We want to put Wilmer there. All that kind of stuff. And he just. So I do think there'll be a couple new Giants before the deadline for sure. But I don't know. I just think it's. I'm fascinated because the other thing is, if the Giants go out and get a bat, let's say they find a guy who's under contract for a year and a half. Let's not say he's up at the end. Or let's say he's a free agent, and they make a move and they give up Wisenhunt for a hitter. Well, at that point, then the Giants are operating in a way that it feels like they've never operated under Farhan. But is that just because Posey's got a different strategy, or Posey's been allowed to do stuff that Farhan either didn't want to or wasn't allowed, if you know what I mean?
Well, I think it is, like, the team's better. The team's playing well. Like, you don't make these moves if your team is 500. I honestly, I don't think that, to me, it's unfair to look at Posey and compare him to Farhan. Like, they're just two different people.
No, I get that.
Like, I am focused on what this team is trying to accomplish. And to me, the biggest issue that I think they have is by acquiring Devers, Steiny, they have no way to put their best hitters, all of their best hitters, on the field at the same time. Because Flores can't play every night,
right?
Because Devers is there. And while Wilmer might not be, a silver slugger, he's been one of your best hitters this year. Even someone like Dom Smith, who had to come off the bench last night and pinch hit. Over the last since he's gotten here, he's been one of your best hitters. He can't be in the lineup every night. So that's, to me, why when you're looking at, they're not, like, that's why Schmidt's hitting 5th. That's why Lee's dropped down to 7th. It's because while they don't have great hitters, their best ones all can't be in the starting 9 tonight. They just can't.
Right. Good stuff. Good stuff.
You want to talk about Caitlin?
We can talk about Caitlin. We can talk about what's going on with the Warriors.
There's kind of a topic that we were tossing around earlier that I'm kind of excited for. I don't know if we're thinking of the same one, but
I don't know either, but now I'm excited for your idea.
Okay.
Coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, Valkyries take on Caitlin Clark in the Indiana Fever, and you can hear the game on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones, they're on the call, and you can watch the games on KPIX+. Pregame starts at 6:30. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Farhan's cooked.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. Thursday. Happy Juneteenth. Yeah, the office is kind of dead today.
Well,
yay! A lot of people with a day off.
It's a nationally recognized holiday.
Yeah. Just another.
Took a little too long to get there, but it finally is.
And, you know, what we'll never be able to figure out is whether Goo took today off because of a holiday or because it was simply Thursday.
You got it. That's a cheap shot.
Of course it is.
Can I take one?
Sure.
Well, it's not cheap. It's actually deserved. Can I just issue a PSA to everybody? Like, it's a holiday. Folks are driving places. Hopefully, maybe you're going to see a friend, family. Maybe you're going out to the Valkyries game tonight to see Caitlin Clark. Slow down. Slow the F down. Zach Edey got clock Steiny yesterday doing 101 in a 55 zone. What are we doing?
Zach Edey?
Zach Edey, the center for the Memphis Grizzlies, who I don't really care for much anyways, but slow down.
Are you serious?
There is no need for you to go that fast. Twice the limit, basically, in Memphis, or I don't know where he's from, somewhere in the Midwest. Just slow the F down. Dude, people trying to get out of the ballpark last night are cutting across each other and whizzing through different lanes. Like, you're going to get to where you need to go. Just slow the F down.
I've said this often, Evan. People are the worst. They're the worst. And this on the heels of Shedeur Sanders, who was also clocked doing 101. But I believe that was in a 65.
Not down the 101.
I wonder what the difference in that ticket is, a 101 and a 55?
Well, the issue is that you can pay it. Like, there's nothing that's going to, like, it doesn't get reprimanded.
That's like an automatic reckless driving, and they suspend your license, I think.
It should be.
You would think.
Tell them to take an Uber or a Waymo.
Exactly. Hey,
thanks.
And we can bring risotto into this, too. Let me tell you what's a myth. Here's a baseball myth. Framing. Framing's a myth.
Please explain.
When a catcher frames a strike, it doesn't work. First of all, the umpire can see you move it after it hits your glove. He can see you move those 3 inches. And here's
You'd
the
be
other
surprised.
thing. Here's the other thing. For every call you get by framing, you don't get 6 of them because the umpire's pissed off that you tried to frame in the first place. You never heard a word about Buster Posey's framing.
That's because he was pretty good.
And he was honest. If it was a ball, it was a ball. He wasn't trying to cheat.
Dude, you're making this guy to sound like Jesus Christ today. Framing is important. Now, it's not as important as I think a lot of nerds make it out to be. Like, you're saving runs by framing. You can catch a couple strikes, but let me tell you what. Patrick Bailey is the best framer in all the land. I don't know, he's better than all these construction workers working on my block at framing.
Nice.
I don't care if you hit 180. I don't care what you do behind home plate if you go up there with a broomstick. So Patrick Bailey, can we also, this is a little pet peeve of mine. You can't be an awful hitter and switch hit. I'm sorry. You can't do it. Pick a side and figure out how to hit on one half of the plate before you decide to be a righty and a lefty. Like, again, you can't be a 180 hitter, Steiny, and be a switch hitter. Oh, which side of the plate is he better from? Neither.
You know, Evan, those players probably feel like if they go down to just batting righty or lefty that their average will fall to 090.
Like Adames. Now he's on the rise.
Who's the worst pinch hitter in baseball? Switch hitter in baseball?
The worst switch hitter in baseball? Oh, boy. This is a toss-up. Bailey's up there. You know, there used to be... Oh, was he a switch hitter? Pasta, do you remember if Nick Punto was a switch hitter?
Nick Punto hit right-handed.
Damn it. Well, he's the worst hitter I've ever seen.
This guy wasn't bad, but he was on my all Mount Rushmore of guys I couldn't stand. I'm pretty sure he was a switch hitter. Jason Kendall.
He was a righty.
Was he?
He was actually a good hitter.
I know he was, but he was not a good guy.
He was a slap guy. Slap hitter. They don't have those anymore.
His dad, of course, Fred Kendall, who caught for the Cleveland Indians.
Punto was a switch hitter.
Oh!
Producer Ken correcting me on that one.
Count the bucket. Yeah, that's the worst switch hitter I've ever seen. What do you want to do now, Steiny?
Well, you teased something that really had me.
Oh.
Intrigued.
So you kind of brought it up. By the way, happy 75th birthday to Dwayne Kuiper.
Nice.
Yeah, he's still doing a fantastic job. Which brought up the conversation before the show of the worst possible takes to have in Bay Area sports. Like you don't believe them, but if someone said, again, these are not our thoughts, but if you said this, if you publicized a take on air, or you're just walking and you're like, hey, I believe this, everyone would boo you off a cliff. Like, what is the worst take that you can have as a Bay Area sports fan? I have a few ideas.
I would say one would be saying something like...
Now, you're a very provocative person, so I want to make sure that everyone knows that this is not what you believe. This is just, well...
We'll see.
Okay.
What would be like saying something like, let me tell you something. Steph Curry would be a great sixth man. Be a great sixth man. Little hybrid guard. He could come in and sub for the point guard. The shooting guard gets too quick ones. He can come in for the shooting guard. Steph Curry, he'd be a great sixth man. That'd be one. That'd be a bad hot take.
Okay.
I can't even believe you said that.
But the funniest part is I can see you saying that.
I did about 14 years ago.
Is that why you just got a ton of vitriol for it and you've been harboring it ever since?
Well, keep in mind that when Steph Curry came into the league 47 years ago, they didn't really have a lot of positionless basketball. You had to, you're either a point guard or a shooting guard, and nobody could figure out what he was. And I thought, well, if you don't know what he is, bring him off the bench.
Oh, that does remind me. I've been thinking about this. So you know how tweeners, I'll tell you my take in a moment, but tweeners used to be between like the 1 and the 2.
Yes.
Like point guard and shooting guard. I think the new tweener is between the 3 and the 4.
It's funny you say that.
Like, I think a lot of players in 2025 that at least I hear described as tweeners, they seem to be more forwards than guards now.
Yeah, like Draymond.
Yeah.
When he came out, he was considered a tweener.
Or Kuminga.
Yes, they're 3. Yeah,
they're all tweeners.
Yeah, he's a 3.5. Mm-hmm. No, he is. He's a 3.5.
I know. I just find it interesting. I wanted to throw that by you.
Well, the other thing is, and that's why the people who love Kuminga, they just are hell bent that he's a 3. He's got to be a 3. Why? Oh, we want him to play out on the perimeter more. Again, why? Like, guys want to be 3s rather than 4s for whatever reason.
Make more money, probably. You have the ball more. You can display the ha-ha.
If you have it.
Well, everyone's working on their bag. Okay, my take. If you say this, you'll be strung from the Salesforce Tower. Barry Bonds shouldn't be a Hall of Famer. Or shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
Wow, dude.
See, I disagree with that.
That one, but like I've heard people say that, and I kind of get it. But if you say it in the Bay Area, like someone almost just drove off the bridge and they tuned in right when I said Barry Bonds shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, the only issue I would have with that is there's probably a percentage of people that believe it without respect to his career because of the steroids. And so they wouldn't consider it a hot take.
Yeah, but most of those people are getting aged out. Like, a lot of those people, maybe I'm just speaking of people my age. Oh, like another one would be, Curry's not top 10. Or, no, Curry's not, Yeah, Curry's not top 10 all time. Like, that one will get you. Like, someone will really get mad at that if I say that at a party. Now, but again, these are people my age.
Well, it's not a good pickup line, Evan.
Yeah, that explains.
I'd start out with something tried and true, like, do you come here often?
Nope. Even that one is. People are so suspicious nowadays, Steiny.
You think?
Yeah, but like if I walk up to someone, male or female, and I just say, "Do you come here often?" There's immediately an eyebrow raised, if they can physically raise one eyebrow, instead of, "Oh no, I'm not from around here. Yeah, this is one of my favorite places." It's, "Why are you talking to me?"
You'll get over that. Things are going to start to break for you soon.
I don't think I will.
Yeah, I look at it as, what's a take that can get you into trouble, as opposed to, I think of it as off limits. There are just some people that are off limits. Like
who's bulletproof?
Well, like, to me, Steph Curry is off limits. Like, if and when you criticize Steph Curry,
not from 10 to 2,
you are going to be absolutely lambasted. So there's no upside to even saying, Steph's got to take care of the ball a little better. He had 6 turnovers. That's Steph. Steph's off limits for most people. Can't criticize Steph.
I called him a turnover twin.
Here's another guy who was untouchable. Untouchable. Never heard a bad word about him.
Bird?
Tim Lincecum.
Oh.
Like, I'm going back a little bit. Like, he was off limits. There was no criticism of Lincecum. In fact, because of who he was embraced even further. There was never any shade at Tim Lincecum.
Even though he fell off a cliff. Now, Tim Lincecum has also dealt with a lot of off the field, off the diamond issues that I don't wish upon anybody. But as a player, you're right. Lincecum was a shooting star, is what he was.
Yes.
And that's fair, because he became bulletproof pretty quickly.
Let me think of who else.
Until he vocalized some of his opinions. I think Mad Bum was in that category.
How about, the 49er I thought of was actually not Montana or Young.
Jimmy?
No, it was for a different reason. Frank Gore. Like, Frank Gore was off limits to criticize because he was so good. He was such a team player. He was such a good guy. Resilient, durable. Now, I get it. He's maybe not as visible as a Steph Curry, but I never heard any, Gore doesn't hit the hole fast enough. Gore, it looks like he's running on eggshell. No, nobody criticized Frank Gore.
Well, I think part of that was because there's not, I never heard a bad thing about him. And I don't think it was because he was bulletproof. It's because he was a great player, a great dude, and never really gave you anything to criticize. I mean, he didn't play in a ton of big games because he wasn't on, all-time teams. But, can you remember a bad moment? Like Frank Gore fumbling at the goal line or messing up a game? No, he never did. At least from what I can recall.
Yeah, a couple are coming in. We can have some fun with them. Willie Mays, untouchable.
Oh, he passed away yesterday.
Good call.
A year ago. Would have been 94 yesterday.
Steve Young, I would disagree with Steve Young only because a lot of people had resentment that he followed Montana. Not that he's not a great guy or wasn't a great leader, isn't well loved. I'm just saying I wouldn't put him as off limits. Somebody's saying George Kittle. Please. It's fair. You can say George Kittle doesn't have great hands. That's not off limits.
No. He's no one on this current 49ers team is above criticism. Nobody. Because they haven't won. And if George Kittle, if the Niners had won a couple Super Bowls, or even just one of the two, I do think that Kittle might have approached there. Like, to me, I actually think like Montana is probably the close. Him or Rice. Montana and Rice. Like, you win 4 Super Bowls, I'm sorry, you can't say nothing about those dudes.
Well, it's funny because before the show when we were saying, what would provoke, Rice did come up for me, and I said, Jerry Rice. He's not the greatest football player of all time. He is not the greatest. Come on, please. Now, I don't necessarily believe it.
He has a company named Goat Fuel.
Now, I'm just saying I don't necessarily believe it, but that would cause a stir. Yeah, no, he's not the GOAT. Rice isn't the GOAT. That's the other thing. Here's another one. Yeah, LeBron's better than Jordan. Nobody said that in forever. That's a hot take. Because
I actually think that that's kind of become something that's lukewarm.
See, I think it's something that now, because this idolatry of Michael Jordan has gotten so out of hand that his supporters and his stands, if you will, are actually messaging that it's not even close. And so now everybody is afraid to ever say anything negative about Michael Jordan. Like, he's got a committee out there of PR people.
Well, he's going to be on NBC this year, so I'm sure he's going to do some promotion. The thing
I'll tell you right now. You ready?
Dude, I don't care about that. Like, I actually don't think a lot of people my age really care about
the LeBron
versus Jordan. Okay. Like, seriously, if I see it on First Take, I'd rather watch Telemundo. You know what I mean?
I hear you. Let me make a prediction.
Okay.
I don't think Michael Jordan will be very good. And do we know exactly what his role is going to be?
No.
Yeah, contributor?
I don't.
Insider?
Let me ask you a question. Like, do you guys see it? Like, you think he's going to be really good?
No, I actually, well, to be fair, I don't know. Because I feel like I've never heard him speak.
Interesting.
He doesn't do anything. Even as an owner, he never really talked. I think he gave one speech outside of his Hall of Fame speech during the top 75. I think he spoke at some All-Star thing. But, like, no, I don't know if he's going to be good. I would assume not, because if he was a good public speaker, I'd probably remember something he said.
Yeah, I feel like he's the type of guy who, you know how Magic Johnson tweets?
Yeah.
That's how Jordan's going to be on television. Because here's the way I look at it. Like, Jordan is so insulated. All right? He's so insulated that he's got like 2 worlds. One is his real world, and then the other is everybody outside that he doesn't care about. So I think when he's going to be when he's giving opinions, he's just going to be so vanilla, I think. I don't see him being highly insightful or controversial at all. I just don't see it. I see him being very safe because he's always been that way.
I do think he's going to be critical of people that threaten his legacy. Like, I could see him being critical of LeBron. But the one guy who he can't be critical of, and it's not because he's not threatened by him, I don't think, but he's bulletproof, is Steph. Like, I don't think there's any legend that remains alive. Has there been one that said anything bad about Curry? Now, Oscar Robertson has said things bad about the Warriors. Well, no, that's true. No, like Oscar said that Steph couldn't play in his era, right?
I know he came down Draymond Green's road.
Maybe it was more about the Warriors, but I got to double check this. But I don't think that many, if any, have ever really criticized Curry.
It's a good thought. I'm not thinking, because he's usually the outlier. People say they'll rip the game, but they'll say everybody wants to be Steph Curry. Well, that to me is a compliment. Like, because he's the only guy who can do it like him. Is
Oscar Robertson was critical of him in 2016, the year he won unanimous MVP.
That doesn't. Well, and you know what? That's fair. Like that, it was fair to question how he would be the first unanimous MVP. That's a fair question. Not saying he didn't deserve it. He did. But I could see how an old-timer would say, telling me, well, Chamberlain is never unanimous, or Bird or Magic? Anyway.
Well, Bird definitely not. But, yeah, the other ones I could hear it.
Larry Bird, you know what? I'm not going to do this.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Hey, Pasta.
Do you think it's possible for a coach or executive to be in the category of off limits? Or even come close to being in that category?
And a coach or an executive?
Coach or an executive, they get criticized all the time. Is there anybody that even comes close in the Bay Area sports landscape?
Coach, no. Executive, yes. I do feel like Sabian's off limits.
Oh, okay. I didn't follow. Sabian's absolutely off limits.
Yeah.
I'm with you there.
To me, he's the most bulletproof one of my lifetime.
Here's another one. This one, Bill Walsh. Bill Walsh is off limits.
True. I just wasn't around for him.
Yeah. I'll tell you who else is close. It's George Seifert. Like, I get it. He didn't have the stature of Bill Walsh, but George Seifert. Nobody has anything bad to say about him right now.
You know who else so far? Buster Posey. You can't say anything bad about that guy. Steiny, I dare you. I triple dog dare you on this nationally recognized holiday to criticize Posey.
Well, I mean, I think he's two-faced. I mean, this is the same guy who's running this organization, who's plucking Adames, and he gets a star in Devers. This is the same guy whining about San Francisco. He's the same guy whining about the city. Cut that.
Send it to the Giants. Oh, Steiny.
What's the worst thing I could say about Buster Posey?
He's not a Hall of Famer?
Well, that is the one that some people say. We got to get out of here. Worst thing I can say about Buster Posey.
We got stars in town, Steiny.
Let me think about it, because I need 10 minutes, because he's about as elevated as it comes. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, what a day for Joe Lacob. We'll tell you why on the other side. That segment sponsored by Safeway.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I know.
What do you know?
I'm going to lay out.
Wipe the milk off your chin.
It's a beard.
No, it's milk. That oatmeal milk and banana concoction.
No, that was earlier. This is yogurt.
Oh.
Greek yogurt.
Sugar-free?
Plain, yeah.
All right, get Petty off. Actually, don't ever take Petty off. Hey, here's a little peripheral story that's come out. So, and I just want to, you know what I want to do here? I want to bat around some things.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Mike, I want to bat around some conversation. So, the Lakers are being sold. The Buss family is selling the Lakers for $10 billion.
To the Dodgers. How big is that payroll?
It's big. So the Lakers have just sold for $10 billion. Okay, the Warriors are worth more than the Lakers. One of the big reasons is they own Chase Center, and the Lakers don't own Staples. At least not solo. Anyway, in 2010, 15 years ago, Joe Lacob buys the Warriors for $450 million. He could sell this organization tomorrow for $12 to $14 billion. All right?
You know that?
I mean, if they're worth more than the Lakers, they're supposed to be number 2 behind Dallas, the Cowboys. That's it. So, here's my question. Why wouldn't he sell the team? Like, why wouldn't Joe Lacob sell the Warriors? He's made more money in 15 years off this purchase, I got to believe, than any other sports owner in any other sport. Because he bought it for Evan, let me explain something. He bought it for $450 million.
Careful.
And now it's worth more than $10 billion with a B.
Do you know how much the Lakers were purchased for in 1979?
I actually do, because I read it. $67 million.
That's unbelievable.
Yes, it is.
And I know that's obviously a much further time away than when Lacob purchases. But why wouldn't he sell it? Because he'd think he can make more money in the future. Also, he's only had it for 15 years. Maybe he has things that he still wants to accomplish.
I am just fascinated with
money.
No, I'm fascinated by what happens after Steph.
I think we all are.
I really am. I mean, like, in a way, Joe Lacob can't sell the team. Like, he can't sell the team when Curry was here in 2010 and then sell it when Curry's still here. You know what I mean? I mean, he could.
I mean, that's more about Curry than it is about Lacob. But,
well,
why not? Why can't he sell the team?
Because he would never get the credit for what he's done here. It will always be Steph Curry. So, like, I actually think guys like this, his motivation is, I'm not selling the team because I want to show everybody that I can do it again without Curry. That's, to me, I think that's one of his big motivations. And then his second motivation is he wants to give the team to his sons.
Yeah, I think it'd be more the second than the first. Like the Busses, who are now they're getting out from under the Lakers. I mean, was Jerry Buss bigger than Magic? I don't know. I'm honestly asking.
No.
Was Jerry Buss bigger than Kobe Bryant?
No.
the owner's never going to be bigger than an all-time talent. I feel like that's kind of the understanding. And I've never owned a team, will never own a team. But I'd imagine, and Lacob, he grew up a Celtics fan?
Yeah.
He knows the history of the game and owner's places in it. I mean, I don't know if it's about being bigger than Curry. I don't think he ever can be.
Well,
even if he wins after him.
No. I don't think it's about being bigger than Curry. Just put yourself in Lacob's position. He buys the team in 10. You've reached 2025. You've got 4 titles, and now Steph's, 36. He hears the whispers of he's got nothing to do with it. It's Steph Curry.
Sure.
I mean, Lacob's made a lot of money, but without Curry, they don't win 4 titles. And I think that's natural for him to hear. And knowing Lacob a little bit, I do believe he wants to, win it again. Of course he wants a 5th with Curry. But I think if you told Joe Lacob, I'll give you a 5th ring next year, or I'll give you a 5th ring in 2030 when all these guys have cleared out, but you've redone it all, I think he'd take 2030.
He might, but let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So Caitlin Clark's in town tonight to play the Valkyries.
Okay.
Massive game.
Yep.
What? Your buddy said the ticket for tonight's game is...
Yes. Let me read this to you. So this is...
just put it in perspective.
This is my buddy Curtis. And we're talking about the Valkyries Fever game tonight. Tickets are pretty expensive. And according to Curtis, he says, prices are higher for this Valkyries game than the Warriors' last home game of the season against the Timberwolves. That was a playoff game. He said, I wanted to go tonight, but I'm not paying $200 to sit in Section 206, which is very high.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
So if Joe Lacob and the Valkyries could acquire Caitlin Clark, they would do it in a heartbeat.
Correct.
But that was just that's one game. So she's not only a cash cow, she's a great player, might win championships, all the rest. So if Lacob was able to build a dynasty with the Valkyries, with Caitlin Clark as his star player in a hypothetical world, he wouldn't be bigger than Caitlin Clark. You know what I mean? It's...
Right.
The players dictate everything. I mean, owners are important. There's no doubt about that. Coaches are important, front office, executives, everyone. But the players are the ones that have to go out and do it. I don't think he doesn't understand. If the Warriors win another championship and Curry's not there, it's probably because they have a couple of great players.
Right.
Those players will get the credit.
Right. But how do they get those players? That's what I think separates the big boys from a guy like Lacob. If you want to talk about Jerry Buss, is they won it, then time passed, then they won it again with others, then time passed, then they won it again with others. You know what I mean? So, I think it's natural, not that there's any resentment from Joe Lacob towards Steph Curry, but just everything that makes these guys competitive. I don't think he looks at, once Steph leaves, everything's just happenstance and luck. I think he's thinking, when Steph retires, we'll get a plan in place to get back on top in 3 years. And if and when he does that, now we got a problem, meaning now he is one of the greatest owners in sports.
Yeah, and he strikes me as a competitive guy, and he's a very successful businessman. But I also think, too, that the fact that he's been star hunting even while Curry's been on the team means that is how he's trying to operate, whether Curry's there or not. They had a 73-win team and had the opportunity to acquire Kevin Durant. They went out and got the biggest free agent possible. Jimmy Butler was the biggest star available at the time. If Kevin Durant had wanted to come back to Golden State, that would have been the biggest deal done, minus Luka Doncic, obviously, at the deadline. If Lacob could have gotten Doncic, I think he would have tried to do that. He tried to get LeBron James 2 years ago. Like, he's always been, I think, someone that wants to play at the big table and get the big name. So I don't really think it's necessarily about, like, winning before, here, or after. And in all honesty, 15 years is not that long of a period of time. I mean, the rise of the Warriors financially and on the court, it's been meteoric. It's just been, I don't know about you. I don't think he would want to sell, but if he did, we know how much the team is worth now because of what the Lakers went for.
Right. I also think a big part of this now with the Warriors are the Valkyries. And here's the other thing. Why I don't know. I don't think he's going to sell. I just thought to myself, why wouldn't he? I mean, you've gone from $500 million to $12 billion. Why wouldn't you sell?
Likes to work,
right? Not that he's going to sell. But the Valkyries, to me, are. I don't think people should diminish his interest in the Valkyries. So, next year the collective bargaining agreement in the WNBA is up.
Yep.
You've got to negotiate a new deal. So there's some possibilities there where, the salary cap's going to go up, free agents are going to make more money, and they're probably going to implement a lot of different rules. And Joe Lacob's got to be ready to pounce. I mean, absolutely pounce if money becomes a big factor with the WNBA, which it probably will. The other thing is, and we're really getting into the weeds here, but, Joe Lacob was the guy who started a league that competed with the WNBA before he bought the Warriors, the ABL, and they got swallowed up by the NBA. But that's where Lacob first met David Stern, and then later he would get the Warriors because of his longtime relationship with David Stern, and he outbid Larry Ellison and all those things. But what I'm getting at is, I think it means a lot to Lacob if he could make the Valkyries a dynasty too. I think that is very important to him. He would love that, to be the men's and women's king of basketball.
Yeah, I think so. And I'm not as familiar with him as you are, but he strikes me why would he develop an expansion team if he didn't want it to be successful?
Right.
In order to be the best, then why not, if you're going to do something, be the best at it. So, I think, all right, Caitlin Clark's in town tonight, and I'm not as familiar with the new or upcoming WCBAs, on the men's side of things, but I have to imagine that Lacob is going to approach the Valkyries the same way he does the Warriors, which is, for example, if Caitlin Clark is available, he will go after her. He will do everything in his power to try and bring Caitlin Clark to the Valkyries, because that's all he's tried to do with the Warriors. Now, he may not accomplish it. It may not work. She may not want to leave Indiana. Who knows? But the point is, I do think that while the Valkyries are a team that right now might not have a homegrown star or, a household name, they're not, they're a quality team right now. They're not one of the best in the West, but they certainly, I think, have surpassed expectations based on what previous expansion teams have done. He's gonna look for that big name, and I don't think it's just going to be in the draft.
I agree with that. That I agree with. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the said Golden State Valkyries and Golden State Warriors, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Yeah, I'm just wondering if an owner's motivation changes over time. And I got to believe if he were in here, Lacob would say, I'm not selling. That's the furthest thing from my mind. I'm just wondering, What causes somebody to change their mind like that? Because obviously the Lakers had been in the Buss family for a very long period of time. But that's all I was thinking. I'm thinking of Joe Lacob and his $12 billion. He could get it
Or
if he sold the
14.
team. Or 14.
Well, yeah, I mean, the other part is he owns the arena.
Yeah.
That's probably the biggest difference between them and the Lakers. It is crazy, though. Like, if you told me when I was a kid, a little closer removed than you are, that the Warriors would be a bigger brand or a more valued brand than not just the Los Angeles Lakers, but the Boston Celtics, and even to some extent the New York Knicks, who is I think the third valued team. Them and the Lakers are 3 and 4. That's insane. And I do think a lot of that does go to Curry. A lot of it goes to Lacob. Like, how did that happen? To me, that's going to be the most intriguing book that's going to be written about the Warriors. Like, literally, how did they surpass the Los Angeles Lakers as, by monetary standards, the kings of the West Coast?
Oh, boy, Evan.
Yeah. You gonna write that book?
Probably not.
Could you? Like, if you really put your mind to it.
How the Warriors went from a $400 million team to a $15 billion team, something like that?
Yeah.
I mean, so much of it's Curry. But it's also the arena. The arena is a big part of it. The success is a big part of it. What else? The merchandising is a big part of it that Curry was a big part of. But Evan, the sheer magnitude of what the Warriors have done is something that you talk about, and it is absolutely, positively incredible. And that's why, Evan, when I left NBC Sports Bay Area circa 2012 or 13,
okay.
And then I laid low for about 3 or 4 years by choice. And anyway, I remember seeing Joe Lacob at get the drop ready remember when Durant was here and he was a part of the thing at Chase with the bulldozers and the cranes and stuff? They were unveiling Chase. Remember that?
The ribbon cutting ceremony?
Yeah, the ribbon cutting. Durant was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the first time I talked to Lacob in a few years. And I said to him, I got to tell you. And I said it just like that. Hey, Joe, I got to tell you. What you've done here, unfathomable. That's the word I use. Unfathomable. Because it was, if you were a Warrior fan in 2005, you couldn't fathom that in 20 years they'd be here. You just couldn't. Here's what it's similar to, as long as I'm rolling.
Okay.
In 1979, when they put the three-point line in, nobody could envision ever that they may take 50 shots from out here a game. That a team may shoot 50 times from behind the arc. It was incomprehensible. I'm telling you. It just was. And that's the way I feel about the Warriors if you were watching them in 2005 and their journey to where they are at right now.
Well, the one factor in this that I find really interesting is the player, like the star, Curry, right?
Yep.
So the boss had me do an exercise earlier because who's the biggest star in the NFL?
Mahomes.
I would agree.
All right.
So when Mahomes came into the league, the Kansas City Chiefs were valued at $2.8 billion. That was 24th in the NFL. Fast forward to last year, they were valued at, I think, $4.49 billion, which is a pretty drastic increase, but they were still 24th among NFL teams. That to me is, I can't really figure out, because I would assume, similar to the Warriors and Curry, that if you have the number one entertainer, the most box office player in your sport, that would catapult you straight, I don't know, maybe not to the top, but somewhere in that realm. But they haven't moved at all relative to their peers. So that's where I do think that I have to say that the success, the championships, star power of Curry, I do think is a major factor. But it's clearly not the only thing that matters. Like everyone that says that, and it's not degrading towards Curry, in my opinion. It's just like, if I'm looking at the Chiefs and they got Mahomes and they can't move when they got the number one guy, and maybe it's just, is it market? Is it branding? Is it the success of the league? Like the Warriors, they have gone from I don't know where they ranked when Lacob bought the squad. I can't imagine they were even close to number one.
I got to believe bottom five.
They are now the number one valued franchise in the NBA, and they're the second most valued franchise in all of American sports.
Right.
That to me is unfathomable, really.
Well, the funny thing is now that I think about it, and I go back to when the Warriors were lousy, let's say 2000 to 2005, or let's just say when they didn't have a lot of success. No, you could never imagine that they would be on top. So you said, what got them on top? I mean, that's a great question. The one thing, and the market absolutely has something to do with it. And here's what I mean. When the Warriors were struggling in 2000-ish, and even the late 90s, there was always this sentiment that if the Warriors ever got a good team, the area would go crazy. That the Bay Area is a basketball region, and that this market was a place where, because the Warriors were dead, the market was dead. But there was always this talk about the potential of this market if they ever got good. And obviously, they not only got good, they got a transformational player. So I don't know what would have happened if they would have just been, let's say in 15 years they made 8 playoff appearances and 1 Western Conference final. I don't know if they'd be worth $10 billion now or $12 billion. I'm with you. I kind of don't know exactly how it works.
Well, and that's where I do think that he deserves some credit. It's like it's clearly not just on one individual. It's a host of people. And so, that's what I'm thinking about. It's like, all right, he's had it for 15 years and it looks like he's still going strong. That's why I'd imagine I don't think he'd be close to selling, but I think the Lakers going down for $10 billion does put into perspective. What if he did sell the team? I think there would actually be a lot of people, because of the state of the Warriors prior to his ownership, there would be a lot of questions. There would be concerns about where the team was going to go, what was going to happen, because all that's pretty much been associated with Lacob's time here has been success. And I think, to his credit, he's going to do everything he can to bring that to the Valkyries too. But there's only one star in town tonight, Steiny, and she didn't play for the Valkyries.
Who?
Caitlin Clark.
Oh, yeah, Caitlin Clark.
Caitlin Clark.
By the way, you were the little faux pas before the show.
What do you mean?
You made a fundamental mistake it's unlike you. I don't know. I said, when are we going to start talking about whether Caitlin Clark can win the big one or not?
Oh.
She's been in the league a year and a half now. They've done nothing.
Oh, yeah, that was my bad.
And she did nothing in college. And Evan said, what do you mean? She won a national championship.
Got to get her facts straight.
What's coming up on the game?
There's only been 2 finals.
By the way, I see a
Shut
text.
up, Evan.
Good afternoon, guys. Matt, you're mistaken. Lacob didn't outbid Larry Ellison. Cohan didn't like Ellison. Actually, that's how Lacob got the team. Ellison outbid you. Tell you what, 510, just for you, I'll tell you the story. I'll tell you the whole story on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. From the ballpark to wine country, summer's better when your car's ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. For locations and coupons, Visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
I'm not going to.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Is this the, don't tell me, Sha-Na-Na with Bowser?
What?
Sha-Na-Na. It's a band from the 50s.
Bowser's a
It's
Mario
Happy
character.
Days.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, yeah, you like this a lot, don't you?
I
I
actually
played it for
don't.
Devone.
No, Pasta, not you.
Oh.
Not everything's about you.
Hey, we got a big day in the Bay. We've got Caitlin Clark in town, and they play the Indiana Fever, play the Valkyries. You can hear that game at 7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yep.
A lot of star power in the Bay, and we like that. And the Giants have lost 5 of 6, but Devers is in town. So,
Well, a tough loss last time out to the Wings, a team that's been reeling a bit. But 5-6, not a bad spot to be. Fever 6-5. More importantly, Steiny.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the best show in sports for some people. Caitlin Clark. It's like if I asked you what, like to you, is the best show in sports, who would you say?
I'm just going to tell you. And what's the thing about Malcolm Gladwell? Like your first thought is the one you go with.
Yeah,
Curry.
Curry's the best show in sports.
Is what came to mind. I would put Mahomes up there. Judge and Ohtani, I think, are both up there. And, obviously, Macklin Celebrini.
Obviously.
Yeah.
I think she, for a lot of people, is not, I mean, she's not Curry right now, but, kind of what Curry was. Only she had more hype coming out of college, I think.
I think she did, too.
Yeah. I mean, she is.
She and Angel Reese had the equivalent hype of Magic and Bird in the WNBA world.
Okay.
I think that's fair. Now, they didn't end up on opposite coasts, et cetera, but they met in the finals, national championship, and they were already big then.
But she was such a star in college that I just feel like for a lot of, I'm only speaking about people my age, they haven't followed much of the WNBA. I haven't watched. I'll tune into like playoff games, and I like watching the finals, but I haven't been locked. And it's different now with the Valkyries in town and being able to pay more attention to them. But I think for the average fan, like Caitlin Clark is kind of their introduction into the WNBA.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. If I were to ask you, because I think the other thing is the novelty of Caitlin Clark. She only comes out here twice, and this is the first time she's coming out here. But we were having some fun with this before the show. Let's say Caitlin Clark right now is must see, and which right now she is in the Bay if you look at ticket prices. But like what athlete all time? I'll give you all time here, and you can go to the present. What athlete all time would you want to have seen play?
All time,
yeah. And it can be, if you like I haven't seen Wemby play in person yet, Wembanyama, so it could be him for me, but it's not.
Well, there are some players that like I've read about crazy things that they've done, like Jim Thorpe, or like that guy was incredible from what I've read. Literally everything he did.
Yes. Native American from he was from a town in Pennsylvania. It was called Mock Chunk. Mock Chunk.
I didn't know that.
They changed the name to they changed the name of the town to Jim Thorpe. There's a Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm.
Well, that seems a little
arcane,
self-involved.
Well, he didn't rename it.
Yeah, but you got to have a little more of a calling card than just one person, right?
There were only about 17 people in there.
Okay, so. I'm just messing with you.
It was actually up near where my dad grew up. Anyway.
Like Gale Sayers.
That's a good one.
Like Gale Sayers, what was it, his first or second season when he, scored just a ridiculous amount of touchdowns.
Well, let me ask you this. Why didn't you say Michael Jordan?
Because his games I can watch.
Okay.
I think part of it is that. It's that I literally cannot go watch on YouTube or Tubi.
Yeah, it's free, by the way.
I'm aware. I can't go see a game that Gale Sayers played. You know what I mean?
Right. Along that same vein,
or Babe Ruth.
I would have wanted to see Wilt Chamberlain play a game somewhere. I wouldn't even care if it was high school at Kansas or in the pros. Just seeing the highlights, I would have loved to have seen him play a whole game.
Now, what's your fascination with Wilt?
Well, just the numbers, the sheer numbers, and he averaged 50 points a game. I'd love to watch a game that year, see the whole thing start to finish, and just how does a guy score 50? How does a guy get 50, 28, and 9? I want to see what that looked like. Just like I'm sure people 70 years ago, if you told them, there's a guy, Steph Curry, who takes 16 threes a game, they'd be like, I got to see this. And the same thing, only in reverse.
Well, that's what I'm also excited about in regards to tonight. I haven't seen Caitlin Clark play live yet. So it's also an acknowledgement of privilege, but because I get to go to a lot of Warriors games, we do pre and post, and we cover the games. Thank you. I've seen pretty much every single NBA player worth seeing. The only one that I haven't seen live is Wemby, but I know that I'll get a chance to do that. I'm looking forward to Steve Flagg. But those players are going to come to town. This is the first time Caitlin Clark has ever come to Chase Center.
Right.
She only comes twice this year. I don't know what I'm doing in August. This might be my only opportunity to see her. So I feel like I get to put my fan hat on for a day of when Curry goes to Orlando once a year, when Curry goes to Brooklyn once a year. I can kind of understand why everyone is, we made a lot this year during that specific road trip, the East Coast Swing, where he was getting MVP chants on the road, and he was getting an applause for the performance that he was putting on. I kind of get it, because if that's a player you're really excited about seeing, and maybe you've seen him live before, maybe you haven't, but it's your only chance to see him that season, there is something special about that night. And so that's why I think that, number one, the tickets are as expensive as they are, but I think there's going to be a lot of juice in the building tonight. And those,
I don't think so. I mean, I don't doubt it at all.
But those are the sports moments or games that I really look forward to going to.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I had to guess tonight's game, it would kind of be half and half. I'll bet there'll be half Valkyries fans and kind of half Caitlin Clark fans. I mean, if she scores 25, 30 points, I think there will be noticeable cheering for her.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a guess. Maybe I could be wrong. Somebody, what's funny is somebody saying they would like to have seen Bo Jackson, baseball or football. I'm assuming football. Babe Ruth. How about this? Babe Ruth? Nah. I wouldn't need to see Babe Ruth. Now, the guy I would want to see would have been Mickey Mantle. Mickey Mantle. Because I would want to have seen...
Before he broke his leg?
Yes, because I would like to see what it looks like to be the greatest power hitter in the game, who is also the fastest guy to first base.
Now, that would be Willie Mays.
What was that? Mickey Mantle was faster than anybody. First of all, Mickey Mantle's a switch hitter, so he was on the left side of the box. So he got there faster than Mays. I don't care how fast Mays ran. Mickey Mantle was the fastest guy in baseball, they said at the time. And he was also the most feared power hitter. Yeah, I'd like to see him.
Mays was better.
Oh, he was a better player, but he wasn't faster out of the box to first base. But Mays was a better fielder, too.
Yeah, I know. So
Mantle, I think Mantle had more power, though Mantle didn't play as long as Mays.
Yeah, well, he had some other stuff going on, but Mays, I think
Mays is a guy who
did he hit more home runs in a season than Mantle?
Well, Mantle hit 61 or 60.
No, he didn't. That
He
would
hit
be
60.
That would be Maris.
60.
Okay.
You get them mixed up. Maris, Mantle, Maris. Big deal. 1961, Evan. 61 and 61. That's how you can remember it. Where'd Roger Maris come from? Who was he trade?
He was from the Philadelphia Athletics.
That's right.
Or no, might have been Kansas City.
Kansas City.
I think they were in Kansas City. Yeah, they traded him for Don Larson.
Well, Larson threw a perfect game in 56.
He sure did. I think he was in that trade.
I think you might be right.
I think he was in that trade.
I think you might be
the
right.
pride of Fargo.
Now,
Roger Maris.
Poor
yeah,
Roger
I know
Maris.
Mantle was a switch hitter.
Poor Roger Maris. You know, he was like, he was a little like Durant coming onto a team with Curry.
Well, they traded for him.
Right. Same thing. But
wait, Mickey Mantle never hit 60 home runs. Never hit more than 54.
Yeah, 54.
I think Mays might have had him.
That's right, because they went down to like the last 2 weeks of the
52.
season.
52, the most Mays ever hit. But he was in a tough park. The thing about it, Steiny, is
oh man.
Well, I'd rather see either of them. But I think of players that I could go back and watch a game, like seeing it live is different. I don't think Jordan would be. The boss is right there. I don't think Jordan would be on my short list.
You know who would be on my list?
Who?
Dead serious. Sandy Koufax. Sandy Koufax during his period when he was just look at those numbers. Absolutely incredible. I'd rather see Koufax than Gibson, actually. You ever see Koufax's some of his numbers?
Yes. His last 4 years. But
unbelievable.
Yeah, he's incredible. He's one of the few players to be a Hall of Famer off of like 6 seasons.
Absolutely incredible. Bill Walton on the phone.
Yeah. The thing about pitching, though, Steiny, is...
Yeah. Let's break it down, Evan.
Well, it's not really that exciting when you're watching it in real time.
I don't know. When you're...
Like, no one's getting a hit. He's throwing 10 pitches an inning. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not impressive.
Well, hold on. Okay. I remember, for example, and I'm going to use him, Ron Guidry, big strikeout guy when he had a great year.
Yeah.
And when he was pitching at Yankee State, I'll use Lincecum. Like when Lincecum was mowing people down at home, here in San Francisco, and he was shutting down other teams, like, isn't that the definition of electric?
But you're not locked into every pitch. You're excited when there's 2 strikes.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
Like when there's 2 strikes and you have a chance to get a strikeout, that's when the crowd rises and there's a cheer and a hurrah. But like when it's 1-0, you're not, oh yeah, Lincecum's pitching. I got to see that pitch.
I don't know. They're saying Timmy was must-see.
Well, yeah, of course he was, but it's because of how many people he struck out. And so I guarantee you, well, I can't guarantee you, but I think a lot of people fall in love with the box score of a pitcher, but they don't watch every single pitch, as opposed to like a hitter, because there's just less opportunities. Mickey Mantle came to the plate 4 or 5 times a game, so I know the moment he walks to the plate and they announce Mickey Mantle at Yankee Stadium, that I need to watch every single second of him in the batter's box.
Yeah, I'm just envisioning. I'm envisioning being able to watch Koufax behind one of the dugouts. That angle. And do I need to see a whole game? Probably not. But I just would love to see what it looked like that close, watching a guy who can not only throw that hard, but who also could
like that curveball.
Yeah, just I'd want to see the guy be just totally dominant and see what that looks like, even though I can picture it in my mind. But I want to see how hard he throws, et cetera.
Well, but some guys are they're just good. They're not necessarily entertaining, like Maddox.
That's true.
Maddox. If you go watch his 76 pitch complete game shutout, I think it might have been against the Cubs. That's a pretty boring game to watch.
Well, let me ask you this.
Like, nobody hits the ball hard, and all he does is throw strikes the entire time.
You know what? It's funny. I kind of do think that is a little bit boring, and I don't even like this guy. But when Nolan Ryan was on the mound, there was something. Like, you just knew, and maybe you were watching it not only for the strikeouts, but in case he hit somebody.
Well, yeah, I didn't know where it's going.
But, he had 7 no-hitters, so, he was a pitcher who, when he took the mound, I mean, I hear what you're saying about every pitch being hung on. That's not really done a lot, but
well,
I
just don't think it's reasonable to expect someone to be locked in for every single pitch.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean,
120 of them.
I can just tell you that when my favorite pitcher was on the mound, yeah, I was pretty locked into the games. Pretty locked in.
That's fair.
They were on. And here's the other thing. I think it's easier to lock in on a pitcher on TV.
I agree.
Rather than when you're at the game.
I agree.
It's really hard to discern when you're at the game how much the ball's moving, the change of velocity, all that kind of stuff. You just know they're not making a lot of hard contact.
Well, and that's kind of what I mean. It's like if we're talking about watching a game live. Like, in a way, sometimes it's more oppressive to watch it on television, to your point, because you can see everything it does.
Yeah, exactly. And that's always what I've wondered is, so if you're a broadcaster and you're sitting behind home plate, let's say in the middle level, can you tell what pitch it is by just looking at the pitcher and batter live on the field?
If you've seen him enough, yeah, 100%.
Okay. All right.
But a lot of guys will have to use a radar gun. Or will have to look at the radar gun to tell.
Okay, but they're not looking at the monitor, though.
No, like if you're watching, similar to it's kind of like watching a quarterback. Like if you're watching a quarterback live, you can tell who has an arm and who doesn't.
Right.
Like that person has a freaking mutant for a right arm. But the accuracy is kind of difficult to tell real time, like how accurate of a quarterback they are. Same for a pitcher.
Well, here's my question. If you're looking at a game from the center field camera and you see the pitcher throw the pitch, you can tell what it is by its movement from that camera angle.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're behind doing the game live, like an announcer, you'd see the pitch come in live, and then you'd look at the gun to get what pitch it was.
Yes.
But, like, how do you know? What's the difference between a cutter and a curveball in terms of velocity?
Probably about 10 miles per hour for most pitchers. Like a cutter is going to be 2 or 3 miles per hour slower than your hardest fastball. And a curveball is, if it's a good one, is probably anywhere between 10 to 15 miles per hour less than your hardest pitch. And then you can just tell by the shape. But that just comes from watching. And maybe that's where people are locked into every pitch because they really like to be able to, like, differentiate what's what.
Right. I mean, like, look, when you're watching it on TV, you know what's a bad strike call or a good strike call. And when you're watching it in person, you have no idea. For me, anyway.
No, but but there's other. Well, this is inside baseball, but there's other things you can look at. You can look at where the catcher sets up. If it's a 1-1 count and the catcher set up inside, it's probably going to be a fastball. Because you wouldn't throw an off-speed pitch in there. If it's a 1-2 pitch and the catcher hits the ground, taps the ground, it's probably going to be a breaking ball. Or some sort of off-speed pitch because he's trying to get the guy to chase. Like, there are situations in which you can kind of guess what pitch is coming, and that way you don't actually have to look at the radar gun.
Right.
Just like, I'm sure you got that kind of stuff in basketball. It's like time situation is going to dictate what the player does with the ball or where they're trying to get to.
How do I watch a basketball game? I kind of just watch it all. Sometimes I'll focus on a guy. But baseball, I think you're being too hard on people locking into a pitcher, believe it or not. There's something like, okay, how about this? Like, and I get it, this is totally different, but I remember as a kid, we'd go to two Phillies games and one Yankee game a year. Okay, hey, we're taking our trip to Yankee Stadium next Thursday. Who's pitching? Who's pitching? You want to know who's pitching right away. And you want it to be your guy, or you want it to be Nolan Ryan. Nope. We're going to see Nolan Ryan. That's better than, Frank Tanana, even though Tanana could throw some heat too.
Maybe I'm not giving him enough credit. I mean, I like watching the pitcher more than I like watching hitters, but that's just me.
No, I'm for goodness sakes, happy Timmy Jimmy Day. What was that? What was it? Jimmy, Timmy Jim, Slim Jim, Jimmy.
Big time Timmy Jim?
Oh, God.
Let Timmy smoke, baby.
Oh, but
Let Timmy smoke.
Everybody knew when Lincecum was pitching. I got to give it credit where it's due.
And Steiny, you used the word electric feel to describe it. That was actually the name of his warm-up song, Electric Feel.
Oh, it's a cousin
MGMT
of the Electric Slide, that song.
That's right.
No?
Wait, no. Ken's shaking his head no.
Yeah, I think it is. I think the Electric Slide, the Electric...
Mr. C.
What?
MGMT.
I have no... Management? What are you talking about?
We're going to have to talk to management after this.
We might. Okay, let me gear up here.
Oh, well, Willard and Grandy are at Chase Center, probably setting up right now as we speak, because they're getting us set for Caitlin Clark
and the
Indiana Fever playing the Golden State Valkyries tonight.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what you call fair weather. Caitlin Clark's in the house. Oh, now we'll go. Where are you for the Connecticut Sun, though, Willard? All right, that segment was brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, it's crossover time. Let's welcome in the Marks. Mark Grandy, Mark Willard from the concourse at Chase Center, where the Indiana Fever will be taking on the Valkyries. And Caitlin Clark making her Bay Area debut. What's up, gentlemen? How are you?
Hi, boys. How we doing?
What's up?
Yeah.
Doing well.
We're getting ready for a little something different here tonight.
Yeah.
Is there a buzz?
Well,
Not
nobody's
yet.
here yet.
Not quite yet.
Yeah, nobody's here yet. It's 1:49, but you know, I don't know.
There will be.
Like not inside, but outside. There was, you know, there are people starting to mill around a little bit.
We were talking about how it's her first trip to the Bay Area, must see, big ticket. Let me ask you two guys something. Grandy, you're a little younger, but you can see anybody play in their prime, a game. Doesn't have to be alive, probably somebody before your time. Who would you want to see?
Are we talking any sport?
Any sport.
Yep.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
We'll just
That's
throw
a good question.
we'll just throw a couple of the names out that we had earlier, but
Okay.
what would you guys say?
Like my mind goes to people that I did not have a chance to see.
Me too.
So I would say Willie Mays.
Gotcha. And
Yeah.
he was on our list. I had Will Chamberlain. I had Sandy Koufax also. Would have liked to seen how he throws. Grandy?
Mays came to mind for me, too. I was around at the tail end of Jordan's career, but seeing Jordan in his peak, I think, would have been something amazing, too. My mind also goes to, like, incredible individual achievements, like Serena Williams or, like, Usain Bolt or some of the most legendary, like, Olympians as well. But no doubt, like, in today's world, Caitlin Clark is up there in this conversation.
I think you're right about that. What else is going on, gents?
Well, I tell you what.
What's on your mind, Mark? What's on your mind?
Curiosity. Curiosity is on my mind. That's what I
Please
bring.
explain.
Yeah, well, I bring that into this building tonight. This is the first Valkyries experience that I've had. The Caitlin Clark thing, which has been a big news piece yet again this week. I'm curious to see what is different inside Chase Center about a Valkyries game versus a Warriors game. I'm curious to see how the Valkyries handle Caitlin Clark. I know that she doesn't get beat up in every game that she plays, but it seems like a lot of them. It's certainly something that a lot of people keep an eye on. So just, you know, like this is the first time I've ever been to a WNBA game in my life. So that's what's on my mind tonight.
Well, and if there's like, obviously Caitlin Clark is always going to drum up interest, and the Valkyries have sold out every single game here at Chase Center. They're always going to drum up interest. Those two together are always going to be interesting. But then you have also Caitlin Clark. The game after she got decked from behind, the WNBA did not eject the player that decked her from behind, Mabry, and then came out the next day and said, oh, that was actually a flagrant two. She should have been ejected, but she wasn't in the moment. So this is not just a normal Caitlin Clark Valkyries game either. This is coming right after, another forefront of the sports world's mind moment regarding Caitlin Clark. So this is it's bigger than just your run-of-the-mill Caitlin Clark game as well.
Well, and because she's here too, I think that the much larger issue, because the beating up of Caitlin Clark kind of falls into this sort of arena, if you will, for me, it's the idea of a league and, in theory, an entire sport handling newfound attention. That's kind of where my mind is. I want to see how this feels and looks tonight, because even, we were just before we started with you guys, we were watching that video. I don't know if you guys saw it, of Kelsey Plum yesterday.
Yep.
And she got a little bit awkward with some autograph seekers, kind of made them feel weird for wanting as many autographs as they did. I put all of that stuff in the same bucket. This is a league, and these are players who are not used to this much attention, and I think they're struggling with it at times.
I think that's fair. And especially because the NBA, Caitlin Clark is part of the reason that Kelsey Plum is probably having to deal with more of this stuff than she has in the past. It's got a lot to do with the league itself. kind of getting bigger. But I'm kind of with you on that, Mark, and especially it extends to Angel Reese. I think they had no idea what they were walking into, and the other thing is I don't think there's any doubt that there's some jealousy or envy of Caitlin Clark and maybe Angel Reese to a lesser degree, that these guys have been around for a while. But it took those two, lesser maybe Angel Reese, to bring even more attention to the sport.
Yeah, and I think for me, one thing I'm kind of curious about is how many Caitlin Clark fans are going to be there tonight. One of the big reasons why the Warriors are so popular is because whenever Curry goes on the road, there's usually a pretty big contingency of Curry jerseys.
Yep.
And I think that Caitlin Clark, while maybe other WNBA players have not handled the limelight or the newfound limelight, as well as we would have hoped. I don't get the sense that Caitlin Clark doesn't, and she understands the gravitas she has. Probably a reason why also, opposing arenas want to try to rough her up a little bit or get in her grill and make her, lesser than, because she is the center of all of the attention. And so I do wonder, if she has a moment like a couple of games ago when she nails 3 3-pointers in a span of 40 seconds. How does Chase Center react tonight? Are they on her side, or are they with the hometown team?
Yeah, I think the question you're asking is, does tonight feel like a Valkyries game or a Caitlin Clark game?
Yeah.
I'll tell you exactly what it's going to feel like. Here's my prediction. You ready?
Okay. Yeah.
It's going to be like when the Warriors go to Madison Square Garden and when Curry makes a few crazy shots. You'll hear that buzz that you don't normally hear when an away player, scores against your team, but it's going to be like that. You know how sometimes you watch Curry and the Warriors, and you're like, I got some Warrior fans in the house. They might be Warrior fans or Curry fans, but that's what I expect. I expect you'll hear some oohs and ahs when Caitlin Clark does something pretty special.
Yeah, she's probably got her different sound to the whole thing. I agree with that. The funny thing in this particular case, though, is the home team is also kind of a brand new celebrity, right? Nobody knows. The newness of just the Valkyries is also still in the building. So I don't know. In a way, we're listening for what it'll sound like, but I don't necessarily know how many of us know even what to compare it to.
Will Pods be cheering for Caitlin Clark is a big question as well.
Hell no. Hell no.
No, he'll be rocking that Valkyries jersey.
He's gonna be there.
He's going to try to trip her. He's going to try to put his foot out.
But the thing about the Valkyries, too, and obviously, the Valkyries became, a franchise, didn't play in a game, but became an idea in the next WNBA expansion team before Caitlin Clark ever made her debut. And much like you guys were talking about when it comes to Kelsey Plum and everybody in the league in general having to deal with kind of heightened attention, largely because of Caitlin Clark. The Valkyries, you could say, are a success story early on because this area, but also because of the attention Caitlin Clark's brought the league as well. Would Chase Center have sold out every single day if Caitlin Clark wasn't in the league? I don't know, because there is a heightened sense of every just layperson and person in the Bay Area who probably knows more about the WNBA even before they attended a Valkyries game because of what Caitlin Clark did last year.
Yeah,
and I think that's what a lot of, and you guys hit on some things earlier that I think are totally fair. But here's the frustration. I think a lot of fans, we can't walk in those shoes. I have no idea what it's like to have been a WNBA player for the last 3 years or 5 years or 7 years or whatever as you're trying to build something. But everything you just said, Grandy, this player has come on the scene and it has completely changed the dynamic for the entire sport. And those of us who are on the outside want everyone on the inside to immediately recognize that. Just immediately recognize it and honor it and respect it. And I don't know that it comes immediately. There must be a process. And we've likened it a lot to what happened with Tiger Woods in golf. And that was a process. They got there where everybody's just like, oh, my house is bigger because of that guy. But there was a period of time where they hated him. They hated him, and there was jealousy, and they didn't want to talk about him, and they were tired of it. There was fatigue. So that's what I keep falling back on. We must just be at a certain point in the process, because it feels upon arrival like just pointless disrespect.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. You know, the other thing that's going on with the Valkyries that's very interesting is they're an well, they don't like to be called an expansion team, but it is so unusual for us to have a team and we know nothing about it. Like, we don't know the players yet. We're getting to know, but like, it's funny. Some people are like, how come you're not talking about the Valkyries? It's like, well, like, we can't yet. Like, what am I? Hey, Nikasi's got to get Thornton into that game earlier. It's
Thornton, Western Conference Player of the Week, Steiny.
Exactly, but you know what I mean. I mean, it's like, I don't,
I know
why
exactly
can't
what you mean.
Go left. It's like,
can I admit something? Yeah. When I was walking up to the press entrance to grab a pass to come on in here, I think there were 3 players next to me, but I don't know.
Right.
They looked like they were on the team. They were wearing the gear. They looked very athletic. They looked like professional basketball players. I didn't even know. It's not like if Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond were right behind me to go through the metal detector, I'd be like, oh, look, it's Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond. You're absolutely right. Yeah, let's be real about it. We don't know we don't know this very well yet.
And that's where I think this inevitably goes if this team's got success. And that is right now, the Valkyries. Well, they're a new team, and they're doing pretty well, and they sell out every game. That's the big thing. They sell out every game. Well, pretty soon, you want people to say, Valkyries are good. Yeah, Thornton. You see Thornton play? She's really good.
Well, I think that's what's impressive is that there is so much that's unknown about them, and there's still a big draw.
Yeah.
That they're still filling out that stadium, the arena. And I think also, too, they've clearly been embraced by the Warriors. But even so, I don't know if that's good enough to put 19,000 in those seats every single game. Like, this team is in its infancy. They're playing pretty well. They obviously have a big draw tonight. But just like any other team, they're going to have their ups and their downs, and we're looking for a star, and we're looking for this kind of consistency. I feel like I learn something every time I watch them. And that's why it's been, in one breath, really fun because they're new. But I also think that's what's been intriguing for a lot of people that have either gone to games or trying to get into it, is there's something new every single night. And this is a massive night because the newness now comes from the other side. The star power that's been in Indiana and has been a college sensation. And now you get to see a little bit of like, okay, how do the Valkyries handle that star?
Oh, go ahead, Sonny.
Yeah, I'm also interested in, if I were to ask, why are the Valkyries going to sell out every single home game this year? What is the answer? Is it the newness? Is it there are way more basketball fans than we think out here? And here's like, I'm thinking of the Charlotte Hornets. They don't draw. Well, I'll bet you they drew pretty well early. So are the Valkyries selling out because of the novelty right now, or are the Valkyries selling out because there's a hunger for women's basketball that they're going to sell out for the next 10 years? I'll just tell you that right now. I don't know which it is.
Well, I think it's probably a combination. I would imagine that, if they were in year 5 and they were still kind of just a 500 basketball team, they probably wouldn't be selling out every single game. And, selling out, frankly, considering the popularity of the WNBA right now compared to, like, the NBA, selling out is this arena with this capacity is an amazing achievement. So I think some of it has to do with the fact that the team is new. But I think also there's just a gigantic hunger for this in this area specifically, not just for basketball, but for professional women's sports. And I also think there's like an understanding in the fan base, like, all right, you're early on. I'm not necessarily going to hold you to like championship or bust your first year, maybe not even your second year. But there's also trust in the ownership and the direction of the franchise that, hey, we stick it out through maybe a lean year or two. And Joe Lacob, if you're listening, you're not going to, I know, be happy with that description. And they're 5-6. They probably won like 3 more basketball games than most people would expect at this point. But I think there's an expectation that, give it a couple of years, and this is going to be a team that's competing for championships like year in and year out.
Well, you guys are tapping into something that's my big question tonight. And I forgot to ask all three of you. Have any of you been to a Valkyries game yet?
I have not.
I have not.
Evan?
I have not.
Okay. So one of the things I really want to see tonight is you talk about that newness. Is that what is driving the people who are in the stands tonight? Because when I come to a Warrior game, I know what the first thing I'm thinking is win the game. Mm-hmm. But is the fan base here tonight, is it a combination of this is my first Valkyries game, I just want to check it out, I've never been to a WNBA game, what's this all about? Caitlin Clark is here, what's that all about? Or are there fans yet who are like, we need to freaking get back to 500?
Right.
Like, we need to win the night. Let's freaking go. Like,
disappointing loss to Dallas the other day.
Right?
Yeah.
Is anybody painting their face for this game tonight? That's kind of like, I'm curious if that even exists yet.
Well, it reminds me, there's not enough of a sample size, obviously, but it does kind of feel a little bit like, at least when I was growing up, the Warriors were not a team that you expected much of anything out of. But everyone still went to games. Like, everyone still supported that team. I do think that there's a hunger for basketball in the Bay Area that's been a bit underplayed in all of this. And I think the arena has something to do with it. It's a great time out. It's obviously a great opportunity to, just get to a sporting event. And usually, not tonight, but usually it's also family-friendly and affordable. But I think that there's just a hunger for basketball in the Bay Area that's been here for such a long time that it's just rooted. Like, people want basketball, and the Warriors were that team. They rose to unimaginable heights. Before that, there was still so much interest in them, even when they were bad, when they were good, when there was some there in the middle. And I do think a little bit of that has then moved now to this new basketball team.
I think to Willard's point, though, like, that kind of crazy fandom is almost born through just like years and years and years. Like, you have that crazy rabid support of the Warriors even when they, frankly, sucked for like a decade or more, just because they were there forever, right? Like, this is, to Willard's point, the first couple of months of the Valkyries. And are you showing up and are you living and dying on every made and missed free throw? Or are you just like, this is great to have a WNBA team in the Bay?
Right. I'm taking the kids next week, and it's because they really want to go. But
you have to develop that fandom.
Yeah,
though, right?
I don't know even what they're thinking. Like, I'm interested to take them and then we'll just watch them. Are they just,
right.
Like, are their eyes kind of like, what is this? Or are they like, come on, we're down by 3. Like, are they losing it yet based on actual wins and losses? I don't know.
Off the top of my head, I've got to believe that there will be significantly more young girls at the game tonight than a Warrior game. And maybe that'll sound, obvious, but I would expect to see thousands and thousands and thousands of 10 to 14-year-old girls.
Probably. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think there's going to be a lot more men than you expect.
Well, I also want to know, I get it, they have season tickets, but is this the game where all you know what I mean? Like,
for
the
sure.
schedule came out, let's go buy Caitlin Clark's game. Now we got him. It's our first game.
Well, this feels like a basketball game and a concert got married to a degree, right? Because there's a big celebrity who's in town.
Oh.
And so even that kind of idea that you're talking about, the teenage audience, especially the teenage female audience, like, I've watched this. I've got a 16-year-old girl. She can't wait to come to this stuff. Like, they see so much on social media. Like, at the end of the day, my daughter will be like, yeah, did you see what Angel Reese said after the game? Did you, like, she knows because of TikTok what all is going on here on a nightly basis with these ladies, especially the celebrity ones. And the Valkyries don't have any of those yet. You know what I mean? She's not watching what any of the Valkyries say on TikTok. She's watching what Caitlin and Angel and Kelsey and all of that. I wanted to ask you guys this. I don't know if you looked. I just pulled up StubHub out of curiosity.
I have
Did
too,
you
yep.
see what the cheapest get-in price tonight? Evan, have you looked at this?
I looked earlier this morning, but I imagine it's gone up.
What did you see this morning?
I think it was 140.
Oh, as the cheapest?
Yeah.
Oh, well, then it's gone down. I can get you if you want, Evan. I can get you a couple together, clear view tonight for $95 each.
Oh my
God!
God!
We probably shouldn't be saying this because Valkyries.com, by the way, Valkyries.com.
Well, I need an oxygen
for all
tank.
of your ticket needs. But anyway, go ahead.
That's like the worst seat in the house, and it's almost triple digits per ticket.
Yeah, what I saw is, well, first of all, a buddy of mine texted me and said that Valkyries tickets tonight are more expensive than the Warriors' last game against the Timberwolves.
Oof.
Which I actually believe. And the one thing I did, I went to Ticketmaster today and just, I won tickets for tonight and just looked at some of the numbers. I mean, a courtside tonight is like $4,000. Like, that's an unbelievable amount of money for a WNBA game. And, yeah, when I looked this morning, Mark, it was about $100 was the cheapest seat you could get, but that was
looking at.
Way up there. And then what I did was they play the Connecticut Sun this weekend, and, of course, you can get a $20 seat for the Sun, and a courtside is more like $500. You know what I mean?
So but that right there, circling back, that's the power of Caitlin Clark.
No doubt.
And that's why it's annoying everybody that the rest of the league keeps punching her.
Well, Mark,
it's like, come on. Do you not see the end of the tunnel here?
Mark, when they have a new collective bargaining agreement at the end of this year, and when the WNBA players see their pay scale rise in a big way, maybe they'll think differently of her.
Yeah, I don't think they will.
But here's the other thing. I was talking to somebody the other day about this. The WNBA is going to change probably in a big way next offseason because of this collective bargaining agreement.
Sure.
It's going to look more like the NBA, free agency and stuff like that. Like, you got Joe Lacob. Like, he's going to – I wouldn't be surprised if this team's a factor in a hurry if all of a sudden you can start spending some money that he's willing to spend.
Well, I mean, based off the conversation you guys had earlier, I get it. Yeah, it turns out that Joe Lacob found out yesterday he's got $4 billion he didn't know that he had.
Unbelievable.
So I would, break a little bit off for the Valks, no?
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
I think it also might be easier to attract a big-name free agent to come to Golden State if they sell out an entire first season where they haven't had a big-name star. I mean, presenting this new franchise as one that is available for you to become the face of, and it's already making a large mark in the WNBA, to me, is a very enticing package for whichever player he so chooses to go after.
All right, gents.
Still annoys me that they didn't get the first pick in the draft last year.
Well,
maybe next year.
Paige Becker should be a Valkyrie. That's the hat that I'm wearing to the game next week.
Let me tell you something.
Valkyrie's got a better record than Paige.
Lacob's gonna pluck somebody. He'll sign Ionescu or something like that.
Maybe multiple somebodies.
Bring her home.
Exactly. All right, gents. Well, listen, have fun out there tonight. Should be a great event, and I don't know, get her done on 95.7 The Game.
6-6. Here we come.
Yes, sir.
let's get this thing started because it is a day unlike any other, I would argue, in the history of this radio station, maybe in the history of this city with regard to, this isn't the first Valkyries game. I know a lot of you have maybe already made your way out to a game, and these things have been selling out, and this has been going for a handful of weeks now. But this is the one everybody's been waiting for, and this is a little bit different. So I do feel a little bit like every time they open this place up for a Valkyries game, but especially this one, it feels like history is being made each and every day. We're learning a little bit more about the process. Grandy is in for Dibs, as you all heard. Glad you're with us today here on 95.7 The Game, live on the concourse, getting ready for a Valkyries game against the Indiana Fever in town.
Caitlin Clark's in town.
Yeah,
you were out one day, but actually for the first ever home regular season game.
You guys were here.
Dibs and I were here, and we were getting set to talk about all the craziness that was happening at Thrive City here at Chase.
And
then that was the Friday afternoon when Brock Purdy signed his contract extension. So it
thanks a lot, Niners.
Terrible timing. It hijacked everything. But we knew we were going to have multiple more opportunities to come out to Chase here on the concourse and get ready for a Valkyries game. And now we're doing it on this Thursday ahead of the biggest name in the WNBA by a mile and one of the biggest names in the entire world of sports is in town today.
No doubt.
And it's a WNBA game, which is amazing.
You know what? Just for like a minute, let's play with that. How many names, if you were just like, okay, big stars in sports right now.
Talking about North America or world? Because world soccer kind of takes over.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about,
Mbappe.
We're not talking about Mbappe. But, like, in this country, currently playing sports stars.
Like needle movers.
Yeah, and by the way, I'd throw in the word recognizability when it comes to this because, for instance, we've spent a lot of time this week talking about Rafael Devers.
Yeah.
But if the two are walking down the street, who's getting recognized more?
Caitlin Clark.
No doubt.
Yeah.
So how many sports stars until you get to her? Right now.
I mean, she's probably got to be in the top 10, right? I mean, it's LeBron and it's Steph are still 1 and 2 in the NBA.
Right.
I would venture to guess.
A lot of quarterbacks.
Mahomes, Allen, Lamar Jackson.
Sure.
I don't know if you throw Joe Burrow in there.
I mean, actually, again, if we're doing recognizability, like maybe what if Caitlin Clark and Brock Purdy were both walking down the street? Who's getting stopped more?
Oh, in Middle America, Caitlin Clark.
In Middle America,
here, Brock,
what about
probably.
here? Yeah,
but
yeah. Don't forget now. Brock Purdy's got his Iowa roots too.
You're right.
He's pretty loved there in Middle America.
Iowa State and Iowa.
I know.
Hawkeyes versus Cyclones.
Anyway.
But I mean, it's in baseball. It's Ohtani and Judge, and then is that it
Harper,
in terms of
maybe
Bryce Harper? I mean, Tatis, Ellie De La Cruz. But like you're talking about maybe 4 dudes in each sport more recognizable than.
I can comfortably say she's in the top 20.
Yeah,
she's definitely in the top 20, maybe in the top 10, and so this one feels a little different.
And like the next most recognizable star in her league is outside of the top 100
for sure.
Like there's a gigantic gap, and what you were talking about earlier, comparing it to like Tiger Woods. Which is, I understand the sentiment and the comparison, but even Tiger was just so much better than everybody else. But Caitlin is like the first in her league to ever be like that otherworldly talent, right? Like you had, before Tiger, you had Jack Nicklaus and you had Arnold Palmer. Like you had the other like all-time greats, and there are all-time greats, of course, in the WNBA, but none that like transformed the sport the way she has.
Right.
She's like the first. It's a young league in general.
I think that's part of the issue that maybe some of the WNBA players are having too, which is that, Tiger comes on the scene and it was such a visual feast for a golf fan, and then obviously had so many social implications going on. And so people were really drawn to it. And a lot of golfers, like, you'd go out and shoot 67 and he'd shoot 72, and you'd go to the press room after and they're like, so what'd you think of Tiger? And they were, they were super ticked about it. But it's also golf, so it's not like you can go beat him up or get physical with him. So there's some of that here too, but maybe even more so because it's not like she's winning championships. It's not like, I would argue she's certainly not established herself as the best player in the league. She's the most eye-catching player in the league. She is the biggest celebrity in the league. And I do think that's where a lot of this stuff comes from. And I would, by the way, as frustrated, I'm no different than anyone else. It kind of ticks me off. It makes you almost want to like be protective of the whole thing. It's like, why do you guys not see where this is going? Even with that said, I do think they'll get there. I do.
Get where?
When Caitlin becomes a veteran, she is going to be so widely respected around the league because they're all going to be richer for her presence.
The unique thing about Caitlin is, you've got other stars in the league, like Asia Wilson's won all the MVPs of late, and that Las Vegas team won multiple championships. Last year it was the Liberty in New York, but this is only her second year in the league.
Yep.
And last year she got drafted to the worst team in the league and made them respectable and got them to the playoffs. This year missed 5 or 6 games, so her team's record doesn't really show, I think, how good they are. They have a legitimate chance to win it all this year. So, in terms of her summiting the league and becoming a champion, it's far too early, to hold her to that standard. But, the other part of this is she is, simultaneously the most entertaining player in this league, one of the best players in this league. She's also trash talker number one. She'll give it back to you now, which is great.
That's basketball.
No, I love it.
Yeah.
But you kind of then feed into it, and Caitlin doesn't want to get run over from behind after she got poked in the eye and showed some frustration, as is her right. But she's poking and prodding, which I love to see that. It adds to the whole, entertainment of it all. But she goes after it too.
No doubt. You have to stand up for yourself with the way that this has sort of been received. Let's not forget, this was going on prior to her ever playing a game. There was already seemingly a WNBA sort of player campaign to look at everybody and be like, who the hell does this girl think she is? Why does her bleep not stink? Why is everybody talking about her so much? And that was before she even joined the league.
When she was just, beating everybody in the NCAA.
Right. She was a concept, basically, at that point. And then she's come in, and I would argue, certainly held up her end of the bargain. But sure, she's going to stand up for herself. She's going to talk, all of that. Here's the other side, and I know that you've already used this phrase. I'll use it too. Joe Lacob might not like this, but here's one thing I'd love to explore with Bay Area basketball fans. Have you arrived yet at a point where you care if they win? Tonight, when you turn this on, even imagine this. Valkyries up 2, 3 seconds to go. Caitlin's got the ball in her hands. Release. The ball's in the air. Do you want it to go in or not?
No, of course not.
You don't?
No.
I don't care yet. I hope that's not I hope that's not controversial. I think I'll get there, but I am so in that curiosity phase of what this is all about and learning, again, if we're going to sit here and say that we can't even name more than a couple players on the team yet, I think that actually defines a Bay Area sports fan. We've talked about this. We love to get to know the players. We love to connect with them. It's why the Giants are working better for us now. We're like, oh, look, everyday players who we can get to know. If we haven't even gotten to know some of the players yet, how am I supposed to be a diehard and worry about their record, especially in year one when they're not expected to do? They've already overachieved.
Yeah, 5-6.
Yeah.
And everyone is thrilled. Maybe everyone but Joe Lacob, because he has such higher standards than everybody else, as he should as the owner of the team, and that's why he's had success. But yeah, I would be lying if I told you that I live and die on every Valkyries result the way I live and die on every Niners result or every Warriors result or every Giants result. That's different, and it's what we were talking about a little earlier on the crossover. That crazy fandom is something that you develop just through time and tradition and handed down from your parents. For me, it was my dad. I learned to be a fan of the teams in the Bay through my dad, and my dad almost alone. the Valkyries are new, and it takes a little bit of time to develop those emotional connections, not even necessarily to individual players, but just to like the pride of like, that's my team. Like,
sure.
Again, not like you could be connected to Veronica Burton or to Kate Martin or to Kayla Thornton or any of the players that you're going to see play tonight. But it takes time to do that. And then also you just develop a trust and a relationship with the organization itself. And while you can like say, yeah, I can feel myself beginning to develop that, you can't. I mean, for me, I can't pretend and say that feeling is anywhere near the feeling I have with the Warriors because I've been a Warriors fan for 29 years, my entire life.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, I wonder how long is that going to kind of take?
Yeah.
And I'm again,
but
like,
still, I'm rooting for Caitlin to miss that game-winning three. Even though, if she does, it's going to be all over ESPN and SportsCenter and on Twitter. And I have the opportunity to say, yeah, I was there to see that live.
You were there.
No, I want the Valkyries to win.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched a few of their games already, and of course, you're pulling for them to win. But it's kind of like, I used to joke about this, and you and Lucas are such huge soccer fans, but like going way back, before soccer kind of had its American, like it's always been the biggest sport in the world, at least in my lifetime, but in America, it really had this boost. Probably 15 years ago, it feels like, maybe more, where it really started to get mainstream. Prior to that, like, you would see whatever, if it's the World Cup or anything, Olympics, anything going on with American soccer, and people, it looked like they were almost acting. It's like people would be like, right, we're into it. Here we go. We're going to drape ourselves in the flag. We're going to sports bars at 6 a.m, blah, 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 blah. And then they would lose, and you'd look at each other and be like, where are you guys going to go eat, Like, I mean, there's no like, oh, crap. You know what I mean? There's no like losing streak like the Giants have right now that you carry it with you.
You wear it, yeah.
You're wearing it. We're not there yet. So like, sure, I hope that Caitlin Clark 3 misses, but if it goes in, I'm gonna get over it pretty quick.
Now, I also wouldn't mind if Caitlin Clark goes for 40 and makes 10 threes tonight.
There you go.
That would be fun to see. Yeah. But I don't want her to come out here and roll over the Valkyries and win by 20 points.
We are at the Valkyries, and I love it. We won't even call it the Valkyries Fever game. We're at the Valkyries Caitlin Clark game. That's where we are. We're at Chase Center.
The Fever's a good team.
Yeah, they are, and because of Caitlin Clark. And so that's where we are. We're here for this monster game, and would love to talk it out with you. Christine Brennan of USA Today is going to join us in a half hour. She pretty much wrote the book on Caitlin Clark. She's been huge on women's sports and Olympic sports for years. Is a huge voice on all of this, so we're really thrilled to talk to her. We'll do that in a half hour. Take your calls till then. 888-957-9570. What is the way this kind of lands with you? Caitlin Clark is in town. Also got a pair of tickets again to see My Chemical Romance July 19th at Oracle Park. We'll do that in the 4 o'clock hour. And again tomorrow right here on Willard and Dibs. One of those winners this week will be selected and upgraded to 2 sweet tickets. This is courtesy of Live Nation. Just keep listening, and we'll tell you in the 4 o'clock hour exactly how to do it all. My Chemical Romance sweet tickets are at sfgiants.com/concerts. We're sponsored also by LifeSource Water Systems. With Grandy in, this is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm not sure if you heard, but tonight at 7, the Valkyries play.
Oh.
Yeah. Caitlin Clark is in town. The Indiana Fever. She brought her teammates. They're going to play too. And you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app, which has all of their games. Just download the app, search Valkyries. And then you can also watch the game on KPIX Channel 5 pregame at 6:30. Mark Grandy and I sitting here on the concourse at Chase Center getting ready for this basketball game. And we're about to go out to the phones. I really do that. We talked a little bit about it in the crossover. To me, and I do have, I guess the right word is some compassion or some patience for this. I do think that the WNBA as a whole, because this did happen kind of fast, if you really think about it.
The whole Caitlin Clark stuff.
I mean, the whole Caitlin Clark thing.
You kind of see it coming, though.
You could, but again, in the large sense, a year and a half, whatnot, is a very short amount of time. And so I think that similar to every single league out there, we watch players, when they're about to get drafted, they go to a symposium. The players' unions, they run this for the players. And I'd argue that the main reason is you're about to get two things that you've never had before. One is money and the other's attention, and do not underestimate how hard those things are.
Yeah.
You have got to be ready for that. And I think that's a little bit of what we've watched with the WNBA. There's just a lot of attention on these ladies and on this league. They're not used to it. They're not used to it. And so even some of the things that are happening, who knows, maybe this has been happening all along, but no one was watching. That is I think at the core of what this is, and I do think over time they'll get used to it.
Well, what's cool is when you have a player like Caitlin Clark, she's the singular being, the singular person that like raises everybody else up. Like, one, it's the whole league. Yep. It's teams. It's also individual players. Like, it's adversaries. Like, Angel Reese deserves a ton of credit for being the player that she is. And LSU beat Iowa in the national championship game in college, beating Caitlin Clark, and that kind of started a rivalry. And there's comparisons to, I mean, you made the Tiger Woods comparison. Yep. There's comparisons to Magic and Bird, right, and how they kind of rose the NBA up, not from the ashes, but from like relative obscurity to kind of the beginning of what it is now. You also have Caitlin Clark, who is creating like these new figures in sports. Like, I don't know if you have seen it on social media. I know you know what happened in that game.
Yes.
The most recent game the Fever played, where Caitlin Clark gets poked in the eye. Basketball play, no ill intent, but gets poked in the eye. She's clearly frustrated and kind of goes up to the player who bumped her. Doesn't like throw a punch or anything, but kind of like, it's like, hey, like, don't do that.
Yep,
and then
in each other's
Mabry
face.
comes up from behind and absolutely decks Caitlin Clark after the fact, and we all know what happened. She didn't get called for a flagrant, didn't get ejected. Later on, it was reviewed and then called a flagrant too. But what happened later in that game? Very final minute of the basketball game, Fever up by like 17. The game's over. And there's a breakaway, a fast break opportunity for Mabry on the other team, one-on-one with Sophie Cunningham, teammate of Caitlin Clark. And Sophie Cunningham, knowing what happened to Caitlin Clark earlier in the game, essentially just tackles Mabry.
Yep.
Under the basket, throws her down, essentially like, hey, you don't get to do that to my teammate. And now Sophie Cunningham is like the savior of Caitlin Clark, and she is like just overnight rose to like different levels of fame that she's ever had before in her life. So it's really cool to watch how a singular player like that can just elevate not only an entire league, but like individual players and create new storylines.
I think even just listening to you talk about this makes me think, and we were talking about the tickets earlier, it feels like tickets tonight are about 5 times as much as what they normally would be, and that is for this player. Like, is there any other league that relies as much on one player as this league does on Caitlin Clark? Is there any other athlete?
Leo Messi in the MLS.
Okay.
That's probably the comparison.
I mean, right, but MLS, that's interesting because not
national soccer,
yeah,
obviously.
like MLS is where these players go into semi-retirement.
Yeah.
right? They're on their retirement tour.
And you only get them to come here by paying them an insane amount of money and offering them ownership of the club.
Exactly. So, like, I don't know that I get it, but
it's
I
not
don't
an
know.
apples to apples
Yeah,
comparison.
definitely not a perfect
But in
comp.
terms of like the biggest star in that league, that is.
Do you know what I mean?
fair.
Like, does Caitlin carry more of the WNBA than Steph does of the NBA?
Oh, yeah.
She does.
By a lot.
More than Patrick Mahomes carries of the
Yes.
NFL,
Yes.
no question.
More than Ohtani covers.
Or Judge of Major League Baseball. We could go on and on. So, like, I don't know that there is a comp on that one. 888-957-9570. Christine Brennan in 20 minutes. Let's go to Jill in Alameda. Hey, Jill, thank you for calling. What's going on?
Hey, you guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I just turned 65 last week, which I know sounds old, but I grew up on Oakland Oaks games and learned how to dribble probably right about the time I learned how to walk, and I played high school and college ball. And I think that your Tiger Woods analogy, this is an extraordinary time because you're watching the birth of something new. Whoever the marketing people were who followed this and like took that college wave and just carried it forward, who knows if it's going to last. But here are some of the long-term things that I'd like you guys to think about when you talk about this. One, there are a whole bunch of girls whose parents never let them advance because there was nowhere to go. So who knows how much talent is buried. The play of the league is getting extraordinarily better, like year by year, and you can see that in college. I mean, 5 years ago, who wanted to watch college basketball? I didn't, and I played it. I had 2 or 3 like college scholarship offers out of college. My mom wouldn't let me take it. I was too young to sign because she didn't want me to play basketball, so I went and played Division III. Screw you. And and I played through. But it's an extraordinary time to watch this, and you're watching the birth of the league. And you're watching the birth of something where people are really hungry, and you can't really compare it to anything that's on the market. It's going to be what it's going to be. The fact that you guys are talking about this is extraordinary. And the last thing I want to say, and thank you, is women are no play, you guys. They don't jaw. They don't screw around. Women put women on the ground. And that's the thing that's so dangerous about what's happening with the WNBA because they're kind of trying to let them play. That doesn't work with women. So just keep an eye on that as you watch this going forward, and thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, Jill, some real interesting points there, some fun ones, and then that one at the end, I keep going sort of back to the same place, and I hadn't been thinking about this. 2 nights ago, I watched that play with Caitlin Clark, and it makes you mad a little bit, even though, I'm not Caitlin's dad, and I'm certainly not like an Indiana Fever fan or whatever, but you're just like, man, what is going on here? And the more I think about it, the same thing I say about, the players, when they're being asked for autographs, they're not used to this. When there's this much money on the line, they're not used to this. When there's this many people watching, they're not used to it. And here's another one. The referees in the WNBA are not as experienced as the referees in or umpires or whatever in a lot of other leagues. And I'm not saying that as an observer. I am parroting what the coaches in the WNBA have been saying. They have been coming out to the podium after games on the daily almost saying this is not right. Like, we do not have people who understand the idiosyncrasies of this who are officiating the game. And if it is becoming more physical or if there is more controversy and whatnot, these officials are not ready for this. So, again, I'm enjoying this. I look forward to seeing this tonight, but I do still feel, both last year and this year, the WNBA is like this massive group of people that are like, we're not sure exactly what we're doing yet. Yeah, like we're not fully ready for this.
Well,
it's like the first night of a musical on Broadway. Like, you're going to go out there and mess this thing up until you've done it a bunch of times.
One of the things that I want to ask Christine Brennan, who we have coming on in about 20 minutes, wrote the book on Caitlin Clark, is this just a case, and specifically when it comes to officiating, is this just a case of a singular player elevating the league that she plays in so quick that no one else around her has time to adjust and figure out exactly what's going on? Like, she just brought them to heights faster than nobody could have ever predicted, and the rest of the league kind of looks like they're left in the dust because there's no way for them to catch up to what Caitlin is doing.
I think that's a very fair sort of question/point that you're making. There is a level of stardom that, and that's what I meant earlier when I said this happened so fast. Like you could, there was warning a little bit.
But it's also something simple of like just eject the player for absolutely decking Caitlin Clark and protect the singular most important player that has ever donned a WNBA jersey.
I get like we do so often, and it's probably annoying, but when we try to liken the conversations we're having about sports to the whatever industry we're in, and whoever you are driving around or listening on a smart speaker, think about your industry, and if you've been in it for a minute, like what would happen if suddenly somebody else joined your industry and then the whole world just decided at once that this was the first time the industry even existed. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Dibs takes a day off, you sat here and suddenly everyone went, oh my God, did you know that there's sports radio? I didn't even know there was sports radio. And I've been doing this for 30 years. Would that tick me off?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, probably.
Now, would I punch you? Maybe. I'm not a violent guy, but like, I don't know. I don't know what I would do, you know?
Yeah.
That's probably how it feels to a lot of these ladies.
I hear you. I don't necessarily, like, even hate Mabry for coming up behind Caitlin Clark and decking her. I think that stuff is good for the league. But the league should protect the player a little bit more than they did.
Okay.
And you can come out the next day and say, oh, we missed that. That should have been a flagrant 2. That was obvious to everybody in the moment. That was a flagrant 2.
Of course it was. I've told you a bunch of times that the announcers who were calling the game were like, well, that's the end of her night.
She's
getting thrown out, and then she didn't. And then the league comes out the next day and goes, hey, probably should have thrown her out. Yeah, of course you should have.
But I mean, all sports leagues need, though, not necessarily rivalries, but you need also some, like you have a hero and you have a villain. Not that I'm trying to make Mabry a villain necessarily, but like those things are good for a healthy league.
You know why I'm laughing? I'm not going to mention the person who said this to me. But you know how the Giants have been like super boring the last 3 years?
Yeah.
Boring. I'm someone in my life who kept saying, they need a scandal. That guy, Gabe Kapler, needs to get caught at a bar doing something. Like, that's what they need.
Jock Peterson back in the clubhouse.
Right, so it's like, I think there's a piece of that in what you're saying right here. And I wonder, and actually you can weigh in on it, 888-957-9570. You know, when Caitlin gets knocked down, we can equally say, well, that's not right. But I don't know if we can say that's not good for the sport.
You don't want her to get hurt.
Right. It may not be good for the sport long term. I don't think that that's necessarily how you want the league to be viewed. You know what I mean? We got a few people already say, like, this building's going to be filled with young, teenage, female would-be athletes, and they're going to be watching this. And is this what you want the sort of the thing to be? Like, hey, you too could be a basketball player someday and shove other women to the ground. Do you know, like, is that what you want to be the thing? No, but the debate that gets going on social media when that happens,
that's good for the league.
It's pretty hard to argue that that's a good thing.
Yeah, but then you can obviously live in the world where something terrible happens to Caitlin Clark, and she gets decked from behind, and as a result, I don't know, sprains her knee and misses a month after she just missed a couple of weeks. And I don't know if you saw the numbers, how the games that the Fever played rated while she did not play, the ratings essentially got chopped in half.
Of course.
When she doesn't play.
Of course.
And that is something that impacts the future monetary numbers for everybody in the league.
I just thought of the comp for Caitlin Clark.
Okay.
Do you want to know who it is?
Give it to me.
It's Deion Sanders. That's who it is.
Caitlin, Colorado from obscurity to one of the biggest brands in college football.
What Deion Sanders did for college football in the last couple of seasons is the closest thing. It's not apples to apples either, but it's the closest thing to what Caitlin Clark has in the WNBA. Here's what I mean by that. If you start running data, whether it's ratings, whether it's, at Colorado, it was people applying to the school. It was all of the things that surrounded Colorado. If you ran the data on that, Deion Sanders, Steph Curry is a fair comp in ways too. He would have the right to walk into Colorado and ask for
any amount of money,
a blank check. And don't worry, guys, I'll fill it out. And it would be worth it no matter what it is, because his imprint financially meant that much for Colorado. Steph Curry to the Warriors, Caitlin Clark to the WNBA. You cannot overpay her. It's impossible. She is bigger than the league.
No, by a mile. By a mile, she's bigger than the league. Yeah, I mean, Colorado was bottom of the barrel in the Pac-12. And the one year that they won like 8 games, it was like, oh my God, Colorado, they came out of nowhere. And it was like an 8-win season.
Yeah.
And they go right back to winning 2 games a year. And then Deion comes, and it's ultimately to the point where the wins and losses didn't even really matter all that much.
They were playing exciting games, right? His son's the quarterback. They're playing crazy games. They've got a swagger to them. They won some crazy games, the whole thing.
They were better last year, but still like not one of the top teams. They kind of choked down the stretch, but still it's Deion. You're going to have eyes on you no matter what.
Believe me, and get your drip ready. Like that year that Deion came on the scene, I was working at Pac-12 Network, and it was unbelievable the way that network, like they sat there and you've got USC and you've got Oregon, and then you're like, and then there's Deion U. Those were your 3 schools, and which one do you think they were like,
Deion.
Let's lead with Deion U?
Well, do you remember?
Absolutely.
So this was 2 years ago now. It was the 2023 season when it was for his first year at Colorado.
Yeah.
And one of the first Pac-12 matchups that year, and I know Lucas for sure is going to roll his eyes because I'm bringing up Oregon, but one of the early conference matchups was undefeated Colorado versus undefeated Oregon.
Yes.
And it was like billed as one of the biggest games of the college football year. And I mean,
didn't Oregon win by 217
they won by like 40 points.
Yeah. And by the way, we knew that was. I mean,
yeah, we knew that was coming, and everyone knew that was coming, but it didn't matter. Deion and Colorado went to like double overtime to beat Colorado State the week prior, and it didn't matter. It's Deion and it's Shador and it's Shiloh Sanders, and it's like, are they gonna cover the 20-point spread?
Totally.
We're gonna find out. And it was the biggest deal in college sports that week.
So I wonder, when you see stuff like that right now in the WNBA, do you sort of think, in a small sample, that's a good thing? I'll give you another sort of college football example of this. I used to, and I thought it was a tradition, every holiday season, if you're a college football fan, you get mad at the BCS. That's what you do. You finish school, you finish your finals, and then you buy a few Christmas gifts or Hanukkah gifts, and then you get mad at what's happening at the BCS. And every year, there would be anger for like 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, and you could set your watch to it. Here would come the national debate shows, and they would go, they do this on purpose. The NCAA loves this because they own the debate of the holiday season. Everyone's yelling at each other, and I'm sitting there going, okay, is that really, is that what we're going for? Are we going for, we want to win social media. We want to win
just the conversation,
the debate shows. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's almost as if, and anybody in media gets accused of this all the time, clickbait. Oh, you just said that to get people to react.
You don't actually believe that, do you?
Is that what we're doing with leagues now? Is that what we're doing? We want Caitlin Clark to get thrown to the ground because it will get you to react, even though it is completely outside the purview of the sport. It is not the message that you're trying to send. And at the end of the day, it's just not right. That's not the sport. The idea is not, hey, here's a ball, there's 2 baskets, now punch everyone.
No rules.
That's not what the sport is. But if you want, that's kind of where I get stuck. It's like, sure, they want attention, they want all this, but is your sport clickbait? Is that how you want it to be?
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't, but I guess whatever wins. I don't think the WNBA is at that point. The WNBA is just trying to find the right way to capitalize on the new attention that they've gained. And I think, like what you said, it's all happened so fast. They didn't really have maybe a set plan in place in order to figure it all out. But I have less of a, I don't know if the way that the game is officiated is like handed down from the league offices or if it's just the officials that were in that game the other night. My biggest issue isn't with how the WNBA has gone about things or how individual players do things. It's just, I don't know what the hell that officiating crew saw the other day.
I don't know.
And this isn't new either. Like she's getting tossed to the floor a lot. Now, this was probably the least, like, basketball play of all of them. But, like, I mean, she's getting tossed around, like, almost every single game. We might see it today. I don't know.
Well, and by the way, here's another angle on the whole thing, because I think anytime we see it, we're always like, oh, that's because of her stardom. Well, let's compare it to a conversation we've had constantly in this city, which is the way the league officiates Steph Curry.
It was on my mind, too.
And is that because
you had a you went crazy.
I've had some conniption fits. Yeah, like
I don't know if that was in the Rockets series or late in the regular season.
It was both. It was the game that he got hurt that you and I sat there and watched together. I think they were playing Toronto.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was the next day after that. Like, I completely I've never understood it. But what I guess my question is, like, when you're another player, are you roughing up Steph because he's Steph or because he's small? Because Caitlin is also small. Like, that is sometimes the way an athlete will handle someone smaller than them.
I think for Steph specifically, it's because they feel like they can get away with it. That's why they rough up Steph, because the way that he's been officiated throughout his career, they feel like, all right, we can push and shove and grab and scrape and kick this guy sometimes, and maybe we get a personal foul call, but ultimately it's worth it. Not like maybe it's like Jordan Rule is light, like in that similar kind of vein. If you can get away with it, then like let's do it.
A piece of it to me also says, I don't feel like I can beat you straight
That's also
up.
part of it.
I don't feel, you know what I mean? This is going back to, I mean, that was my point about Dylan Brooks and the Rockets. That's what the Jordan rules were. That's all of those things.
In my mind, I don't blame a player for finding the most efficient route to victory or the most likeliest path to victory.
Neither do I.
So I don't fault a player for that. I fault the officiating for letting it get to that point. As it relates to Caitlin Clark, I don't know if we have a big enough sample size to determine that the officials aren't going to call aggressiveness with her the way that they would call aggressiveness, say, with like Sabrina Ionescu or another competitive star guard in the league. I think with Sabrina, the treatment that she gets from opponents has so much more to do with jealousy than it does with Steph. Steph just seems like other players saying, this is how we can beat the Warriors, so we're going to do that. With Caitlin, it feels more like we're just jealous of all the attention and all the endorsements and everything that you get.
Yeah. Willard and Grandy here live at Chase Center on the concourse, getting ready for a huge night. The Valkyries have the Fever and Caitlin Clark in town. We'll bring you all the way up to the game, which you will hear on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're also sponsored by Safeway, and Christine Brennan of USA Today, who wrote the book on Caitlin, is going to join us coming up next.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, but there's no Dibby today. Grandy is in for Dibby, and we're live in the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. We took those studios on the road, though, today. We are at Chase Center on the concourse, and we are counting you down and getting ready for basketball on 95.7 The Game tonight. But, yeah, the Warriors are in their offseason. Although there will be Warriors here, we are told. I mean, super fan Brandon Pajemski, I know, will be here.
I don't think he's missed a game.
He may have missed one. He might have been on the road for something, but you're right. He's a super fan. He's omnipresent.
There is also going to be some Warriors action in this building relatively quickly because you've got the Summer League.
Yep.
The California Classic coming up, and the Warriors will be competing in that.
Real soon. But, yeah, for now, it's Caitlin Clark in town for the first time ever tonight, and we're expecting to talk with Christine Brennan real soon of USA Today to get her thoughts on all of this. And by the way, she was right there at the forefront of, I guess you would call it anger or reactiveness to what happened to Caitlin a couple of nights ago.
Yeah. No doubt.
She was not pleased.
And the book that she wrote on Caitlin Clark coming out in July, I haven't been able to get my hands on one just yet. But from what I have gathered, a lot of what she writes about in the book is kind of how what she's done for the league hasn't necessarily been reciprocated from the league or from her peers back to her. Not even just like monetarily, but just in terms of, I don't know, respect? Is that the right word?
I guess. I mean, again, it's titled On Her Game, Caitlin Clark and the Revolution in Women's Sports. So she takes it even beyond the WNBA because Caitlin Clark, yeah, there's no doubt, like this is the most famous female athlete in America right now, let alone WNBA. But it's interesting, T. When you say that, it kind of makes me think this is a subject matter that's come up in multiple ways in the last sort of handful of months and maybe more that I'm just not even thinking about. But when we did get loose on the way the NBA officiates Steph, this is what we were talking about, like respect your star. When we talk about the way that Rafi Devers exited Boston, what were we talking about? Respect your star. When we talk about whoa, what's Brock Purdy going to make? I mean, he was the last pick in the draft. Just give him 27 and tell him he's got to show up and get his helmet. What are we talking about here? Respect your star. So this comes up everywhere. And those are all different situations, but for me, there's a common thread. And it is sort of the way that whether you're a league, whether you're a team, whether you're a fan, it comes down to how do you treat your star and your cash cow.
It's like the Mavericks and Luka Doncic. And maybe
there's another one.
Maybe that's respect your fan base. I mean, also respect
sure.
Luka as well.
Totally.
But you could feel one way about Luka if you want. You could have handled it a whole lot better in terms of how you sold it to your fan base in the first place. I know another comparison is Jimmy Butler and how it ended in Miami. Jimmy wanted to feel the respect that the team felt he was worth however much money that he wanted, got the respect from the Warriors, and now he's been no problems. Even though he's been a problem almost everywhere that he's been, but you pay him the respect that he feels he deserves, and he's okay.
I mean, I feel like to a degree, I mean, I think there's some self-interest here, but it's why the NFL kind of changed the rules the way they did with regard to officiating quarterbacks, with the way that you're allowed to touch a quarterback.
No quicker way to lose views if Mahomes and Allen and Jackson aren't playing.
Take care of your stars. Take care of your stars. And that's what they were doing, not to them. Although I guess you could extend this to all of them. Like, yes, you just said it. She missed 5 games, and what happened? Y'all lost money. You lost a bunch of money, right? If Steph Curry is not in the playoffs, if LeBron is not in the playoffs, you lose money. If all of the quarterbacks are out there getting hurt and we're watching backup versus backup, yeah, you lose eyeballs. No question.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, because this is – I was telling you earlier, you missed a day. I forget exactly what was going on, but it was the first ever home game for the Golden State Valkyries. Dibs and I were here sitting in this very spot. And once they open the doors and Valkyries fans come rolling in, you'll see all the swag, right? You'll see all the lavender, purple Valkyries swag. And on that day, first ever regular season game day, it was, 95% of the people were wearing something Valkyries related. Yep. And this was something that our fearless engineer, Tim Jordan, brought up.
TJ.
But there's very few jerseys, I guess, as you'd expect. Because
Valkyries
at that point,
jerseys.
Valkyries jersey, or really any jersey. At that point, they hadn't played a regular season game yet. And this is something that you were talking about earlier in terms of like your fandom for the Valkyries. That's something that has to develop over time. And as you gain emotional connections to players, there's been 11 regular season games so far, but on that day before a regular season second had been played, you know the names if you're plugged in and you're tapped in, but you don't know really who many of these people are or how they're going to play or who's going to have the biggest season. So there's very few jerseys. I wonder how many jerseys we're going to see now,
tonight, yeah.
Maybe even how many Caitlin Clark jerseys there's going to be, but how many more Valkyries jerseys we're going to see today.
Would you be offended, and I didn't check, we could run down there real quick during a break. It's right behind us. We'd have to go down a flight of stairs or two here. But would you be offended if the team store was selling Caitlin Clark jerseys tonight?
I think I could understand the business decision.
Totally.
But, I think I'd be offended.
You would?
Yeah.
See, I wouldn't. I would not at all, and that is... again, evidence of the fact that I have not, I'm curious, I will get there, but I have not built.
They would sell.
Yeah, and I've not built that sort of rough exterior fandom about Valkyries games tonight. I'm not going to lose sleep over the final score of tonight's game, no matter what it is. I'm going to watch, but I'm not going to lose sleep over what happens. If you're selling Dodger gear out in left field, I'm annoyed. I'm more than annoyed.
Dodger hate has been indoctrinated.
I'm practically offended, yes. But if you're selling in what home game is this? Is this 7? Number 6? Number 7?
6 or something like that.
If you're in home game 6 and you're selling Caitlin Clark jerseys, who we already both just admitted as a name is literally bigger than the league itself. I think I'm okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is home game 6.
Number 6.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I'm okay if you have that. Let's be real. That's what a lot of people are coming here to watch tonight.
From a business perspective, I would not be offended if the Golden State shop sells Caitlin Clark jerseys.
Yep.
But from a fandom perspective, I would be. And again, I don't have the same emotional ties to the Valkyries yet that I do to the other teams in the Bay. But it's also things like this, maybe there was a decision and refusing to sell those jerseys. Those are also some of the things that, help foster that relationship with your fans. Right?
I think I would actually take the Caitlin Clark gear and bring it outside in front of the front door and have people yelling like concession, get your Caitlin Clark jerseys. That's how I'm bringing them to the store tonight.
No.
That's what I think I would do if I were running the Golden State shop.
If Joe Lakeup were to swing around, come outside of Thrive City.
Joe likes money.
Yeah, but
you want money,
he
Joe?
also likes supporting for his team.
I don't know. From what I hear, Joe's having a pretty good day today. I think he's in a good mood.
I think he's in a great mood.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. And you heard Steiny and Evan talk about it a little bit earlier, and they're not wrong. Forbes, I guess it was just a few months ago.
Comes out every year, right?
Every year, and it was just a few months ago, and they have their valuations of all the professional sports teams. And the Warriors were the number 2 team in professional sports, only behind the Cowboys, number 1 team in the NBA, and the estimate was $9 billion. And the Lakers yesterday, they weren't a full sale, but the portion that was sold under the idea of a valuation of $10 billion. So
$10 billion.
Yeah. So if the Lakers are worth $10 billion, you'd estimate the Warriors would probably be worth $12, $13, $14 billion. One thing I've also learned about this Forbes thing, last 20 years, whenever Forbes comes out and they're like, yeah, it's worth X, no, it's not, it's worth more. Every single time. They did. I remember because I was working in L.A. when all the Donald Sterling stuff went down with the Clippers.
Yeah.
And they're like, man, the Clippers might go for $1 billion. And then they went for $2. It was twice as much as what Forbes thought was going to happen. So The Warriors are worth a bleep ton of money. That's also with a B. They are worth a bleep ton of money. Now, I don't know why that matters to fans unless suddenly what just happened with that valuation means that the Warriors today at the executive level are all having a meeting to say, you know what, we think we will go deep into
our plans.
Yeah, luxury tax. Here
we
we
were
come.
only willing to spend X. Now we're going to spend Y.
Bring them all to the yard. Yeah, if that happens, then great. But it is interesting. It's interesting that whatever the holdings group thought they had, they've got more.
Yeah.
A lot more.
Yeah. And part of it is the Warriors also own this building.
Yes.
Which is a big part of it. The Lakers don't own
They do not own their
crypto.
building. Right. They do not own their building, and the Warriors do own their building, and just the whole kind of sales arm of the Warriors, if you will. They do more. They do more in revenue than the Lakers do. Which I don't know if I fully understand. Right? Like the guys were having a conversation earlier about like how much does this have to do with Steph? And I'm like, if it had everything to do with Steph, then Joe and the group would be moronic to not sell before Steph left.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Because in theory,
how is it going to get any better than this right
down.
now? You think it might be on its way down now? Because Steph is on his way down.
But I don't. I think the market and the revenues and the ownership and the holdings and all the other things, I think have more to do with it than one player.
It's a whole lot more complex than that. No doubt.
For sure. All right, glad you're with us. Christine Brennan is going to join us immediately coming up next. We super double promise. Also coming up tonight at 7, the Valkyries take on Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever. You can hear the game, of course, right here on 95.7 The Game. That's why we are here at Chase Center getting ready. Also on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. If you haven't done so yet, download the app, search Valkyries, and then you can also watch the game if you want on KPIX Channel 5. Pre-game starts at 6:30. Granny's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we're over here at Chase Center getting ready for the Valkyries and the Fever. Caitlin Clark's first ever turn here in the Bay Area. Hot ticket tonight, and we are counting you down, and the game will be right here on 95.7 The Game. So it's an exciting night, and we think this conversation is worthy of that. Been a long time since I personally had a chance to chat with Christine Brennan, the great columnist with the USA Today and award-winning author, and she literally wrote the book on Caitlin Clark. Little thought or two on that book. A newsmaking and electrifying portrait of sports phenomenon Caitlin Clark, whose dramatic ascendance in college basketball and now in the WNBA has captured the attention of media and fans unlike any other female team sport athlete in history. That's all by Christine Brennan. That's the new book. Christine, here on the River Islands guest line, joining us. How are you? Thanks for doing it.
Oh, well, my goodness, thank you so much for giving the plug, Mark, to On Her Game, the book on Caitlin Clark that's coming out in a couple of weeks. But people can pre-order it right now. Go to your local independent bookstore, support them, On Her Game. And I'm really proud of the book. Great to be with both of you guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, can't wait to check it out. And there's something in thinking about it and talking about it that just kind of stands out to me, because people talk about how Caitlin Clark has changed the WNBA. Would you take that a step further for us and put in perspective to how she has changed sports for females?
You know, I'm so glad you're mentioning that. I think sports for women, I think we can say sports in general, and I know you were not excluding that, Mark. And also, I think just take her out of the world of sports and culturally, right? I mean, Caitlin Clark is such a big deal in this country. You know, to think that we've got a woman who was in college those last couple of years, selling out arenas, barnstorming the country, Big Ten, 17, 18, 19, 20,000-seat arenas, people standing in the cold in January for an hour, 2 hours to get in, the logo threes, the incredible no-look passes, the high wire act at the circus, all the TV ratings, obviously the final game of her college career, where the women's final game, which was, of course, South Carolina beating Iowa, Caitlin takes her team farther than they'd ever thought they could go, had 4 million more viewers than the men's NCAA final the next night. All of that I just described being done by a female athlete. You guys, I've been doing this a while. I think I'm 25 and 30, but I'm not. I never thought, I know this sounds dramatic, but I'm telling you the truth. I never thought I would live to see the day, or hear the day where someone could say all that and it's true. And that was college, Iowa, the transition to the WNBA, and it has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. All these, arenas, these teams moving to bigger arenas when Caitlin Clark comes to town. There's so much there. This is, by the way, I want to make sure to say this. This is something that should have happened in the WNBA, which I covered the 96 Olympics, which was the genesis of the team. And then 99, I was working for Lifetime TV as a sideline reporter on the WNBA. Been around it a long time, fighting for coverage of it. This kind of attention should have come years ago. 74% black league. Those women, the pioneers that started it and fought those battles, they should have gotten this attention from the male-dominated mainstream sports media, but they did not, and that is a shame. But thank goodness now, the spotlight on this singular player, Caitlin Clark, that then shines on so many other players. The attendance, you guys can tell the story right there, what you're doing. This is a remarkable time. And I've tried to capture it all in the book, and obviously I love talking about it here with you guys right now.
Yeah, looking forward to giving it a read, Christine. I'm curious if you can put it into perspective for our listeners who maybe haven't been introduced to the WNBA, maybe before Caitlin Clark or before the Valkyries this year. it's easy to just like say, all right, well, she's, the LeBron or the Steph or all these ratings and revenue drivers. But with Caitlyn in the WNBA, you also have a younger league. Not to say that you haven't had superstars in the WNBA in the past, but this is kind of the first to ever reach this level of attention in that league. So if you had to draw some historical comparison for Caitlyn Clark, what would it be?
Well, it's a great point. And by the way, there's nothing wrong, and I know you're not thinking it, but I know there are people who don't like this conversation. And there are people who are saying it's not fair to focus on a white woman in a 74% black and mixed race league. And as you just heard me say, the point is that finally the eyeballs are all those other fabulous athletes who deserved it for years and never got it. But it's absolutely true. And the comparisons for me work in some ways and then don't work in others. But I think, you guys, I'm going to guess, are will nod your heads, and your listeners might too. I've been fortunate enough in my career covering everything to basically cover Tiger Woods the length of his career in the golf world, Masters, U.S. Opens, British Opens, PGAs, etc. And the Tiger Woods analogy works for a while, right? I mean, the idea of just TV ratings shooting through the roof, record viewership. What I love to think of, and I know it's a fact because people have told me this, Grandma and Grandpa who never would know the difference between a birdie and a bogey, planning their Sunday afternoons in mid-April around Tiger's final round tee time at the Masters, which I think there's a total analogy with especially guys who would never have given the time of day to women's basketball, right? Now wearing their number 22 jerseys proudly. You may, if you're out and about, you may well see some of them as you're near the arena right now or within a few hours, and maybe some Kate Martins and others as well, of course. But the bottom line is that same thing where like people are trying to figure out where Ion is on or Tonight Prime. Do I have that, right? Where is that on my dial? This is who you're getting. It's not the hardcore fan who's been there for a long time. And I know some people are sad that they're not getting the credit. But this is who you want to build. So you get those ratings, you get the higher salaries. It all happens. So Tiger works, except then he doesn't when you consider the men's golf. You'd had Arnold Palmer. You'd had Jack Nicklaus. You had these high heights with sponsorship and fan interest, Tom Watson and some of these great, great names, and even going back previous generations. That had established golf, men's golf, in a very high plateau. So Tiger took it higher. In this case, sadly, it should have happened with all kinds of people, Cheryl Swoops and Diana Taurasi and whatever, but it didn't. The WNBA is even a lower starting point. So Caitlyn then shoots it up much higher, and the interest in her brings it, the rising tide lifts all boats, brings it up higher. So frankly, I think you can make a strong case that if we're saying Bird and Magic in the NBA, again, you'd already had the Celtics with Bill Russell. You'd already had Will Chamberlain. You'd already had Kareem. You had others that had been around a while, right, and had taken it to higher heights. I think Caitlyn Clark is the single most important athlete in this part of the conversation that we're having to any league we can see and think of vis-a-vis, say, men's golf with Tiger or the NBA with Magic and Bird. Caitlyn, the WNBA had so much further to come, and that's where Caitlyn just shooting up with all of this attendance and the TV ratings. I think that's where it's a remarkable difference and a fabulous one that portends great things for the CBA, for future salaries, for all kinds of things moving forward.
The great Christine Brennan, USA Today, is joining us here on Willard and Dibs. We're live at Chase Center getting ready for Caitlyn Clark's visit, her first ever visit to the Golden State Valkyries tonight here in the Bay. All right, Christine, so you know this question's coming. Now with all of that as the table set, why do they treat her this way?
Yeah, I know. I've been talking about this a lot today, actually. I'm glad to. I think you're my last interview, and I saved the best for last, guys. I saved the best for last. Yeah. No, I love the Bay Area and spent so much time covering your 49ers back in the day and Super Bowls and all kinds of things, like a Super Bowl, a couple actually. I've been out there for that. But no, you nailed it. In the book, I wrote this book quickly, but I spent a lot of time trying to figure that out. Now, that having been said, I don't want people to drive off the road or anything. It's rough and tumble. And Caitlin Clark would be the first person to tell you. I asked her every question I asked her, she answered, no holds barred. She's, honest, truthful, looks you in the eye, gives you long answers. She's great. And she'd be the first to say, hey, it's tough out there. And she's given it as much as she's taking it, right, to a point. I mean, she's fiery, she's feisty. People thrive on that. They love it. You watch her revving up the crowd at Fever games, sometimes in even other arenas where she's got a significant fan base. And she loves doing that, and people love watching her. Makes her even more watchable and more interesting. So there's that. So we're not talking about that. We're not talking about kid glove treatment. We're not talking about people not being able to guard her, play defense, guard her, the length of the court, which happened a lot last year, is happening a little this year. No, that's not what you're asking me, I don't think. What you're asking me is what we saw the other night. Marina Mabry, just absolute cheap shot, a freight train coming through, boom, dead ball, play is stopped, and now Caitlin is going flying. Very luckily, Caitlin Clark didn't get injured, because we know what happens when Caitlin Clark gets injured, right? She missed 5 games about 3 weeks, a few weeks ago, and my colleague Jeff Zilgud at USA Today reported that literally more than half of the TV audience, not just for the Fever, for the WNBA, the entire league, more than half of the TV audience disappeared. When Caitlin disappeared, so did more than half of the fans to watching the games. Extraordinary. That's never happened. Tiger would be a drop, and some other, Michael Jordan would be a bit of a drop too. So what we're saying here is you are now messing around with someone who is the financial driver of this league, who is the key to higher salaries. You can look to her and say, hey, get us more money in the CBA, all the kind of things or whatever. And then Marina Mabry does this, and she's not ejected immediately. The refs are not keeping up. Stephanie White, the coach of the Fever, is not going to be there today for personal reasons, but she said it. The refs have not kept up. Everyone listening to us, you have a daughter or granddaughter you see in the kitchen who's running out to her soccer or volleyball or lacrosse. You see the girl across the street getting ready with the bag over her shoulder going to basketball or softball or whatever. We know that today's the greatest day in women's sports until tomorrow. The coaching is better. They're stronger. They're faster. The training's better. Everything about it. Got the best time for female athletes. How on earth does the WNBA not have referees that are up to the game and up to the challenge? And with all the eyeballs, the fact that, and I've got a lot in the book on the not being prepared for the racial issues and what the WNBA should have done and did not do. And Dr. Harry Edwards, the great Dr. Harry Edwards, Bay Areas, of course, he's in the book quite a bit talking about some of the things that could have been done and should have been done to prepare, again, a vast majority black league for a white superstar from Iowa. I don't shy away from any of that. And, the idea being that not that they're damsels in distress, guys. No, these are tough, strong athletes. But this is something that would have been helpful to maybe work through a little bit, some of it before it all hit last year. And I think the WNBA's utter lack of preparation for this moment, which includes the referees and includes the referees making the right call on things like the Kennedy Carter hit or the Marina Mabry hit the other day. What on earth is going on? And if Caitlin Clark did that to someone, plowed into someone, blindsided, dead ball, I'd say eject her as well, of course. And but she's not doing that, and other people, at least so far, are doing it to her. So it does show to me the WNBA needs to up its game quite quickly to keep up with this incredible fan interest that they now have.
Christine, it feels to me, though, like it's gone deeper than just the WNBA. Maybe it's women's basketball, USA basketball as a whole, because she didn't even make the Olympic team last summer, which seems impossible to believe. She's clearly one of the best players in the world.
Well, she was then, too. That was a little bit more than a year ago. I broke that story. And, first of all, just for the eyeballs and reaching people around the world, we know why the NFL plays overseas, right? We know why the NHL is going to stop the season again and have their professionals from NHL teams playing in the Milan Winter Olympics, which are coming up in February, believe it or not, another Winter Olympics right around the corner, because you want to have a global presence. So you bring this attention magnet unlike any other. I had a Brazilian journalist ask me, where is she? literally came up and said, "Where is Caitlin Clark at the Paris Olympics?" And, of course, was shocked that she wasn't there. What you could have had in terms of reaching people around the globe, again, shining a spotlight that then Asia Wilson and so many others who deserve it, and people might poo-poo and say, "Oh, come on, they get a lot of attention during the Olympics." I've covered every Olympics since '84 in LA, and I'm often in the press section in the press tribune, and it's usually tumbleweeds. There's a few of us, but there's so much to cover during an Olympics that a team that's going to win, guaranteed, hasn't lost since 1992. All of a sudden, the sports editor says, "You know what? We need you really over at the soccer quarter semifinals, or we need you at the water polo, or we need you at this or that." And all of a sudden, they're getting short shrift. That wouldn't have happened with Caitlin Clark, even sitting the bench. The worst Olympic team selection decision I have seen in my 41 years covering the Olympic Games. As I said, I broke the story, and I have even more news on her game about it, about the just terrible decision-making and how on earth a committee could not want this woman on their team, but they definitely did not want Caitlin Clark to represent the United States at the Olympics last year. It was a bad decision. It will be seen throughout sports history as one of the worst decisions ever made. And it does, again, speak to some of what we were just talking about this really uncomfortable feeling with this new person and how everyone seemed to have such trouble adjusting when you should be saying, thank goodness we finally have the person that's going to bring everything, the rising tide lift all boats, bring everything to us. But a terrible decision. And if people said, well, you don't pick people, like my buddy, classmate Mike Wilbon, who was saying on ESPN that, he said, well, we went to school, met first day freshman year at Northwestern. He's like, well, no, you don't just pick them because of Johnny Appleseed, just growing the game. Well, her statistics were better at the time than Diana Taurasi's, and they gave Diana Taurasi a going away present. I examined all that as well, 42 years old. And then she didn't play very much at all. Again, it's almost unspeakable, even though it's a year later and there's way worse things in our world than this. But it truly is amazing, just the incredible mistake that USA Basketball made, its committee, its leaders, to allow Caitlin Clark to not be put on that team.
Christine Brennan, USA Today, and the book is coming out soon on her game, Caitlin Clark and the Revolution in Women's Sports. Christine, wonderful to have you, and wonderful to be the big finish for you. Go rest your voice, get some tea or something.
I will, but I'm going to stay up late here in Washington, D.C. You know what I'm going to be watching. I can't wait to see that crowd there, and what a great scene. And Kate Martin is throughout the book, actually. Of course, Caitlin's dear friend quoted her, spent time with her. And I love watching them play. So really fun to see what you guys have going on out there. Congratulations, and hopefully we'll talk soon.
Absolutely. Nothing but sellouts for the Valkyries so far. It's been a big deal. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you.
Okay, there it is. Christine Brennan, USA Today, with all of the thoughts on Caitlin Clark, kind of the bigger picture, big comments there at the end with regard to the Olympic thing maybe being one of the worst decisions in the history of sports. It is. It's a head scratcher.
Not just WNBA.
Yeah.
We've spent a lot of time talking about how maybe the WNBA has not handled the Clark situation correctly, but it's. USA Basketball did a similar thing, too.
And she makes a fair point, too, about, she's like, I know all of you are making the Tiger Woods analogy, and it works until you go, they're like a bunch of stars before Tiger that are big stars that you've heard of, too.
Yeah.
Arnold Palmer had a drink named after him. You know what I mean? There were some, not to Tiger's level, but yes, there were some big deal golfers well before Tiger. And I know that, you could name some WNBA stars, sure. But
Diana Taurasi, Maya Moore.
But nothing that's going to go down in history kind of the way that this is. Cool stuff from Christine Brennan, 888-957-9570. While Christine was talking to us, we had what amounts to two large pieces of breaking news.
Oh.
Yeah. One of them is that Brandon Pajemski will join us in 20 minutes.
Biggest Valkyries fan out there.
Yeah, don't say, in those of you listening, in radio we have to have what's called either an affiliation or a title when we bring someone on. When Brandon comes on, normally we're like Warriors guard, Brandon Pajemski.
Yeah.
Not today. Not today. Valkyries superfan Brandon Pajemski is going to join us on the show in 20 minutes. Also, within the last handful of minutes, Giants won. Giants won the rubber match over there at Oracle Park against the Cleveland Guardians. They made it as annoying as their 2 losses previously in this series, but at least they scored more runs than the other team.
Barely.
It took a Wilmer Flores pinch hit double in the bottom of the 7th inning to plate 2 and give the Giants a 2-1 win. So another pitcher's duel for Logan Webb, but they grind it out. They win the game. The 4-game losing streak is over.
Is gone. They get the first win in the Rafi Devers era.
Yes.
And it's a 2-1 win versus the Guardians.
They scored 2 runs in all of the games.
Yeah, that's true.
All 3 games.
3-2 loss, 4-2 loss, 2-1 win.
6 runs. Rafi Devers.
Rafi Devers makes the Giants lineup a whole lot better.
6 runs.
But I hate to be the bearer of bad news to Giants fans out there. If you thought that Rafi Devers was single-handedly going to change the Giants from a pitching and defense team to a team that's going to score 8 runs a game, no. There's not a single player that can do that. This is still a team that's going to have to play smart, smooth, clean baseball and then still pitch the hell out of it.
I mean, Oracle Park will remain Oracle Park. And Devers, what did he do? 1 for 3 with a walk? Is that what we ended up with
and
today?
A strikeout, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, nothing. Rafi has looked fine at home plate, right? He had a nice first
3 hits in 3 days.
Yeah, first night there, and another hit today, and he drew a walk. In fact, he drew a walk after being down 0-2 in the count. So, yeah, 1 for 3 with a walk. All is well with Rafi Devers. I do think it completely changes the lineup. Yes, you are still missing one of your plus bats in Matt Chapman, but is Oracle Park and are the Giants going to continue to be a lot of 2-1s, a lot of 3-2s, and a lot of 4-3s? Yes. Yes, I don't think that's going to change. I still think that it in a large way, it changes who they'll be come playoff time, assuming they get there.
Yeah, no, yeah, and like you hope that the introduction of Devers maybe makes the number of times that you score 5 runs in a game a little more often, and maybe you win some games 3-2, but you also win some games 5-2 a little more often. It's not going to be every single game. It's not going to have that big of an impact. But, there's going to be a day where he drives in 5 runs by himself and wins you a baseball game.
No doubt. No doubt. All right, so let's get into a little Giants baseball.
Right.
And Brandon Pajemski is going to join us in less than 20 minutes. And if you want to win a pair of tickets to see My Chemical Romance July 19th at Oracle Park, we'll give you that chance in this upcoming 4 o'clock hour. We'll do it again tomorrow as well right here on Willard Dibs. 5 winners this week. 1 will be upgraded to suite tickets, all courtesy of Live Nation. So keep listening, especially during that 4 o'clock hour, and we'll explain it all as the time comes around. My Chemical Romance suite tickets are available at sfgiants.com/concerts. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Grandy's here for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
to second. He made it. And the Giants take the lead.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's how it's going to work sometimes. That's NBC Sports Bay Area, and that guy goes by the name of Dwayne Kuiper.
Celebrated a big birthday today.
Oh,
Kuip. I think 75.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow. Fantastic.
Yeah.
And I love not just a great call, Wilmer Flores pinch hit, 2-run double, but the end is the best part.
And he made
1-run scores, 2-run scores, the Giants lead, and Wilmer made it. He made it to second. No way. That's really a deep drive down the left field line. But anyway, classic Giants home field victory, 2-1. Logan Webb, 7 innings. Randy Rodriguez handles the 8th. Camilo Doval handles the 9th. And the Giants snap the slide as the home stand continues. And good to see them get a little bit of good feel in their veins before the Boston Red Sox get here tomorrow night.
How good is Logan Webb?
Logan Webb is good at pitching. Yeah, he is good at pitching. And if anybody was looking at Robbie Ray's start and was confused on who the Giants' ace is, nothing against Robbie, but Logan, my gosh, what a dude. And in a day and age in baseball where everybody is hucking that thing 98 miles an hour, the guy is such a throwback in so many ways and such a special pitcher. He's got his ERA below 2.5 after that performance today.
7 innings, 1 run, 7 hits. He scattered those hits. He struck out 9. And you look at what he's done of late. I mean, of course, it's the Dodgers. He get to give up a couple of runs, but that might be the best outing of his season considering it is the Dodgers and that lineup. 7 innings versus the Dodgers in L.A. last week. Over the weekend, only allowed 2 runs in that game, struck out 4. Game before versus Atlanta, 6 innings, 2 runs, 10 strikeouts. The dude suddenly is a strikeout machine.
Yep, one of the top guys in the league.
And you talk about like pressure on a start. When he's used to it, like this has kind of been his life as a Giant. You don't get a ton of run support. You have that today. The team doesn't score for you until the 7th. That's the only reason you got a win was because you pitched 7 innings. Otherwise, you wouldn't have qualified. But also, you're staring a 4-game losing streak down the barrel. You've lost 5 of 6. You hand the ball to Logan, and you say, all right, Ace, be the stopper.
Right.
And 1 run in 7 innings. And even that was barely enough.
Oh, he hung in there because it really did have a look for a while like the Giants were going to get shut out. And so the whole Rafi Devers experience, he goes 1 for 3 today with a walk. Largely, it's been a good thing, celebrating his arrival. Everybody across the board seems to love the deal. He hits the ball fine, nothing overly huge, but he's got 3 hits, one of them an extra base hit in his first 3 games. That all looks fine, but the output for the Giants lineup essentially looks the same. They get 2 runs in all 3 games, and so I get that there's a little frustration there, and I do have some mixed feelings. I think Bob Melvin's probably going to be on the show next week, and we got to get into a few things with him. It's like, this is great that Flores is the hero of the day.
Yeah.
But there's also like this little reminder in the 2 of the 3 games in this series, he did not start. He was a pinch hitter extraordinaire off the bench, and in both at bats, something very memorable happened, and both of them were very good at bats. 2 nights ago, it's a line shot that carries all the way out to the left fielder. It was the play where Casey Schmidt gets caught off second base and doubled up. But it's a good at bat from Wilmer.
Hit it hard, yeah.
And then same thing here. Sharp ground ball down the line, ends up winning the baseball game. But a piece of me is like, so wait, that's the bat that we're taking out of the lineup? I'll put it this way. Hey, Rafi, keep grabbing ground balls and hurry up, dude. We need you at first base because I want Wilmer Flores back in the lineup every night.
Yeah, I mean, considering the way the Giants are hitting right now, you need every bat that isn't an automatic out. Like, the Giants have a number of automatic outs right now. And unfortunately, the Willie Adames stretch in Colorado and in L.A. seems to be forgotten. He right now is kind of an automatic out. He had maybe I don't know if the worst at-bat is fair, the worst result of an at-bat today. First and second, 1 out. Was this the 5th or 6th inning? with Devers on deck. First and second, one out. Devers on deck, Adames at the plate, double play, inning over. And then Devers leads off the next inning. Nobody, of course, leading off the inning, nobody on base. You want Devers at the plate with a couple of runners on base, and maybe Adames drives in a run himself. But right now, Adames is an automatic out. Casey Schmidt had a couple of hits today, and he's actually swinging the bat pretty decently going back to the series, I guess also in Colorado. Jung-Hoo Lee, I mean, he's not hitting the ball well right now. Patrick Bailey had a couple of hits last night, but that was like a bloop and an infield single. He's not really swinging the bat much right now.
I give him credit, though. He got the bunt down that set things up for Wilmer Flores to come in and pinch hit and win the game.
He did, and then whoever you have playing second is an automatic out. Today it was Christian Koss. Of course, a lot. It's been Tyler Fitzgerald, and you're at a point where you're in a situation where you do have two on and nobody out, and you say, all right, with Bailey and Koss due up, we're almost forced to bunt and pinch hit. Like, that's just what that is in the order. And I know there are other teams that run into those similar situations, but far too often, Willard, as a Giants fan, I'm sitting there watching the game, whether it's at the park or it's at my couch at home or today on my laptop while we're here at Chase Center getting ready for the Valkyries game, and it's, leadoff double. They're going to score here, right? And then you look at what part of the order is up, and you're like, they're probably not going to score here.
I do think it'll feel different when Chapman comes back.
No doubt.
But at the same time, I want to just keep I want to keep this thought out there for people. Look, I think that this is now a very respectable lineup. It is not a lineup that is going to challenge for the league lead in runs scored. This is still Oracle Park. This is still going to be about pitching and defense, and I'm comfortable with that because that's what wins in the postseason. And, I think that there will be moments, assuming that the Giants get there, where it changes the dynamic of the lineup just because Devers is there, just because he's waiting there. I do think Adames will get more pitches.
Yeah.
I do think there's a different way to have to navigate that lineup for the opponent, and over a longer period of time, that'll really work itself out. But just a reminder that in 2010 and 12 and 14, the Giants won it all, and they did not have to score a lot of runs in order to do that. I guess that's a long way of saying none of the Rafi Devers shine for me is off because of the fact that they had a hard time scoring runs in this series.
Honestly, the way that I view this is, all right, take your frustration level for the first two games of this series, and I guess also you can include today. You scored 2 runs in all 3 games. The only reason why you won today is because your ace pitched like an ace. Not that Verlander, I think it was overblown about Verlander last night. He wasn't great, but I didn't think he was terrible by any stretch. You take away one mistake on an 0-2 count. Instead of giving up 4 runs, he gives up 1 run. Like, all right, like you gave up the 3-run homer. Terrible moment. I don't think he was terrible by any stretch. The reason he won today was not because of your bats. It was because of Logan Webb. But I do think largely, like, this is a Giants team that, despite getting Devers, is still a team that's going to have to grind out baseball games. You hope Devers makes it a little bit easier, and you're not going to have to scratch and claw for every run, because there'll be a day where Devers, with 2 on, hits 1 into the water, and instead of scoring 2 runs in a game, you score 5, and you win relatively comfortably 5-2 or 5-3, instead of having to really scratch and claw and try to create a run with a walk and a stolen base and a sac bunt and then a sac fly. Like, he just gives you away to every once in a while. He's not going to hit a home run every game, or probably not even every series, but he is going to get you a big hit that's going to win you games. He will make you have to manufacture runs just a little less often. You're still going to have to manufacture those runs, and you're still going to have to sneak out ways to win baseball games. He's just going to make it a little bit easier over the course of a long season.
Well, and also enjoy the fact that starting tomorrow, I do think that Oracle Park becomes the center of the baseball world for the weekend with the Red Sox coming into town. Actually, a little bit later on in the hour, we have some odds that have been provided to us with regard to the upcoming series against
series
the Red
specifically?
Sox. Series-specific, player-specific.
Odds to hit a homer for Rafi Devers?
Odds for a homer. Odds for over-under how many hits. Odds that the Red Sox will plunk Devers.
On purpose? Just gets hit at all?
Just plunk. Yeah. odds that there will be a fight. All of these things. Well, I'm not kidding. We got all of this stuff. So we also are expecting Brandon Pajemski to call in any minute. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries, taking on Caitlin Clark tonight, and we're here at Chase Center on the concourse getting ready. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Another reminder that if you want to win a pair of tickets to see My Chemical Romance on July 19th at Oracle Park, you have reached your spot. We're giving you that chance this hour, and then we'll do it one more time tomorrow here on Willard and Dibs. Plus, one of the winners from the week is going to randomly be selected and will be upgraded to 2 suite tickets. This is all courtesy of Live Nation. So keep on listening. At some point this hour, we will tell you, bang, contest is on. We'll give you the contest line. You call in, and the 5th caller will win that pair of tickets, not right now, to My Chemical Romance, plus the chance to be upgraded to suite tickets. Keep on listening. For more info and to buy My Chemical Romance suite tickets, log on to sfgiants.com/concerts. All right, so Giants win. Pods will be here shortly. Valkyries superfan, Caitlin Clark and the Valks tip off in 3 hours.
I'm excited. You know what's crazy? And we were talking about it a little bit off air during our last commercial break. There's an NBA Finals game tonight, Game 6 of the NBA Finals.
Like, can I be honest with you? I forced myself to forget, although there is breaking news coming out of it. Go ahead.
Tyrese is playing tonight,
Tyrese
right?
Halliburton's going to give it a go.
Game 6. This could be the final day of the NBA season.
Yep.
I know that game and the Valkyries game tonight, there's only going to be a little bit of an overlap, but here being at Chase, and I'm staying for the game, I'm not going to leave here all night. I don't feel like sad or upset that I'm going to be missing the NBA Finals Game 6. Like, I feel like I'm in the right spot today.
Oh, I agree with you. However, that said, I mean, to what level does the vibe around that NBA Final change if the Pacers are able, at home, to grind out a win tonight? Because then what immediately
Game
gets
7.
Yeah, what gets created there is Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and that's pretty freaking special. I know right now in this moment, the whole underdog vibe has had water thrown all over it. Your 2-1 lead turned into a 3-2 deficit. Halliburton is hurt. I don't know how the Pacers are going to do this, but you know what? That's exactly what the Pacers have been doing this entire playoff run, which is as soon as you're thinking, well, that's not going to happen, the Pacers are there to go, yes, it is. You know what I mean? Hold our beer. Here we go. So, look, it's a desperation home game tonight. I would not be surprised if the Pacers won tonight.
Well, it's crazy because, like, the individual games, a lot of them have been awesome. Game 1 was amazing. Game 3 was a ton of fun. Game 4 was a lot of fun. Game 2 and 5, not so much. There were moments in Game 5 where you feel like the Pacers had a shot, but ultimately couldn't really get it done. The games individually have been awesome.
Yeah.
But series as a whole,
I mean, the Pacers, they cut that thing to 2 the other night.
I'm finding myself a little challenged to get into it as much as I normally am. I can't exactly put my finger on why, even though the games have been fun.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I don't know. Why do you think that is? Like, I look, it's the Indiana Pacers. That's part of it. It's not like they don't have that wow factor. And somehow, some way, I don't care that he won the MVP. I don't think the Thunder do either. They're just a really good basketball team.
They're great.
They come at you from so many places, but there's no player on that team where I'm like, dude, somebody make popcorn. Look at this guy cook. Shea's not that kind of player to me.
I've always, and despite the fact, I mean, I've been wrong about the Pacers like every round of this postseason other than the first round. So me saying I like the way that they play maybe seems a little disingenuous because I didn't expect them to get this far. The dichotomy in how these teams play stands out to me. Like, the Pacers are kind of more in like the Steve Kerr mold, like move the ball, play good defense, read and react, and work for a great shot. You don't have like any one individual guy who's going to go ISO and take over a game that way. Meanwhile, OKC, I just can't get behind their style of play. It's just, I mean, I know you're not a fan of SGA, and I'm right there with you. I hate I hate the reliance on the free throw line. I feel like you're baiting refs into it, and you put the refs in a tough spot, and they're forced to make calls, and the game slows down. I don't know. So I've been rooting for the Pacers, and despite the fact that they led 1-0, that they led 2-1, even then I never really felt like they were going to win this series. And of course now it's easier to say it now when they're down 3-2, but just never quite felt like the Pacers were going to be able to pull this one off. But we'll find out today.
Yeah, absolutely. He's with us. All right, let's do it. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line and hang out with, and I hope he's okay with it. Today, Pods, we have not been calling you Warriors guard, Brandon Pajemski. We've been calling you Valkyries superfan, Brandon Pajemski. You all right with that?
Yeah, that sounds good.
That's kind of like, I mean, that's what it looks like. Can you, for a lot of people who haven't done this yet, tonight is the only the sixth time that they've played a home game. How would you describe the experience?
I mean, personally, I think it's really fun. I think the atmosphere is similar to our games. Every game I've been to has been sold out, and I think all of them have been sold out. And so just to see that support, for women's sports, it's really fun. And to be a part of it, it's pretty special, especially in their first year. I think the last inaugural team was the Chicago Sky, and they only won 4 games their whole year. And I think we've already surpassed that, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, the Valkyries 5-6, 11 games in, trying to get back to 500 today with the Fever in town. Has this surprised you at all, the success? I know, if Joe Lacob heard me say 5-6 is a success, he might not agree. But as you said right there, this is not easy for teams in their inaugural seasons. Has it surprised you the way that they've come out of the gates here?
As a basketball junkie, no. Just because you see all the ladies that we have were all players that either didn't really play a lot or played very minimal on their other teams. That's why they were, available. I think maybe Kayla Thornton was the one who played the most. But it's just like the NBA. When you get your opportunity to have an advanced role, you see a lot of those players step up and shine. And I think that's what we kind of have with a lot of the ladies there. They're getting their opportunity and they're shining and catching everybody by surprise.
Brandon Pajemski joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Dibs. We're at Chase Center getting ready for the game tonight. Valks hosting Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever. Pods, where did this come from, this fandom? Like, what made you attach yourself to this team?
Yeah, just love sports, love women's sports especially. And obviously they're playing the same game that I love as well. So there's things you can learn, there's things you can see. But I think more importantly, it's just trying to support, the Bay Area sports in general, but especially the Valkyries, playing basketball, which is the game I play and love to play. So I think it just, made sense.
Pods, you said it. You've been at, I think, if not all, almost every single home game, and you're sitting courtside. Mm-hmm. You get an up-close, in-person view of this team. You mentioned Kayla Thornton, previous stops in the WNBA. She's the Valkyries' leading scorer. But I'm wondering, as someone who has seen them close often, can you give us a bit of a scouting report? I mean, Kayla Thornton is the Western Conference Player of the Week, but they've got some other scorers, and it's a really balanced offensive attack. What can you tell us about the way the Valkyries play?
I think they got a lot of good pieces. Veronica Burden, really solid piece. She's been around the league a little bit. It was actually funny. Their GM, Ohema, me and her talked, I think, in February, and she was like, if you could pick, one person in this expansion draft from a different team that you think will be available, who would it be? And I told her Veronica, just because I see a lot of similarities between me and her and how we play and the energy we bring. And I think that's just contagious and it translates to winning. And so her, I think Tiffany Hayes has been a great addition. Kate Martin, obviously, from Vegas, coming over with Natalie. But everyone that we brought in knows how to play the game. We've brought in a lot of European ladies as well that are super smart and skilled. And so to see it mesh and just seeing Natalie let them play free and then being so locked in defensively has been pretty cool.
Brandon Pajemski with us, Pods. We know you've got really good seats. Are you heckling Caitlin Clark tonight?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I'm always doing that. Whoever.
Yeah, what are you saying to her?
I don't know. I got to find something. It's really in the moment, whatever comes out.
but I'm gonna always be with the Valkyries and heckle the other team as much as I can.
Pods, I know you're a huge basketball fan, so I'm sure you have watched Caitlin Clark play a lot of basketball. Have you ever seen her in person before?
I've never seen her in person. Tonight will be the first time.
You excited?
Definitely
what do you think that's going to be like?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be cool. I think she's going to be excited just because she knows this is where Steph plays and how similar they play. This is her first time, I think, playing at Chase Center, so I know she'll have a little bit of nerves and excitement to play, especially against a new team. But I expect the Valkyries win.
Hey, Brandon, how are you doing? You had a couple surgeries recently, yeah?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Just rehabbing out here. Taking my time with it and just trying to get back to 100% so I can get rolling.
And you mentioned, obviously, your sports fandom. To what level are you following the NBA Finals, which potentially could end tonight?
Yeah, definitely following it. Jalen obviously played at Santa Clara, and seeing the way he's playing is pretty cool. But I've been following the whole playoffs since we've been done, just seeing how it's kind of goes on and how the finals look. Yeah, I've been following it quite a bit.
I mean, is there anything about these playoffs, maybe namely even just what the Pacers have done here, the fact that they're still in this? Is there anything about the view of the playoffs as a whole that's surprised you?
Not surprising, but it's just showing us that there's different ways to win in the league. There's been times where teams feel like you have to have a super team, you have to have a big three, you have to have this and this, and I think OKC and Indiana kind of defied those odds, and they have a bunch of guys that can get their own shot, can get their own bucket. And even last game, even though Indiana lost, they still had a bunch of guys, have 10 plus. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they have 7 or 8 guys that are averaging 10 or more this series. And so they're showing us that you can do it by committee. You don't necessarily need to have, a top 5 player in the NBA to do it. So it's just been cool to see different ways to win and figure things out.
To what level do you think what you're describing is sustainable? Like with the parity in the league, do you think that that's kind of a thing right now where teams might rather lean into depth rather than going top heavy with their rosters?
I mean, I don't know how that would look. Obviously, as time goes on, there's more money to be dispersed. And so how that looks given the team is going to be obviously different come the future. But I think anything in this league is sustainable. It's all about making it work. We've seen a lot through time, what works and what doesn't. But every year something new comes out and somebody runs or someone does on defense comes out, and everything just keeps evolving, and that's the beauty of the NBA.
Pods, you talked about the different style, the Pacers and the Thunder play. They're led by their point guards, SGA for the Thunder and Tyrese Halliburton for the Pacers. As someone who has defended both those guys at certain points throughout your career, how are each of those guys challenging for a defender in I would imagine, different ways?
Well, I think Shea is obviously really physical. He gets the benefit of the doubt when it comes to the whistle a lot of times. But it's just his constant assertiveness of getting to where he wants to get to. And he's just like, his foot is always on the gas. And so like, you have to be ready for that over and over again, where some people it's just like every once in a while they're going to go and it makes it a little bit easier, but he's just kind of like a constant, I'm not going to just bail you out by shooting threes. I'm going to try to get as far as I can until you stop me. And then obviously he bumps people and then you try to bump back, and then he uses that against, your own momentum, and that's how he gets fouls. But so he's that. And then Tyrese, I think, he's really good in space, and I think the way they play as a 5-man group out there, there's so much space created because they always have 5 guys that can shoot. He's really good, and I think the reason why he struggled quite a bit this series is because, Dort's being obviously really physical with him, and they're really playing heavy in the gaps and, touching him, making him feel him, and he's not as comfortable in that. And so I think that's why, the Thunder have won the last 2 games especially.
Brandon, I want to go back to your comment about Caitlin Clark and how she patterns her game after Steph. We know Steph is such a supporter of the women's game as well. Have you ever had a conversation with Steph about Caitlin?
No, we haven't had a conversation about Caitlin, but, definitely, throughout our season, we definitely talk about, women's figures in sports that are, really stepping up and showing out. That's been pretty cool to see. We definitely have those conversations, as a team, and just seeing how cool that stuff is, and how they're elevating the game of basketball in a whole.
How would you, I wonder if you watch her game and you sort of see it that way, I don't know, how would you defend it? What would be your scouting report if you were talking to the Valks tonight to guard Caitlin?
I mean, just high pickup points. Obviously, you want to be physical with her. I think the little scuffle she got into last game with, I think it was Connecticut maybe. I think they did a good job of just getting under her skin and not just letting her move free. I would say force her right. All her threes come off either the catch or going left. Let's step back off the dribble, going left off the ball screen. She doesn't like shooting off her right hand. So I would just say, and I would say make her play inside the 3-point line and see how many, shots she can make inside the 3-point line and see if that's enough to beat you. Those games that they win, she has high assists and high 3-point numbers. And so you just kind of take that away. It's easier said than done because teams try to do it to Steph too, and, he still finds a way to do the same thing.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Pods. We asked you about the game plan against Caitlin, and I know you said that she kind of patterns her game after Steph, but it sounded like you were giving out a game plan for how to defend Steph. I mean, how similar are those two on the court? And we know Steph, he's one of the greatest players of all time. Caitlin, just in her second year in the WNBA, already seems to be one of the league's biggest star, one of the league's best players. Just how similar of a challenge are they on the court?
Yeah, very similar. The threat of them shooting is always kind of in the back of your brain, and so any little kind of head fake, hezzy they give you, you kind of tend to bite at that, and so you're a little bit antsy when you're guarding them because you don't want them to shoot, and so you feel that, and that's why you see Steph, a lot of times not even really have to do any moves to get by his man, even at 37, 38 years old, because the threat of him shooting is so powerful, and that's the same for her. But I think the thing that Steph has been okay with is going inside the 3-point line and finishing. He's perfectly okay at making and taking twos. If that's what they're giving him, I don't know if she's okay with that. I've seen, if she gets inside, she likes to pass a lot, which isn't a bad thing, but, I think, she's way more comfortable when she's outside the 3-point line and getting in the rhythm.
All right, Brandon, you've kind of changed this game for me tonight because now that I know you're going to be in Caitlin's ear, I'm gonna be trying to be online, reading your lips. Are you a PG kind of a trash talker, or maybe not?
I just feel like it's the intensity of the moment. Just kind of whatever the game calls for. Like I said, I'm a passionate guy that loves sports and loves being a part of this stuff, and to have my hometown or home city team win and be a great player and a great team in the Fever, it'd be pretty fun to be a part of.
All right, man. Well, have fun tonight, and we'll see you out here at the arena. And thank you so much for giving us a buzz.
Yes, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
All right,
nice
there it
pause.
is. That's Brandon Pajemski, Valkyries,
Love that.
super fan, and now we also know lead Stan's trash talker.
I love your last question, and his answer was, how aggressive is your trash talk? Well,
I don't
gotta
know.
meet the moment. If it's a big deal, he's going to be letting the expletives fly,
Yeah,
Willard.
he did not back off of that, did he? He's like, yeah.
That means you know that he's done that before.
Yeah,
Sitting
if
courtside.
If it's tied with 10 seconds to go, then it is Caitlin effing Clark. All right, that's who it is out there on that floor.
Oh man.
Oh man.
It's also
Yeah.
great the way that he talked about defending Caitlin. I mean, if you just closed your eyes, you didn't know the context. It sounds like he's talking about Steph.
And he didn't run from that comparison either. He's like, absolutely. That's exactly like you have to guard him the same way. And it was interesting that he, in a very subtle way, I think backed a lot of what people are talking about in the WNBA when you're watching Caitlin Clark, and that he would suggest being physical with her. And he actually liked the way that the Sun the other night were defending her. Now, I think we're on a very slippery slope.
They crossed the line, but there was physicality that whole game.
Yes, and if you're talking about defending her during the basketball game, there's no issue with that. If you're then spilling over to using your shoulder to knock her to the floor after the whistle, we're having a different conversation. But this is why this is kind of so difficult to police. There's no issue with physical play, But then when you see stuff and it's a little bit after the whistle or whatever, you immediately need to sort of assess whether or not that's happening simply because of the emotions of the game, just like what we see Draymond Green do all the time, or if it's targeted. If it's targeted and it's based on social issues that are happening round the clock.
Well, I mean, okay, how would you say it about Steph and the way that he gets defended? And when you got upset about the way the Raptors threw him to the ground and injured his tailbone, that's targeted specifically towards Steph, but it's not like malicious.
No, and I do think that it's evolved through the years. Like you even sort of mentioned earlier that a lot of this now, the way teams defend Steph, the physicality they use, I think has actually been coached into them by the officials around the league.
This guy's so good, we have to be able to stop him somehow, and if the officials are going to let us hand check him all day.
If they're going to let us, then we're going to do it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's no different than any kid or anyone. If you're going to let them do it, they're going to do it. And so, but I don't think that's where it started. I do think there used to be a lot of jealousy about Steph Curry. He was the smallest player on the floor, yet the most popular. And I watched a ton of athletes. LeBron went through this. Russell Westbrook went through this, where they tried to find ways almost to kind of denigrate or brush off what Steph does as like, oh, it's cute and it works because it's within the rules, but they don't even ask him to really be a point guard. And, man, if he were to come inside, I'm going to block that shot. But the respect has grown through the years because of what he's achieved and all of the things he's disproven. He is a finisher around the rim. He is tough as nails. He does take that lesser stature physically and still become the biggest player on the floor.
There was like, and I always think of LeBron in this instance, there's like been multiple shifts, I think, in the way that like LeBron outwardly perceives Steph. I always think back to when Steph burst onto the scene at Davidson. I forget which round of the NCAA tournament it was. I don't think it was the first round. Steph kind of became a name, and LeBron went out of his way to attend one of those Davidson games. It might have been the Sweet 16 where they won to go on to the Elite Eight. I forget exactly which game it was, but Steph had like 40, and he went off. And the TV broadcast cuts to LeBron, a young LeBron, but LeBron who had already become a star in the NBA, and he's like mind blown watching this young scrawny kid from Davidson College go crazy. And then that's kind of how like Steph came into the league as like that guy who LeBron didn't feel any sort of competition with. And then Steph goes to the finals versus LeBron and beats him, and like the way LeBron would talk about Steph shifted.
Wasn't funny anymore.
Entirely.
Right.
Oh, this is my competition now.
It wasn't light and fun anymore.
I can't like give this guy these compliments.
But then if you notice, he circled back here the last few years.
Because he has earned the respect.
Yes.
Like, all right, you are one of us. You're one of the greatest ever.
And they're both past 35 and their legacies are secure.
Yeah. So it's shifted multiple times.
100%.
And it's that case for like all the veterans that were in the league before Steph. At least the majority of them.
Which is why, and like circling back to Caitlin on this, like I do think that it will go that way. Now, I don't know if it all has the same sort of massive value, right? Like if Caitlin wins a championship, you know, do we now look at her in a completely different lens the same way we do when an NBA player wins a championship? I don't know. I don't know if it plays that way. I just think there's a longevity to it. Caitlin's game will sustain. She will continue to be the most popular player in the league. And over time, as that sustains, as that helps their new collective bargaining agreement, as that maybe wins rings or whatever, as she becomes one of the greats of the game all time, I do think then you've got younger players coming up. She'll be an influence to them. The whole way that the world looks at Caitlin will be different, and there will be a newfound respect for her. Doesn't mean people won't shove her around. She's still going to be one of the smaller players on the court, but it won't feel like it's so targeted people are searching for it.
I guarantee you right now in the Valkyries locker room or wherever they are, if they're on the court, we can't see the court from where we are, wherever they are at this moment, Natalie Nakase, head coach of the Valkyries, I'm sure there's a very similar message from her and from the coaching staff to the Valkyries team, at least the ones that are going to be set with or tasked with defending Caitlin Clark, very similar to what Pajemski just told us. Be physical, grab her, bump her, shove her. If you can get away with it, do it. Like, that's just how you defend someone like that.
And don't forget, cuss her out.
We'll leave that
but
to
Pods will take care of that.
He'll lead the charge
Yeah.
on that one.
Yeah, cuss her out. Cuss her out. Yeah, we could start that chant tonight. Maybe Pods will do it. Kendra Andrews is out there on the floor. She just tweeted out a short time ago. Quick video of Caitlin Clark letting fly from Steph range. All net. Yeah, just warm-ups, but she's out there, and I'm talking a good solid 7-8 feet beyond the three-point arc. Drano, no rim, as Caitlin warms up for tonight's Valkyries Fever game.
She's so good.
It's different.
She's behind the hash mark.
Yes, that's Steph range.
Oh, my God.
That's out there in Steph range. Yeah, man, it's different, and so that's what's coming up here tonight here on the Chase Center floor.
Also, apparently, according to Kendra, that she was quote tweeting one of her other tweets from earlier, and this comes straight from Kendra Andrews of ESPN. Quote, Caitlin Clark yelled out Curry as she launched her last three-pointer at shoot-around, swished through the net.
I like that.
In the house that Steph built.
I think Pods mentioned something that to me now comes true. He's like, I'm sure for Caitlin, this is not just another game. This is, I know for all of us, it's like, ooh, it's her first trip here. It's kind of that for her too. Like, I'm going to go to Steph's building tonight. I've patterned my game after him. Tonight I get to play on his floor.
Think of all the threes he's made on those rims.
Pretty cool, man. Yeah. All right, obviously, as we're talking about, 7 o'clock tonight, Valkyries taking on Caitlin Clark and the Fever. The game is here on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app, search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Channel 5. Pre-game at 6:30. Also, we're giving you the chance to win My Chemical Romance tickets for July 19th at Oracle Park. Next segment that's coming up really, really soon, within the next 15 minutes or so. So make sure you stay right here with us. Caitlin Clark is in town. The Giants take the rubber match against the Tribe. We've still got NBA Finals. Potentially the NBA season ends tonight. Lots to get to here as we continue live from Chase Center with Grandy in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs.
Cues this one. And the throw. And they got him. And the Giants are going to salvage a game in this 3-game series. Folks, it wasn't easy. One big hit by Wilmer Flores, Logan Webb in the bullpen, and they come out with a win.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Glad you're with us. We are live, Chase Center, getting ready for Valkyries and Fever. Caitlin Clark is in town. We've got a lot still to get to. Mark Grandy has a wild opinion. There's a wild opinion. You do.
It's wild?
You do. I find it wild.
All right.
I find it wild. We will get to that. The Giants are winners today, even though they, again, scored only 2 runs. There's some things that we need to get to there. But right out the gate, we're going to do this, okay? Want to win a pair of tickets to see My Chemical Romance on July 19th at Oracle Park. We are giving you that chance now, right now. And we'll do it again tomorrow, by the way, but right now is going to be winner number 4 of 5, and one of the 5 winners this week will also be upgraded to 2 sweet tickets, all courtesy of Live Nation. What do you need to do right now? Just be caller 5. That's it. Here's the contest line: 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Caller 5 right now to that contest line is the winner of a pair of tickets to see My Chemical Romance, with a chance, 1 in 5 chance, to be upgraded to sweet tickets. Good luck to each and every one of you. Remember, we'll do another pair tomorrow. And for more info and to buy My Chemical Romance sweet tickets, log on to sfgiants.com/concerts. All right. I mean, we're a series in. We've been talking about Rafi Devers all week long. What are your first impressions?
Of Rafi specifically?
Just Rafi, the whole experience. I mean, Rafi, 3 hits in 3 games, okay, but like Giants baseball with their new look, even though it looked kind of the same.
I was hoping it would be more than 2 runs a game and at least a series win. So I guess the quickest way that I can say it, Willard, is this has nothing that has partly to do with it. It's not solely Rafi. First series, I was disappointed because I thought that they could have won this series. They should have won this series. They should have hit the ball a little bit better. Again, that's not Rafi's fault. He was one of their better hitters in the series. He had 3 hits. When you consider what some of the other numbers were, that looks pretty darn good. So this is not a Rafi's not good enough, and I'm going to overreact to 3 games. No, this is not that. This is, I think they missed an opportunity to win a series and to win another baseball game, and I hope that the offense picks it up a little bit. The way I always attack these conversations, though, Willard, and it's a convo that you and Dibs have had in the past, it's like, the danger of having expectations, because you start getting expectations, then you lose a series, you score only 2 runs in 3 straight games, you're like, what the hell? You finally got me expecting something more, and then this happens? So with expectations comes pressure, and with pressure, when you fail to live up to those expectations, you tend to be disappointed, and it's partly why, like, now if the Giants were to struggle the rest of the year and miss the playoffs, that's like 10 times worse than if they didn't acquire Rafi Devers and missed the playoffs. Because you suddenly became a lot better baseball team. You gave everybody hope and expectations, and then if you happen to miss out. So this is that in a very, very, very small time frame because it's only 1 series. But I'm a little disappointed they lost this series.
Well, I hear you from the standpoint of what you were saying. I'm not going to use the word disappointed in the series because I like, yes, from a sense of like, it's a home series. You should win 2 out of 3. But I think that the Giants, even though they only scored 2 runs a game, to me the fan experience with Rafi Devers on the team was completely different. From watching sort of the way this unfolded on Tuesday when he gets introed and the whole team is there, to the feeling that you get just watching the lineup go through. Again, I know they did not produce with runners in scoring position in this series at all. The Wilmer hit today was only the second one in the whole series with runners in scoring position, and luckily it brought home 2, and they won a baseball game.
Yeah, 2 for 26 runners in scoring position.
And so that'll bite you. But the bottom line for me is we've been begging for a middle of the order, and they have a middle of the order, and it looked and felt like a middle of the order. even though there wasn't always the production to back it up in this very small sample. Here's the part of what you just said that I'll agree with. And I was on my morning run today, and so as I'm always doing, I'm listening to Spadoni and Shasky.
On the Odyssey app.
On the Odyssey app, with the earbuds. And then I finished the run, and I got in the car, and I turned them on, and Spadoni made me want to go for another run.
Uh-oh.
I almost had to go for another run because I'm driving home, and he says something along the lines of, basically, because the Giants have acquired Rafi Devers, if they do nothing the rest of the season, that's okay. This is already a win.
Do nothing as in?
As in lose the rest of your games.
Oh.
But you've acquired Rafi Devers. In other
that
words,
makes it worse.
The season is a success because you've acquired Rafi Devers. Look, from a marketing standpoint, maybe you're right. From an excitement standpoint, maybe at least in this moment you're right. But to me, like you're just not really that in to Giants baseball if that's how you feel about this. And I say that coming to you as a person who I think is pretty damn patient on the whole, like, we demand playoffs. You'll never hear me say Super Bowl or bust.
You're maybe the most patient, specifically Giants fan I think I've ever met.
But I'm telling you, man, like, no, you have, look, if there are injuries and that's the reason and it all falls apart, okay, we're having a different conversation. But the bottom line is you've set the table already. You're there. You're in playoff position right now. You're closing in on the halfway point, and you are clearly one of the best rosters in the National League. This team has got to go to the playoffs. They've got to go to the playoffs.
Yeah, if they don't, it's a failure.
They have got to go to the playoffs.
Of pretty big, proportions. And that's what the Devers acquisition does. It ramps up the pressure and the expectations because, as you said, suddenly your roster, your lineup becomes a whole lot better. And it was what John Smoltz, Hall of Fame pitcher, told Steiny and Evan yesterday. That trade just legitimizes the Giants. And if you are legitimately looked at as a team that could make the postseason and you failed to make the postseason, the tone shifts incredibly. The Giants the last couple of years frustrated me from a position of I am not expecting a lot, and I want to expect a lot.
Right.
But you missing the playoffs and you being a 500 baseball team, honestly, considering the talent that you had, almost felt like an overachievement.
Yep.
And I'm sick of 500 baseball feeling like an overachievement. So I want to come from it, even though I know this is the path to getting hurt emotionally. I want to come from it from a spot where I have expectations.
Swagger. You want swagger.
And 500 would piss me off. And that's where I'm at now this year. And it's where I think I'll be at next year and 2 years from now because the Giants have given me that hope. So on one side, yes, them going out and signing Adames and acquiring Rafi now that's unequivocally a good thing. No doubt. But it also brings with it the added pressure of having to live up to that. And also, oh, by the way, if you were to, say, go 500 with this payroll versus going 500 with a much lesser payroll, then it wouldn't be too long. You won't have that many more years of that before ownership says, hey, we got to cut this back. We can't keep doing this anymore.
Right. Yeah, hang on. I'm doing a little math here. So they've played 75 games, right? 162.
Yeah, 42 and 33.
All right, 87 games left. So, when you said play 500, I know you were talking about in the end.
Yeah.
Right? In the end of the season.
9 games over right now.
If they were play 500 baseball just the rest of the way, they would win 86 baseball games. I don't know if that's quite enough to get in. It may not be, but it's pretty damn close. It's pretty damn close, I think, to what would get you in. So that, I think, is another snapshot of why I feel like they have absolutely got to make the playoffs. You acquire Rafi Devers, and now you're a completely different roster. Matt Chapman will return soon, and then you're again getting another roster boost, and who knows if they'll do something at the deadline.
They very well could.
In order to miss the playoffs this year, you will pretty much need to play sub-500 baseball the rest of the way. That flat out should not happen.
Third NL wildcard team is pacing right now just above an 86 win pace.
There
it's
it is.
exactly what you're
It's
talking
exactly-
about. 500
literally-
the rest of the way, and you have a puncher's chance probably to be the last playoff team.
And if you just play 3 or 4 games over 500, you're in.
And, oh, by the way, it doesn't seem that egregious to say I would expect the Giants to be better the rest of the year than they've been so far
Not
this
at
year.
all, yeah.
You could have more injuries in the second half. They've been largely pretty healthy. Verlander just came back. Chapman's missed the last week plus now, and he's going to miss maybe another couple of weeks. That's really been the only major injuries you've had to deal with, and there's definitely a world where you deal with more injuries to key guys in the second half, but you got Devers now. You're a better baseball team now.
Asking too much for this team to go 48-39 the rest of the way? Is that asking too much?
48 and 30.
48 and 39.
That gets you to 90 wins.
90 wins.
That's absolutely a wild card
That's
team.
9 games over 500 the rest of the way. They are 9 games over 500 right now.
I don't think that's too much.
No.
With this pitching staff, no.
No. So it should happen. Now, the only thing about the pitching staff, it caught my attention. You said it to us. It got bounced around at the station a little bit yesterday. Pavlovich comes on the show with us yesterday. He says it. And all of a sudden, I'm thinking, hold on. You've got pitchers that are, quote, approaching innings limits. In other words, young pitchers who've never gone deep into a season and done 150 and 200 innings and all of these things. Landon Roop, Hayden Birdsong. I am so itching to talk to Bob Melvin to ask the question about what's your plan here in the second half of the year. I don't want to get so far ahead where I'm like, who's the Game 3 starter? But, like, forget who's the Game 3 starter. Just who are your starters? I know Logan Webb can do this. I know Robbie Ray can do this. In theory, at age 43, Justin Verlander can do this, but he's been mediocre so far this year. You don't want to rely too much there. But what's the plan after that with regard to Landon Roop and Hayden Birdsong? And if you're burning them out at too quick of a pace right now, I would argue right about now is the time where you need to start coming up with a new plan so that this doesn't happen. Because the pitching and defense thing and it working in the playoffs kind of blows up if half the pitching is not there anymore when you arrive.
Yeah, you don't need all 5 starters in the playoffs, but you definitely need 4. You need 3 that you feel pretty darn good about. You feel great about Webb. You feel as good as you can about Ray, despite the fact that his last start was not good. I think yesterday reacting to what Verlander did was so overblown. He didn't have a great game, but I thought he was fine.
I gave up a 3-run homer.
Largely what his season has been he's pitched pretty good and gets 0 run support. His ERA is nearly 4.5. It's not the greatest, but I have faith that Verlander, especially with this month off, that he's going to be able to just make his spot in the rotation every 5th go. I'm also huge on Hayden Birdsong, but you get to a spot where you're pitching past the innings that you've ever pitched in a single season in your career, then that's uncharted territory. But every pitcher goes through that at some point.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. To me, if you or the Giants are so incredibly worried about what Birdsong is going to look like in August and September, and hell, maybe even in October, then I don't know. Just come out and say you don't believe in the kid. Like.
Well, or don't burn him out. You know what I mean? Like,
he's pitched only 48 innings so far this year. He was out of the bullpen to begin the year.
I have no idea what they think his innings limit is. I have no idea what Landon Roop's is, but I'd start planning for it now. I think teams usually in this situation, they just start playing baseball, and they're like, look, we'll worry about that problem when it comes. Well, I'd argue it's here. Like, the actual halfway point of the season comes next Wednesday in terms of the number of games that are played.
Yeah.
You will be at the halfway point next Wednesday with the Miami Marlins in town. Okay. Now you can see where you're at, and if you've got a record that looks as sparkly as the Giants does right now, you better start planning for the postseason. You can't just burn through your guys and then not have anybody ready. The other way to play this, too, whether it's spot starts, giving guys a little bit extra rest, 6-man rotation. Maybe you do go out at the deadline and just acquire a little depth. I'm not talking about anything sexy, but acquire a little bit of depth because, my God, again, you'd hate to get there and then suddenly all that work to get to the end and then not have the horses you need.
Well, it kind of puts the Dodgers into perspective and why, I mean, so many of us, and it's so difficult to rein in your emotions when you're a Giants fan and you finally get the treat of having like a top 10 hitter in your lineup and they go out and acquire Devers and everyone's mind just goes to, hey, Dodgers, like, look out in your rearview mirror. We're right behind you and we got Rafi now. Like, we're on your heels. The Dodgers are in a situation where, and there's no guarantee that everybody's going to get healthy, but the Dodgers are in a spot where their staff gets healthy and they have no innings. They have no guys that have thrown many innings other than Yoshinobu Yamamoto. And you get Snell back and you get Glass now back, and now Ohtani's working his way back. They get to August and September, and everyone feels fresh as hell because they've been on the IL all year. They kind of have the opposite of what the Giants might be going through. And it just puts into perspective how good the Dodgers are because they have done that with the issue the Giants maybe are fearful of in a couple of months. They've done that, and their issue's been that case the first half of the year, and they're still 10-plus games over 500 and leading the division.
I wonder how Bomo would answer that question. Like, what is the thought process? You're just running Landon Roop out there every 5 days, seemingly with the knowledge that if you were to keep doing that for the rest of the year, he may not be available come the finish. I don't know that that's the case, but I know that, a lot of people have brought this up in the last 48 hours, and when Pavlovich did it with us yesterday, that's not just a voice in the crowd. That is a longtime beat writer who talks to this team on the daily basis and said, you've got guys that are going to reach their innings limit. That's coming.
The other thing that Pav said was before they traded Kyle Harrison, one, there was no guarantee that Harrison would have been the guy going back to the bullpen, which is interesting. Maybe it would have been somebody else, not sure who. But he also said they had conversations about a six-man rotation.
Yep.
And maybe the six-man rotation with Harrison or whoever it is, that would alleviate some of those concerns because instead of pitching every fifth game, you're pitching every sixth game. And by the time September comes around, that makes a difference in the number of innings each arm has eaten.
For sure. But there's also a reason you don't do that where, like, does it get guys out of their rhythm? Baseball players, all athletes, very, very much creatures of habit. And starting pitchers have a structure where it's like every fifth day you're starting. And then, right, you have your long toss and you have whatever. You have your bullpen sessions. That's all set up. I don't know what the hesitation is. Right now the hesitation would be they don't have a sixth guy. But you may need to get one. I don't want to rely on them calling guys up from the minors come September and October and making important starts. So that's all I'm saying. At this hour, we're getting close to when Bob needs to be asked that question, and I am very curious to hear what his answer is going to be.
Landon Roop, in his professional career, so minors and majors, the most innings he's thrown in a single season, 2022, split between high A, and double A through 107 innings.
107.
He's at 70 so far this year with the Big League Club.
And in theory, he should be able to go over that.
You would think
like
so,
he won the job out of spring training, and now you're going to be a big league pitcher. But how far over that can you go? You know
he's
what I mean?
on pace to, 150 innings.
And they have that answer. They have that answer. I don't know what it is.
Meanwhile, Birdsong's most innings in a single professional season is 2023, split between three different levels as well, 100.2 or 101 innings essentially.
So he's already halfway there as well.
And that became a concern for him last year, if you remember. He threw 72 innings with the Big League Club, plus another 48 at AAA or AA and 9 at AAA. So he was up over that, and there was a definite dip in his performance at the tail end of last year when he was setting career highs for innings pitched in a year.
Yep.
And the same thing was true for Harrison, although I know Harrison was kind of just injured the whole season. But his end of the year wasn't as good either. So, I mean, there's probably some truth to that concern. I'm less concerned about Birdsong because he's only thrown 48 so far this year, because they brought him out of the pen to begin the year. Roop won the starting job, and Harrison wasn't even with the Big League Club to begin the season. But, yeah, I don't know. It seems almost reactionary to think that the position of incredible strength could, after one trade and just the continuation of the season, become a place of concern. But, I mean, teams are always worried about who's going to pitch innings for them.
Always.
Always.
For sure. But nobody's got enough.
It seems pretty quick to go from this is one of the best staffs in baseball to, oh, my God, how are we going to survive September?
Well, how are you going to survive September? You know what I mean? Like, the other side to it is, and I don't think that the Giants approached it this way. I always kind of laugh when people are like, ooh, they made the playoffs, but they weren't planning on making the playoffs. No, I mean, I get where you're coming from, but there's no doubt in the position the Giants were in that they thought, hey, a wild card round is absolutely a possibility this year. And that's still probably where I would project them. The difference is they may be one of the home teams in the wild card round. They may swagger in a little bit. They may be the favorite, kind of a thing. And so you're going to have to be ready for that. But it is fascinating. The Giants make one of the largest trades in the history of their organization, and it feels like for some fans it took 48 hours before they're like, all right, now we need another trade. Now's here what we need to do at the deadline. I'm like, all I ever heard all season long was, we need a bat. And my God, did they get one. And now, poof, you're going to turn around and say, we need to do more. We need to do more. We're still only scoring 2 runs a game. Or now we need to add starting pitching. I think the sample size is way too small.
Yes.
I still feel like the lineup looks and feels completely different as I watch it. And Oracle Park will be Oracle Park, and nobody scored 5 runs in a game in any of the 3 games. And where have I seen that before? That's the ballpark I know and love.
Should have bet the unders in every single game.
All of them.
Opportunity.
All of them.
Yeah. Also, Chapman isn't even back yet. And he gets back, the lineup is going to, assuming that he's swinging the bat the way that he was before he got hurt, it's gonna look entirely different. I don't know. I am not that worried about the pitching staff, and maybe that is foolish considering you're relying on guys that haven't done it before over the course of an entire season. But if we are that worried, maybe we go back to a little bit of Farhan ball. We go to a 6-man rotation, but instead of a 6-starter, you just throw an opener, and you have Jelly pitch 4 innings after an opener, and you have a bullpen game.
I just see that.
But then you run into an issue where you're taxing the bullpen.
You're taxing your bullpen.
Well, you got to balance a little bit.
Right, you absolutely do. But, we're having this conversation without knowing what the innings limit is for Rupen Birdsong. Believe me, these guys, this team, this training staff, they sat down before the season started, and they have a number. They do it before every start.
Landon, we want you to get to this number of innings this year. That's what we're comfortable with.
Absolutely. So how do you navigate that in the second half of the season as you start to get close to that whole thing? Fair question. We'll ask it of Bo Mel. I do think we'll probably get him on next week. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Grandy is in for Dibs, and we are hanging out at a Valkyries game, and a big one. Chase Center is about to load up and get loud. Caitlin Clark is in town. First ever time. And again, she's been out there throughout the afternoon, warming up, knocking down threes, referencing Steph Curry during the process. Whole thing is a hell of an event. And it leads to this. Wait till you hear what Grandy woke up and thought today. This is a wild take. And we'll get to it next on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, but not Dibby. It's Grandy. Grandy in for Dibs, and we're live. Chase Center on the concourse. And look to our left right there. See what they're doing?
They're gearing up.
Yeah, the employees are in a circle. This is kind of like a huddle. And Brock Purdy's looking at the wristband, and he's got the play call ready. Break. And
T-minus 25 minutes to gates open.
That's right. And they're going to all be in here to see something that this city has never seen before, and that's Caitlin Clark play basketball.
This is what they call ball holla, Willard. Not ball holla, but ball holla.
Ball holla. Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm excited to be here. Check it out for the first time. We're going to come again next week. And obviously that's going to be I think Sabrina Ionescu is going to be here next week. Yeah. So, all of these names that have such a higher Q rating than they used to over the last couple of years, here they come to the Bay Area over the next week. And we'll check it out for the first time. I'm super curious to know what this feels like, looks like, and compares and everything. With all of that said, we were chatting out different things that we wanted to talk about and think about and say and everything. And then all of a sudden, you just hit us with a banger earlier today. You did. Say your crazy statement. Just go ahead and say it, and then watch what happens.
Professional sports teams in the Bay.
Okay.
You can include the Sharks if you want, but they're down the list.
We're so God, if I worked for the Sharks, I'd be so offended.
Well,
Professional sports teams, and you can include the Sharks. Yes, include the Sharks.
Okay, the point of this conversation is the next team to win a championship.
All right.
The reason I said that wasn't because I don't like the Sharks or think they're not a part of the Bay Area, just because I think they're relatively far away from competing for a championship. So they were going to be down my list anyway if I were to include them. But my question was, of specifically Warriors, Giants, Niners, and Valkyries, which team do you think is going to win a championship next?
Okay.
What of those four teams will be the next to win a championship in their respective leagues?
Okay.
And my take is that it's going to be these Golden State Valkyries.
Come on,
The
man.
Valkyries will be the next team to win a championship in the Bay Area.
I want to say this with all due respect to what has been built here with the Valkyries, because it is rather stunning. It really is.
It is.
It's rather stunning that this has come together the way it has. I'm not surprised. We know the people running the show. They're very good at running the show. They have built the Golden State Warriors into the biggest, baddest brand in sports outside of the Dallas Cowboys. We talked about that earlier. The fact that they are the second highest valued team in all of sports, which is nuts. I don't know what, because of Steph's presence and a few championships, we just roll that sentence off like it's nothing. Yeah, Golden State Warriors is the second highest valued team in professional American sports. Not the Lakers, not the Knicks, not the Celtics, not the Yankees, not the Dodgers. No, the Warriors are valued higher than all of those teams, which is bananas. So, therefore, it's not surprising that that group has done a good job in building the Valkyries, and they don't look like a quote-unquote brand new or expansion team. They don't look like a dominant team, but they look like they fit right in, and I can see them moving up the board very, very quickly. And I get your other point that you're probably going to use sometime soon, which is they've got many fewer teams to cross than these other teams have to go against.
Yeah.
With all of that said, your statement feels disrespectful to the 49ers and the San Francisco Giants. And I don't even say the Warriors because
Not to the Warriors,
because I do think that while the Warriors are a fantastic outfit, and obviously I thought at least flirted with the idea of contention this year, if somebody wants to tell me, look, it's never happened before and it never will, the idea of everybody being north of 35 years old and winning a title in the NBA. If that's your feeling, I get it. And the truth of the matter is you're probably right. But with the acquisition the Giants just made and where they currently sit in the standings, and then the background of where the Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch era has been with the 49ers, I find it a little wild to believe that the Valkyries are going to get there first. Because at minimum, I mean, the Giants and 49ers in theory are like they're trying right now. Right now.
I'm not predicting the Valkyries to win the championship this year. That's not happening this year in their inaugural season.
Well, how crazy is this person sitting next to me?
Therefore, that would mean that I'm not expecting the Giants to win it this year. I'm not expecting the Niners to win it this year, and I'm not expecting the Warriors to win it this year. Not predicting it or whatever you want to say. And I whenever you're doing something like this, it feels like you compliment one and you're denigrating the other. For me, this almost has, and this may also feel like an insult to the Valkyries. It is not that. This has more to do with how the WNBA works compared to like any other league, I think is why. One, it's what you laid out. There's 13 WNBA teams. So just from a statistical math basis, you're more likely to win it all when you have such a small league. Well, that's part of it.
There are only 13 baseball teams as well. Go ahead.
That are trying to win.
Yes, exactly. But anyway, go ahead.
I also think when you are in a league like this that is relatively young and has, until just recently, been, for a lot of people, a lot of sports fans in North America, has largely been like on the back burner. Like there's not been a ton of attention paid to the WNBA, and contracts aren't like the highest paid WNBA players making like $200,000 a year, right? Like, and a lot of that is CBA related, and there's going to be a new CBA, and it's going to get renegotiated, and they'll probably be able to make more money. But I think in the WNBA, more so than any other league, at least what we're talking about, because one, there is such a little number of teams, few teams, and it's a relatively not poor league, but nowhere near as rich as these other leagues. The difference in being like the top of the top franchise from how you take care of your players and facilities, and if you're filling your building, and just how nice your arena is, and all of that. I think the differentiator for having that on your side in the WNBA is like 10 times more valuable than having it if you're in the NFL or in the NBA. Because so many of those teams have same facilities, all of that other stuff. So I think in how it relates to the WNBA, that becomes so much more valuable. And I think the Valkyries have that. They have that more so than any other team in the WNBA, or at the very least, with the best teams in the WNBA. And the other part that I think is maybe the most important is in the WNBA, right now, you have no long-term contracts. You have short-term, quick 1-year, 2-year deals. That means all of the best players will be free agents almost every offseason. And if you're a team that is young and that has promise and is showing that you're investing into your franchise like this Valkyries team is, you are going to be able to attract the top talent and get that top talent more often, easier than, say, the Warriors in the NBA, even if you had the salary cap relief and you could do it anyway. So I think for that reason, 2 years from now, the Valkyries, they might be the best team in the WNBA.
I got questions. I understand your thought process, but I got questions.
Okay.
Actually, first one is completely off the map. While you were talking, I did look up the highest paid players in the WNBA.
Okay.
Number one salary is $252,450.
$250,000.
Okay. I have the top 5 in front of me. Number 5 is $241,984.
Okay.
My first question is, hey, WNBA, what's with the weird numbers? Like, just pay someone $252,000. Why is it like $450.18? Like, what a weird salary structure. But what I wondered, I've got the names of the top 5 players in front of me right here. Can you name any of them?
And top 5 highest paid.
I have the top 5 highest paid earners in the WNBA in 2025. Can you name? I will give you 3 guesses to see if you can just get one.
Is Breanna Stewart in the top 5?
I'm sorry, she is not.
Wow. Is Asia Wilson in the top 5?
I am sorry, she is not.
Is Kelsey Plum in the top 5?
I am sorry, you have lost. Someone named Kelsey is, but her last name is Mitchell.
Oh.
Yeah. There it is, and that is according to AI, by the way. So I have no idea if that's actually true, but this is what AI says. It's Jackie Young, who is the number one earner in the WNBA with the Las Vegas Aces, $252,450.02. And then, yes, Kelsey Mitchell and Jewel Lloyd and Kalia Cooper, and then Ogunbowale is at $241,984. She is number 5.
All right.
Okay.
I mean,
now here are my other real questions.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Tell me why I'm wrong.
How long this process that you just laid out, WNBA, as far as I get it, right? They've got resources. They are going to attract top talent. It's probably going to go well. Joe Lacob is at the top of this. Okay, how long do you think that process takes?
I think they'll be legitimately competing for a championship 2 years from now. So
Okay.
the 2027 season, they'll be expected to be
Compete. Just to, like...
Well, they could win it.
Okay,
Yeah.
they could win it.
Yeah.
So you're giving me they could win it starting...
2 years from now.
Basically, 2 Giants seasons, 2 49ers seasons.
I'm playing the odds, Willard.
Okay, 2 more Warriors seasons. Like the remainder of Steph Curry's career, in theory.
Uh-huh.
And it doesn't even start until then.
Well, I'm telling you, I think they can win it in 2 years. Yes.
Okay, right. But all of these other teams get to play 2 seasons as well before that process even starts.
Yeah.
You've got nobody in that period of time winning a title in the Bay.
Odds say
Well,
no.
of course.
Yeah.
Of course the odds say that. Of course
Doesn't
the
mean
odds
I
say
think
that.
the Giants are a terrible team or the Niners aren't going to be competitive.
Right, but,
no, of course not.
But understand me, the odds say that the Valkyries will also not win a title when you say. So in other words,
You're right.
if I want to play the odds, why wouldn't I take the teams that in theory have 2 free shots at this before your process even starts?
That would be boring.
And one of them is literally in playoff position right now and just acquired one of the best players in the game. Like, why would I not play those odds?
Yeah, you could do that. This is my.
I will do
okay,
that.
I want you to.
Yeah.
I think the Niners very well could surprise a lot of us and win it this year. Not that they're going to be terrible. I think a lot of people expect them to win the division and go to the playoffs. It's tough. They've never won a Super Bowl in my lifetime. The Giants, yes, they are a hell of a story right now. Do I expect? I mean, I know you're going to yell at me for using the word expect again. No, I don't expect them to win the World Series this year.
I don't ever expect my team to win a championship.
I think I'll put it this way, and
they're going to be in the mix.
I'm taking a leap because I'm throwing away this year for the Valkyries and probably even next year for the Valkyries. So I have to get to the 2027 summer even for this to potentially come true. I think what is undoubtedly true is the benefit of being a top-tier franchise is worth so much more in a small league like the WNBA, and when you have the talent that is competitive across the league, you have a much higher chance to win in the WNBA than any other league because it's just so few teams. If you get to a spot where you are, say, you go into a season and the Valkyries and the Giants are like in relatively even footing in terms of how good they are versus the rest of the league.
Then
Taking the
Valkyries. Then Valkyries.
That seems
yes.
like an easy bet.
Right.
So I'm taking a little bit of a leap here by kind of fast forwarding 2 years from now. Yes, I could be wrong if the Giants go on their 2010 run in 2025 and they win it all. I'm not rooting against it. I just think there is a very direct path. I think the larger take, and this kind of turns out to pitting me against the other franchises. I think maybe the overarching take is I don't think it will be that long until the Valkyries are really, really good.
Yeah, that's fair. That's completely fair. By the way, you can fire away on this if you want.
Yeah, yell at me.
888-957-9570. If you had to pick a team that's the next to win a title in the Bay, who would you kind of bet on right now? No, I don't think your thought process is like flawed when you're just in a vacuum talking about how you see the future of the Valkyries. But the bottom line is even once they get good, then you've got to go through the annual process of can you actually be the last team standing, the only one to win the last game of the season? You know, like I wonder in a general sense when you're talking about a major city that has all the teams and all the teams are relatively run well, like how many sort of cities could we even put in that bucket, right? Like San Francisco, yes. I certainly think that, right, Los Angeles is in that bucket. The Rams are run well. The Lakers, the Dodgers.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, all those three teams have won one in the last 5 years.
I mean, New England is rebooting themselves, but Boston is that city. Man, New York's football teams are in a messy spot. But
you include Buffalo.
Yeah. Oh, fine. You can do that. How many cities are we even talking about? Take those, whatever they are, 5, 6 cities, and then think to yourself, I wonder what the analytics say on when the likelihood is that city gets its next championship. I think we are kind of messy because starting in 2010, we just think you get one every couple years.
That's just what happens.
Right?
Yeah.
Which is not true.
2010, 2012, 2014, 2015, 2017, 2018, 2022, and 3 Niners Super Bowl losses in there.
So you've had 3 trips to the Super Bowl and 7
Sharks
actual
Stanley
rings.
Cup as well.
Exactly.
Went to the Stanley
Cup.
Cup.
The appearance, yes.
Yeah.
So you had 4 appearances that didn't work. And then if you want to start appearances, the Warriors have also had 2 more appearances that didn't work. So you had 6 failed appearances and 7 rings. That's 13 trips to the final round, basically in a 15-year period of time.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. That's not
that doesn't
normal.
happen anywhere else.
Go to the first decade of the 2000s. What'd you get? The Giants went to our World Series. 0-2, they lose. The 49ers did not go to a Super Bowl. The Warriors did not go to an NBA
They won one
championship.
playoff series.
They won a playoff series.
It was the biggest thing to ever happen.
The Sharks, nothing happened, right? Like, so I just wonder. I wonder what the actual analytics say. Major city, all the teams, most, if not all of them, well run. What does the math say is the period of time when you're the gap when you're supposed to win a title?
I do think it is. We are pretty spoiled when I can come on the radio and say I think the Valkyries will be the next team in the Bay to win a championship. And then immediately everyone around me is like, what the hell? The Giants, the Niners, the Warriors? What are you talking about?
I know it.
They're all in spots where you could realistically see it happen for any of them.
Absolutely.
Honestly.
Absolutely.
Which is pretty damn special.
Yes, it is.
Like if you were to rank them, okay, those 4 teams, most likely to least likely.
Like right now. I know a lot of people who suddenly vaulted the Giants to the top with the acquisition of Devers and because of what their record is as we approach the halfway point. Like the Warriors just missed, and they do feel like,
still felt pretty close.
They have felt close, but they're only going to come back a year older.
Yeah, gets harder.
And we don't know what the changes are yet that the team is going to make in the offseason. The 49ers went through a reboot offseason, which you spoke on this very well recently. I do think people feel better about it now than they did 2 months ago, but I don't think many people are like, and so we're the favorite now.
Yeah.
I think that they're a solid club. There's a lot of questions. If you get good answers on those questions, absolutely, they could be one of the teams. But the Giants in this moment, while nobody would mistake them for the best team in the league, they absolutely look like one of 5 maybe National League teams where you're like, yep, I can see that.
And they're
they're in position. They're in position as we speak.
And they're the team where if you just get to the playoffs with them, you feel like their odds jump. Like
sure, it's baseball. And the great pitching staff.
Yeah, and that's a big part of it. And like maybe getting to the playoffs might be like, obviously winning playoff series is very difficult, but you feel like a really big hurdle is just making the playoffs in the first place.
Totally.
You get that team to the playoffs. You have Logan Webb and Robbie Ray heading a postseason rotation. That feels pretty daunting for an opponent.
If any of us said, hey, who's the biggest fan of the Valkyries in town, everybody would have the same answer. It's Brandon Pajemski. He is the Jack Nicholson of the Golden State Valkyries, and he joined us a short time ago here on 95.7 The Game and on Willard and Dibs. And as we get a little bit closer to Caitlin Clark's first action here at Chase Center, we wanted to let you hear that conversation one more time. So we had Pods on and started out by saying, hey, for those who haven't been to a game before when the Valkyries play, how would he describe the experience?
I mean, personally, I think it's really fun. I think the atmosphere is similar to our games. Every game I've been to has been sold out, and I think all of them have been sold out. And so just to see that support, for women's sports is really fun. And to be a part of it, pretty special, especially in their first year. I think the last inaugural team was the Chicago Sky, and they only won 4 games their whole year, and I think we've already surpassed that, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, the Valkyries 5-6, 11 games in, trying to get back to 500 today with the Fever in town. Has this surprised you at all, the success? I know, if Joe Lacob heard me say 5-6 is a success, he might not agree. But as you said right there, this is not easy for teams in their inaugural seasons. Has it surprised you the way that they've come out of the gates here?
As a basketball junkie, no. Just because you see all the ladies that we have were all players that either didn't really play a lot or played very minimal on their other teams. That's why they were, available. I think maybe Kayla Thornton was the one who played the most. But it's just like the NBA. When you get your opportunity to have an advanced role, you see a lot of those players step up and shine. And I think that's what we kind of have with a lot of the ladies there. They're getting their opportunity and they're shining and catching everybody by surprise.
Brendan Pajemski joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Dibs. We're at Chase Center getting ready for the game tonight. Valks hosting Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever. Pods, where did this come from, this fandom? Like, what made you attach yourself to this team?
Yeah, just love sports, love women's sports especially. And obviously they're playing the same game that I love as well. So there's things you can learn, there's things you can see. But I think more importantly, it's just trying to support, the Bay Area sports in general, but especially the Valkyries, playing basketball, which is the game I play and love to play. So I think it just, made sense.
Pods, you said it. You've been at, I think, if not all, almost every single home game, and you're sitting courtside.
Mm-hmm.
You get an up-close, in-person view of this team. You mentioned Kayla Thornton, previous stops in the WNBA. She's the Valkyries' leading scorer. But I'm wondering, as someone who has seen them close often, can you give us a bit of a scouting report? I mean, Kayla Thornton is the Western Conference Player of the Week, but they've got some other scorers, and it's a really balanced offensive attack. What can you tell us about the way the Valkyries play?
I think they got a lot of good pieces. Veronica Burden, really solid piece. She's been around the league a little bit. It was actually funny. Their GM, Ohema, me and her talked, I think, in February, and she was like, if you could pick, one person in this expansion draft from a different team that you think will be available, who would it be? And I told her Veronica, just because I see a lot of similarities between me and her and how we play and the energy we bring. And I think that's just contagious and it translates to winning. And so her, I think Tiffany Hayes has been a great addition. Kate Martin, obviously, from Vegas, coming over with Natalie. But everyone that we brought in knows how to play the game. We've brought in a lot of European ladies as well that are super smart and skilled. And so to see it mesh and just seeing Natalie let them play free and then being so locked in defensively has been pretty cool.
Brandon Pajemski with us, Pods. We know you've got really good seats. Are you heckling Caitlin Clark tonight?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I'm always doing that. Whoever.
Yeah, what are you saying to her?
I don't know. I got to find something. It's really in the moment, whatever comes out. But, I'm always be with the Valkyries and heckle the other team as much as I can.
Pods, I know you're a huge basketball fan, so I'm sure you have watched Caitlin Clark play a lot of basketball. Have you ever seen her in person before?
I've never seen her in person. Tonight will be the first time.
You excited?
Definitely
what do you think that's going to be like?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be cool. I think she's going to be excited just because she knows this is where Steph plays and how similar they play. This is her first time, I think, playing at Chase Center. So I know she'll have a little bit of nerves and excitement to play, especially against a new team. But I expect the Valkyries win.
Hey, Brandon, how are you doing? You had a couple surgeries recently, yeah?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Just rehabbing out here, taking my time with it and just trying to get back to 100% so I can get rolling.
And you mentioned, obviously, your sports fandom. To what level are you following the NBA Finals, which potentially could end tonight?
Yeah, definitely following it. Jalen obviously played at Santa Clara, and seeing the way he's playing is pretty cool. But I've been following the whole playoffs since we've been done, just seeing how it's kind of goes on and how the finals look. yeah, I've been following it quite a bit.
I mean, is there anything about these playoffs, maybe namely even just what the Pacers have done here, the fact that they're still in this? Is there anything about the view of the playoffs as a whole that's surprised you?
Not surprising, but it's just showing us that there's different ways to win in the league. There's been times where teams feel like you have to have a super team, you have to have a big three, you have to have this and this, and I think OKC and Indiana kind of defied those odds, and they have a bunch of guys that can get their own shot, can get their own bucket. And even last game, even though Indiana lost, they still had a bunch of guys, have 10 plus. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they have 7 or 8 guys that are averaging 10 or more this series. And so they're showing us that you can do it by committee. You don't necessarily need to have, a top 5 player in the NBA to do it. So it's just been cool to see different ways to win and figure things out.
To what level do you think what you're describing is sustainable? Like with the parity in the league, do you think that that's kind of a thing right now where teams might rather lean into depth rather than going top heavy with their rosters?
I mean, I don't know how that would look. Obviously, as time goes on, there's more money to be dispersed. And so how that looks given the team is going to be obviously different come the future. But I think anything in this league is sustainable. It's all about making it work. We've seen a lot through time, what works and what doesn't. But every year something new comes out and somebody runs or someone does on defense comes out, and everything just keeps evolving, and that's the beauty of the NBA.
Pods, you talked about the different style, the Pacers and the Thunder play. They're led by their point guards, SGA for the Thunder and Tyrese Halliburton for the Pacers. As someone who has defended both those guys at certain points throughout your career, how are each of those guys challenging for a defender in I would imagine, different ways?
Well, I think Shea is obviously really physical, gets the benefit of the doubt when it comes to the whistle a lot of times. But it's just his constant assertiveness of getting to where he wants to get to. And he's just like, his foot is always on the gas. And so like, you have to be ready for that over and over again, where some people it's just like every once in a while they're going to go and it makes it a little bit easier, but he's just kind of like a constant, I'm not going to just bail you out by shooting threes. I'm going to try to get as far as I can until you stop me. And then obviously he bumps people and then you try to bump back, and then he uses that against, your own momentum, and that's how he gets fouls. But so he's that. And then Tyrese, I think, he's really good in space, and I think the way they play as a 5-man group out there's so much space created because they always have 5 guys that can shoot. He's really good, and I think the reason why he struggled quite a bit this series is because Dort's being obviously really physical with him, and they're really playing heavy in the gaps and, touching him, making him feel him, and he's not as comfortable in that. And so I think that's why, the Thunder have won the last 2 games especially.
Brandon, I want to go back to your comment about Caitlin Clark and how she patterns her game after Steph. We know Steph is such a supporter of the women's game as well. Have you ever had a conversation with Steph about Caitlin?
No, we haven't had a conversation about Caitlin, but, definitely, throughout our season, we definitely talk about, women's figures in sports that are, really stepping up and showing out. That's been pretty cool to see. We definitely have those conversations, as a team, and just seeing how cool that stuff is, and how they're elevating the game of basketball in a whole.
How would you, I wonder if you watch her game and you sort of see it that way, I don't know, how would you defend it? What would be your scouting report if you were talking to the Valks tonight to guard Caitlin?
I mean, just high pickup points. Obviously, you want to be physical with her. I think the little scuffle she got into last game with, I think it was Connecticut maybe, I think they did a good job of just getting under her skin and not just letting her move free. I would say force her right. All her threes come off either the catch or going left. Let's step back off the dribble, going left off the ball screen. She doesn't like shooting off her right hand. So I would just say, and I would say make her play inside the 3-point line and let, see how many, shots she can make inside the 3-point line and see if that's enough to beat you. Those games that they win, she has high assists and high 3-point numbers. And so can you just kind of take that away? It's easier said than done because teams try to do it to Steph too, and, he still finds a way to do that, the same thing.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Pods. We asked you about the game plan against Caitlin, and I know you said that she kind of patterns her game after Steph, but it sounded like you were giving out a game plan for how to defend Steph. I mean, how similar are those two on the court? And we know Steph, I mean, he's one of the greatest players of all time. Caitlin, just in her second year in the WNBA, already seems to be one of the league's biggest star, one of the league's best players. Just how similar of a challenge are they on the court?
Yeah, very similar. The threat of them shooting is always kind of in the back of your brain, and so any little kind of head fake, hezzy they give you, you kind of tend to bite at that, and so you're a little bit antsy when you're guarding them because you don't want them to shoot, and so you feel that, and that's why you see Steph, a lot of times not even really have to do any moves to get by his man, even at 37, 38 years old, because the threat of him shooting is so powerful, and that's the same for her. But I think the thing that Steph has been okay with is going inside the three-point line and finishing. Like, he's perfectly okay at making and taking twos. If that's what they're giving him, I don't know if she's okay with that. I've seen, if she gets inside, she likes to pass a lot, which isn't a bad thing. But I think, she's way more comfortable when she's outside the three-point line and getting in the rhythm.
All right, Brandon, you've kind of changed this game for me tonight because now that I know you're going to be in Caitlin's ear, I'm gonna be trying to be online, like reading your lips. Like, are you a PG kind of a trash talker, or maybe not?
I just feel like it's the intensity of the moment. Just kind of whatever the game calls for. Like I said, I'm a passionate guy that loves sports and loves being a part of this stuff, and to have my hometown or home city team win and be a great player and a great team in the Fever, it'd be pretty fun to be a part of.
All right, man. Well, have fun tonight, and we'll see you out here at the arena. And thank you so much for giving us a buzz.
Yes, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
There he is, Brandon Pajemski, Valkyries superfan, who I would imagine is on his way down here to the building here pretty soon.
Maybe he's already here. Doors opened 5 minutes ago, although I would imagine Pods can get in whenever he wants.
Yeah, there's no need to hustle.
And maybe he's already starting the trash talk because Caitlin Clark, as of 15 minutes ago, and actually as of 5 minutes ago, was on the floor warming up.
Okay.
So maybe Pods is getting the trash talk going early.
I'll tell you what, it's a special night here at Chase Center. You can feel it. Caitlin Clark is in town. The Valkyries have their seventh home game of the year. And again, as I said, the crossover. Damn it, this is a big one. Got to get back to 500.
They're 5-6.
Yeah.
They were 500. They were 2-5. They won 3 in a row. They got to 5-5, but then maybe they took on, to this point, maybe the worst team they've played so far this year in Dallas.
And lost.
And they lost.
And
lost. A little bit of a letdown.
No, tonight's going to be a hard one for sure, but obviously this one's got a lot of spider legs on it as far as what makes it a special night. So it's Grandy in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs at Chase Center Live, getting ready for this big game, and the Valkyrie game will be here at 7 o'clock on 95.7 The Game with the Indiana Fever and Caitlin Clark in town. Pod said one other thing that I'd love to highlight.
What is it?
Did you hear him kind of say, yeah, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander kind of, gets the whistle. I'm like, oh, I noticed that too. Yeah, he does. I loved hearing it from an NBA player.
Yep. He did couch it in like he's relentless. He attacks. You have to be on like 24/7 when you're defending him. But the way that he gets to you is you give him an inch or you make a slight mistake and he has the advantage. He will turn that advantage into a foul.
Yes, he will, because that's the way they officiate him for some reason. I've never seen somebody...
It's a skill. He's good at it.
He's good at it, but I've
it.
never seen someone get more whistles on fall-away shots, falling away from the rim. And then I told this to Ephraim last weekend. Do you want to know what has become the most offensive thing that any official, umpire, anyone who runs a game, the most offensive thing that they do in sports?
What?
Is the wait to see if he misses the shot thing.
I hate that.
And then blow the whistle.
So many people love that, but I hate that.
Oh, my God, it's a foul because he missed? Like, you're literally telling on yourself.
Or it's not a foul because somebody fought through the contact and made the shot anyway? No, he should get extra credit for making a shot through the foul. That's why you call the foul.
It's all fans want is for there to be a definition of a foul and have a foul be a foul. You cannot have a foul only be a foul if he missed the shot.
I'm with you.
Like, that's absurd. And by the way, why if it goes in, should it not be a foul? Like
Yeah,
if you
exactly.
got fouled and it goes in, that's called an and one. Someone made a brand about that once upon a
You're
time.
bailing out the defense for making a mistake.
Super frustrating.
Yeah.
Super frustrating. But Pacers and Thunder tonight in Indiana, and Tyrese Halliburton will play. And I'm going to go ahead and put this out into the universe. NBA Finals are going 7 games.
Wow. Okay. Well, I hope you're right.
Kukush.
Lock it up. Kukush.
Yeah.
The doors are open here at
lock it
Chase.
up. Yeah.
And we have a ton of Valkyries fans. Did you just see there were a couple of Caitlin Clark jerseys that
Of
just
course.
walked by?
Of course.
Different,
and by the way,
different jerseys.
I don't want to.
Different colorways.
I don't want to. I don't want to get upset at this fan who just walked by. She seems nice. She's got a Martin jersey on, but it's a Las Vegas Aces jersey.
Oh.
And even at a WNBA game, I will forever give you the side eye if you show up to a game where two teams are playing and you're wearing the Hatter jersey of a third team who's not here.
Oh, I do that.
You do that? Don't do that.
When I would go to A's games or I visit friends up in Seattle, I go to a Mariner games, I'm wearing my Giants stuff. Yeah. Even if they're playing not the Giants. Is that wrong?
It is.
Oh.
It's less wrong at an A's game because they're offensive, so you just do offensive things at an A's game because John Fisher is offensive.
I can't wear my Giants hat to a Mariners-Rangers game.
You can, but what are you doing at the Mariners-Rangers game?
Seeing friends and hanging out with them.
I mean,
What about Giants gear at a Valkyries game, which I've seen a lot of?
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine for multiple reasons. A, that's the same city.
It's a hell of a double dip today.
Yeah, and B, you had a game down the street a couple hours ago, and I think a lot of people made their way down, went to Splash, got drunk, and came inside.
Sounds
Just
like
checking.
a great way to do your Thursday.
Yeah, it's a great Thursday.
Day Giants game. Got to see a great win. Come from behind win.
It's a beautiful day.
Wilmer Flores pinch hit, 2-run double.
Yeah, you get to see 2 runs in the same game.
Wow.
For the Giants.
Wow.
Right?
I mean, you did see that yesterday and the day before, too.
Coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, Valkyries taking on Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever. The game is here on 95.7 The Game. Valkyries channel as well on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Channel 5. Pre-game starts at 6:30. Remember when Brock Purdy said that the first thing he was going to buy with all that new money was a fishing boat? He lied.
Did he buy something else?
He sure did.
Oh.
You want to know what it is?
You got to tell me.
I will tell you coming up next. Grandy is in for Dibs, and this is Willard and Dibs. All right, and this is Willard for New Vodka. That is NUE Vodka. So excited to be talking about New Vodka because it has become one of my go-tos as far as an evening cocktail. And the fact that it's Thursday night, I'm thinking tonight might be one of those nights. New Vodka, NUE, is an award-winning American-made vodka. We love highlighting that. It is 7 times distilled for a crisp, clean, premium taste, and it's going to do so at a cost that will not empty out your wallet. You can find New at your local liquor store, or if you have trouble there, go to newvodka.com to find a retailer near you, or tell your retailer, hey, Joe, get New Vodka in here. Let's figure this thing out. You can try their all-natural flavors like cucumber or citrus. We're really loving the citrus, but that's kind of Steiny's thing. I love the cucumber too. Make it your new, that's NUE, vodka of choice. It is smooth, crisp, clean, and ready for whatever. We invite you to try New Vodka, that's NUE Vodka.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. We're getting ready to watch Caitlin Clark play basketball.
We're getting ready to watch the Valkyries play Caitlin Clark.
Yeah. Although, a lot of Valkyries jerseys and a lot of Caitlin Clark jerseys in the building.
If we're to split up like each jersey into its own person, like Caitlin Clark is by far in the lead.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, by a big margin.
But there are more Valkyries jerseys than Fever jerseys. Yes. However, the idea was just thrown out to us by our fearless on-site technical genius, Tim Jordan. What if we could combine those two things?
What do you mean?
Joe Lacob is running the show.
Oh.
How long until we have Caitlin Clark Valkyries jerseys to sell?
You got to wait at least 2 more years beyond this one.
Well, it led to some funny stuff because we're so used to the NBA, and here's Steph Curry making $60 million a year, which is higher than the salary caps of the entire NBA combined.
WNBA, yeah.
WNBA, even if you multiplied it by 3. Okay?
Salary
whole
cap.
Salary cap for the whole league. You said there are 13 teams?
Yes.
The whole salary cap for the whole league is less than $20 million. So you could multiply it by 3, and you don't have Steph yet. Okay? So we started, he's like, what would stop Joe Lacob from just offering Caitlin Clark a massive deal? Like, what was the number you threw out? $500,000 per year?
Which would double the current largest contract.
All right, okay. That would be a third of your entire cap. But not unprecedented. That's pretty close to what Steph makes.
Yeah.
Okay? So not unprecedented. But we started poking around at some numbers. This face of the league, the most important player who's ever played in this sport, do you know she makes less than $100K per year for the Indiana Fever? Less than $100,000. Okay? A 4-year, $338,000 contract.
And it's actually backloaded. So you know how much she's making this year?
I don't know, probably 50 or 60.
She's making 78 this year.
78 grand. All right.
She'll make 97 2 years from now, assuming that the Fever pick up her club option.
Like Brock Purdy 3 years ago is like, you need a loan? Like, what's going on over there? And then I started to play this game because we know that Caitlin is not struggling for money because there are a bunch of other ways by which to make a dollar in this world. It doesn't just have to be through the Fever. She does have a Nike contract.
A big one.
An 8-year deal. And so I asked him, I go, what do you think she makes on her 8-year deal at Nike? And he goes, I don't know, like maybe $4 million? And I go, no, it's higher. He goes, okay, 5. It still sounds funny because of what we think of like LeBron and Steph.
Yeah.
It's like they make $1 billion at Nike or whatever. Caitlin Clark has an 8-year, $28 million deal for shoes at Nike. So run that out.
Good work if you get it.
That's obviously, about $3.5 million a year over the life of the deal.
Over 8 years, yeah.
Yeah.
So she's making way more than almost anybody else in the
Add in
WNBA.
that $75,000, and that's a good salary. That's a good salary.
But it will be really interesting. So the way that the WNBA works, at least for like the top picks, you sign a 4-year rookie scale deal.
Right.
So you are tied to the team that drafts you generally for 4 years. The 4th year is a club option, so theoretically the Fever could say no, although why would they? They're not going to do that.
It'd be amazing if they declined her option.
She'll be there for 4 years.
Wow.
And then the 2028 season comes around. That's when she could sign her first non-rookie contract.
All right.
And I would guarantee, assuming things go to relative plan, that would be a record-breaking contract wherever she signs.
And it will be here.
Lock it up.
Lock it
Kukush.
in. Yeah. Like, it will be here. Unless there are bird rights. Are there bird rights? Do they have, like, any sort of a rights to this?
At that point, she's a restricted free agent, so I don't think there's anything
restricted.
Special.
Well, they'll
she would
match
be restricted.
it.
You're
Yeah,
right.
they'll match it. Oh, this is going to be tough to get her here.
Joe Lacob, the whole salary cap.
We're going to have to figure this out
goes
somehow.
to Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, can we put a poison pill in that deal somehow? Something? Anyway, I mentioned Brock Purdy. And I had promised on the way out, yes, Brock Purdy.
Oh, yeah, what did he buy?
He made a purchase. It is not a fishing boat, but it absolutely counts as a major purchase. Would you like to guess what you think he bought?
I mean, one of the common ones is a house. Did you buy a house?
Tim, what do you think he bought?
A motorcycle.
A motorcycle. Lucas, do you have a guess?
Please, he didn't
what
buy a
do you think he
motorcycle.
bought?
A tractor? But I think he gets
This
gifted
is our
those.
perception of Brock Purdy. He's like, did he get like a fish tank? Did he get like one of them Bass Pro Shops hats? Yes, he bought a house. Good job, Grandy. He bought a house.
Where?
Would you like? Yeah, would you like to try to parlay that? Where did he buy the house?
Somewhere in the South Bay?
No, sorry. It is not.
That's too
Arizona?
easy.
It is not. No, it is not in Arizona either.
Iowa?
He is going to be one of George Kittle's neighbors
In
Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh.
Which is a city I've not been to, but people seem to love that place. We got to go. Tim, you want to do a remote in Nashville? Have you been?
Yes.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right.
One of my favorite places in the world.
I mean, if you'll go to Linden, then we could go to. It's not that much. It's not harder, is it? Right? It's probably easier to get to
would be more
Nashville than
fun.
Linden.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's work on it. Nashville, Tennessee. Brock's house, George's house, one show at each. I don't know.
All right.
Okay.
There was other Niners news. Apparently, rookie linebacker Nick Martin broke his thumb.
Oof.
Earlier this week,
Well,
according to Trent Williams.
Good source.
Yeah.
Trent Williams is now breaking news on other Niner injuries.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, look, if you're going to get hurt, June is a wonderful time to do it. That's all I'd say there.
Yeah.
Like, broken thumb should not. I mean, maybe it affects the first week of camp.
You could also, a linebacker can play through a broken thumb.
Yeah, but why would you
take
in
that
camp?
thing up?
Yeah.
Well, not in camp.
Nick Martin is an interesting young player for the Niners. I think he's behind D. Winters right now, but not far. Not far like that. Like, who is Fred Warner's wingman